favorite streamers restreaming today as well. So yes, without further ado, we're gonna start off the show today by seeing two teams. But without further ado, let's check out today's match schedule. So today for the match schedule itself, we see match 1 being Homebois duking it out with Team Evil. Now this is going to be the match that's going to be happening in just a few moments time. And thereafter also a lower bracket grind. We see Bleed Esports crossing swords with Vanguard Esports happening at 12:30 p.m. Now for match 3, this is the upper bracket finals. Ladies and gents, this is a best of 5 where we see two titans in their own rights clashing at the Land of Dawn, and this is none other than Team Flash and our 3 times back-to-back defending champions RSG SG, and this match that you definitely don't want to miss will be happening at 3 p.m. As for match 4 itself, we will see the likes of the winner of match 1 going up against the winner of match 2, closing off the show today at 6:30 p.m. Are you guys excited? Because I'm literally shaking right now. We don't know what's happening, but for sure, we will be seeing 2 teams go today once again. And we're one step closer to unveiling our champion right here for MPL SG. So I guess, without further ado, let's get started. For the first match itself, we will see Homebois SG going up against Evil. Now fam, this is a long-standing vendetta between these two teams because let's do a little throwback, alright? Even in the regular season itself, these two supporters from these two teams are already going at it. Even the players are playing, they're fighting in game, right? And of course, we have our supporters also going at each other in real life itself. So that's real chaotic energy, but we love chaotic energy right here at MPL SG. So this is an exciting match as well in terms of vendetta. Talking about Team Evil, you guys would know that they are hailed as the playoff princes, throwing surprise comebacks, especially during the playoff season. And whereas for Homebois SG, now they were mostly made of the players of ex-Team SMG players, and they didn't really have a good run, especially in playoff season against Team Evil. So, will the curse continues? But for this season itself, it's a little bit different because they are no longer SMG SG, they are now Homebois SG, and let's not forget, we have Homebois who are the champions of MPL MY. So will Homebois SG rub off that little buff that our champions at Malaysia has? We can only find out who will emerge victorious right here from match 1 itself. So without further ado, presenting to you the wonderful faces of the teams for match 1 itself. First up, ladies and gentlemen, please put your heads together for Homebois SG! So yes, friends, right here today, Homebois SG is raring to bounce back after yesterday's game. It will require a flawless performance to have a shot at the crown and perhaps continue Daddy's Hood win streak. And going up against Homebois SG, we have your community heroes, the playoff princes. Ladies and gentlemen, put your heads together for Evil! After a nail-biter series against Alchemy SG, will they be able to overcome an even harder hurdle? Let's put it to the test and welcome Team Evil. Players are now giving the friendly fist bumps before wreaking absolute havoc over at the Land of Dawn as they proceed on over to their battle stations. Now, friends, this is going to be a true nail-biter of the match, even though it's bright and early right here at Suntec City at just 10 a.m. The roof of Suntec City is going to erupt right here with this chaotic energy that you definitely don't want to miss. Now, will the playoff curse of the wonderful Team Evil continue as they advance throughout playoffs, or Homebois SG will take on the Daddyhood buff and secure this win? I don't know which way it's gonna go, but I'm gonna hand my time over to the casters. Tell us more, friends.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome down to MPL Singapore. This is day number 2 of our playoffs. My name is Jace. Joining me this time around on the desk is Vertigo and Churros. We'll be bringing you the hype and the energy of Homebois SG going up against Team Evil. How are you doing, boys?
Well, I'm feeling ecstatic. I mean, especially
yesterday.
You
had one sip of my coffee. That's what happened.
Oh,
that's the buff I'm giving you for now.
I mean, McDonald's coffee is the best coffee
That's
there is,
right.
right? I mean, a little sip
refillable.
of that. Literally, no, not refillable, man. I mean,
well, back in my school, Singapore Polytechnic, shout out to you guys.
What?
Yeah, it's refillable.
no way.
Yeah, boy.
Oh, I wish I wish my Polytechnic had a refillable.
It's okay. You can go back to Singapore Polytechnic anytime you want.
I wish, but enough of that. I mean,
That's
today right here we have the Homebois SG going up against Evil. I mean, what are your thoughts here, guys? I mean, I'm 50-50 on this. To me,
all right, it's a very spicy match, right? We're talking about a pure Singaporean team, the only pure Singaporean team left.
That's right.
Currently in MPL Singapore, going up against Homebois SG, well, the sister team from Malaysia.
Well, to be honest, I think that Evil, they had a very, very rough start. Even though they won the game against Alchemy, they were not very happy about their performance because of the fact that they trained very late. And to add on fuel to that fire, yesterday night, Homeboys ended the game at around like 8, 9 o'clock. They're definitely going to do the research first.
Yeah, I think the most important thing about is the stamina. But before we go into more details about that one, why don't I get Vertigo to just run through the roster of Homeboys Singapore?
That's right, Homeboys Singapore. You have the 5 main boys here. You have Mitsuri on the goal lane, Pex on the middle lane, aka Nana God right here with Virno Cure on the EXP, Super Jogs on the jungle, and Mr. Not Poultry but Dairy on the roam.
Yeah, he's definitely having a bit of a lactose intolerance right there. And I guess that's how he came up with that name. But before we go in, oh my goodness, I should have been giving you the Team Evil one, right?
No, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm both. I'm 50-50.
Anyways, I'm gonna throw it over to Trills to run us through Team Evil's lineup.
Hey, I am
Are you an Evil fan too?
Yeah, I am a huge Evil fan.
You're a massive lalang right here.
I'm not. But okay, let's get back to the roster right here.
Yep.
Similar rosters all the way through. Coconut, Jaces, Twist, Powerful, and Carrot. They have had success in the long extended team fights, and Twist finding the right flanks and the right angles. They have the same recipe for success. And whether or not they can get Coconut up to speed and up to par in the late game is entirely up to them.
Yeah, I think we joked about the fact that if Coconut has a plantation, he can
water
his farm. You water this coconut tree so that it grows into a big, massive, strong coconut tree.
He will bear the fruits.
He will bear the fruits of victory, right? But speaking about victory, we'll be going into the keys of victory very, very soon. But something we have to highlight because, we talked about the momentum and the stamina.
That's right.
Both of these two teams are taking a little bit of L's, even though they're in here in the playoffs bracket as of now, still ongoing. And the best part is the loser of this particular series, they would not be relegated out of MPL Singapore seat. You'll be able to see them next season. So, I mean, that's not exactly like a good thing. It's
play to win, don't play to not lose.
That's right. But you know what? I'm going to give it to Shiros on the keys of victory for Homebois SG.
For Homebois SG, right here we have avoiding prolonged engagements against Evil. Like I said in the Evil roster lineup, Evil really likes this long, prolonged team fights. The longer you take in the Lord Pit, basically, Evil's gonna chow you down, melt you down, and then they'll overturn the situation with their magic of team fights. But Homeboys, they like to find pickoffs, so they have to be very, very careful about finding that right time and that right angle. Catch out Twist on route to team fight. So Twist really like to find the angles. Dairy really has to pull his own weight, open up the maps, and find intelligence on where Twist is at all times. Split pushing for turrets is always an option. It's objective. They struggled against RSG. They have to reset. It's a new game. They have to play towards the objectives.
That's right. And Evil, to a certain extent, it struggles to kind of close the game, especially from yesterday against Alchemy SG. And I really like how, these KTBs are really important. we talk about, massive pokes coming out from Pex,
That's right.
hopefully on the Novaria. Beyond your cure, the most important job is to basically screen and make sure that you know where Twist is on the map. And speaking about knowing your enemies, why don't we go to the keys of victory for Evil?
Yeah, I mean screening. I mean, you talk about screening, right?
Yep.
That's literally a basketball term. Basically,
Thank you.
in mobile term, what we call it is zoning. Yeah.
Oh, well,
In
yes.
a way,
Okay, in a way,
yes,
yes.
exactly. But of course, the first keys to victories for Evil is going to be aware of Homeboy's pick off on goal lane, and we all know, everyone knows that the weak point of Evil is Coconut, but can he pull his own weight?
I like the fact that you said it yourself.
I said it myself. Yes.
Even you,
I
as
have
an
to be
Evil
truthful.
fanboy.
I have to be truthful
Okay,
as well,
I
right?
appreciate this kind of fan.
Yeah, we can see the cracks or the chinks in the armor as well. And you see Coconut's true carry potential in the late game. So
That's right.
I guess both of these teams, what they have in common as well is they always have catchy roams, and then usually Coconut will stand in the back as well as Mitsuri. So both of them is a goal lane versus goal lane here as well, and of course to gain an early lead with aggression to secure map space. Evil thrive on map space, and both of these teams, they are very team fight calm, right? Both of them are very team fighty hero, and for Evil, on the side of Evil, they do not have a information heavy kind of play.
Yeah, so it kind of boils down to how, Homebois SG is all up to Coach Dale, how to draft against...
That's right.
Wait, there's no coach on Team Evil, right?
No,
Yeah,
Evil,
so
magical
powerful,
notebook.
powerful.
So it's powerful that's coaching and also drafting. He has his notebook. You
Hey,
saw
but I
it.
have to stop you right there.
Yep.
No coach, no problem. We saw that in the regular season.
true.
They have taken down Titans. They are Titans themselves.
take
and they
down
are one of the
Homeboys.
hottest contenders. They did take down Homeboys too. So this is
Exactly.
round 2.
Yeah, speaking about stats, let's pull it up right now. I guess that's something that both these two, that you guys were also talking about, where Homebois was able to, kind of injure Evil a little bit. But wait, no, it's the other way around. Actually, it's
Yeah.
Homeboys that take one game away, but Evil is the one that ended up with 2-1 Homeboys at the higher seed.
Exactly, and it's Evil that's the one that is, going for the first pick as well in the first game and taking that first game away. And the only trend I can see here from the previous match as well, right, is Evil, Homeboys, and then Evil, right? So game 1 Evil, game 2 Homeboys, game 3 Evil. Everyone won on first pick. So to get first pick here would be the priority for both teams, but it all depends on the 50-50 coin flip as well.
There's a key difference over here. This in the regular season, Homeboys actually rostered in Enya in the gold lane. Mitsuri, Evil hasn't had a chance to face up against him in a competitive scene. So I don't know how that would change up. I don't know how the one-to-one
They
matchup
did, but
would be.
that was ages ago.
It was ages ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think season 2, was it?
2 or 3, around 2 or 3.
Yeah, 2 to 3.
Very long time ago.
Long time ago, but then again, the most important thing, actually season 2.
Oh,
but the most important thing that we also have to take note is exactly what I was talking about earlier just now. Singaporean team, at the very least, for Team Evil, is the only defender of a pure Singaporean team going up against a sister team, a Malaysian sister team,
Wow.
Homebois SG. So there's a lot at stake, especially the Singaporean pride that Team Evil is holding up for themselves.
So it's Singapore versus Malaysia?
Hey,
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 whoa, whoa, whoa.
don't stir it,
Hey,
don't
we
stir
don't
it.
wanna go in
Don't
that
stir it,
direction.
don't
No,
stir it. Let's
no,
never, no, wait, we back up a little bit.
So
we,
it's the-
belakang pusing
Go
a little
to your
bit.
corner,
Like
Vertigo.
right? So basically, it's going to be a import versus no imports.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
more
okay.
team.
That I can dig. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, here is our predictions as well. Going to be flashing into the screen right now. Everybody, wait, where am I?
It's all 2-1.
It's
all
perfect,
2-1.
right? It's perfect. He's
It's
being
perfect.
sandwiched by
Everyone's
us.
perfect. The only thing we can agree on is everyone has a 2-1.
Yeah.
It's going to be a very close game. It's going to be a long game. So
will be a long
hold
game.
on to your seats. Get comfortable in your OSMU Throne 5.
I am really comfortable right now, and with the lumbar support, is actually supporting my back. I don't know why my back actually hurts today. It's probably
He's
one of the
getting
signs
better.
of getting old.
You've been carrying too much in
Yeah,
your
you've been carrying
typical
in your
prop
rankings.
games.
Yeah, but then again, I would like to also hear what you guys think on YouTube and Facebook in terms of your own predictions as well. Is it I'm the one that's right, or they are the ones that are
Actually,
right?
it really makes sense.
I'm
'cause,
the
like,
one that's right.
Hey, Singaporean pride and then Malaysian right here.
Hey, come on.
Oh,
expose.
exposed.
Oh my god, this expose is
Exposed.
actually getting a little bit too far. But of course, shout out to all the Malaysian fans that is also tuning
Wow.
in from YouTube and Facebook as well. You guys also,
Apa khabar, bang?
Hey, the
are
audience,
you?
though, astoundingly supporting Homeboys. Like,
course.
the
Yeah.
huge Malaysian support
course.
abroad from Homeboys MY coming
Okay.
down to Singapore
okay,
as well.
I understand where Team Evo is coming from. You know why they're not watching on Facebook or YouTube? Because
Why?
they're right here in the venue, ladies and gentlemen. So that's exactly
there
what
we
you
go.
need to do. Come on down to Suntech. This is only the first game, the first series. You have plenty of time to head on down to Suntech Singapore as well. And don't forget, you can even watch it on the way down here.
From the
and
checkpoint.
From the checkpoint. No. Even from the checkpoint.
Yeah,
if you're
from
from
the
Johor.
checkpoint.
If you're from Johor
Yeah,
as
if you're
well.
from Johor, I mean, from the
There
checkpoint.
might be a little bit of lag because of the telco.
Yeah, it's a
but
little
that's
laggy.
besides the point.
Ah, you just switch to data roaming and be
we'll
done with
switch
it.
to data roaming, and then we'll come back
All's
in.
good, all's
That's the
good.
beauty of the digital age.
Yeah, boys, of course. We're basically almost less than a minute into the draft pick. I think it's also, we guys shared a lot of things that, both these two teams need to do, right? You don't want to face Team Evil head on. You need to use picks, especially to find the pokes. You need to use Dairy to find a pickup at the same time. At the same time, Powerful needs to have this very strong jungle presence in order to snowball, to put pressure off Coconut. But then again, that's where Homebois SG can, apply pressure to the goal lane. So there's a lot of things at stake right here, especially this is the lower brackets. Loser will end their journey right here in MPL Singapore.
It's a lot of stakes. It's pretty much like a Hydra. You have to have many heads doing many things at one time. A lot of simultaneous things. happening over
Multitasking.
here.
Multitasking.
At the end of the day, though, like the team that wins, this is a game of macro and patience.
That's
It's
right.
all
Yeah.
about macro and patience.
I think both of them are equally eco and micro. It all boils down to the macro.
The decision making. With
Yeah.
that said, ladies and gents, let's see the decisions as we go into the draft of first game.
Right off the bat, I just want to start off that Rock is going to be very hotly contested for Homeboys. They know that Evo likes to play the long game. Rock can reset the Lord as much as they like or deny them from even starting the Lord in the first place.
But going for the Baxia ban and instantly just banning out the Angela. Evo do not want anything to do with the Angela, but Homeboys, they recognize how strong this Baxia can be. Powerful, and the Baxia has almost been undefeatable.
Almost 100% win rate in a sense.
Yeah.
Almost.
Almost.
Yeah,
Very
it's a
high-
very
very
high,
high chance.
priority hero for Baxia just because of his passive. But we've seen okay, yesterday in the game against RSG, what really blew my mind was that the Esmeralda was picked up after Baxia was picked. So it's like you're picking a countered hero on that game. So banning Baxia would be a very good first ban going over to Homeboys. I think they might try to open up Nolan. They might try to open up a lot of these high mobility heroes. Play the map, play rotations.
I mean, banning out the Novaria is really good as well, right? I mean, we saw how Homeboys used the Novaria to their advantage in the previous matchup and, during the regular season as well. But, they just don't want to deal with the Novaria at all because they might want to go with the Nolan, like you said. But the Nolan has to be very utility as well. Both teams, Homeboys, Super Jogs, as well as Powerful, jungler to jungler, they both love to use the utility jungle. Look, Nolan instantly banned out.
Yeah, Evo doesn't want to give it over to the hands of Homeboy. We know how Jox is. He started his career off as an assassin player, so you don't want to give any form of assassins to him. You know that now Nolan can be built in the pure damage and the semi-tank kind of build.
I mean, only if your
there's a lot of
EXP
difference.
goes tanky.
But then again, it's like a Lancelot, right?
It
Like
is.
you
Or
can build a
tank
tank, you can build a semi-damage, or you can go on full-on damage, right? You just invest everything, go in, burst some people down, and leave, and then you got this dash that's on super low cooldown that allows you to just, create a lot of space. You have a Purify to get out of dodge as well. Man, it's everything in that one kit, and that's why it's definitely ban-worthy.
Play of the day yesterday for me personally was
that
that
one.
Nolan just walking in.
Yep.
And
Just
just
Hades, bro.
Yeah, Hades.
Hades.
It's gonna scare me.
But hey, this is about Homeboys and Evo. I'm really just thinking like Homeboys really wants to secure a support roam.
I think they want
Raph,
to go with Edith.
a Raph or a Florin might work well here, or being very flexible with the Edith. But I don't think that Derry should go with support roams. I think he should just stick to his guns, go for something that has a lot of setups. They will start off the first pick though with the Valentina. A lot of flexibility right there. You define the draft for Evil just because of the IMU.
I think the Valentina right here from the side of Homeboys is a dissuasion, it's to basically dissuade the pick, especially on the Khalid, because the Valentina can always easily take the Raging Sandstorm away from Evo, and that's exactly what Twist likes to play.
Oh, he
now
loves
that the
it.
Terizla is already banned away, and what's the next best thing about apart from the Khalid, right?
I mean,
It's
they can still go for the Khalid, right? I mean, their
They
main
can.
priority
They
is the
still
Ixia.
can.
They want Evo love to fight you right in your face, close quarter combat.
Yeah, the thing is, like, they are trying to force the
I am
Edith
the
pick.
priestess
So
of
Edith is
primal
going to get picked up.
lightning.
Then
The hunter of all the evil
Pex
gods.
is going to use the Valentina, take in the Primal Wrath. He's going to do a lot more damage with Edith's ulti. So I think everything's going according to Homeboy's plan as of right now instead of Evil. But Evil is just sticking to their guns, trying to go for a Clash comp kind of synergy.
Yeah.
This is still very standard, right?
Very
Coming out
standard.
from MPL Singapore, right? You got the Edith is being first pick so that you can flex it. The Franklin can also be flexed as well. Evil right now is not giving a lot of information over to Coach Dale, but Homeboys SG was their next 2 picks.
Oh man, I think they should just pick up the marksman first and then just try to win the marksman lane. I think this is their best bet because Homeboys plays a very, very heavy pick-off kind of play style, and that is very on brand for someone like Homeboys. Really just target and punish anyone who is left alone. Evil, as long as they split themselves apart, they are going to have a tougher time against in this game because you really need Twist to just do that job on the offside. Now, Homeboys, like I said, the Grok is going to be highly contested. It's going to be picked up right here just because of the fact that the wall is going to deny the Lord Dance, and the Mortis, they want to secure the early game.
Wow, but the Faramis pick up from Evil side though. That Faramis is just gonna, with the Nether Realm, we know how much Evil loves to fight, and Homeboys, they do have that pick off from Grok as well with the Wild Charge, but this time you do have the Faramis with the Nether Realm to kind of deny that the Wild Charge fight.
Alright boys, just to hear me out right now, right? Team Evil, they want to fight this fight, they'll be walking around their pack, you know, enjoying that secondary life you get from the Nether Realm. But then again, Homeboys, you know, they brought in this Grok as the Wild Charge. It kind of like, it's exactly what you want, right? So how is Team Evil going to play out, especially when they pick a Faramis right into this Grok?
They want to, I guess, waste resources coming out from the side of Homeboys as well, right? I mean, yes, you may have a Valentina, but they want to use that Grok ultimate right for themselves to deny pick, or rather waste that Wild Charge on them.
You know, there's 2 ways to play a Valentina, or draft against a Valentina for that matter, is not to give her any ultis at all, or to give her too many ultis, too many options to choose from.
Oh, that's true. Too many options
and then
better.
you can replay however you want. Like, you can go in first with the Call Altar, you can pair it with the Fredrin's
Call Altar?
Nether Realm. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
Nether Realm.
okay, it's so basically you either give him 1 candy,
that's right.
or don't give him any candies.
Don't give him any candy,
Or you give him
him
just
too much.
too much candy, he gets diabetes.
That's right. That's right. It's basically just, you know, hey, don't let this one Valentina define my draft. We just play to our own guts. And this is what the Clash comp is all about. For Team Evil, they could very well at this time pick up a double support mid. So you have the Faramis, you can either pick up the Rafaela, give you a little bit more movement speed so you can get to the back line a little bit easier. You have a second life, you have heals on top of the Nether Realm. That is a recipe for a very, very good game.
Wow, 4 marksmen banned out. I mean, you either have, it has to be the Ixia here, right? Or Ixia, Brody, Beatrix.
But Evil actually learned a lesson. The Claude was the downfall in the game against Alchemy yesterday.
And Mitsuri plays a lean, mean Claude.
And Homeboys, you know, SG just banning out what Coconut can play, right? The Irithel, the Bruno, what's next? The Brody. I think Evil needs to secure it right now. If not, Coconut will be running out of marksmen to play.
I mean, they can go for the Melissa as well, right?
Yeah,
Using
they
the
could
models
very well
protect
go.
me because of the in-your-face Grok.
no.
But no, they're going to go for the Ixia
Okay.
instead. Wow, very, very in-your-face.
I'm just thinking right here. Actually, Ixia would be one of the better picks for Homeboys because
This is
Evil
more of a
likes to play
snap
that
pick.
the Clash kind of composition.
It's
so
more
front
of
to
a
back.
deny pick.
So yeah, I think it's a deny pick from Coconut, which does make a lot of sense. But then you have the Nether Realm. You really want to rush in gung ho, head first into Homeboys. You leave Ixia at the back. If Homeboys picks up a Yuzhong, which is still on the tables, Ixia is not gonna have a good time.
Oh, a 1-1 is good here.
Fun fact as well, this is Coconut's debut on this Ixia as well. This is the first time that he's playing it. Usually he plays like, well, I lost
Irithel
count.
and Bruno.
12,
There's like 2 heroes.
12 games on the Irithel, a couple of games on Brody, a couple of games on the Bruno and the Brody, mostly the Brody. So right now, just Homeboys SG just gutting Coconut's hero pool dry, and now Homeboys SG Mitsuri is going back into the Beatrix. That's something that, you know, back in the Season 2, you see a lot of these Beatrix. And then you also got the Lapu Lapu to counteract Homeboys SG. I feel like they've got a very good storyline here in terms of the roster.
Very, very heavy dive comp. I mean, very fast early game, aggression, and a lot of damage right from the get-go. Once you hit the
And all the way to the late game.
All the way to the late game too. Like as long as they secure the early game aggression.
Oh,
and that is the key winning factor for Homeboys.
I think a Lilia or Kadita would do really, really good here.
Yeah, we haven't. Well, Kadita from the side of Evil.
Yeah.
Then you have the Faramis as the support.
Yeah.
It is viable.
the Faramis as a
really
support
need
is
some
great.
form of defense. The Yuzhong will
Oh,
take down
wow.
the Yeah, so it will be the Edith and the Roam. You have the Faramis with fast wave clear roaming together with the Edith. So very, very high.
This is a
off for
bloodbath.
game. Yeah.
This is a full-on bloodbath here on the side of Homeboys as well as Evil. It's team fight against team fight against team fight.
To be honest though, I don't understand how the Yuzhong has been left all the way to the last pick.
I mean, they already know, right? I mean, Coach Dale, Mr. Big Brain, Mr. Worldwide, he knows the Yuzhong is going to be picked up. So he's like, you know what? I'm going to give you the Yuzhong. I'm going to pick up the Lapu Lapu for myself.
Fair. On a lane-to-lane advantage, Lapu would have a better time against this Yuzhong.
That's right.
But, you know, draft is set.
Draft is set here, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right, that said, ladies and gents, was gonna load it up into the screen, gonna load it up into the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen, give them the loudest cheers and the loudest roars for the first game of the day. It is Team Evil going up against Homeboys SG in game number 1.
Woo! Game number 1. Oh, that was so good. You can literally feel the electricity in the air buzzing all around.
You're pretty sure that's not the static coming up from your headset,
definitely
right?
not.
With that
Definitely
said,
not.
we're just going to take a look at both these two junglers, see how they're going to start. Starting on the orange buff, it is powerful, and starting in the purple buff on the opposite side is Super Jox for now in a mirror jungling path.
Exactly, but I have to say with the mid lane as well. I mean, Homeboys, they're not going to go for the fast 2. Homeboys are not going to go for the fast 2. Instead, Dairy is going to be supporting Pex in the mid lane.
Ooh,
Yeah.
so, okay, Derry is still level 1. He just has his first skill. Doesn't have the wall. So Evils just can slowly take their time. They're going to be contesting for this Lethal Wanderer. That's going to be huge
that's
for
so
powerful.
That's a check. That Little Wonder is not a turtle, but I mean both
It's a
these
lot,
two
it's a
teams-
lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. They're playing the Lord dance early already.
No, Evil
quick.
likes this like neutral objective,
Yep.
long prolonged neutral objective kind of fights. They want to look for this easy pick off, and they thrive on this like reactionary approach. So Evil likes to wait for Homeboys to get in their face, and then they do something.
Yep, and right now, take a look at Evil and take a look at the minimap right here. I mean, they're all signaling to the bottom half as well, and Homeboys, they are all moving, you know, in unison. You know, they're not overstepping the boundaries, you know, they're just staying in their lane, not crossing that imaginary line, if you will.
Your first 2 minutes is all about getting your level 4. Once you hit your power spikes, then we'll see the first couple of rotations.
Evil not very aggressive right now, but before we talk about that, let's run through the emblems very quickly.
Yep, I mean,
Homeboys actually has a lot of movement speed right here. So I'm actually thinking Homeboys, they need to be a little bit more aggressive in their rotations, especially towards the gold lane. Shut that down and then open up space for the EXP lane and secure those turtles. As long as you get those objectives, for Homeboys, you will have a lot of success. The longer this game goes, it slides into the favor of Evil.
Yep, the first turtle dance already imminent right here. Powerful getting the first pull on the turtle
Carrot.
right now.
Carrot taken to level 4, looking for a pickup right here. Super Jaws just spinning around, but Carrot takes a lot of damage for now. Twist just outputting the damage against Dairy at the same time. Turtle skill slain by the other side. Powerful. Great start for Evil for now. The fight skill ensues. It's going to be Real that's going around. Embraces Wrath, eat right in the face. Get around, trying to delay the damage just a little bit, but it's also going to be Evil taking first blood away from Homeboys. 2-man down for the side of Homeboys SG already. Not a good start for Homeboys.
Wow, that was a little bit of a late engagement coming in from Homeboys as well, right? They gave the turtle away. They wanted to trade. They wanted to go in with a fight, but the Netherrealm pops kind of a little too early. And after the Netherrealm gets popped, Yuzhong comes in with the knock-up as well. Double knock-up right there. And it just causes the demise of Homeboys in the early game.
This is not looking so good for Homeboys right from the get-go, and this is really going to bite them in the foot later on. As if Evil gets the early game pressure and they win the early game, as long as they have one turret, they can open up the map, they can play the macro game, and Homeboys will be feeling it because they don't have a lot of late game skill.
A lot of resources already spilled into the first turtle as well. And right now, Evil, they do have a nice, considerable lead. Pex
Oh,
takes a
Carrot.
little bit of damage though. Earth Shadow knocks him up, but not much is going to be happening right here. I mean, they're just trying to gain information from themselves, right? Evil, we all know they are trying to get more information, like, you know, as I would compare to JPL, right? He's the information giver right there to the team.
To be honest though, Homeboys with a lot more movement speed, they should be able to rotate into the jungles of Evil, but on the top side though, Gary protecting Mitsuru with his life.
Yep, the bomb goes off, but there's going to be a turret dive coming up from Evo at the same time. Coconut outputting the full barrage right there. Mitsuri, not long for the world, will be taken down. Cult Altar, well, sorry, NetherRealm, committed by Jace's just for the added survivability. Derry has already blown away the wild charge, but Evo is still going to knock onto the doors of Homebois SG in the top side turret.
Wow, and just taking down Mitsuri right there is just so much value coming out from Evo as well. And because of that gank on the top lane, it grants them that map space. It grants them space to move around, gain themselves information, and map control as well.
Even total priority as well.
Yeah.
This is the Evo that we all know and love. The aggression that we see from Evo. This is very on brand for them. Coconut though, getting stunned up.
Oh, Coconut this time round will get a few slows. That Vernal Cure flickers, sidestep, but not enough to finish the deal. The turtle shields coming in just nicely for him to walk away.
What a clutch turtle shield coming out.
What a luck.
Right at the last moment, and you know, Evo, you know what they'll tell you? They'll tell you, oh, it's all planned. It's all part of the plan. They'll say, oh no, it's just lucky.
There was a faster lane swap by
very fast.
So put Beatrix out of harm's way and then leave Lapu right on the top side. So Vernal Cure is going to take care of Ixia as of now. Taking a look at the itemizations, already first core items being built up by a lot of the key members of Evil.
Look at the stark difference here. Molten Essence, you have the health necklace as well, steel leg plates, and on the other side, the Super Jocks going for the Fury Hammer.
Mitsuri at the same time. Look, no boots, ma.
Yep.
Look, ma, no boots.
Look, ma, no boots. Fury Hammer and double Legion Sword already. So you get that early game damage, and as well, you got that BOD coming up for yourself.
Praise's Wrath flickered away. No, just actually flickered away just into safety for now for the side of Pegs. Yeah, just Homeboy's taking these L's and they're trying to look for some value in the map right here. But then again, it's Evo that's dictating all the roster and the rotation right here. While top side, you know, 2 members versus 2. Bottom side happening at the same time. Powerful, just absorbing onto Mitsuri. That's Pags going into Cult Altar at the same time already and bombs away.
Wow.
Doesn't tag onto anywhere. With the wall charge as well. Mitsuri falling down a little bit low. So much damage coming from Evo, zoning Homebois SG away from the turret defense down bot.
Powerful, literally just soaking up all that damage, and the Appraiser's Wrath coming in clutch and slamming Whammer Jammer right in the faces of Homeboys.
The early game 2 kills by Evo actually put Evo up on top. As a Martis, you really want to be on top. You really want to snowball, but powerful, 2 levels ahead of Super Jocks. This allowed them that space. You don't have to kill anyone though. You don't have to kill anyone. You just have to open up for the objectives.
Man, Vernal Cure, Bravest Warrior just committed in front of 4 members. Doesn't want to commit to the fight at all. War Axe only just built right now. Homebois SG, they're not in a good position to fight.
Yep, and there is a very, very big deficit as well. I mean, 3.4k here, and Homeboys, they have 2 options right now. Either they're going to be passive, get all the resources that they can, or even try to contest and try to turn the tide, if possible, in a 5v5 team fight.
It's a free turtle over the side of Evil. They have 3 turtles already, 4,000 gold lead, and they are taking full control of the map. They're putting pressure on all 3 lanes. As of now, this is looking very bleak for Homeboy.
Definitely.
What they can do is go for a pickoff.
Oh, 4-man right there. Carrot's when the flicker goes into permanent form at the same time. Vernal Cure still connects onto the stun. Carrot right here just trying to kite for that. Just touches the NetherRealm at the same time. Pags blowing his own at the same time. Whoa! Going up, trying to block in the escape. But Alpha is like, yep, I'm stuck with you instead. Look for more person to kind of knock it up. But Evo right here, Homeboys knows they cannot take this fight.
Wow, what a disengage coming out from Carrot, right? Goes for the flicker, Primal Wrath out, human form, gets out alive at the edge of the NetherRealm of JS as well, right at the last bit of moment as well.
Just very objective oriented. Carrot's only job is to open up and give vision to the rest of Team Evil. As long as they know that 4 members are up on top, look at what Twist is doing. He is just pushing and maintaining that lane pressure. But on the mid side though,
Vernal Cure gets dragged by Jace's as well. Bravest Warrior allows him to get on the way. Man, Homeboys knows they're not able to find any value at all in these team fights. They're 5k behind. They need to try to find and scout some gold elsewhere.
Yep, and right now, take a look at where Carrot is. Just giving information to the team, T-posing in the jungle of Homeboys right now. And Evo, they are 4.7k ahead. Homeboys right now, they need to take the resources that they have before it's going to be suffocated out of them.
We are seeping into the late game though. Homeboy's only insurance is that Beatrix. As long as Mitsuri gets his farm, gets his core items, powerful in the purple buff.
Nice on right here will be powerful, just tagging on to Pax, but he does have Nether Realm still available for now. Twitch coming in for the spin. Super Jogs right here, you know, has to just cannot find anything at all. There's no way for Homeboys to basically answer against Evo because they're all severely on the farm.
Yep, there's a 4-level difference between Powerful and Dairy right there. That's a big, big deficit. Bravest Warrior already committed just to keep that middle turret surviving. I mean, that's their main priority, right? The moment the tier 1 turret for the mid lane is cracked, everything will be cracked open. It's the main crack in the shield. Okay?
This is the first big test for Homeboys though.
Yep.
Lord fight.
Lord fight is going to be very important. Not sure where the Super Jogs is. Far away, no way to take this Lord. Lord goes into Evil for now.
They can't contest. They can't contest. If they go in, Evil is going to ditch the Lord and just fight them. It's just using the Lord as bait. The Lord is just an added bonus. When the Lord pushes in, Evil definitely will get that first tier down on all sides. At least the tier 2s down on all 3 sides as well.
And right now, Homeboys, they're just trying to get what they can. And Evo, they are taking control of the map. They're freezing out the lanes. They're freezing out all the waves. And let's take a look at the items that are going to be coming on the screen right now. But Vernal Cure.
Vernal Cure, that's also going to be the Earth Shatter right there. Vernal Cure goes into Sky for now. But Evil is just, you know, making sure that Homeboys SG is well screened for now, but Powerful dashes over. That's a wall being built by the side of the Dairy at the same time. No follow-up coming up from Evil. Powerful one-man army against the rest of the army of Homeboys SG.
Look at that gray health, guys. Look at the gray health coming out from Powerful. Look, it just instantly pops right back up because of the Sky Guardian helmet.
The fact of the matter is, he is a tanky boy. He's taking 1v5. He's not taking a lot of damage. He's dishing out so much more. Evo is taking full control of this game. I don't know about you guys, but it really looks one-sided. Evo has so much damage, so much control, and with that, Ixia slowly but surely building up that
coming in. Oh, Dairy! Knocking out Evo from Sky High, but then again, Evo won't return the favor. Coconut letting the full barrage onto Homeboys SG right here. No casualties for the side of Homeboys SG, and that's just a consolation prize for Homeboys SG.
Wow, what a micro play coming out. I have to point out
Not
as
good
well.
enough. They need more. They need a miracle.
They need more, but Coconut with that micro play flickering out of that wall charge at the very last moment, and that was just so quick. And the moment he flickers out, full barrage at an instant.
Their carrot is creating so much opportunities. Every time an onward there is someone from Evo just following up, and that Coconut just standing in the back lines doing so much damage. Even though they don't get any kills, Homeboys are forced to reset. That's a lot of time wasted.
Yep, a lot of time wasted means that you cannot farm your jungle, means that Evo can take away the jungle, and then just set up shop right here, and that's exactly what Evo is doing. Even the damage coming out, here comes a full barrage coming up with Coconut at the same time. Getting well committed by Jace's. Bjornker tried to die for Coconut as well, but he's the one that gets stuck in no man's land. Flicker over, but Jace's asks, where are you going, stepbrother? And he will drag him down to death.
What a pullback from JS as well to re-engage, and they know that microplay is going to be coming up from Vernal Cure, and right now it's going to be a 5v4 into the mid lane. And like I told you, the moment that Duran is cracked open, that Step Bro is going to get pulled back over and over again. Vernal Cure overextends his stay.
Man, Vernal Cure had that one plan in mind. His plan is good, but Homeboys SG, they're not ready for this fight. Evo, 8k gold lead ahead, 0 dems, mind you, Churros.
Evo likes to play this long extended team fights. Remember the keys to victory, and this second Lord, the 12-minute enhanced Lord, is going to be the biggest test for Homeboys. Evo drawing Homeboys out. They know that they do better in the jungle as long as Coconut is in the right position, but they're not having this long extended team fights because they're trying to keep Homeboys at bay. They're trying to rush down this Lord, trying to force in a team fight right now.
Dairy gets a knock up as well, but would that be enough? The members of Homeboys are a little bit slow in the follow-up at the same time. Coconut flickers forward with the barrage as well. Vernal Cure gets stunned. Powerful takes down Vernal Cure. No more experience for the side of Homeboys SG. No damage dealer all running for the hills. No more heal. Evil secures the second Lord.
Wow, I have to say, do you know who's the MVP of that little team fight? There he goes down, and the MVP of the fight wasn't anyone. It was the Lord. The Lord got a 3-man knockup on the side of Homeboys, and the full barrage just goes to town. I'm serious. Take a look at the replay. The Lord was the 3-man knockup right there.
You know, usually Evil, at this point of time, you'll try to clear out all your jungle, try to lure your enemy out of the base, but Evil is just skirmishing everything that Homeboys have. 10k gold and counting. This Lord will be critical for Homeboys. Mitsuri really needs to clear that waves and clear it fast. If 3 lanes are all destroyed, Evil are going to take control of the situation and just extend their lead even more.
Your lead is already 10k. How more do you want to extend? 20k,
20K.
Churros?
Let's do it.
Man,
Let's
how
do it,
is
20K
Evil?
game.
Okay, how is Evil able to execute this without a coach going up against Mr. International?
Powerful is just reading into their minds. He's just playing his comfort hero.
Alright.
He's just doing
Black
powerful
Dragon
things, but hold on.
Black Dragon form, hunting for Mitsuri as well, and creating space as well. Homeboys SG, nowhere to basically step forward. They're looking for a pickup right here. They're unable. Okay, Wild Charge committed the swing, but here comes the barrage. The damage that Homeboys SG cannot actually hold. And Mitsuri coming in with the Nibber's passion at the same time, trying to wave clear. But Evil cracks open top and bottom.
That is very disciplined play coming out from Evil, right? They could just easily end it there with that 1 minute, but they're like, no, let's secure our win, let's back off a bit, wait for the minions as well, and just go back in, carry on onwards.
Oh no, they're actually going to converge onto Super Jogs right here, taking too much damage for him to hold. No more Super Jogs and no more Burial Cure, and just Homeboys SG Hex burning the flicker away with Evil 2 Siege Minion in tow. They just need to clear that away, but then again, Evil has already done the damage against Homeboys SG.
Evil are just upping the intensity so much. Homeboys are left to defend.
They're
23
forcing it.
seconds, they're outnumbered.
They're massively forcing in the minions. The Evil minions are streaming in, and the core is taking the punishment right here. Barrage committed by Evil and Coconut, and Homeboys SG desperate to wave clear, desperate to make sure they don't give game number 1 over the side of Evil. The core, quarter HP right here. Evil just don't for the victory. Go for the home run. They take game number 1.
13k gold, 0 death coming on the side of Evil as well, and you can see the passion coming on from Powerful as well.
Perfect game coming up from Evil. Homeboys SG did the I don't know, the superstition, the words.
They're just sitting ducks.
They can't do anything at all.
It was just so one-sided, Jace.
How?
This is just Evil Bankai. This is just their superpower. They have like, we talked about Transformers yesterday. After yesterday's game, they're like,
I like the fact that he's the one that came in with the Bankai reference, and he doesn't watch Japanese shows. But then again,
I understand that.
But then again, I think it all boils down to that question: how is a no-coach team, a pure Singaporean team, able to triumph against an import coach from the Philippines and its coach?
Well, I guess it's more of synergy, right? I mean, right? It's like
the evil synergy,
is like,
right?
yeah, evil synergy, knowing what your players want, knowing what your team wants, and having that confidence in each other.
And the trust is must.
All on trust.
Coming up from Powerful and the gang.
Yo, Powerful is just sitting inside the opponent's jungle.
There's people down 1v4.
There's
1v4 appraiser's raid.
1v5.
Just 1v5 soaking up so much damage. Coconut prances in,
Yeah.
opens up the full barrage, and they all back off.
And that goes to show, right? In the gold
Yeah.
lane, you leave Coconut unattended, and he starts to farm up a plantation of coconuts and start throwing coconuts at you.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. I
That
just
hurts
thought
a
of
lot.
the
Honestly,
coconut
though,
dropping on my head.
You experienced that before?
Oh, it hurts.
Yeah, Homeboys SG definitely experienced that
they
already.
felt the thunk, just the funk
The
on the head.
bonk, the bonk.
The bonk, there
And
we
not
go.
only just the bonk from Coconut, it's also the bonk coming up and Powerful as well. Well, let's take a look at the item builds. Ooh,
Wow.
You need another reminder, ladies and gents. 9-0 is the kill score.
that is
9-0.
a pure damage build, all from Evil, especially from Coconut, almost having full build. I think that last item should be a Blade of Despair.
Yeah.
So that's full damage, full life steal. He's just sitting back. He has 12,000 gold, 3-0-3. Coconut is just dealing a lot of damage, but I would say Powerful has been soaking up so much more. He's standing in front of Mitsuri, standing in front of Pex. He's not taking any damage whatsoever. People are just poking him, and he's just standing there just like a Giga Chad.
Yep, big Giga Chan
He has
indeed.
the widest shoulders
Wider shoulders.
Widest
on top
shoulders,
of his head.
sharpest jaws.
Yeah. Daddy
Sharpest
powerful.
jaws,
Daddy
yes.
powerful.
But I
That was
mean,
a-
take a look at Super Jog's item
that
as
was
well,
a-
right?
that
You
was
went
a
for the
head-
Fury Hammer, you went for the Anti-Cuirass as well.
reference I did.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, there's a good head and shoulders one.
Now you guys get it. Okay, never mind. Yeah, let's continue on the items.
But yeah, let's take a look at what Super Jog has to go in, right? He had to go into the Radiant armor and then the Fury Hammer as well as the Anti-Cuirass and going for a Sky Guardian Helmet next. Powerful instantly picks up the Molten Essence, Tough Boots, and then the Sky Guardian Helmet almost instantaneously.
The thing about this Mortis pick is that you really need to snowball.
Yeah, you have
really
to
need
snowball.
to build damage. You really need to start that engages, that pickoffs, but it's not enough. Once he starts building tank, he falls off.
I feel like when your Martyr starts to build tank, it's over.
It's a sign.
It's in the
It's a
early
sign.
game.
In the early game.
It's a huge sign that it's over.
Okay, emblems again, like I said in the game, Homeboys, they build a lot of movement speed. They should be able to rotate up to
They should have
the
abused
off
that
lanes,
rotation.
the heavy lanes, you know, in the gold, especially punish Coconut, especially since, you know, like, okay, this 1-to-1 matchup, evenly matched, let's even the odds out. But they're suffering so much because Twist is just doing so much against Vernal Cure. They have to split their options. They have to split their heads into so many different lanes that Homeboys, they are, I don't know how to say it. They're discombobulated. They don't know what to do.
Yeah, there we go.
I remember talking about how Homebois SG, if it is a dairy catch, if it is Vernal Cure catch, yeah, it makes it seems like, you know, they're just throwing the bodies out there, right? But then again, if the rest of the whole team just doesn't follow up, yeah, and it makes the whole team look bad because this is a 5v5. This is not a 1v9, right?
No.
This
It's
is not a
5v5.
2v8. This is a 5v5.
Yeah.
And everybody in their respective role has a role to play. And that's why we give them roles. But then again, if you take a look as the most important thing that I feel like is that constantly saves Evil is that Nether Realm. And if you notice earlier just now, the emblems, even the Purify being brought by Jace's at the same time, man, look at the damage dealt by the side of Evil.
Wow, damage dealt from Evil. 205,000. Wow, that's free real estate there.
And on top of that, healing that Evil was able to absorb.
Yeah, I mean, it all came down from Coconut on the Ixia as well as powerful on the Fredrin.
To be honest though, JC's has a lot of impact, has a lot of presence in the
So
game.
much.
You're forcing Homeboys to buy defensive items for magic damage just for yourself. And that roaming duo, Carrot and Jace's, they're following each other up. They're always playing to their strengths.
Yep.
This is just a team very, very hungry for success, and this win is going to push them up on a positive note.
Yeah, and I want to say, right, like Evil, they are used to babysitting Carrot all the time, right? And sometimes with a coconut tree, you cannot babysit it too much. You just gotta let it cook. You gotta let that coconut cook.
Grow.
Yeah, you gotta let it grow.
You gotta let it grow.
You gotta let it grow.
Let it cook.
I don't think the coconut tree will actually cook for you, but I mean, in the meantime, you take a look. Even though it's not that Homeboys wasn't able to do enough damage against Evil, right? They do, but it's just the fact that Evil was just constantly healing it up. But then again, of course, Jace's, man, the MVP of this particular game, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Look, you got the Mage Emblem, you got your cooldown first emblem at the same time. Then, of course, pull yourself together. Make sure that you are always there with the Purify ready to go when your team needs it.
Yeah, and the amount of souls he collected as well. I mean, there's so much stacks on top of stacks. And the moment he dies,
He never died.
exactly. So if any given moment JS is going to die on this Faramis, he'll be back in a split second.
To be honest though,
With
he
the pull
doesn't
yourself.
really have a lot of like movement speed right from the get-go, especially from the emblems itself. But
Faramis already has movement speed.
But it looks
I can
like
walk through walls.
Yeah.
the Pythagorean theory. You walk through walls instead of taking
No,
long
that's
paths
A squared
around.
plus B squared equals C squared. That's Pythagoras
Yeah, the
theorem.
hypotenuse. You take the hypotenuse route. That's the shortest route from point A to point B
That
instead of taking the
makes sense.
parameters.
I get what he's trying to say.
Math
but it
aside,
doesn't-
math aside,
it
math
doesn't
aside, math aside, guys. This Faramis was just all over map.
Yeah.
So much impact. Jace's, props to you, man. I want to play more Faramis right now.
Yeah, I feel like the resurgence of Pyramis comes back up at the same time, right? You saw MPL ID start to play it right now, and then I think yesterday was quite a few Pyramis games as well, right?
There was a
But
couple.
we should be going into those highlights so that you get to see how JC's was able to use that Pyramis to its greatest potential because of the Purify. And with that said, I'm going to go ahead and over to Churros, just bring us through the highlights.
The patience, the patience. So using the
Trigger
Nether Realm
discipline.
just to obtain the objectives, and then watch how he uses his second skill just to grab all of them. Even though Lapu Lapu was using his
Bravest Warriors.
autoimmune CC, he is just waiting on that right time to pull him back into the nice little, you know, the full barrage. There was just nothing that Homeboys could do to eliminate that. So even with the wall charge, they just waited for everything to be exhausted, and then they go in yet again. Jace is so timely with the Nether Realm as well.
Oh, they should have shown the Lord fight where the Lord was the MVP. You get the three. The Lord gets the 3-man knockup.
Yeah, speaking about the Lord, right? We should give them the McDonald's trophy thing.
Oh yeah, did you guys see the
that's
MPL
where you-
trophy?
Oh,
though?
that is insane though.
Yeah, it looks good, and I think there's a light thingy
It's
that
like-
goes in.
it lights up.
Lights up, and looks like a. It's only one in the
Well,
world.
to be
right?
honest, it looks very nice next to my M4 Beatrix and M3 Roger statue. at
Wow,
home.
what a flex.
What? Really? I mean,
What
I
a
think it
massive
looks
flex.
nice on my empty nightstand. That's my only place. The empty nightstand. That's all I have. That's all I have.
But hey, you know, I'm a true collector.
Yeah,
true
you
collector.
are. You're
but
a true collector of skin. Thank you very much for making sure MLBB is a free-to-play game.
yeah, but speaking of the MVP
Yep.
trophy, it was all done by McDonald's. The
Yes.
true MVP of the entirety of MPL Season 6.
Yep. And, you know, it's just, you know, thank you very much for McDonald's as well. I'm just going to say it out loud because, you know, for the past few seasons as well, even before, you know, the official sponsorship, we have been indulging ourselves with McDonald's because it's so easy to just order, deliver it, or even from Grab. And then, you know, you got a full meal, the comfort food, and everything that you need to keep yourself fueled for the game day. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, I think the most important thing we also have to take a look about is that Chicken McCrispy, especially the new and improved
Mac Delivery.
recipe as well, and Mac Deliver It.
I'm trying to think of it as Abstract's voice. In Abstract's voice, you know, Chicken McCrispy and Mac Delivery.
Delivery.
Well, every time the thing shows up, the segment shows up. It's all. It's all his
Okay.
voice. But
I know-
anyways.
okay. I remember you guys were talking about me yesterday about my post, and then now you have to talk about Abstract. Well, that's cool. I like the fact that we're pulling in the casters even though they're not on the desk. But
Of
okay,
course,
Abstract,
they're
you're listening
family.
to it. You have to get this because I'm pretty sure
Hey,
you
you
can't
know,
eat spicy at all.
that's not all, right, Jace? Tell us more. That's
What?
not all. There's
Yep.
more.
There's also more because don't forget, there's also thousands of in-game diamonds for you up for grabs as well for you and your squad. So go ahead, smash your hunger. Of course, don't forget TNC.
You know why I always bring in other casters? Because you guys are my squad.
Right.
We play well. We play well. Yeah, of course. Of course.
Yeah, but then again, if you
Yeah,
guys...
my
you know-
back's always pain because I have to carry you guys. But
Oh.
Okay, but we shall see. But then again, if you notice, ladies and gents, earlier just now, you know, Churro was just flexing that he has all the skins and all the collectibles.
you know where I get it from?
Yeah,
You know where I get it from?
It is from the weekly Diamond Pass.
Of course.
That
yeah,
thing
maximum
helps you
savings.
so much. And don't forget, once you get the weekly Diamond Pass, you get a rebate of 455%. Now, I'm not math track, all right? I understand the Pythagoras theorem. I understand A squared equals B plus C, B squared plus C squared.
Yeah.
This is actually 4.5 more diamonds from that diamonds that you purchase off the store.
Go on. Do
Yep.
the math.
Of course, yep. Yeah, I'm doing the math
So we
right
clean
now.
100 diamonds on the day of purchase, and
And-
then another 120 diamonds every single day. No, I mean not every single day.
For the
20
whole
diamonds
6
for
weeks.
the rest of
6
the 6
days.
weeks.
In the next
6
6 days. And the
6
next 6
days,
days.
yeah.
So basically, it's called a weekly diamond pass, right? And then again, if you know, once again, you know, work gets a little bit too difficult, you know, full-time job commitments and everything, don't worry, because we have Layla right there to help you because she is bringing us the saving box that will help you automatically save them for you. And besides, there are also item rewards worth over 280 diamonds just waiting for you as well. This offer, man, is too good to miss. And if you want to get the next collector M5 thing, I think that's exactly what you need to look out for. I'm actually looking forward to what M5 has in store for us as well.
What hero is it going to be? Was it a Wan?
No, not yet.
No,
It's
no,
not-
no,
It's
it's not
definitely not a
announced yet.
marksman. It's definitely not a
It's
marksman
not
anymore.
announced yet.
But speaking of M5, there's
Yep.
M series as well.
Yep, of course, you know, in conjunction of the M series, the 5th anniversary. Man, it's already 5 years that we've been doing this, man. Thank you very much for your support as well for these 5 years. We appreciate you guys. And with that, we're going to allow you to vote for your very own heroes, you know, being one of the 10 greatest players in M series history. So
Top
stay
10.
tuned on November 4th for more information and maybe you get to vote Diablo and JPL. Personally, I know where I'm going to vote.
Ah, you're
We all
gonna vote
know
JPL,
who
right?
Jace is going to vote.
Yeah, I'm gonna vote
Yeah,
definitely for
definitely
JPL. I don't know, man.
Hey, why not create 2 accounts and vote for both of them?
Nah, I'm gonna
Exactly.
create
Man,
5
Singapore
accounts.
pride.
Jay's gonna create 2 accounts to vote for Diablo.
Yeah, fair.
I'm gonna vote.
Have
No,
you
no,
ever
no.
seen his dream team that
Yeah,
he put on
Diablo.
Instagram? No, his actual. This is actual dream team.
It's so good.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I was doing that post, and I was like, people would definitely ask me, hey, where's Diablo, right? Because I put twist right there.
Because I know Diablo has a
fair.
special drop.
Yeah, that's right. Diablo has a
Because
special
Diablo-
place in my heart and my post.
You can't put him too many places at once.
Yeah, I'm putting in 505 roles.
505 rolls.
Yeah, but and again, I like that pun, by the way. But with that said, you know, we're only 1.5 minutes left into the second game. Homeboys actually gotta have to fix a lot of drop because they're going up against a no coach. And you know, you guys are already starting to say no coach, no problem. And you know, Evo is just literally making a statement right here, taking down another Titan. And even after they relinquished the title of Titan Slayers.
And I mean, right now, the previous matchup that they had,
Yep.
it was Evil that was the first pick that won that game in the regular season. But
That's
this
right.
time, you know, in the current playoff, it's Homeboys going for the first pick and losing out the game to Evil. And this time, Evil, they have the first pick yet again. And they could just easily play the mind games, or they could snap pick themselves a nice little pocket pick.
Yep.
To be honest, though, I think it's down to the execution. Homeboys, they knew what their objective was, but they were a little bit too greedy right from the get-go. They didn't play to their guts. They didn't play to their instincts. They didn't secure the early game, and it just snowballed out of control for the
Yep.
opponent's team. So Evo took advantage of their downfall and just played towards that. They have no late game.
Yes.
They really need to play to the early game, and pickoffs is the key to victory for them.
I feel that in game number 1, there's not a lot of pick-off opportunity. There are, but they don't really execute it to the T.
Yep.
Because we've seen in time and time again from the regular season stats has shown that as long as you are able to pick off Team Evo, especially that's why I was talking about Novaria, which is going to be very crucial in the hands of Homebois SG to kind of whittle them down slowly. If you land a shot onto Coconut, well done. You almost won 80% of that team fight that Team Evo wants to do, because Team Evo will play a little bit safer and then they don't want to engage. And speaking of which, let's go to the Battle of the Brains first. This is game number 2. This is draft going up. Once again, another huge reminder, no coach versus coach.
Yep, and they're gonna go for the box here yet again. Homeboys do not want this box here, nowhere near them, and Evo this time banning away the Terizla. You know, I mean, it was Homeboys that banned away the Terizla in the previous game. Homeboys yet going with the Novaria ban yet again. I mean,
Both these teams just want to open up support heroes. So the Angela, the Matilda, they want to do a trade at the very least.
I mean, Homeboys, they're forced to ban the Matilda right now, right? Evo could easily go for that first pick Matilda and then leave Homeboys, you know, whatever they want Homeboys to take. And this time, no, but
Okay.
Evo gonna
It's the
go
other
big
way
brain.
around.
Yeah, they're gonna go big brain and ban away the Matilda and probably leave the Edith open for themselves, right?
They want the Edith. I think that's why Evil decides to go ahead and ban away the
It's
Matilda
comfortable.
away. It's comfort for Carrot. It can also be flex into twist. It's exactly what Evil wants to do. Now,
You can
we're taking a
force-
look at Homeboys SG right now. What's the last man?
Homeboys, I think pretty much an Angela. You don't want to give it over. Or,
that's true.
Yeah, or even a Valentina or a Faramis. I think the mage is what Homeboys should be looking out for. That's the correct.
There we go,
Angela
Angela.
was taken off. Evil, they might very well pick up the Valentina for themselves. JC's plays a lean mean Valentina. And that's
Edith.
Oh,
It has to be
Edith.
Edith. I'm the priest of
So that's
Lightning.
what they prio first.
Yeah,
Okay.
they have to.
If Vertigo becomes the prophet to basically predict all of the
didn't-
drafts,
Hey, no,
I'm
he's-
actually here for my life.
He's
actually
Evil's
here
coach.
for my
What
life.
are you talking about? He's Evil's coach.
But take a look at this. Evil, Homeboys though, what a ban. What a pickup, right? You pick up the Valentina as well as the Akai. So it's kind of a pick, counter pick, and then a deny pick as well, right? You
Yep.
do not want that heavy spin going into your enemy. You do not want a Beyblade fight, no matter what. So that Valentina will be picked up and denied using that Akai as well. Probably that Akai would be going into the jungle role, into Super Jox's hands. And right now, Evo, what can they do against this Akai?
I think this Akai as well is trying to deny them from picking up the Faramis, because if Evil picks up the Faramis, Akai can just heavy spin them out of the middle round, so it gives them a lot of opportunities for pickoffs. I think this is pretty much a very heavy pickoff centric position as of now. Evil looking for taking down the early game and ramping up the tempo even more. Homeboys on the other hand,
They're
though,
not going Fredrin, yeah.
it really looks like they are going to go for a block this time around. Oh no more block this
Raja,
time.
wow. Big catch. And this time, Homeboys, they want to go for the pickoff and then a disengager as well coming out from the Akai.
Yeah, it's a very huge gamble for Evil, picking up the Martis. Like, it falls off very hard unless you have the early game secured, you live in your opponent's jungle, you have built a little bit more sustenance, especially when you're taking down the neutral objectives, and then give Coconut enough space to farm up. That's the recipe for success that EVO has for the entirety of the regular season. It worked out pretty well. It worked out extremely well for the first game. You don't really need to babysit Coconut as much. So a lot more rotations coming in from EVO this time around. They are lacking the EXP lane and the marksman. I think Homeboys will be banning out
nice
Twist's
ban.
heroes.
A nice ban. I mean, banning away that DJ Khaled, right? I mean, another one ban. Another one bites the dust on the side of Homeboys as well. The Khalid gets taken out of the equation, and we have seen how this Khalid has been utilized coming out from Twist as well. Raging Sandstorm over and over again, always jumping into your backlines. Homeboys do not want that at all. They don't want anyone jumping into the backlines. But I mean, they do have a punish comp as well. They have a pickup comp, not really a punish comp. Look at EVO's composition right now. You have an Edith, Lilia, as well as the Martis. The Lilia alone already punishes anyone who dares to come close.
For Homeboys though, I think they still don't have an EXP and a goat laner as well. So EVO prioritizing Mitsuri's heroes, Homeboys on the other side, prioritizing Twist heroes. I think both sides have got a win condition in their mind, in their objectives. Homeboys are going to be banning out the Yuzhong. I was going to say that as well, but EVO on the other hand though, they might not be able to work out with the Ixia that well in this game. It might not work well.
Yeah,
but
banning
for
away...
the side of Homeboys though, it works out pretty well. It has a lot of protection, so they're going to ban it out.
Yeah, I mean, banning away the Khalid and the Yuzhong, it does seem like Homeboys do want to pick up that Lapu Lapu or even a... I want to say Alet for themselves. Because Ala is a very good teamfight hero, especially if you're going to be combining it with that Akai and the Kaja as well.
Got buffed recently, right?
Exactly, yeah. And I mean, the final sweep is so much faster. Final slash is so much faster now.
Could Homeboys be forcing Coconut to go on his Bruno and his
body
Irithel?
suffers.
Yep. So you're gonna force over a Bruno or an Irithel that's gonna be picked up by Coconut, and Vendetta, his or Vernocure, his only job is just to invade the backline. As long as Coconut goes down, this is where EVO will be in shambles and they're running for the hills.
I think a Irithel would be much comfier on the side of EVO here.
Yep.
Right? The Irithel would do really good here in the hands of EVO. But at the same time, the Bruno is good also. I think the Irithel shreds better.
Yeah, the Irithel you can afford to also kite, right? Especially when Homeboys SG, they really want to try to dive you, they really want to try to go and pick you off. With Dairy, you can use the Irithel to kind of kite around. There we go.
There we go.
Secure that hit for themselves. Last pick though.
Lapu. I think they have to go for the Lapu here. Or even
you need someone that to match Benedetta's speed. So
Esmeralda
again.
We haven't seen Esmeralda in a long time.
We saw her yesterday though.
Only yesterday.
It's a resurgence of Esmeralda. What did I tell you guys? I also picked Esmeralda in my own drafts.
Yeah, we remember you. Esmeralda gold lane, right? We remember that one.
Of course.
Even Esmeralda jungle.
Oh man, we don't talk about your Esmeralda jungle.
Okay, so
but there we go.
Mitsuri finalizing the draft with the carry because of the high defense coming up from EVO, but I do like EVO's draft a little bit more if they can execute it.
I think
Homeboys though, I think the main threat will be the Benedetta if the Benedetta plays as a lane splitting artillery unit.
I want to say, right, this carry kind of denies the Edith as well as the Esmeralda, but the Edith, right, going into the Primal Ref, this carry is gone. Right? Once that Edith goes to Primal Ref, this carry, he's not going to do anything much, but this carry is just meant to shred down, right? Shred Martis, shred onto Coconut, shred onto EVO. That carry is an amazing pick from Coach Leo.
Ladies and gents, once again, the draft has been said. You can hear the cheers from the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, send them your love, send them your support, send them the cheers. We're going to game number 2. Match point for the side. I'm jumping the time a little bit. Match point for the side of EVO, and maybe we shall see a Homeboys SG reverse sweep, hopefully.
Wow, we might see a reverse sweep as well. I mean, I love the draft, right? The Esmeralda as well as the carry. I mean, it's all just so surprising to me with the carry pick.
Wait.
Quick, that's fast 2. Fast 2 from
Yeah,
EVO.
that's a little bit too quick.
And then Dairy just doing the JPL thing. Very aggressive invade, just being a mosquito, giving vision and intelligence to the rest of Homeboys so that, Akai has a lot more time and space.
Yep. Big damage right here. Carry flipping over there right now. No issue as well. Vanguard outputting quite a lot of damage against Twist.
Go very aggressive. I think their main job is just to put Powerful in a position where he has a slower farm than Super Jocks.
I have to say, the only stark difference that I can see right now on the side of Evil and Homeboys is that they don't contest for the Lethal Wanderer. They never contest for the Lethal Wanderer. I mean, in the previous game, right? Yeah, for Evil.
No, they did. They
Yeah.
have the Lethal Wanderer was like a mini turtle for them.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. But in this game, they did not contest for the Lethal Wanderer.
They can't. They can't.
They can because of the top side battle, and the Lethal Wanderer was on the bottom side, allowing Super Jocks to secure that for themselves.
So looking at the emblems, Esmeralda has the common emblem, so the mana is not an issue, especially
The
in
hybrid
laning
regen.
phase. But we still see common emblems, you still build up the enchanted talisman just because of the cooldown reduction.
Yep.
And
Cooldown
you
reduction.
have that cooldown regen as well.
Yep.
Cooldown reductions, I think, is the most important thing for
Yeah.
the Esmeralda. They just want to be able to spam the skills, and then, oh, okay, hold on. Oh,
Wow.
Homebois SG, just cutting that wave very
And let
quickly.
instant fall.
Putting a lot of pressure. Now your mage down. The Homebois SG mid laner does have level 4 as well. It's just the Battle of the Romans down bot, but the
There
Evil
we go.
is the one that hits level 4 for the side of the Roamer.
So that is the beauty of playing a very aggressive draft, especially when you have Benedetta in your possession as well. Evil, on the other hand, they really need this early game, but it's not looking good for them.
Whoa!
Wait! Jesus, no! He
Look
tried-
at that burst.
He's actually trying to just, just tag onto that wall, trying to prep the flicker, but then again, Pax coming with the Terrify, and now Powerful.
Oh, no.
This time round, okay. At the very least, still able to secure his own purple buff right here. Super Jocks right here outputting a lot of damage against Carrot for now.
I have to say, yeah, I mean, take a look at comparing Super Jocks to Powerful right now. Powerful is a little bit on the back foot, but the Divine Justice here trying to catch on to Coconut.
No.
And he goes down.
Nowhere for Coconut to go, but down to the ground as well. Pax, and also, Derry was the one that ensures that Earth Shatter knocks up 2, but Mitsuri focus. Oh, Carrot! Thickest forward, goes into human form. He's the true marksman instead. Outputting the damage onto Derry as well, but not enough damage to secure that kill.
Wow, that was
so,
close.
So close.
That was really close coming out from Carrot as well, but that is a very, very big deficit as well coming out from Evil. Homeboys finally recognize this. They know the cracks in the armor is going to be Coconut. Yeah, starting to shine. The gap is getting bigger and bigger here.
No cure, dashing away. Powerful coming in to decimate.
Wow.
Evil right here picking up the first kill for now. Powerful looking for more at the same time. Super Jocks is still one heavy boy, but Derry is slowly making his way. Pax just need to wave through this very quickly, and Powerful takes this opportunity to get on the way.
Both teams really ramping up the tempo at this time. Divine Justice.
Divine Justice committed heavy spin as well. Pax picks up the kill for himself. The jungler Powerful, not powerful anymore. Twist has to run for the hills. Pax used the decimate on him, not enough to secure onto get kill on Twist.
I have to say, coming out from Pax, that was a very, very big brain play. Super big brain. Using the IMU, taking the decimate away to deny Powerful. Just eliminating Powerful out of the equation and just grants him that extra movement speed. That he needs.
Evil just looking for trades though, so it
Yeah.
doesn't really matter if they go down on the top side. As long as they have a heavy lane in the XP lane, then the gold lane will have an easier time. Now, Homeboy's forced to react. Gary going down to bottom lane, so it's a 3v4 situation up in the turtle fight.
Right now, Evil, they're a little bit on the back foot right here, but they
Ultimate.
managed. Oh, Powerful though.
Electro final blow, finding onto Powerful right here. JC is just letting down the damage. Derry taking a lot of damage. The Turtle is the one, still secure, but it's on the Homebois SG. Super Jocks goes into Beyblade mode, pushing Carrot away. They take the main prize, which is the Turtle.
Exactly, and that's the whole point of the Akai, right?
Damage!
Oh!
Pax! What is this? Decimate and walk on the way like a Giga Chad. And Derry doesn't have the Divine Judgment as well. Vernoker coming in. Jason's back moves all the way back to safety, but not very safe. Has to burn the flicker.
Exactly, has to burn the flicker away as well by looking to his falling star moon though.
Falling Star Moon coming in, making sure everybody from the side of Homebois SG right underneath the turret. Turret is already taken care, but it's on the Homebois SG. Pax is the one securing the mid lane cracked open.
Exactly, and right now, Evil, they're discombobulated, right? Homeboys, they keep getting this pick-off, they keep getting these neutral objectives over and over again, and Homeboys finally focusing on the macro right here.
Yep.
Yeah, let's take a look at the items right now. Woo!
Okay, Hospital's already built up.
Yeah,
Coconut
really
slowly
quick.
but surely building up the Berserker's Fury as well. So after this two core items has been built for this Irithel, it's going to be that power spike, and then Irithel can rotate over and get some kills as with the rest of the team. But the same recipe for success stays the same. Evil just needs to wait and create space for Coconut. As long as they have the fights away from Coconut, that creates a lot more time. But Homeboys really ramping up the tempo, creating a lot of opportunity within the jungle, and taking down the first tier turret is huge for them at this point. They have to maintain this aggression.
Man, you can feel Homebois SG on top of the aggression. They are not happy of that result in game number 1. I feel like not even just the players, right? I mean, Coach Dale will be like, that game number 1, man, that doesn't count. We gotta buck up. Bucking up. That's also Coconut getting caught. Mitsuri letting down damage, but Coconut will get shredded. Super Jogs hitting Karen. No more Peel coming up from the Evil for now. The damage down by Mitsuri is right there. Super Jogs trying to for the kill. Karen goes into the human form, but then again, no more follow-up coming up from Evil. Homeboys takes 2, price of 1, but the fight still ongoing though. Super Jogs looking for a pickup right there, but no more damage coming out. Homeboys SG just needs to reset.
Homeboys looking for more trades. Look at the top side. That's a first tier turret on the top. Just denied. Vernal Cure doing the Lord's work, just split pushing to infinity and beyond. That's
doing the Lord's work, indeed. I'm thinking immediately when you say the Lord's work, I'm thinking about that right there
work.
at the McDonald's booth right there. But then Turtle already secured by Homebois SG. This is a different Homeboys, and this is the Homebois SG that the fans are looking out for.
Exactly. Amazing micro play coming out from Dairy as well, catching out Coconut off guard with his pants down yet again.
Oh man.
Wow, Dairy going in. That was a good play though.
Twist burns the flicker, burns the ultimate just to get on away. Homeboys SG, they're finding like a corner animal and the corner beast they will be.
To be honest,
Vernal Cure though on top of the damage.
Again, Divine Justice.
Ultimate coming out, Mitsuri. That's an Earth Shatter Twist coming in for Mitsuri instead, but that's going to be Mitsuri picking up the killing spree, shredding Coconut. Oh no, sorry, Karen. And on the other side of the map is Pex, solo killing Coconut all the way up top side. Homeboys SG is making sure Evil is super busy.
Yep, super busy indeed, but they have the minions going for them right now, and Homeboys now they have the lead.
Yes.
Take a look at the goal difference right now, 4.5 thousand, big stock difference. And take a look at Super Jogs, level 11, and Powerful barely level 10.
I think this is the red side buff, I guess.
Yeah, it's the red side buff. It has to be the red side buff.
5k economy ahead. Homeboys can very well play the map. If they go into a 4-1 kind of composition, pretty much Evil has to split their forces and get an outnumber every single time there's a fight. Homeboys pretty much won this game as of now. They just have to close this out.
Exactly, and Homeboys, they have to play the disciplined game, right? They have to be disciplined. They cannot overstay their welcome. They can't get punished right here. But Dairy has the element of surprise. He has the Divine Justice.
Cure cutting the wave, making sure Coconut doesn't go to the front line right here. Homeboys up in the damage. Dairy catches Jace's, and no purple shoes on the side of Jace's as well. So Bajaw's going in Beyblade mode, but Mr. Man, he's just shredding everybody that Homeboys SG was able to catch.
Did you see Dairy? He's just sitting there patiently waiting for the right moment for anyone to overstep the line. Literally just waiting there. The fight happened, the fight started. Literal 10 seconds of T-posing in the bush. He's just waiting and waiting for the right moment. Trigger discipline coming out from Dairy as well. Take a look at the players go right now. Mitsuri, Vernal Cure, and Pex.
Wow.
Super Jogs, top 4. All top 4 going on the side of Homeboys, as well as the first Lord going into the hands, putting Homeboys at a 6,000 goal lead.
Vernal Cure is that EXP laner that you need. The stable backbone, the spine of Homeboys SG that's keeping everybody from their side in check. Right here, Evil will be able to basically try to hold on just a little bit longer, but then again, Twist all the way on the other side, but the fight actually happens right here. Coconut goes into ultimate mode, but then again, it takes a lot of shots coming up on Mitsuri at the same time. Twist coming in, trying to stun and make sure that Pex goes nowhere, but back into the ground. It is shut down from the side of Evil onto the mid lane of Homeboys SG.
Homeboys was too early.
Yeah,
they didn't wait for that Lord. Oh man.
The timing was too early from Homeboys as well, right? I mean, the rest of the map, and Evil, they got that information. The moment they saw Homeboys are on the other side of the map, you know, Evil's like, we gotta go now. I mean, they are very desperate to play back.
Lecto, I know, at the same time, JC's bubble shoots right all the way into no man's land, takes a lot of damage from the side of Homeboys SG, and now with the Lord in tow, Vernal Kill outputting the damage onto Twist, and Evil right now has to go back to base, reset, and fight inside the turrets.
They have to find the turrets right now, but here we go. We have the vision coming out, and the Lord knock up on Super Jocks though.
Pure Cure putting a lot of invisible pressure. Look at Coconut and JCs, they don't even dare to actually basically step up. Right now, it's just Evil just relying on the wave clear that JCs can provide. But Dairy catching Twist, and that's one massive catch that Homebois SG is looking out for Beyblade to disengage. Evil is slowly getting picked apart by Homebois SG.
What a catch from Dairy, just very patiently waiting and cracks open the tier 3 top turret as well. The inhibitor turret is going to go down, but let's take a look at the item that is going to be coming up right here and right now. Vernal Cure opting for the Dom Ice as well as the Oracle. Wow, this is healing on top of healing and a lot of tankability as well. Like you said, Jace, putting that invincible pressure, right? Just walking up, T-posing and zoning out Evil constantly. Suffocating.
And this is why I hate EXP laners, right? You just stand there and the gold laners can't even do anything, and they were like, you're gonna come in or not, and until you come in, I'm not gonna do anything. And that's this, you know, loaded gun that you put onto my head and I can't do anything, and then your team will just engage on my front line and I'm not able to follow up.
There's a silver lining though. Evil has Twist that is constantly split pushing, maintaining that lane management. So if Homebois just pours all their forces onto any single one side, Twist could pretty much prioritize that lane and try to push it. Homebois are forced to retreat. So that's the only play that Evil has, but Homebois Mitsuri is way too far ahead on top of Coconut. Coconut only has 2 core items. Mitsuri has almost full build.
Exactly.
This is how far Homebois is ahead of Evil.
Yeah, I have to say, you know, I want to finish up on your point as well. Take a look at Powerful right here. And Homebois, they are on a timer right now, right? Evil, they're on a timer as well. Homebois, if they do not close this out, Evil will punish them. The whole draft is based on a punishment draft. Esmeralda going right in, you have the Lilia as well as the Irrital on Coconut. This is all very dangerous, right? It's all the calm before the storm right now. And Homebois, they are just waiting for the right moment. Decimate already stolen away with the IMU coming up from Pex. But take a look at the positioning here. Twist all the way on the other side of the map, and right now it's going to go dark for Homebois. They have no information. There's no one to open the map for them. Vernal Cure and Pex just in the mid lane. They're just waiting out. They're just trying to wait. Where's Dairy? They're like, hey, I need information. Where's Dairy right now? But they see the conceal. Coming up from Dairy though.
Looking for a pickup right here. He will be able to pick out Carrot instead. Gets dreaded down by Pex. That's one member from the side of Evil already gone. Evil looking to try to force it though. Coconut, the next person, Patrick Boy! 5 Vernal Cure secures the damage dealer for the side of Evil, and they have to run for the hills. Homebois SG, that Lord bait is complete, and the Lord is for them to take.
What a big catch coming up from Vernal Cure as well, with a Petrify and Electro final blow jumping right in, stunning up onto Coconut.
Okay, they're gonna force it, they're gonna end it, and in fact, Dairy, Dragon Twist once again, one by one, Evil, they're getting knocked down.
30 seconds until Twist comes back up. There's gonna be a free Lord for Homebois. They're gonna try to push in all 3 waves. Evil scrambling to try to maintain their waves. All 3 lanes are pushing in. Evil has to be on the defense. They can still turn this though. If Homebois comes in a little bit too close and they overturn it, they have to watch out for Dairy though. Every time there's a Divine Justice, there is 1 kill.
They have to wait right here. I mean, they did it right. Evil did it correctly, right? Carrot just eating up that Divine Justice and not anyone else. But Coconut just gets caught over and over again by this Divine Justice. If I count correctly, 2 times Divine Justice to Coconut face. What can he do as Irrital here? Nothing.
Right now, Homebois SG, they're writing a very long essay, right? The longer you write that essay, the more grammatical errors, the more spelling mistakes you're gonna make. Homebois SG need to find a full stop right here and there. It may start with this conceal. Pegs jumping around the wall. Powerful just outputting some damage right here. Mitsuri dealt with the mid lane turret already, and then it's gonna be a Petrify onto Twist. Heavy spin. Carrot, no way for him to run, but gets shut down by Mitsuri. And Homebois SG, they're finally going in. Mitsuri flickers forward. A triple kill from the side of Mitsuri, and Vernal Cure leading the charge onto Evil's core, and they take game number 2, equalizing this series.
We have a game 3 on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. The first game with a 11k goal lead. So Evil, first game 14k, and this time Homebois with a 11k goal lead, denying Evil of any resources at all and just holding them by the throat. Literally, just like like this. They're
First
literally holding
game.
them by the throat.
First game
I'm
of
blinking.
the day.
Guys, I'm blinking right now.
I'm blinking.
Please
Help
send help.
me.
Help me. Help
But
me.
yes, that was so textbook
It's
play.
chokingly hard to watch how the series unfold. You have a total dominance from the side of Team Evo in game number 1, and then follow with a Homebois SG coming in with a fury.
The first
Wow.
game of the day, and both teams really showed convincing victories for both of these matches. But the breakdown for Evo is if you pick a Mortis, you have to play around the Mortis. You have to be able to pick off someone and be able to snowball. In 2 games, Mortis has 0% win rate and 100% picks.
Yeah.
These two teams that picked that Mortis never played around that Mortis. And if you go into the late game, you don't have a very good early game that's gonna bite you in the foot, you're not gonna succeed. You're not gonna succeed because the Mortis falls off so hard. As much of a CC immunity you have, they are just gonna break that through with the suppression. And Derry played a phenomenal game this time around.
Yep.
Taking a lot of atomizations, it does look like Homebois is just rushing for the damage. It's very interesting. Look at Pex's items. They have the Starlim Scythe on the Valentine.
Wow.
I don't know how
They just
that
boost
works out.
confidence.
Maybe it's just lifesteal.
No, I think you just want to burst any person you want, right? Because even if you do damage against Jace's will just,
Yeah,
out,
you have-
all the way, and then all the damage that you poured into Jace's is already gone. So what Homeboys really want to do, pin someone down, lock someone up. And I really like how Bjornoko is setting it up, right? They're just basically, Homeboys SG just drew a line in the sand right there.
And like, do not cross this line.
not cross this line. I know you're a coconut by the beach, but you don't cross that line.
This is a coconut crab, right? Derry is a coconut crab. He will crack you open, he will pull you in and drain the life out of you, right? And this is Derry's ammo. This is Homeboy's ammo. They're here to disengage, engage, and go for that pick off. So it's not a front to back, it's front to front.
And then again, it's all about tournament life right here, right, ladies and gents? Right now, Homebois SG forces Evo right here at the same time. It's a back and forth kind of series. Man, this is exciting to watch, Heroes.
Yeah, I mean, Homeboys really stuck to their guns. They stuck to their objectives. Every single one of the players knew what their main goal was. For Bjornokure is going into the back lines or split pushing. For Jox is just defending Mitsuri. If you take a look at Mitsuri's KDA, he has 0 deaths. A perfect game for Mitsuri, just at the back, free hitting. Derry can just find anyone, they'll burst them down, and they'll outnumber them. That is the beauty of a pickoff.
The pickoff composition coming out from Homeboys as well. But let's take a look at the stats coming out. Look at the damage this time from Homeboys. 213k. So previously it was 205k, and this time it's 213k. Homeboys just dishing out the damage over and over again. And look at the damage taken as well. 400k, just shy of 1 million.
For the damage to tower, actually, like for Team Evo, they had a silver lining. If you play around a Irithel has one of the fastest tiers in the game for a marksman. But you don't play around this Irithel if you don't have this protect composition that you desperately need in a clash kind of comp. You don't have a lot of turret damage, and you can't open a map, you can't farm, and this really snowballs hard against yourself.
I have to point out as well, right?
Yeah.
In terms of the draft, they pick up that carry for the last pick, right? Because Evo, they do not have anyone rushing into the backline. There's no one to rush into the backline apart from Twist, and Twist constantly gets shut down, gets called out over and over again. By then, Evo are just in shambles.
Twist in the late game doesn't have a lot of damage, especially to our marksmen, but enough about Evo. Let's look at Homeboys. MVP is the entire team, but we have to pick one.
It's really tough, man. I feel like
very
Homeboys
tough.
SG this time around, they work like they literally grew up together. They literally came from the same home, and then it's gonna be MVP given over the side of Derry. Congratulations over to you. He's the one that sets the tempo, and that's exactly the tempo that Homeboys SG needs in order to fight for survival right now.
Yeah, I mean, movement speed on top of movement speed on top of movement speed here.
It's like
Derry is
three pairs of
three pairs of
there.
shoes.
Three pairs of boots.
3 pairs of boots right here. I mean, he rushed for the dominance eyes in the very first item, followed by the fleeting time because he's so much on a roll. I mean, he's just catching over and over again. 15 assists and 1 kill. This fleeting time is going to add so much value to himself, along with the blade armor too.
The way he's playing is basically like a drive-through. You go in, get what you want, and then get out. Roam to the next phase, and then rinse and repeat. Basically, he has like is 2 steps ahead of Team Evil, and this is what I really like about Derry. He's really brought his game up, especially in this time around.
Yeah, a lot of things to prove, especially to the fans out there, because I mean, he has been a very coin flippy roamer, right? We all know that, right?
Yep.
And that's why, finally, when you put him in the spot, he is forced to perform, and he delivered. But with that said, ladies and gents, let's take a look at the highlights coming up to your screen right now, because we're gonna have to take a look. How did it snowball into this?
Exactly, and take a look at this. Coconut, Derry just flickers over. Yeah, that's the one. Coconut gets caught with his pants down and instantly gets demolished. Literally, and Carrot has nowhere to go. Powerful diving right in, just trying to save his little Coconut, but Coconut has already been demolished.
It's a bit too late, yeah, and even Carrot has to be, becoming that secondary marksman, right? And then Derry just picks him up again. So basically right now, what you're looking at right here from the side of Evo, they don't really have enough damage, and all the damage dealers are potentially constantly getting caught out by Derry.
Derry catches out onto Carrot, very good catch, but then Vernocure, take a look, keep your eyes on Vernocure here. He's patient, waiting right in. Let go final blow, Coconut, petrify.
There's a double man petrify over there.
That's the one right there.
To be honest, this white coach Dale really likes that the second pick.
Yeah,
you have that second pick. You love the second pick. You have the chance to retaliate. So you force over the Edith pick over the Carrot. He cannot do anything. One flip, and then you have the entire team retaliating against you. Super Jocks just using the heavy spin, just keeping everyone out of Mitsuri's harm.
Yeah, and remember I was talking about this, right? Like, if Homebois SG doesn't end that game in this particular lord, right? I think it's gonna be a little bit hard for Homebois SG to basically come back into this game.
Yeah.
Yep, and we have a game 3 on the hands, boys.
Yeah, this is a game 3, and yeah, it seems like we're gonna go and take a big bite of the McDonald's. Yum, 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 yum. We need that
I'm
break.
feeling hungry for a little Mac.
We need that break.
Well.
We definitely need that break. But then again, ladies and gents, the most important thing that you guys have to look out for this is that this is only the first series, and we're already going to a game number 3. It's gonna be a very long day for all of us. So, ladies and gents, we give you a lot of time for you to head on down to Suntec Mall right here. This is actually Tower 1, just in case if you want to know where is the closest drop-off point. Drop-off point.
Drop-off point is
yeah.
Tower 1 and 2.
Yep.
Nearest MRT is Promenade or even City Hall. You can walk from City Hall, but
Promenade.
yes.
Promenade's just
Promenade
right downstairs.
is literally right there.
All right, for those guys who's watching from internationally, okay, it's okay. You can join us if
You
you're
take
from Malaysia.
aeroplane and fly here now.
You're still in time.
I'm
You
joking.
may still be in time, but speaking of which, it is also a time before you go into a short break. We're just going to go into a bit of a shout out and, maybe just clean up a little bit, right? Because,
If
man,
you're just still scratching your head.
I don't know why it's so hot in here right now. And even though it's air conditioned, and man, the energy, the hype that the crowd is bringing is making us sweat like crazy. So we definitely need to clean our hair up with the Head and Shoulders. And don't forget, it is also a collaboration this time around with the MLBB. And it's also a 2 limited edition anti-dandruff shampoo featuring the Tigro. I can't remember which
This
one.
is the Tigros here. Tigros here.
Okay, Tigro one's here. The
Eudora.
Okay, can I ask you a very important question, Juros?
Yeah.
Have you been using this?
I have.
Yeah, because
Yeah, I
that's
have
what.
a
Because
really
it's
nice
open, right? This is not open.
This is
Oh.
kind of... No, this
Hey,
is
no!
not open.
You close it right now. It's gonna.
Oh, you caught me out.
Yeah.
You
I
called
called you
me
out. I called you out. But
out.
don't forget, it's also available right now at all Fair Price, Unity, Watson's, Cold Storage, and Giant Stores island-wide. And also, if you are too lazy to go out like me and you just want to order everything in, don't worry. It's on Redmart, Shopee, and Lazada as well.
Wow.
What's more, you also stand a chance to walk away with in-game items such as coins, skins, and exclusive Head and Shoulders XMLBB merchandise with every purchase.
Wow, so free stuff and free goodies. Who doesn't want it?
And free hair.
free
Free hair. You free your hair from anti-dandruff.
Every person who has hair.
Exactly.
But of
Every person
course,
who has
apart
hair.
from that, there's also, the latest assassin that's out. It is going to be Nolan, and it's actually a bit of a interesting lore that's happening right now, especially, this is a bit of a quote coming out, right? And I know Abstract has been doing it yesterday. In terms of
Leila's
reading-
daddy?
Yes.
Leila's daddy thing, but I'm not able to do that because I don't have his voice, I don't have his face. I think it's a face gap right there. But then again,
calamity.
it is
from
to stop the
destroying
calamity
his
from
world.
destroying this world. He's counted the fragments of his soul and face oblivion.
You're not even trying,
I'm not even
James.
trying, man. all the suffering he has endured was for the protection and love for his daughter. So, at the very least, you can use Assassin Nolan right now, and you already start to see it in MPL Singapore as well as he comes out with the ultimate sacrifice for his shining son.
Wow, where's
You know,
this
hey,
coming from, right? Jace kind of sounded salty, like he got his retry stolen away by Nolan or something. Or, he's getting wrecked by Nolan in rank.
Yes.
But hey,
so
remember
solid
guys,
with it.
anyone can be a father, but not everyone can be a daddy. Just like Nolan.
What?
That's actually a
good,
good
that's
quote.
good.
I'm
Of
keeping
course.
that. I'm
Of
keeping
course.
that. With that said, ladies and gents, don't go away. We'll be coming right up with game number 3 between Homebois SG going up against Evil. Well, Evil walk away from an early elimination. Oh, Homebois SG will be the one that will be upsetting all of the fans. Ladies and gents, don't go away. We'll be coming right back after a 5-minute break. we're manifesting the evil, I guess.
Game number 3.
Well, you guys are manifesting evil. I'm trying to exercise the evil. But ladies and gents, we are back on the desk once again. This is game number 3. Evil and Homebois SG both being shoved all the way to each other's corner. The score right now is 1-1 on a best of 3. And we shall see how history will unfold in this particular series. My name is Jay. Joining me right here on the desk is, of course, still Vertigo and Churros. Will be bringing you game number 3 in just a short moment. And I'm not too sure what's going on over the other side of both each other's aisle. I'm hoping that they gotta have to take a look at our strategy board right now.
Yeah, strategies aside, the support from the fans
That's
are starting
right.
to show. You know, it's 11
That's
o'clock
right.
in Suntec City Mall, and this
People are
crowd
starting to flock in already.
is electrifying.
Yes.
Man, I think these two teams
That's
are
why
the
he's
teams
getting
that
the
has, like,
static.
maybe
Getting
you're
all the
getting
static right here.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that they really need to reset.
That's right.
Is there anything that went wrong in Team Evil's drafts? Do they need to change anything? What else do they need to work out for? Is the bands really coming to show? Is it really being exemplified by Homeboys? And Homeboys, will they repeat the same pick-off strategies? The rotations are getting warmed up. Will they repeat the execution? Because it went very well for game number 2.
Yep.
But on that being said, 2 of these games, very convincing wins by both sides. So this game 3, anyone's game, to be honest.
I don't like it when it's anyone's game.
I think it's red side, it's red side favor for this game just today.
But both of them are red.
No, I mean red side as in
second
blue on
pick.
red. Second pick. Yeah, so
Second
if you
pick.
get that last pick, it gives you so much versatility and breathing room as well. But this time they're gonna go with the same usual band, and Coach Dale recognized the Boxia. He doesn't want anything to do with the Boxia because of the flexibility that's gonna be coming out of the Boxia as well. Same bands coming out yet again.
Yeah, Homeboys just wants to play the rotation game. They want to take it their momentum. They want to take it their speed. And Evil, on the other hand, just
the Edith
sitting
band.
on the same bands. So Edith is going to be off the tables for either side in this game number 3. But for Evil, though, the last band is going to be very, very pivotal. Benedetta gave a lot of trouble for Team Evil in the previous round, as well as the Akai, as well as the Valentina. So first pick over to Homeboys. This time around,
Matilda.
Matilda could be open.
Matilda must be banned away.
Yeah, they have to ban the Matilda, or they pick it up for themselves, or give the Matilda away and pick up that Terizla. I mean, the Terizla has been banned in the previous game,
Previous
and
2
as
games,
well,
yeah.
2 games banned on the Terizla, right? So right now, Evil, they're gonna be banning away the Matilda, and Homeboys, they could easily pick up this Terizla for themselves.
At the very least, for both these two teams, back to status quo in a sense. It's going to be Valentina first pick once again. Homeboys SG just going to prioritize on Pex. Valentina, they're going to rely on him, on his flexibility in terms of using each other's ultimate.
I think the fact that Evil really played into that Valentina draft is like not giving her any ultimates whatsoever to take is not working out so well. Valentina could very well pick up that Marta's Decimate in the previous game too. So this time around, Evil, just stick to your guns, play what they feel comfortable with, and this time around, Terizla is wide open. Snap that up, because it works very well in Twist's favor. You can set up for the magic of team fights that Evil is so known for. So you have the Fredrin going on.
You should.
I think they're sitting on the Terizla. They should be picking up the Terizla this time around. Or,
Yep,
yep,
there you go.
Terizla.
There we go.
I can hear his breathing.
Darth Vader.
Oh, well, that was quick. That's an Ankai secured by the side of Homeboys
Yeah,
SG.
That's very good for Homeboys because you play in the objectives. Heavy spin pushes them out of the way. The only thing is, can Evil capitalize on the early game? If Akai doesn't have a good early game, he's going to suffer into the late game. Because as much as you are
There we
trying to
go.
tank through everything,
Wow, you can hear
the
the crowd
actually
cheering.
likes the Kaja.
Yeah, they
I
love the
Kaja
Kaja.
too.
Exactly. And right now, Evil, what do they have the answer to this Kaja, right? They're gonna go with the Faramis instead. And what could possibly be the answer to this Kaja?
Oh,
Do
this is
Evil
a-
have the answer, or do they just want to fight head on with someone very tanky, or even better?
There's a trend.
I'm gonna counter pick off with pick off.
There's a trend. Like Evil is picking up their first game kind of composition. Homeboys picking up their game 2 composition. Both of them won based on what they achieved to do and how they rotated around the entirety of that map. But the only change is Evil this time around doesn't have the Edith. They need some form of setup capabilities. It doesn't need to be in the form of a single target setup. It could be in the form of a crowd control. So you pick up a Kai, maybe a Kufra might work well. You don't necessarily need to aim against this Akai. You need to go to the back
I
lines.
think a Diggy would be very, very nice here.
Yeah.
Right?
Wherever
A Diggy
I
would be
go.
nice, but
Diggy
I think a
Bruno,
little
Diggy
too...
Bruno cheese.
Yeah, Diggy Bruno cheese, but a little bit too squishy in my opinion, right?
Yeah.
A
Yeah,
little
it
bit too
falls off hard
squishy.
in late game.
But Jean-Mapel Claude is going to get banned out, and Homeboys here, they're going to be banning out the Rafaela as well.
I actually like this ban. The double support mid duo is going to be very, very scary for Evo. Actually, Minotaur will work very well for Evo's favor too.
But the Minotaur
come to
here,
think of
I
it.
mean, with the Valentina, right? I mean, it's kind of shooting yourself in the foot. With the Minotaur, this Valentina, you know, could easily just pick you up.
You can pick up the
the
setup.
Minoan Fury as well.
You can pick up the Minion Fury, you can pick up the Nether Realm, you can pick up the penalty zone from Twist. It doesn't really matter as long as you get the right
When the body
pickoffs,
suffers,
the right
your
ultimates
team is
from the
spared
opponent's team. So
wounds.
Evil respecting the Benedetta from Further
Yeah,
Cure.
very good.
This time he's not gonna have that Benedetta anymore because
Wow.
Benedetta does very well in this lane splitting kind of synergy and composition. So Homeboys, all they need to do is hunker down and get Mitsuri up to speed, up to farm.
I mean, they don't want anyone to close the gap, right? That's their problem right here. And even I think they recognize the gap closers like, you know, Claude, Benedetta, Valentina, and Nolan. All these are gap closers. They want to protect the president at all costs because of this
Here we
Kaja.
go again.
Because of this Kaja, right? This Kaja will be hunting down your president.
Yeah.
100%. And Homeboys right now, they could go for
It's my
another support
way
ban,
or
but
the
they're going to go
highway.
with the Ixia ban instead. And, you know, you have so many options right here. You could go for the Bruno, you could go for the Brody, but you have last pick. You can go for your marksman on the last pick as well. I mean, that's what Homeboys did in game number 2.
Really need range in this point of time. Like for facing up against Homeboys, if I'm Evil, I'll pick up a marksman with a lot of range because you have a lot
Leslie?
of heroes that are really in your face. You don't want to throw
Max range?
every single one of the 5
Layla?
players
Layla?
into the face of Homeboys. Maybe, no, I'm not sure.
Nah,
Okay,
Bruno.
that'll be the Bruno. that'll
Hey,
be
this is
Bruno.
competitive, man. This is competitive.
I like the fact that Virgil and I just immediately lock eyes with each other. Layla. Hey.
Extra range, but
Extra
yeah.
duper range.
But this
Fair,
time,
fair.
Evil, they are going to be securing Bruno and leaving the roam for the last pick, or even
might-
flex
actually-
the Faramis roam.
You might be correct. I think over here, Kara could very well pick up the Diggy and then just
Diggy Bruno
denying.
shoes.
Yeah, Diggy Brody.
yeah.
Diggy Brody. Diggy Bruno.
Diggy Bruno. Yeah, it
that's
could be a
a
Diggy
auto
Bruno.
lane win. That's an auto lane win.
basically like a rank cheese.
Yeah.
Rank cheese.
Not sure whether Evo will be bringing it up to here, up to this stage. Homebois SG right now, they're panicking. You can see Derry is just, you know, talking right there.
I think he's like, no, he's like reminding his team, don't need to scare around, why you scared? You know, I feel
might
that's
go
what-
They have to
Carry.
lock down something in. They have to go in.
Carry,
It's
yeah.
going to be Uranus
Wow.
going into the XP lane. Carry coming in from the side of Homebois SG going into the marksman role right now.
This could be a Terisla roam as well, right? Terisla
They
roam,
can always
or
do
even
that.
Terisla
Faramis
roam.
mid and Terisla roam. Or even Terisla mid, Faramis roam.
He can
Either
go
way,
back to the Ruby if he wants to.
Ooh.
You could just get a stun lockdown. Your only main goal
But that's
is
too
to
much
just protect
CCs
the
already
front
for
line.
Evil, right? Evil, they want to fight you in your face. They want to close the gap, right? This carry is going to be so thick. Uranus will be there to soak up the damage, right? Uranus soaking damage, Akai soaking up damage, and as well as the disengage, Kaja with the catch. Very, very nice lineups here from Homeboys.
Yeah, there's a lot of options right here. Kufra, gap closer like a Kufra. You have a defensive kind of utility support like a Diggy, which pairs very well with the Bruno.
No,
You
that's
will
a
get
Ruby.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. So the Ruby is going to be locked in by Evil. That concludes the draft. But at the end of the day, guys, I don't know. Both teams, they have their own objectives. For Homeboys, they really want to do a pick-off. They really want to give Mitsuri that space to farm. But for Evil, though, it's just protecting and having that magical team fights. Once again, that stun lock capabilities coming from them is so eminent in this game.
Wow, and we have the crowd here.
Oh, the
on the side,
crowds.
we have West Side Till I Die. On the side of Evil, as well as on the other side, we have the Homeboys crowd as well. And, you know, everyone is looking electrified. Everyone is on the edge of their seats. I mean, please do not fall off your seats. Game number 3, are you guys ready?
I think, where'd it go? I think the question is,
Yeah.
are you guys ready for game number 3? Homeboys SG Evil for dear life, and same can be said vice versa. We shall find out in the land of dawn. Going to game number 3, it is going to be Homeboys in the blue, Evil in the red.
Exactly, and is this going to be a trend where red side has always won, or has it been? Or is it going to be different?
No.
Or is it going to be different? Right? Take a look at the farming speed here.
Look at Derry. Look at Derry.
And yeah, Derry is such a whole different level.
Wait,
Derry's just being an annoyance over the side of Evil, and Carrot's job is to protect Powerful, make sure he doesn't waste the retribution. When it comes down to the Lethal Wanderer, he's going to be pathing down over, and they're going to have that small little kerfuffle right there.
Yep, kerfuffle indeed, and
no,
there we go.
No, Powerful's a little bit too slow because Derry actually wasted his time.
Yep, and that's the whole point of it as well, right? I mean, the Powerful and Super Jocks right now, there's a very big stock level difference, right? The wave clear, the jungle clear. Look at Powerful. He haven't got his purple buff, and Super Jocks already secured his double buff as well.
The Homeboys actually went for the split push, pick off composition. Evil on their hand, full on clash comp, but Evil really has to wait for their power spikes in order to come online. Now Evil starting on the aggression, Carrot trying to force that retribution. Maybe
retribution already going on.
Okay, doesn't get it, but Powerful just showing that aggression again. So setting up that tempo. Whoever gets plays into their own draft will win this early game, especially before the turtle spawns out in 20 seconds.
Exactly, and Powerful right now already hitting his level 4, and as well as Super Jocks, and gets the gold crab. Super Jocks takes a little bit of damage. Virno Cure on this Uranus here, just giving all the vision, just giving all the tank ability and soaking up. Then Turtle is going to be coming up in about 5 seconds here.
The Uranus doesn't really have any value coming into level 4, right? Like,
yeah, not much.
At the very least, Twist have the penalty zone that could potentially turn around the fight.
That's your CC.
So in terms of the EXP lane priorities, leaning over the side of Evil for now, but Derry is taking a lot of damage, doesn't really have level 4 as of yet. He's trying to look for mobile, though, but Powerful is just tagging onto him. It's going to be support to combat between Carrot and Derry as well. Super Jocks already right here. Appraiser's Ripe coming in, and the turtle still secured by Super Jocks.
Exactly.
One dot. Ooh, walks into Peck's Netherrealm as well, and now he has the ultimate to drag Carrot into a no man's land right here, and Powerful takes the brunt of the damage. That's Homebois SG picking up first blood.
Very, very messy coming up from Evil as well, right?
He flew too close to the sun, I think.
He got melted, bro.
Powerful it needs to be a little bit more disciplined when you're playing this aggressive strategy. Your goal is not to get anyone down, but to back off. Okay, Coconut and Mitsuri having a little bit of a one-to-one skirmish right there up on the top lane, but on the overall, Homeboys, they have control of the early game. As of now, they need to set that tempo, they need to raise it up. They can't invade, they can't afford to do that. They have the control mitigation. Okay, I'm offended.
I'm offended, already committed. Derry doesn't really have the Divine Judgment as well. It's going to be a bit pressure from the side of Homebois SG onto Evil side of the map, but I would like to point out that both Homebois SG has 2 winning lanes on the sides.
2 winning lanes on each side as well, and Powerful already forcing to use the Appraiser's Red to secure his orange buff as well as the Retribution.
He's just taking all the damage. He's just taking all the damage. Okay, Powerful joins the fight a little bit, making sure it's not a very fair fight for Cure, but he's healing all the way up, and the crowd just goes sheesh.
Going sheesh.
I like that. I like that interaction.
Sheesh, indeed, I have to say. And what a play coming out. And Homeboys looking very, very strong and formidable right here. And Homeboys, what can they do here to capitalize that lead? But Carrot recognized this. Derry is missing away from the map right now. And take a look at the rotations coming out from Evil as well.
The Homeboys going for the straight pickoffs right here. They're trying to look for opportunity. They are trying to find a weak lane. And this is
oh, I'm offended. Whiffed! Right there. Big ultimate Evil just squandered it away.
So Vinegar deep in enemy territory. He's going to be able to survive the skirmish come in from Powerful and Twist. But the turtle is being spawned up. It's just buying a lot of time for the rest of Homeboys to get in position.
Carrot may not even have the I'm Offender going into the turtle pit right there. That massive whip could have earned them so much value right now, but instead it's going to be Homebois SG right here coming up. And now with a heavy spin, the net around already committed, spinning it around. Super Jocks trying to find a red tree right on the dawn. Homebois SG and now Evil will be able to commit to their own net around right there. Super Jocks going down for the count, but that's just a jungler for now. Evil trying to output the damage. Runs away with the life of Carrot.
What a 1-for-1 trade right
dead.
there. I thought he's dead.
Get back to full health.
It's a Uranus.
Look at the top side, top side.
I am the mortician that signed off his death warrants, and he survives.
Exactly, and the tier 1 top turret goes right down. And in all that fight, Mitsuri has been farming up. He's been hooking. Level 8 already here and top of the gold net worth here. Way above every single member of Evil.
This goes against my textbook. Like, Coconut should be able to win that lane.
Yes,
he's
correct.
struggling. He's too reliant on that babysitting.
Gone again.
We're not even going to talk about that, ladies and gents. This is not looking good for the side of Evil. And don't forget, ladies and gents, Evil loses this. This is their earliest exit from MPL Singapore in any of the seasons since Season 3. They're at least top 3 or top 4.
Oh man, not looking good for Evil. It's very one-sided. Homeboys are just playing it to their objectives, playing it to their way. Evil is just reacting, and the reactive approach isn't working out well for them. They really need a good setup. They really need a good placement.
So up to Carrot, right, ladies and gents? It's all up to Carrot. I'm offended that whiff was so hard to watch.
You know where Derry is?
Carrot, they're gonna hook Derry all the way in, gets the taunt down. Derry goes down, and Evil finally recognizes the win con here. They are supposed to shut Derry down.
But then again, you see Vierno Cure is just on the other side of the map, just creating a lot of map pressure on the other side.
Oh, JS?
JS right here, getting caught. NetherRealm just for himself. He's a very selfless Maramis, if you ask me. Vierno Cure.
Oh!
The massive Ghostbusters coming in, but Homeboys cracks open mid.
That's the whole point right there, but the stun comes down onto Pex as well.
Flickers right into the wall. Unfortunately, then again, the NetherRealm recommitted for himself. Twist picks up that kill. This may be Evil's entry point to go back into this game.
This Evil come back online. Jox takes the third turtle of the game. Next move will be the Lord. They will disengage, but Evil, though, they are coming back up. Homeboy still focusing on the objectives, focusing on the macro game, focusing on the bigger picture. They want to take down these objectives. They want to get the economy lead, and they are doing it right now. Mitsuri slowly but surely peeling and melting powerful as much as he's trying to get his damage out.
Exactly, and Carrot here just giving a little bit of information on the side to Evil as well, but JS and the rest of Evil are here. But I have to point out as well,
I don't think you fight this.
No,
if you're
you
Homeboys
can't fight
SG, you
this,
don't
yeah.
fight this. Evil is poised. They don't really have the information. They maybe a card just hiding right there.
They're interesting rotations, but Vernacura taking a lot of damage. He will survive. He will
survive.
Get out. There's a trade down on the bottom side as well. But Coconut, look at where Twist is. He is protecting.
That's going to be the Flicker ultimate as well.
Oh my gosh!
Just shredding through the kill boss. A powerful, not powerful at all. The turret strike will be able to just counteract against Mitsuri.
oh, just the turret arrow coming in clutch as well. But Homeboys have already secured 3 turtles into their pocket as well. But Pex forced to use their penalty zone to get that cooldown on that IMU, and he wants the NetherRealm. He doesn't want that penalty zone at all.
You can tell that Evil is desperate. They're expending 4 members just to protect Coconut and just to babysit him so that he gets that damage. But it's a little bit too slow. You want to leave someone on the offside. It should be Twist because he has that fast wave clear. Powerful doesn't have that wave clear that the Terizla has.
And right now, Carrot just trying to open up the map for the side of Evil as well. But take a look at what Derry is doing, denying all information to Evil, not giving them a single clue where he is. Derry is being a sneaky boy.
It's like that milk that you left in your fridge.
And then
you lost it. You lost it.
You lost it.
It expired. It became cheese. And when you finally found him, he hooks everybody, and your main damage dealer, and you're dead.
That's your stomach, right? He destroys your stomach with
It
spoiled
literally
milk.
destroys your, your important parts of your body.
Exactly.
Or important parts of the team. Sorry, I got a little bit distracted by that analogy right there. But right now, both these 2 teams looking at the Lord right for now.
Exactly, and the sheesh comes out as well from Vierno Cure. We all love the sheesh coming out from the Homeboys crowd. Mitsuri takes a lot of damage though from the Lord.
Okay, that's a hook coming up, and at the same time, Mitsuri actually focusing on the Lord instead. Lord getting reset, the pegs coming out, a lot of damage coming up to Ghostbusters, and it's exactly what Evil wants. Right here, no more ultimate coming up on Twist! Coming out with the penalty zone, catching on the pegs for now! Just dissuading Homeboys from their main objective, which is the Lord.
Remember when we talked about the keys to victory? Evil likes long extended team fights. Now Homeboys are the ones able to take the long extended team fights.
Because of Uranus.
Love this. Because of this Uranus, because of the fact that they can heal everything back up. Evil is just going back and forth, back and forth. They're trying to pull that Lord. They like this, but how they're going to play this is taking down Mitsuri. It's so hard to get into that backline. Mitsuri's always out of in position at the at the back front.
So much information denied by the side of Evil, but then again, Homeboy is coming in. That's a taunt coming out. Derry a little bit down low. Twist catches him with the penalty zone. No way for him to run, but Mitsuri just shredding. Twist shredding. Carrot shredding the members for the side of Evil, but then again, Evil walks away with the Lord with 2 members down for the side of Homebois SG. Fear and Occur going out, up in the damage onto Coconut right here. This is a massive Uranus that Bruno cannot handle.
Exactly.
Sheesh.
How are you going to win a Uranus as a Bruno? You can't do much. You're not even spiking at all. And the sheesh comes out from the Homeboys crowd as well. 3 members for the price of 1 measly level 1 Lord.
This Uranus is starting to look like a huge threat for Evil, just buying so much space and time
It's a
for
Uranus.
Mitsuri to deal that much damage. He's just healing everything back up. And in the macro game, he's always not with his team. He's always pushing, maintaining that lane priority. So Evil has to back off. They will go into Derry.
I think Derry right here, he has to be a little bit careful. Mitsuri coming in for the play. At the same time, Super Jones looking for a flag. Will not be able to commit for that because Homebois SG cannot afford any fight. There's another Lord pushing down bot.
That's a lot of damage coming out from Mitsuri. Powerful is just starting to hurt. Powerful is like, oh, this hurts. 2 Sky Guardian helmet is never enough. And don't forget, Carry's passive. The moment you complete that 4 stacks, it is a true damage. Yeah, so there's no way to counter it.
Oh, Super Jocks
Oh, the
being sneaky
Conceal?
at the backside.
Conceal coming out, Lord marching down. Homeboys is actually a
Heavy
little
spin
bit
down.
busy right here. The heavy spin, making sure Evil just scatter like the wind so that Homeboys SG goes for the Lord takedown. But then again, Evil walks
at Virtual
away
Cure.
with
Evil has
the
to back
turret.
off.
But
Look
then
where
again,
Uranus
Virtual
is.
Cure. Where are you going?
That's the German cut right there. He's taking
He
2
didn't install
waves.
his,
Yeah,
he
he's
didn't
doing
install
the-
his, he doesn't have the mini-map.
Exactly, he doesn't have the minimap.
He doesn't know which way is his base.
Exactly, Homeboy's now going on to the retaliation.
Coconut.
Forced to use that flick of Virno Kill, just holding all the minion in
Dude,
Evil's
He's
base.
healing everything back
Vertical.
off.
Guys, this is mind-boggling. The mere presence of Virno Cure forces the flicker out of Coconut.
That was the biggest cut I've ever seen. Holding all the minions and forcing
Super
the
minions,
minions.
right?
Yeah, and this time, Homeboys, they have the minions going for them towards Evil right now with that 1 small turn.
Yeah, at this point, Evil is just delaying the inevitable. If Homeboys continue
It's a
like
bit
this,
too early.
Evil gets drawn out.
Okay, Derry, that's a flicker coming in. We'll be able to drag Powerful right here. Virno Curse slowing it down. Karen coming in the arm of Bennett to try to equalize everything. NetherRealm coming in by both sides. The damage coming on Coconut. No, right there. The penalty zone lands on the Mitsuri. And Coconut kicking down packs. Flicker already committed. Virno Cure just defending Homeboys, making sure they have a clean exit. But Karen, they have something else to say. But no follow-up coming up from Evil for now.
What a re-aggression coming up from Twist as well. 4-man penalty zone and forcing Mitsuri to pop that Wind of Nature. What a play!
This is where Evil's draft is breaking down. They have a lot of crowd controls, they have a lot of lockdowns, it's all stun locks on stun locks, but they don't have that damage because Homeboys are sustaining themselves through and through. Bruno Cure getting caught, there's 2 men, I'm offended.
Okay, 2 men offended. Once again, the stun lock coming in. There is the first casualty coming outside of the Homeboys SG, but then again, that's enough time for them to secure the lock for now. Homeboys SG just need to run up, disengage because they got their main objective.
That's a massive, massive lure for Homeboys. As they run it down, Evil, they're drawn out of their
Max.
base to find a
No,
flank.
I don't think Homeboys should try to fight it, but Super Jones is going to force it right here. Mitsuri coming in. Oh, he
JS.
actually been JS all the way down to the wall. But then again, its Pank's just a little bit too busy because Twist shows him all the way out. Virno Cure coming out for the flank this time out. No way for him to run. He's going to go down to the ground for now. Homeboys SG, they lost 2. This is not a team fight that they want to take.
Exactly, like you said, Jace, they should not have taken that fight because they are at a numbers disadvantage, right? Derry was dead, he was on a cooldown, he was on a death cooldown as well, and right there, Homeboy shouldn't even go near Evil and just stand behind the Lord and wait for Evil to walk into their hands.
Play
Bottom
cross
line
map,
is-
right? You
bottom
play
line
cross
is,
map.
Coconut is starting to hurt, and Homeboys needs to find a way to take down Coconut. The heavy spin is always onto Powerful, and
mana,
he is
though.
always soaking up so much ultimates, and Coconut's just free hitting from the
Oh,
back.
Derry.
Coconut has no mana though. Normal dash, he has to back away, has to reset. Homeboys SG poised for the pounce, but not gonna commit.
Very slow game. Homeboys, they need to draw Evil out. They need to try to look for a flank with Vernocure. Vernocure has been doing the Lord's work, just split pushing to infinity and beyond. That's a German cut that we see. Just taking down 2 waves and trying to push into their own base, Evil always forcing themselves to retreat. But I think this time around, they have to force Evil out so that they're open and they're pretty much, your weakness is getting Coconut out of the game.
Carrot, okay, that's Super Jug's getting hooked up. Look at the damage coming off of Coconut though. Heavy spin. Denied. Well, Evo as well, blowing that Nether Realm.
I mean, the moment Nether Realm comes out, right? I mean, it's more of a reaction or knee-jerk reaction to the heavy spin, right? Coming out from Super Dog. JS, usually he sees this. The moment he sees the heavy spin come out, the heavy spin is out, Nether Realm pop, instant.
Right now, it's just this low moment, right? Evo cannot afford to lose any team fights right now. Same could be said over side Homeboys. They do have that map priority. The only saving grace from the side of Evo is down bottom side, but yes, sheesh all the way. One, ladies and gents, here we go, another one.
I love it.
I love the crowd, man. So fun to watch.
It's so fun to hear, you mean?
Yeah.
Sheesh indeed.
Right now, it's just Evo fighting for time. There's nothing to do in the map. Homebois SG, it's a very scary map for Evo. One misstep is all you need for Homeboys to pick up one person.
I think Evil is forcing this Lord. Like, they want to play towards that Lord. They want to go for these team fights, and they know they can take a front to back kind of clash. Coconut's just waiting. He needs to stay safe. As long as Coconut's alive, Evil has a shot.
Drill 3K is not enough. Unfortunately, that's still winnable. One Lord will allow Evil to just immediately secure all that items, and all of a sudden that 3K goal lead is actually slowly closing up.
Oh, top side though. Top side is open. They have 1 minion. Needs to wait for the minions to come online. Oh man, Evil is forced to go back to defend.
So many things. Homeboys is trying to force Evil to do that split that they cannot afford.
Yep, and look at where Coconut and where Dairy is. They are very wary of each other, right?
Yep.
No cure here.
Ooh! Massive wave coming off of Carrot for now, but
Jesus!
Oh, Jesus! First casualty, but he'll be coming up in just a second. So that's something that Evo can possibly rely upon. Homeboys right now, they have to quickly coming down to buzz this Lord down. Mitsuri also helping Super Jugs as well. He goes with the spin, securing the Lord for Homeboys SG. And Evo right here,
back out.
trying to look for a fight, but then again, Homeboys SG, perfect discipline, disengaging from that fight.
Yep, and it all boils down to this Faramis passive right here, right? I mean, you have that Faramis, you come out almost instantaneously and there to support your team, and that's the whole power of Faramis.
It could have gone so bad for Evo.
Yeah.
Luckily for Jesus,
If it was any other majors,
that's it.
That's it. That could have been the game.
It's tough.
We're slowly with the 3 lanes pushing in. I think Evil, they have to split their forces to defend all 3 lanes. Lord pushing down on the bottom side. They need a very, very nice team fight over here. It's all up to Carrot. It's all up to Powerful to soak up all this damage. And Coconut needs to stay safe. That's the game plan.
Damage coming out from Pex. Definitely felt by Pex. Jinx is right there. The Lord marching down bot already cracked open. Evo, they need to fight. They need to defend this. Burner Cure hanging in. The Lord coming in, punching on the core. Pex looking for an entry point. Same could be said with the side Homeboys. A crack open mid. Lord already fallen. Evo right here, changing.
Minutes.
But then again, the minutes started rushing. But no, twist. Penalty zone doesn't connect. Evo fights for another day.
The penalty zone is the one that kind of denies Homeboys, and look at Evo. Evo, they're just trying to punish now. They're trying to gain back that map space and map control.
They got what they came for, Homeboys. Very, very disciplined gameplay. The longer they stay there, that might have been the end of it. But Evo defended very, very well. They tried to split their forces. They needed to take down Mitsuri, and they knew their win condition. But Evo, again, very, very disciplined with their plays.
Very strong disciplined plays coming out from Homeboys as well, maintaining the lead at about 4 to 3k gold, and right now at 5k gold lead already. And right now it's at 19 minutes and everyone's at full build.
No, Homebois SG probably full build by now.
Yeah.
Evo on the other hand, but those Super Jogs, there's no way you want to be. Holy Crystal already built by Pegs, and the members of Homeboys is going to come around there. We're looking for a picked up right there. Pegs falls to use his own fake net around. Big ultimate's already committed by the side of Homeboys already. The whole seal play already committed, and now Evo will use it all, trying to... Oh! Pegs, the victim of Evo, and will fall. Heavy spin to disengage for now. Homeboys cannot afford to lose anybody. And now Super Jocks, immortality already from. Ladies and gents, I fear for Homeboys just a little bit more. Evo coming up online already with the coconut kick onto Homebois SG.
They're going for more. They have the minions. Minions are marching down. Evo has to back off. Super Jogs, Pex, that's 40 seconds on the death timer. Lord is up.
Lord is up indeed, and this time
unfortunate timing.
Indeed.
Unfortunate timing for Homebois SG. 30 seconds on the clock for the side Super Jocks to come back online.
That was so well played though. Evo, they knew what target, and every one of the 5 members
not supposed to be the case.
This is not supposed to happen right here, and Homeboys, Dairy and Vernal Cure alongside Mitsuri. They're just trying to give damage.
I don't think Homeboys should try to fight this. They do have the structures to kind of play around it, unless Mitsuri will be able to try to make the skill of his life. But then again, it's going to be the Lord chunking down just a little bit more. Powerful does have the retribution to try to secure this right here. But Pegs coming in. It's going to be a fight for a Lord Steel, but no! Evil still takes down the Lord for themselves.
That's right. Take the Lord and clear the wave on the side of Evil right now. And take a look at the goal lead here from 5K up. Until now, right now, is 3-6-9 equal sequel right now. Evo just turns the tide almost instantly. Let's take a look at items one last time.
The script has flipped. And now Evo, they have what it takes.
Full build.
Dom Eyes has been, not Dominance Eyes, but the Necklace of Endurance, NOT, has been built by Jaces just to deny the sustainability coming in from Inferno Cure. That provides a little bit more damage from Evo. If they run it down one more time, that's it for Homeboys.
Structures already falling like flies from the side of Homeboys SG. They're
running
running more time. They just need to buy some time. Super Jogs already burning the heavy spin just to disengage. But ladies and gentlemen, don't forget what the English like to say. It's not over until the fat lady sings.
Exactly, and the Fat Lady is going to be singing soon right here with the mid-turret crack open right now, and Evo turning the tide almost instantly right now. The mid-turret though, with the Lord marching in onto the bottom lane, gets the charge up as well, and Evo.
Charge all the way up, powerful, and Kara looking for a pickup right here, but then Super Jogs continue getting knocked up! I'm offended!
Oh!
Making Homeboys to no man land! Jogs going for the final dive, and powerful finds onto Mitsuri, ladies and gents! It's just
no minions, no minions!
No cure left! And now Mitsuri, as long as he stays alive, being a cure, just buying for some time, and Jesus, all the way out! Homeboys get to defend this particular comeback!
Yeah, but it's going to be a numbers game here on the side of Evo. It's going to be a 5v3, and they're going to go for the end right now. This mid-tier turret
is it enough though?
Is it enough? The minions are going to be marching in as well as the top lane. Is it
really
going to be enough for Evo? Homeboys, they can defend this though. They do have
wave
clear and hold the turret.
No, he gets dragged in a curl, but Mitsuri
finally goes down!
Finds the kill, and now Evo with the minions will be sending Homeboys out of MPL Singapore.
What a game from Team Evo. Amazing gameplays here. Barely holding up all the way to the end. Evo,
the emotions riding high for Team Evo. The smiles on their faces. Oh man. What a game, what a journey.
Is this a repeat? I'm gonna cry again. Oh, what amazing play. But Homeboys though.
What is this?
Homeboys, it was right there. It was right in front of their grasp.
They were disciplined, but they weren't. It wasn't enough. The magic of team fight still stands strong for Team Evo.
What a twist of events. What a turnaround of events.
A very powerful team.
A powerful show of gameplay. A powerful show.
A fruit basket.
A fruit basket. Carrot and coconut can be taken by, can be bought by fair price, ladies and gents. Don't forget, you can get your head and shoulders, might as well.
Respect to both teams.
And you got a keyboard spam, Jace's right there. As a player's fist bump. What a series. What a fight. Being held on by delivered by Homebois SG. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a huge round of applause. What a crazy of a series. And I just started the day.
Yeah, it's only the first game of the day. It already feels like a final. First game of the day, and it already feels like a finals, but Homeboys, they have secured their spot for next season MPL, and unfortunately, this is the end of the Homeboys journey.
That's right, but then again, Evil getting forced once again so close from elimination. Last series was Alchemy SG, right?
Jeez, my hair is standing.
We can't see
You
it.
sure
My
that's
heart
not,
is pounding.
you sure that's not the wax?
Maybe not, maybe not. I got Head and Shoulders on, so like even with
Hey.
wax, it stays perfectly smooth.
You know what would be
smooth.
cool? They should give us like the heartbeat tracker.
Oh, and we
Of the
feel a
casters?
heartbeat.
Oh, dude,
And
like,
that's the
I'm like, my heart was, oh
Did you
my
know?
god,
Did
Evil
you
was
know?
this close.
Yeah, they were this close.
You know why they're called Evil? They made the deal with the devil.
Ooh.
So every time it's like a thin hairline worth of difference.
Living on the edge of glory.
Living on the edge of glory, Evil comes back.
But
I
there
know I
is
stopped
a-
analyzing halfway through and the end of the game. I was like, man, Evil is just
enjoying the
rocking it.
game.
Yeah.
All right, let's count down just a little bit. But let me
Okay,
repeat
okay.
what Team Evil has accomplished.
Wow.
They are the only pure Singaporean team left. No imports,
No coach.
no coach, and they send Homeboys out of MPL Singapore in this season 6. Man,
Wow.
that is an accomplishment by Evil. Once again, they never failed to disappoint.
Over here on the itemization screen, I just want to point out Team Evil's builds. We seldom see the Necklace of Durance, but because of the impact the Vernocure has brought into the game, Jasus is forced to buy that out. Coconut as well with the Blade of, the Demon Hunter Sword just to chow down on a little bit of HP. But if he has a little bit more money, he would have sold the boots, and I think Sea Halberd would be the item of choice. Twist, though, has bought the Queen's Wings, so this gives him a little bit more sustainability every time he throws down the Hammer of Thor with the penalty zone. And it's crowd controls after crowd controls after crowd controls. Homeboys, they were forced to retreat. And at the end of the game, Super Jocks, he made a grave mistake, going a little bit too far out to delay time, to buy time for the rest of his team, and pop the heavy spin defensively.
Yeah.
That would have been so crucial.
I think
for
it
that
started. I
defense.
think it started a little bit earlier, Churros. I feel like
A
There's
little
a-
bit too early, right?
no.
The
I think it started earlier. There's this one key point
Yeah.
when Super Jocks died, giving the first Lord over the side of Team Evil.
Yep.
That was the final spiral of Homebois SG down to the ground.
Yeah, that's their
unfortunately.
downfall. Like, Jocks made a grave error, just being a little bit too soon, a little bit too greedy, caught out by all the 5 members. He couldn't defend himself against
No, it
all
was
of
a.
that. He didn't even have his heavy spin just to defend as a defensive
No,
mechanism
I think
to get out.
Churros. I think it's a team effort that Evil was able to
Yeah.
catch onto Jocks, right?
It was like a death ball. If
It
you
is a
see,
death
all
ball.
5 members were just
That's right.
on top of each other.
That's right. And then immediately, right? Immediately, man, this is a really interesting series. I'm actually trying to grasp for air.
Yeah,
It's an amazing
I feel you. I feel you guys. Like, I am at a loss for words. This was just so close.
Yeah, the items doesn't really actually tell the story of the emotions that the people in Suntec City was feeling.
Oh, so good.
My goodness me.
Such an amazing game. I mean, game
it's not
3.
over, and
Yeah.
that's what I said just
The
now.
fat
It's-
lady sang. The fat lady did sing.
It's not over until the core goes down.
Yeah.
Anything and everything can happen in the Land of Dawn.
Wow, amazing games from both sides, and I do think we do have the overhead stats. There we go, hit-to-hit stats right here from both sides, and take a look at the Vernocure's damage. 233k on this Uranus. He's been soaking damage. He's been dishing damage. Oh, sorry, damage taken is going to be 233, but Coconut with the highest 126k right here. But honestly, damage dealt both sides, to me, it's almost fair. Damage taken almost equal as well. But you have the addition of the Uranus, you have the heal and the damage taken. Definitely more siding towards Homeboys, but the damage to turret is way more as compared to Homeboys.
You know, the fact that it's a 23-minute game and Coconut was touched only 1 time in the entirety of this game,
I like the fact that you use the word touched.
was dead only 1 time in the entirety of this game,
Caught out.
shows a lot about how evil their game plan was, just to protect Coconut, and they stuck to their win condition. For Homeboys, though,
There's no access.
as much of a macro game that they tried to play with Vernocure, it was not enough.
I think
Man,
you're right. You're right. Game number 2, the only reason why Evil suffered was because Vanguard was using the Bandadetta and just reaching all the way to the back line. Coconut couldn't do anything at all.
Yeah.
How do you avoid a
Uranus,
frame.
Uranus, it was just on the split push, but he doesn't do a lot more damage if he goes in the back line alone.
Yep, and I think I'd like to echo what the producer was talking about. Dairy turns out, powerful turns out to be Dairy's kryptonite, and I'm like,
That makes sense, right? For 3 seasons straight.
every time. I think, no, yes, actually, Evil and Dairy debut at the same time in Season 3.
They did.
Yeah.
They did. And they have been
Through the
his
qualifiers.
kryptonite too.
Yeah, and I remember the first day that Team Evil appeared in MPL Singapore, we don't even know who they are. And they are already making Titans bleed. And speaking of which, MVP
Foreshadowing?
goes over to
Jesus.
Jesus.
Yeah, 2 games, 2 MVPs. He's really making an impact as a mid laner, setting the tempo, setting a lot of these critical, crucial plays for the rest of his team. The itemizations as well. Yeah, the second chance of life. With this Faramis alone.
Literally giving second chances over the side of Evil. They stay in MPL Singapore, they'll be moving up the brackets for now. What a game, what a series.
Took
what
my
a
breath
series.
away.
You know, I'm appreciating the silence because it is
So loud.
It is as much as Evil won and as much as Evil deserved this win. Homeboys though, they had a lot of people coming down. They had so much crowd support, and it's unfortunate because this is their last day.
Yeah.
They're going home.
They are going home, but their merch booth are still here. So head down to the Homeboys merch booth if you like to get yourself some Homeboys goodies. I mean, their merch are amazing. The designs, Daddyhood. Shout out to Daddyhood.
Flex right here.
Wow.
Thank you very much, homeboys. Thank you very much. I already got mine already.
You already
But
got
the
yours.
jacket looks really good. I'm gonna get it
I
from...
do like the jacket though.
Yeah,
I'm more of a jacket
the
kind of
one
guy.
that they've been wearing on stage. I'm gonna get one of them as well because I just nice. I need another jacket for casting.
You want to wear the Homeboys jacket while you're cast?
Of course, why not? With that said, ladies and gents, let's take a look at the mic check of the winning team. Do stay tuned. Let's see what the players have to say around, well, when they talk in game.
Careful.
That's the most. I think
That
they
was
are-
the loudest.
No. That was the
There's an
loudest
error.
one. And actually, I think they're communicating by telepathy.
Yeah,
Telepathy.
There
But
we
we'll
go.
be taking a look at the actual mic check coming out soon. Ladies and gents, please hold on.
I show you.
Lapu, bos.
He got it.
Ulti them.
I don't want idea.
Nice.
Nice.
Jog. Nice.
Careful.
Zone it.
I'm here.
Zone it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Siang. Wait. Discipline. It's fine.
It's okay. Oh,
Yeah,
back
stay of us, bro. Discipline.
Please. We just end.
We got power also.
Wait.
No minion.
Okay.
Relax.
The B6 quite low. B6 low. Kill got. Nice.
Tower.
Tower.
Oh, David.
Double dash. Wow.
Back.
Let's go.
Go backs.
Yeah.
Go backs.
Backs. Nice. Carry. Just keep going.
Continue.
Go. Push.
上看一下。
I got it.
Back.
Go.
来
Nice.
Go.
I going.
来
Carry.
来
And game.
不要给 Uranus 哥 Asta mid top去
Go. Distribute it to here. Let's go.
晒 I hang 住
到。
我 hang 住
到。Nice.
So good. Everyone is like, yes! Kara's like, I hang. It's so good. It's like, it's totally different thing. And you know, powerful. You can see how the shot calling is there, right?
Yeah.
He's like, wait, discipline. Wait first.
Yeah, and I think, right, the playstyle of Evil has always been around, like, you know, this trust, right?
Yes, it's trust.
They've been
Distrust.
They've been in MPL Singapore for 4 seasons now.
This is fourth season.
And
already.
without a coach, pure community, started from nothing,
Now we're here.
and they're here. And they are one of the titans. With that said, ladies and gents, another thing I would like to point out as well is that I don't know why it's called a face cam, especially for powerful.
It's a hair cam.
It's a hair cam. Brought to you by Head and Shoulder. With that said, next chance we'll be going in, throwing it back to our beautiful host right there to interview one of the players. With that said, over to you, Cheryl.
Thank you so much, guys. Once again, a nail-biting match. But for match one, for game one itself, it seemed like the entire land of Dawn was cleaned up by Head and Shoulders. Super clean match, 0 deaths. But of course, it still led to a best of 3. I don't know what happened. Tell us more. What was going through your head, especially you guys are going up against Mr. International Dale as a coach here for Homeboys.
I'm definitely happy that we are able to beat Homeboys because like they have 3 imports, their coach and 2 of their players, and we are the only team that have no import and the only team that is surviving without any import. So we'll definitely show that Singapore have some standard.
Wow, Singapore represent everything don't have but have skill lah. Can say like that. Now, but that of course is a testament to what you guys do. And as mentioned, you know, Coach Dale is known for whipping out all sorts of different strategies, and he has been around the region playing with different players as well. So coming into a match with such a skilled coach, what was your preparations that you did for this game?
I would say that our first game really have to try to win because I believe in the second game, Coach Dale will definitely come out with some changes. Like you can see what he did during the game 2. He totally outdrafted me with the Valentina pick, then he went for the Arkai. Because he know that we want the Feramis again, so he put the Arkai against the Feramis. Then we don't have to pick up the Feramis, which causes us to get outdrafted.
Right, and the thing is, you guys keep picking the Feramis into the Valentina knowingly. Why would you do that?
We train a lot for that also lah. So we are prepared for most of the draft, I guess.
Okay, and if as in I'm a little bit worried now because if that's what you've been practicing and there's one more match, is this all the cards that you have laid out on the table?
No, we still got a few more picks that still in our book lah. We haven't show out yet. Maybe we will show you later.
Oh, very excited for that. And of course, just sliding in some ads, like they have the booth there if you want to buy the notebook. Unfortunately, not with the notes, you guys can do so as well. But okay, I'm not going to hold up much of your time because you got to prepare for match 4 that's going to come up. And that will be either Bleed or Vanguard Esports. Who will you be anticipating to see later on today?
I think I'll be ready for both teams lah. So I'll just study the match later, then see them later.
Right. So you know, people are saying that you are Davies' kryptonite. Do you agree with that statement?
I don't know because this is the 3rd season I beat him on a playoff lah. But he's definitely a strong player still. Like, as you can see, his Kaja is one of the heroes that most of the team are scared of.
Fantastic, and it has definitely shown. You guys are the playoff princes. All the best. Wishing you guys all the best. Whoever you're going up next seems like a tough one still. So I'm just gonna let you guys go and prepare for the next match. Thank you so much, Powerful, and I hope to interview you again for match 4.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty, friends. So the next match is going to happen at 1 p.m. and just today for match 1 itself, bright and early in the morning, 10 a.m. right here at the wonderful Suntec City. Our roof right here of the atrium has been blown apart by wonderful crowds and your cheers. Now, if you're thinking of how to spend your Saturday, we would love to welcome you to head on down right now and join us at Suntec City. We have tons of different activities that you can indulge in. And of course, also join us at each of the team's booth where you guys are able to snack some really cool merchandise and even vote for your favorite players. Now, the next match that's going to come up at 1 p.m. real soon, we're going to be seeing Bleed Esports going up against Vanguard Esports. Now, if you guys are thinking that, hey, this match, there isn't really much going on, then let me tell you, Vanguard Esports has a lot to prove because they have been talking so much smack over at the regular season. Now, particularly Nick Stain, because Nick Stain apparently is the mentee of our all-time favorite JPL over from Bleed Esports, who is the mentor, who will show that they have what it takes to be known as the best Roma in Singapore, I guess. Later on for match 2, let's stick around and find out. We'll see you at 1 p.m.
My name is Cheryl Yao, and I'm the host for MPL Singapore.
My name is Eugene, also known as Abstract. I am the caster for MPL Singapore Season 6.
Hi, my name is Churros, and I am a commentator or caster for MPL Season 6.
Well, my name is Jace. I'll be commentating for MPL Singapore Season 6. Excited for Season 6 upcoming.
My name is Scrubby, and I'm a commentator for MPL SG.
My name is Vertigo. I'm a caster / commentator for MPL SG for about 6 seasons already.
Hi, my name is Kindofu. I'm one of the few casters that are doing for MPL in this season 6.
Funny story. So when I first got my Mobile Legends Bang Bang gig, back then Mobile Legends Bang Bang wasn't like much. There were not a lot of people play it. Eventually, after that one gig, more came to me, and it always comes down to that idea whereby the game that I don't expect doing ends up being one of my staples.
How did I become involved? It feels like it's been so long ago, actually. So I was doing a couple of tournaments offline, I think community tournaments before that, and I was also learning the ropes, and then I got the opportunity from my mentor, Abstract, who brought me into MPL. So I think since then I've done a couple seasons, and yeah, it's been a fun ride.
It started off as an accident because I was an MC for an event, and then for some reason I realized there was no commentator for Mobile Legends at the time. So I just picked up the mic since I had the mic in my hand, and it was history from then on.
I went through a casting program with Abstract. Abstract's my mentor. And then lo and behold, here I am. It's a fast pass to being a professional caster and professional talent within MPL.
The most memorable one I ever had was Season 4 Slate versus RSG SG. It was a very tough match between both of these two teams. There's only one slot left because of the change. So there's a lot of tension, especially back then I was like a Slate EVOS Bleed supporter, right? And that's also one of the I think they're at a prime. It was really exciting. We went all best of 7, screaming out our lungs. It's really fun. And at Tampines Hub as well, we get to hear the crowd cheering and roaring for both these two sides as well. That's one of my favorite moments of casting in MPL Singapore.
I think the exciting moment is when you feel the electricity in the air. I highly, highly recommend any viewers who are watching us online to come on down and join us at the physical venues whenever, we share them on social media. Keep tabs on that. Come and join us at the live venue itself and feel the literal electricity in the air. That is something that I will never forget, and I enjoy every single time when we're doing finals.
I think, first and foremost, I'd like to thank them. I know that we have a lot of overseas viewers as well. Thank you for your support for MPL SG as well. Without you guys, I think we wouldn't be at the level we're at now. And I think just keep giving us your feedback, because good or bad, doesn't matter. If it helps us improve, we'll take it.
I personally really do appreciate the support coming from the community. Things like streamers playing the game and people supporting those streamers eventually kind of rose up to support for the entire MPL community as well, and scene in Singapore. So I feel like keeping that support and viewership going really, really helps the scene, because that's the most important thing. If you don't have viewers, the scene isn't going to grow. if you don't have bodies at Suntec or at OTH, at our Tampines hub, it's just not gonna work because no one's gonna watch the game. So keeping that support going, I think, would be really important to me, and I'm super grateful that we have these people in Singapore right now, and it continues to grow.
Honestly, first up, Singapore is very, very small. And if you have the slightest, interest in Mobile Legends Bang Bang, I highly encourage you guys, to follow our social pages, come on down and support us live. It's really, really appreciated, that presence there, whether you're online, physically with us, it's greatly appreciated, especially Singapore is so small. And of course, for our players as well, they would be deeply encouraged by, your roaring screams, especially on the live venue itself. And with Singapore being so small, we need to show other regions that Singapore might be small, but guys, we are mighty, and we need you, all of our Singaporean viewers, to be there to support Singapore all as one.
Being part of an ecosystem, that has been very enjoyable, because honestly, if I were to go to the playoffs and I'm just going in, I cast, I'm done, I go home, honestly, that's kind of boring. So whenever the audience members or the community members comes over and we just chat each other up, I think that's a very refreshing feeling, and the experience is different every season.
MPL Singapore itself wouldn't be possible without you guys. Every one of you are very important to us. And, like what we mentioned, come down every week if you guys can. I know you guys can be quite busy. Or during the playoffs, we are around and about. Just ask away and, have a chat with us. We're more than happy to chat with you guys. So I feel like you guys are really important for us. And I really thank you from the bottom of my heart how much support that you guys have been pouring in towards us since season 1. So I really thank you guys.
From afar, close your eyes, mommy's little
When I learned that our reality was on the brink of annihilation, the multiverse, implanted with fragments of my soul, became the last hope. Any universe is within my reach. Yet, my home still seems but a faded dream.
You can't save them. All life will perish before the calamity.
Sorry, my little star. I will protect you. No matter the cost. Even the cosmos can't stop me! Layla. My baby girl. Goodbye. The calamity ends with me. into oblivion. Finally, you are safe, my little star.
Please, come back home.
My journey is taking me home. For you are the home where I belong.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM. A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today!
Huh?
What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching!
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff! Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me! Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders!
Move on to Head and Shoulders! Up to 100% protection! Dandruff and Itch!
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders!
It's all right, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
The calamity's approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No! Lillian! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn, no time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect her. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect our daughter. In every fragment of my soul, the calamity's end shall be witnessed.
Dad? Are you out there?
electric in-game emote from MLBB. See you all in-game.
Y hay un torneo que lo confirma.
Blacklist kadrosu Incendios'a karşı oynuyor olacak. Bu heyecanı şu anda yaşıyorlar. Blacklist ciddi ekiplerden.
Ulang tahun buat Mobile Legends Bang Bang ke-7. Happy anniversary.
Anniversary sama untuk MLBB Mobile Legends.
Selamat ulang tahun yang ke-7 MLBB.
Sétimo aniversario
Feliz sétimo aniversario, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Feliz sétimo aniversário, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Mobile Legends, с днем рождения, тебе сегодня целых 7 лет.
Antisiyah bayramında kutlu. MSBB.
My name is Devi. I'm currently the main roamer for Homebois SG.
Hi, I'm Naufal, also known as Icon from Alchemy SG. I play as the jungler for the team.
Hi, I'm JPL and I play for Bleed Esports.
Hi guys, I'm Diablo from RSG SG. I'm also the captain and EXP laner for the team.
My name is Chesty. I play for Team Stella, and I'm the mid laner for them.
I'm Powerful from Team Evil and I'm the jungler for the team.
Hi, I'm Adam Yo, and I'm the captain and as well as EXP for Team Flash.
Hello everybody, I'm Nick Stain from Vanguard Esports and I'm playing the roamer and also the captain of Team Vanguard.
I would say that the team doesn't have a fixed play style, but more of we try to adapt on the fly and try to play as many scenarios as we know.
I would say we will be preparing a lot. We've been screaming a lot, practicing as a team together for the past few months after qualifiers, after the last season until today.
We have been playing ranked games. We have been playing scrims to
And now you can hear war cries coming from each of the rooms. And after just one match right here from day 2 playoffs, we have unfortunately seen a crowd favorite right here from MPL SG leave us, and that is none other than Homebois SG. And from our initial 6 that we have started off today, now we are left with 5 best teams right here at the MPL SG Season 6 playoffs. And with this next match, this number is only going to narrow down to the top 4 teams of MPL SG Season 6. So this is crunch time, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach match 2. Now we see 2 wonderful teams who are going up against each other, and they are none other than Bleed Esports going up against Vanguard Esports. Now, this is a very interesting matchup because we're going to be seeing the clash of mentor versus mentee. Yes, JPL is the mentor of Nick Stain. So, will the mentor show why he's the mentor, or will the mentee supersede him? We can only find out right here at this match. So, we sincerely hope that you are excited as I am right here for match 2 itself. So without further ado, let's keep the ball rolling and let's meet the wonderful faces right here of the teams. First up, friends, presenting to you our Titans in their own right. Please put your hands together for Bleed Esports! So yes, friends, right here we have Bleed Esports, and they're working extremely hard as they try to break the curse to lift the trophy. Let's welcome Bleed Esports as they march on. So going up against the Titans of Bleed Esports themselves, presenting to you Vanguard SG! Upsets that they have performed, can they do it one more time? Vanguard SG is here to defy the odds right here at match 2. So right now, the teams are moving on with their fist bumps, saying their friendly hellos before they're heading over to the land of dawn to wreak absolute havoc. It's a little bit of a moment right there between the mentor and the mentee, but of course, results will only be shown at the land of dawn, and we will see who is the true supreme roamer right here for match 2. So there's a lot to talk about, so I guess I'll hand my time over to the wonderful casters. What do you guys think of this match? Take it away.
I'll tell you what we think about. We're thinking about the McCrispy that we just had. Okay,
it was so good.
It was so good. I think I had the soy chicken flavor right there, and I just literally wolfed it down in 3 minutes.
There's a new recipe, but we can talk about that later
we
on.
can talk about
Let's go
later.
back to
Ladies
Bleed
and
in
gentlemen,
Vanguard.
we are at this particular series. It's going to be Bleed SG going up against Vanguard Esports. My name is Jay. Joining me right here, still on the desk, it's Churros, and Vertigo.
Wait, what?
This is this is what I feel when you get my name
I think
wrong.
the sun has really gotten into your eyes.
I'm sorry,
it's glaring.
JZ,
It's glaring too much.
I'm sorry, Mr. J07.
Wow, okay. We're going to go all the way back to the roots. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you what we actually feel about this particular series. And it is, of course, apart from the JPL versus Nick Stain kind of matchup, it is also the PH versus Indo. Let's bring it on. Let's bring it on in the comments, boys and girls.
Game 1 was MY versus SG kind of lineup. This one, PH versus ID. It's getting spicy. I was looking at a lot of the comment section. A lot of people were saying, hey, PH imports are the cream of the crop. They always carry the team. They always bring a lot of successes to the teams that are coming in. But will Vanguard Esports, who got the imports coming in from ID, are able to carry them through the entirety of this series.
Yeah, but so this is going to be a statement series, right? That
It
said,
is.
ladies and gents. Well, Churros, you see you're talking about the PHE imports, right? Let's take a look at Bleed Esports side of the roster.
No changes to the roster just yet. Deck in the gold lane, FMM, mid lane, Sagitnu and EXP, QVJ in the jungle, and JPL, the captain and the shot caller of Bleed Esports, being in the roster. Now, this team actually thrives on being a very, very early game aggressive, especially JPL. What they like to do is go into your face, especially in the early game when the clock starts ticking down. You stay in your jungle and be like an annoying mosquito. So this is just a very, very annoying lineup all the way through and through.
Yep, let's take a look on the other side, right? Vertigo, why don't you take us through Vanguard Esports when you're the one literally saying that, yeah, they're the Titans.
Yeah, they themselves are the Titans too. I think there was an error right there, right? Vanguard SG are equally as big as Bleed Esports, right?
Literally, you can light a piece of paper with his skin right now.
I'm so bright right now, but Luxionstein in the goal lane, Jude in the mid lane, Super Ryan in the EXP lane, slowly in the jungle, and Nick Stain on the roam. And this is going to be your main 5 lineups for today. You know, we saw a little banter as well, right? Battle of the Roamers, JPL, as well as Nick Stain.
Okay.
Both of them, they're just bantering with each other.
Alright, I like the fact that when during the fist bump, yes, that's the banter going on. We're not going to talk about that, don't forget. But then again, it's also going to be, like, you're talking about Bleed Esports, right? They suffer a lot of L's in the regular seasons as well. And they're not performing on par as what we expected during the regular season. Vanguard, on the other hand, also, we've got high hopes talking about them when we enter the qualifier. But then again, there's a lot of L's as well. So I don't know what to feel about these two teams. Why don't Churros, when we talk about the keys to victory, especially from Bleed side, why don't you just quickly run through what you feel about Bleed and Vanguard Esports?
In the regular season, just adding on to your point first, it's Bleed Esports has been suffering. They haven't been playing up to their standard. But going into the KTV, out-rotating the early objectives will be vital for their keys to success. And this really gravitates around the mid trio. So FMM, JPL, and QVJ will be the cornerstone of the esports. And now Deck has been improving, so they have to be wary of Slowly's assassin picks. This will really show Deck's value or undermine Deck's value within the entirety of the game, especially when we play towards the late game when a protect composition comes by. FMM early to mid game gangs alongside JPL. Again, we talk about that mid lane trio, and this is very important because FMM JPL has been impact players for Bleed, and this has shown in yesterday's game up against Flash. Although they lost, this is one of the games that they can really use to show their success and show their synergy within the entirety of this.
With that said, ladies and gents, why not get Vertigo? You said that, not labeling Vanguard Esports as a Titan. Yeah, why don't you just take us through why you think that they're Titans?
Yeah, I mean, the keys to victory for Vanguard Esports right here is Luxionstein's late game survivability in teamfight. Honestly, to me, I feel it's Luxionstein's positioning as a goal laner. He keeps getting caught out every now and then, a little bit cracks, a little bit of shakiness there. But I feel that Luxionstein can do well if he positions himself better, and of course, Jude's versatility on the mid lane heroes. I mean, we've seen Jude playing many different types of mage in the mid lane as well, and we've seen him going for the fighter mid lane as well. We've seen him go for the artillery mages as well, and of course, watch out for JPL's initiation. So it's a battle of the roamers to me. This is the battle of the roamers. As a roamer, I don't think it's a biased thing at all, but yes, it is a battle of the roamers.
Well, I'm pretty sure JPL has already initiated, right, at a fist bump already. But then again, we talk about the battle of the roamers. We also talk about the fact that it's also going to be PH imports going up against Indonesian imports. I feel like both these two teams, they do have their quirks and perks. JPL, of course, he personally trained Nick Stain, and now he's on the other side of the aisle. I'm always interested to see how these two roamers interact with each other.
Yeah, like Cheryl has once said, it's the mentor versus mentee kind of thing. It's like you and me up against Abstract. It's like we're always wanting to try to prove to him that, hey, I'm still a viable option right here. And I can do better than you. It's sort of like this old dog versus new dog kind of narrative that we try to bring across.
I'm pretty sure that never happened between me and Abstract.
Maybe,
it's just you and Abstract. Oh, rivalry between the casters, ladies and gents. I'm cooking these spies. But then again, let's talk about the head-to-head, right? Why don't I bring it over to Vertigo right here? Why is it that Vanguard Esports has done so much more damage but with a lower win rate.
Exactly. So because of this, right? Because Vanguard pick unnecessary fights all the time. Skirmish over skirmish over skirmish, and no objective, no macro. Look at Bleed side. First objective rate, first tower rate, and the total KDA. If you win objective, you will get a much higher KDA. Right? That's 100%. Take a look at the KDA. Look at the death coming out on the side of Vanguard. 285. That's almost two times, you know, as compared to Bleed. And the kill is, you know, about the same as well, and the assist as also. But the win rate for Bleed is definitely much higher because they focus on the macro game.
So it's more like Bleed is efficient.
Yes.
Being given what they are given.
Yes.
And they're able to make the best use of a worst case scenario as compared to Vanguard Esports.
So here's what I think. Like, you know, we watch a lot of MPL PH, MPL ID. MPL PH likes to thrive on these objective takes. They play the macro game. Sometimes albeit a little bit boring, but you know, it gets the job done. They win games. But ID, they like their skirmishes, and that's why, again, going back to the battle of the roamers, it's all about Nick Stain getting his support, getting his setup tanks, and JPL getting the versatility of being adapting to Nick Stain's hero picks. After all.
Let's take a look at what the desk thing, right? Like I don't have access to it. Excels, I lie. Then I would like to see what you guys what we actually think, right? So it's Bleed.
There's content over here.
Guys.
Vertigo.
Bro, guys. The last time this ever happened, a Bleed full desk. Come on, guys.
Choi. Touch wood, man.
You're supposed to go against the Tide.
No, to me, Bleed are the Titans as well, but I still give them a 2-1. I still give them the 2-1 because
you're giving Vanguard a fighting chance.
Yeah, I mean, I still look at Vanguard with a nice little bit of hopium.
Dude, the reason why I love the desk with you is so that you provide an opposite POV so that we don't curse Bleed once again.
Now we won't
because
curse
we
Bleed.
see this all throughout last season as well, and see what they end up with.
I mean, to me, I would vote for Vanguard as well, right? I mean, I would vote for Vanguard, but I mean, Bleed looks so much more stable right now, and it just all boils down to the macro game and JPL's information giving.
All right, let's take a look at what you guys think as well. I know Custer's Curse is actually really, really strong, but
close fight, very close fight.
Okay, at the very least, this time around, the desk actually agrees with the audience.
Yeah, close fight, such a close fight. I mean, Vanguard just nearly losing out to Bleed in the audience prediction, right? I mean, take a look at that, 25 to 75.
Cool.
Yes.
But that's logic coming out from Vertigo. Like you said, like
once.
from the statistics, it's all about the objective takes. It's all about playing the macro game. Bleed has that, especially with under the leadership of JPL, setting the ganks and protecting deck, especially protecting deck. Now, we talked about like in the regular season, Bleed hasn't been performing as well. No, deck has improved after the 2 weeks. His positioning was on point yesterday, but it was just an unfortunate turn of events up against Flash, one of the top Titans team.
You know what I want to see, ladies and gents, from the side of Bleed?
What?
It's time to go Super Saiyan. I want to see Gear on the mid lane. Bring FMM back to the marksman.
What? So really?
I want to see my boy Gear back on. Remember the child prodigy?
Yeah.
Remember him?
He's sitting in a room. He's not out here on stage.
Yeah, like give him a shirt and let him play.
Wow, you're really bringing Gear back.
Yeah, I want to bring Gear back. I want to see him back.
I feel Gear has been cooking for a while.
Yeah, he's been stewing.
I'm the opposite of you, Jace.
Okay, what do you want to see?
I want to see Suni on the desk, on the table.
Suni's from Vanguard. I'm talking about Bleed right now.
I know, right? I just want to see that play.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about Bleed. I'm talking about, I want to see Gear. I want to see the child prodigy.
I just want to see an exciting match. That's
all.
all.
Definitely. We all do. And of course, you know, if Gear coming back on the desk, I think that's something that Bleed does have in the back pocket because there are some rumors going around that he may be able to play the mid lane as well.
Maybe.
Not too sure, but we shall see as we go into game number 1 in terms of the draft.
You know, starting off,
see?
We were talking about this before the draft started. Like, Fanny would be definitely in the hotly contested ban pool for Bleed because Slowly has played a mean Fanny in the regular season and they don't want to deal with that. On the other side though, Vanguard, they are going for the Nolan and the Eden. Here's my thoughts, right? Bleed yesterday, JPL got the Hilda and works very well, especially up against an assassin pick. So if they force Slowly into an assassin jungle, JPL plays the Hilda, you go in full aggression.
Value in me?
That would be one of the ideal scenarios that Bleed could look out for.
Yeah, but I have to point out as well, right? I mean, in the previous matchup, they did ban out the Fanny as well as the Eve. But this time, because Vanguard are going for the first pick, they're going to ban away that Fredrin. And Vanguard is going to retaliate back again with the most versatile pick in the world, which is going to be that Valentina.
Actually, this makes a lot of sense for Vanguard because I think Vanguard are trying to get some information what Bleed is trying to do. Now, Bleed is focusing fire on like, hey, let's ban out all of Slowly's heroes. The Fredrin is taken out, the Fanny as well. Maybe they might ban out the Marty's even, just try to force him into an assassin jungle. And this is where JPL can utilize that mosquito ability that he has, just being around, being a nuisance, being an annoyance around Slowly, and force him to choke out on the early game farms. But they will ban out the Yuzhong instead, a better Filipino kind of flavor they're bringing in.
Okay, that's very interesting, right? Usually you ban the Angela, there's also the Rafaela that's also wide open. The Mathilda is also hugely wide open. Question is, Nick Stain, does he want to pick that Matilda away from JPL?
No, I don't think he's very comfortable on the Matilda.
That's the reason why Potato
Bleed
let it
could
sleep.
do double support with Angela and Matilda if that's not picked up.
Yeah, they're still going
they
for
will
the
go
Angela.
for the Angela. Yeah,
They have to.
So JPL right here could very well go into the Matilda, which provides a lot more rotation speed in the early game and sets their sights on a snowball capable QVJ.
And allows deck to play even more aggressive than usual. That allows him to basically, you know, drag deck back into safety, right?
Yep.
So because that's one of the themes that we've been talking about in Bleed is Bleed, right? Like the deck's positioning can be sometimes questionable. With the Mathilda, it allows him to make even more mistakes, and it allows that, you know, safety net for Bleed to play around with.
Wow, but the Joy and Irithel, I mean, Angela Joy, Angela Irithel is just irritating to me.
Yeah.
100%. The kiting is going to be so, you know, so intense, you know, just going to punish, you know, whatever Bleed has to offer.
It's
here's what I'm
irritating,
seeing.
get it? Get it?
Exactly, that's what I said. I meant it.
Yeah. I can't believe that pun just flew over our heads. I'm the first one to get it, and Churro's like, huh, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm always the Eterna over here. I don't understand these new trends and terms. But
Come
anyways, here's what
on.
I'm seeing. It's like Bleed is going for this death ball-like strategy. JPL could very well pick up the Hilda right here, just denying Slowly of his farm in the early game, or he could go in as a utility support as a Matilda. They're still on the tables right here. But on the other end, okay, the Wrath will be picked up. So a death ball. This is literally a death ball by Bleed. For Vanguard, though, it's like mini tiny asteroids, so it's like a spray cannon. You can get Irithel jumping in, you can get Joy jumping in, you can get other types of heroes jumping in one by one and try to layer in all your team.
I think they're just trying to out-heal each other, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you have the Angela against the Rafaela. I mean, the Rafaela's healing is so much more.
Okay, I think the most important thing at Rafaela is that you don't have the burst healing as what the Angela can provide, especially when you go into the hard guard. But the slow immunity is definitely going to help against the Angela.
And the extra movement speed.
And the
too.
extra movement speed through.
I think they just want to keep up with the mobility, right? I mean, Joy is so quick already. Irithel with the Angela is even quicker. And right now, Bleed, they want to fight as 5. So you have the Faramis, you have the Baxia.
Yeah.
With that Angela, you're just going to be a big boost.
But then again, if you take a look at Bleed's side of the drop, the only way they can actually play around this is to engage with Baxia.
Now, they ban out the Kaja right here. For Bleed, it's looking like a 1-1 game for deck. So they might want to eliminate any form of threat
to kite.
From
1-1 is the only one that can kite a very fast-moving Irithel, right?
The thing is, if you give 1-1 a lot of time and space, you're able to swap in all the weakness points. You can build the critical Holy Trinity. So the Haas Claws, the Windtalker, and the Berserker's Fury. You deal a lot of damage as a
Great Dragon
1-1.
Spear instead of Windtalker.
Maybe a Great Dragon Spear instead of Windtalker as well for that 1-1. Get a lot more movement speed, especially when you hit the Cosmo tank. Well, from a marksman main yourself.
Wait, you said crit build for 1-1?
Yeah, crit build for 1-1, yeah. It's possible. It's possible.
The
You have
Windtalker gives you better clear.
Fury.
Better clearance.
Better clears.
On wave.
Yep.
Interesting, because I usually bring in the attack speed Trinity, except for the Golden
Yeah,
Star.
so
Replace it
you
with
can
the
still build
Windtalker.
the Corrosion side, the Demon Hunter Sword, but then you build in the Haas Claws and the Berserker's Fury as well. And on the side of Vanguard, though, they are taking out all of these burst marksmen. So the Bruno is taken out, the Brody's taken out. I think Bleed could snatch up the 1-1 right here. You have a little bit more dash updates from that patch itself. Coupled in with the Rafaela, it's very difficult to catch this 1-1.
But here's the tricky part, right? If Bleed were to bring in the 1-1 right here, don't forget there's always a potential phobias that could be used to, you know, kind of constantly trigger and allow his cooldown to go down. Yes, he's unable to land on the damage that the 1-1 can output, but it's annoying as a 1-1 to deal with the phobias. And it's usually annoying, especially when you're not too used in the gold lane.
So they're delaying the marksman pick or the gold lane pick.
That's
The
right.
Dairoth will be picked
That's
up
quite
here.
smart.
This Dairoth.
0% win rate though.
Dairoth makes sense over here because they don't know what Vanguard is picking up, and Dairoth on a one-to-one lane matchup wins every single EXP laner, especially the Esmeralda, the Uranus. So they're eliminating that from the bat. Vanguard, on the other hand, they have options to pick up some crowd control heroes like the Terizla. It's still wide open, and you could very well pick up the Terizla as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Bleed actually ignored the Terizla, went for the Dairoth pick instead.
Yeah, I mean, the Terizla is a really good pick right here. I mean, you kind of deny, but they're going to go for the Minotaur yet again. So it's going to be Angela mid right now and a Arlet.
The Arlo.
There we go. The Arlet here with the Minotaur here. You have a nice cream of the crop here with the Minnow and Fury as well.
Yeah, you guys, you know, whenever you say Arlo, you know what I imagine?
Merlot?
We
said it at the same time.
A French
Synergy.
Arlet skin with the mime and a baguette.
Hey, Moonton, that's an idea right there.
Yeah, skin idea. Let's go, ladies and gents.
And Jace
shout out to Husky as well. He came up with that idea.
And Jace will be the one who voiced the mime.
No, actually, wait. How do you voice a mime?
That's why you're the voice. But yes,
honestly though,
for the last pick though.
Yep.
Honestly though, I do like the layering of crowd control coming up from Nick Stain and the Arlut. So that's going to be played by Super Ryan. Oh man.
Did they go for the Beatrix here?
Beatrix is always safe. It's always a safe bet.
Yep.
It will be the Ixia.
Okay, we saw the Ixia coming out from the side of Coconut. The amount of range is definitely going to be very helpful for the side of Bleed. But then again, the same question I asked from the side of Bleed, how are you going to engage with this kind of roster? The Baxia, yes, but then again, you're going to be sacrificed. What if the Baxia gets busted down? There goes your retribution, right?
They want to shred.
With a Dairoth?
They want them to walk to them,
Dairoth
right? They want Bleed wants Vanguard to walk into their hands and punish them for it, and at the same time, team heal with the Rafaela for extra sustainability in the team fight, just to, you know, keep them in the mix, just keep them in the running a little bit, and of course to let them stay in the fight as long as possible, as well as winning the skirmish.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, it is time to watch the Mentor versus Mentee matchup. It is time to watch the PH Imports versus Indonesian matchup. As we go into the Land of Dawn, game number 1 is afoot. Bleed Esports going up against Vanguard Esports.
Wow, indeed. And we have a game pause coming out.
That's exactly, epic for the game pause, ladies and gents.
I wanted to say though, as much of a defensive draft that Bleed has, the Ixia is very susceptible to the Joy. Once he pops that Rhythm of Joy, once he gets to the backline, Ixia is gone. And if Slowly is able to find Ixia or Deck very effectively throughout a lot of these team fights, then Bleed is basically getting caught with their pants down.
Yeah, okay, I think the most important thing that we have to look out for is that the Ixia's cone, I'm going to apply a little bit of trigonometry right here, right? That cone is a little bit tighter this time around. It's a lot easier to sidestep, but it's longer.
It's much longer. So, I mean, you want to take fights in tight spaces, basically, right? If you were the Ixia, the jungle would be amazing for you to go for the team fight.
But here's how it's going to play out. You have the Faramis and the Baxia and the Rafaela. That's the death ball right there. So Deck, all he needs to do is just position himself right at the back, let Baxia soak in all of these damages, then Ixia opens up the full barrage. And that's how the game plan is for Bleed. But in the early game though, JPL being the nuisance that he is, even on a Rafaela, forcing down the retribution on the orange buff, Nick Stain sees this, he's trying to push JPL away, but FMM Sagitnu got there fast too, they are going in for backup. Now again, this is the mid trio that Bleed is looking for.
Oh, the pool.
Ryan, that's a heal coming out from JPL. Shoot coming in as a nice knockout from the side of Nick Stain. Super Ryan burns a flicker right on the bat very early on. Normal final slash coming out, ultimate, and one more coming with a flicker at the turtle pit for now. So that's something that Bleak can successfully take back.
Yep, and right now with the goal lane matchup, you have Deck up against Lakshan Stain. So, a Ixia against an Irithel. Jace, tell me, which one will win in lane? Just purely in lane.
Ixia can outpoke the Irithel easily, but then again, Irithel, if you play timing right, but speaking of timing right, KLVJ doesn't have level 4. He's already slowly at level 4. He pops the ultimate. He's happy. He's enjoying first blood. Give it on the side of Vanguard Esports.
Wow, slowly popping the Rhythm of Joy already, and so much ultimate has been used. Slowly popping their Rhythm of Joy as well as Bleed. Did not even level 4. The Tortoise Poissons wasn't there.
I think it's a rotation issue. If QVJ went for the gold crab up on the top lane, he would have got that level 4 after he got the lizard on the top lane, and then he can overturn that situation or a small skirmish onto Slowly, but he slowly got the level 4 faster than him, so the electrifying beats actually took him down first. Now, turtle fight ensuing, Nickstain pulled the turtle over to Vanguard side.
Slowly charging up the passive stacks, does have the ultimate in tow, something that Bleed has to take a look out for just in case, but unfortunately Slowly will reset that one. They're not looking at the turtle anymore. Super Ryan just showing face for now. Bleed Esports resets the turtle.
Turtle has been resetted right now, but take a look at Bleed's positioning. They are controlling the map so much here. And JPL on slowly runs a little bit low.
Nice knockout coming out of Nickstain, but he doesn't really have level 4 right here. JPL does have it soon. The ultimate coming on Sagitnu. Doesn't connect. The execute not confirmed, but the turtle confirmed by Bleed.
Yep, and like I said, Bleed, Vanguard, they did get the first blood. You get the first blood, go, yeah, sure. But Bleed, they are so focused on the macro right now.
Nickstain's not level 4 yet. How is this happening?
He's so far behind.
Nickstain I think he was there just to protect Slowly. He just wants Slowly to have a better time in the jungle, but all this time Bleed is showing the aggression. They're kicking it up to high gear, and this is their game plan. Slowly taking a lot of damage from Sagitnu, manages to get out of harm's way.
Exactly, and right now, Super Ryan, 1v1 into the lane, and Sagitnu just cutting waves here. Final slash here.
Already committed though, Sagitnu a little bit down low. Slowly is already in the area, doesn't really have the ultimate as well. Flicker already committed by Sagitnu back to safety. Slowly still giving on chase, but Nickstain getting zoned out by JPL. Sagitnu coming in, a little bit one dot, but he's actually healing. One more hit will do, but no, KLBJ right here, hard guard. Dissuades KLBJ for the assassination. Slowly continue on the fight now, but then again, no ultimate, so just a little bit too short in time.
Yeah, and it's only level 5 shoot here on the Angela and providing so much shield and so much healing coming out from this Joy. This Joy is going to run rampant. He's going to be running around like headless chickens, especially Slowly on the Joy. That is Slowly's comfort pick. So the moment the Joy gets left, I think Potato knows this though, he lets the Joy through.
There's a beautiful rotation down onto VJ, pull the orange buff into the bush, and this is basically what the death ball situation is going for. He does have the retribution, he will use it.
Nice drag coming out, Super Ryan drags KLVJ away so that the Joy will be able to secure the orange buff for now. Nice engage, well, nice invade coming out from Bleed, putting a bit of pressure onto Vanguard for now, just a little bit.
It's going to be a very long game. Vanguard, they really need to buy a lot of time. Bleed is getting all of these aggressive invades, and Vanguard is always on the defensive front.
NOD first item coming up from FMM.
Yeah, I mean, there's mad respect coming out, especially towards Slowly and Choose, right?
Oh, Nickstain. We're going, immediately get busted down. Where's the damage coming from? Coming up from Sagitnu, Slowly coming in at the same time, just holding on with the hard guy at the same time. KLVJ the king, steals the kills, turn off for themselves. Once again, FMM asks you, where are you going? Where are you running? Slowly, just a little bit slow, running away with Habitude. Should be able to disengage for now, but then again, the turtle giving over the side of Bleed.
Your Boxer with the double support is so scary. Taking a little itemizations, it does look like Bleed is a little bit up ahead. The Necklace of Endurance is the first item being bought by FMM just to dissuade them from the sustained capabilities from that Angela.
Oh, Ixia though.
Ixia in a bit of trouble right here. Finally, that's one kill given the side of Vanguard for now. Bleed, you know, Ixia overextending just a little bit, but then again, it's exactly what Vanguard needs.
Exactly, and I have to point out as well, that is a very dirty combo coming out from FMM and JPL, right? The Faramis goes for the pull, and the JPL comes in with the ultimate, and the two-man disgusting stun to secure, because of the charge up time and the animation time coming out from JPL's ultimate. It takes some time, but the pull is just going to secure it. Take a look at Nickstain.
Holy Baptism coming out. Nickstain are charging up, but nice! Flash coming out with Super Ryan, making sure Bleed unable to do anything.
Maniac!
The damage coming out from Luxenstein, the Maniac delivered!
The Savage!
Vanguard making a savage! from Vanguard! What is going on? Coming up from Vanguard Esports, what is happening right here?
It all boils down to the Minoan Fury. That was the perfect timing coming out from Nick Stain, just soaking up all that damage. And Chud coming in with a hard guard as well. And the backup coming in with the heavy crossbow from Lakshan Stain to secure that Savage as well.
I wasn't expecting this, ladies and gents, but then KLVJ right here, Lakshan Stain, he must be so fed right now. Look, level 10 going up against a jungler, enemy jungler at level 9. This as a marksman? I'm smiling!
So Lakshan Stain is super fed right now. Bleed Esports, they are layering it in. They want to go for these team clashes, but Vanguard, they are very reactive, and this is pretty much what works out well for them. Lakshan Stain just standing at the back, Nick Stain soaking up all those damage, all those ultimates.
So dirty.
Very dirty. But Bleed, they're missing out on all these macro plays. On the off lane though, you see the waves pushing in. Vanguard always focusing fire on the offside, maintaining lane presence.
Because of that one Savage, Vanguard's back in the game. Look at the goal lead, 4K, and they take a total away from Bleed. Bleed, that early game pressure is all now gone. It's all dissipated.
Is this the caster's curse? Is this the audience curse?
No, don't ask about us. It's not our fault.
It's not us, man. It's not us. But right now, Bleed, they're cowering. They are hiding. They have to go passive right now. Take a look at the players go. Because of that Savage, Lakshan Stain is at 7,000 gold right now. He's on top of the world, and Lakshan Stain and Slowly, top 2 of the network right now. Slowly though.
Okay.
KLVJ just there, just trying to disengage Vanguard away, but they already cracked the tower.
Vanguard is slowly just dismantling the Bleed like this, and this is weird because this is like what, 6th seed going up against 4th seed. Vanguard's putting up a good show against Bleed.
They did their homework. That's all I can say. Lakshan Stain, he's so fed. He's got so much damage. They're looking in for more towers. Bleed, on the other hand, the towers on Vanguard are untouched. This is unlike Bleed. Hold on a second.
Holy Baptism coming up, not enough damage coming up from Bleed at the same time. Here comes the barrage, but then the knockup coming up from the side of Nick Stain. But this time round, it is going to be Bleed that picks up 2 kills away from Vanguard Esports.
And that was the punishment right there, right? We know when Fury comes in, but another round comes in clutch from FMM.
FMM, no! That's not exactly where you want to be. Now Slowly pops an ultimate. Where the hell are Chud? And Vanguard, this is the Womba combo. They're looking for more. JPL, the next victim. Holy Baptism doesn't connect. Chud, credit them for that kill. Lakshan Stain wants some of the action. But then again, the damage has been done. Bleed losing a little bit too much.
Vanguard just upping the momentum up. They have the lead. They need to extend it. Bleed, they're being forced out of their base, out of the comfort of their own base. The only silver lining is that Faramis has decent wave clear. So wait for the crash and wait for Vanguard to get in your face, especially when you have such a close range kind of composition coming in from Vanguard. Bleed on the defensive front.
And hard guard already coming on to Lakshan Stain. They won the 2nd tier turret.
That ultimate is just trained for that 2nd tier turret. KLVJ knows if he rolls in, that's it. That's one Lord given over the side of Vanguard for free, but that's one big ultimate committed by Chud for now. Heavy crossbow. JPL takes a bit of the damage. So for Ryan, right there, just lingering around, providing some vision. Bleed cannot find a way to engage.
I mean, two ultimates down already, right? You do not have the hard guard. You do not have the heavy crossbow as of right now, but Bleed, they have all 5 ultimates up, and they can just easily take this fight. But the Minoan Fury is ready, and Bleed, they have their answer. They have that Nether Realm coming up, but all 5 ultimates are up. Heavy crossbow as well as the hard guard are off the cooldown as well. Lord goes slow, Minoan Fury.
Slowly, that's a nice knockup coming out. The Nether Realm committed by the side of Bleed as well. Not enough damage, but then again, Lakshan Stain, the Stain Brothers is making the damage, but that turns it around. It's the battle of the marksman instead, another maniac in this game. What is this game going on?
What is this? Double Maniac and one Savage. Bleed just turning it around, and I have to say, amazing positioning coming out from Deck.
This time round.
For Deck, he's just super patient. He's just waited at the back line. He's always protected by JPL, and that's the angel, the guardian angel JPL, just protecting Deck from all harm whatsoever.
That Maniac brought deck and made him relevant. Vanguard right here may potentially lose this Lord right here unless Super Ryan can say something else.
Yep, Super Ryan coming in though, but the
Holy
Holy
Baptism. That's a knockup coming out. Super Ryan charging up. Okay, KLBJ still secures the Lord for now. And now they gotta add the bugger up right here. Luxon Stain coming in the heavy crossbow deck on the other side of the wall. Just ready to damage, but slowly catches onto Sagignu. Deck a little bit low, has to try to retreat, but then again he gets caught off guard. Just one more dodge slowly. Right there, escapes with bare minimum life, but then again Bleed loses 2.
Vanguard with the turnaround and the punish onto Bleed. They know Bleed wants this Lord. They are desperate for this Lord. Take a look at the turrets. All 9 turrets still standing strong, and they want to take this Lord no matter what. So Vanguard punish Bleed hard.
Bleed has this Lord, but Vanguard, they still have the upper hand. They still have full control of the map. As long as this Lord doesn't touch that tier 1 down at the top lane, they have that chance to get that lane priority. QVJ just rolling around. Okay, just zoning out, just zoning the rest of Vanguard out.
They have to escort this Lord instead, but there's no marksman that's following, so not a lot of pushing power coming up from the top side. If Vanguard actually catches Ixia like that, he's literally getting caught out of place, literally caught off guard.
Look at
by
Nick.
Vanguard.
Look at Nick, look at Nick.
Nick, nice maneuver, knocking up 2 flickers all the way at the same time. Luxon Stain, Nick Stain still continues on the knockup. JPL needs to guide, Bleed away. Deck joins the fight right here. KLBJ will be able to stun onto, and here comes the barrage. Exactly what Bleed needs. And Vanguard will lose Super Ryan for this fight.
What a big punish coming up from Bleed as well. I mean, the Nether Realm just literally saves
the Lord
them.
is dealt with, but Joel slowly, oh look at him, he's able to fight Sagignu! JPL desperately trying to heal, but nice move coming up from FMM, but slowly is not persuaded to retreat. He's going on, he's going full metal to the metal, and then again, Vanguard finally shut it up, but looks to stay so far ahead. The heal, the slow, the shields coming out from the side of Vanguard. FMM, the only one left to try to wave clear this one.
They can turn, they can turn.
They can turn this though, but the Lord, I mean, you have the turret running low as well, but you can't end this though.
Can they end this?
They can't end this though. They have one
Sagignu's coming out. Sagignu's coming out. The bottom lane is in shambles.
Yeah, the bottom lane is in shambles.
You gotta have to try to fix the wave, ladies and gents.
They have to fix up the wave. They have to sync up the wave as of right now. I mean, take a look at Vanguard and Bleed. It's a literal bloodbath, right? Yeah. Vanguard, they want to take this fight. Bleed, they are forced to take the fight. I mean, Bleed, their composition right now, they just need to wait for Vanguard to walk into the hands and not take any fight at all.
But Vanguard, though, they have a very, very disgusting combo. It's stun logs after stun logs. Minoan Fury into the final slash. That is what Vanguard needs, but they need to find the right opportunity. That was no follow-up for Vanguard, and they need to make this count.
That small window opportunity from Bleed, that Maniac, now gone. Vanguard was able to shove Bleed back to their base, the crack open mid. Now the Lord is spawned, and Vanguard's already set up camp around the Lord pit.
It's just a waiting game for Vanguard. They want to pull Bleed out. They want to find the right flank.
One pickup would be good, but then again, late game Dara, what can you do?
I mean, right now, Vanguard, they do have the advantage, right? I mean, slowly just picking up their Winter Truncheon already. And Vanguard, they have a 4.5k gold advantage right now. And the waves are pushing into Bleed. And right now, Vanguard, they're just waiting. Then they're just trying to get any information that they can and try to open up the map and hold their position and try to contest for it.
Vanguard's really winning the macro game.
Wow, look at the damage.
Slowly fights up MM! Deleted the first casualty for now. JPL slowly healing it all the way up, but the burst damage coming over Vanguard's a little bit too much for them to handle. Vanguard turns their backs around towards the Lord once they see Bleed has their main damage dealer right back at their base.
What a smart move by Vanguard. They pushed on the top wave. They forced Deck to go back. Once they see Deck not in the picture, they pulled the trigger. They went for Bleed. They took down 2, and they took down the Lord. Now, this is a very, very pivotal moment for Vanguard. They need to at least take down tier 3, but hold on a second.
Sagignu, FMM, triple slowly with the helpitude. He's safe for now.
I have to say, right, I mean, Nick Stain with the catch as well, but Bleed coming in with the misposition from Deck, getting caught out by slowly and instantly gets melted off the face of the earth. And Vanguard right now, what they have to do, they have to sync up the waves, and they do have the wave crashing in against Bleed right now. So Vanguard, they can go for the game end as well. The top tier turret is under pressure as well as the bottom tier turret. They do have the mid-wave turret crashing in with the Luminous Lord as well. And take a look at Vanguard, they could easily end it. 6.5k though.
Charging it up.
1.
Looking at JPL, ready to proc the ultimate. Then again, Liechtenstein opening damage.
Oh!
Nice! Super Ryan drag, but FMM coming in. Nick Stain, nice flicker coming up on deck as well, but it's going to be off or not. Vanguard just right now just trying to focus down on the core, but the damage coming out. Bleed just trying to desperately defend. Bleed defending with their lives right there, and they're able to do it.
Wow, Bleed defending with all their life, literally decked with the amazing positioning, and now KLVJ trying to go for the punish though.
Holy Baptism coming out, slowly coming in with the out hard guard just in the nick of time. But then again, Nick Stain will be the sacrificial lamb as a New there to execute him. Immortality being proc, but Bleed needs to go back out and clean house.
Oh, they need to go for a house cleaning right now. Spring cleaning here on the side of Bleed base, but what a base defense coming out from Bleed.
A very good effort for Vanguard, but they missed out Deck. Deck was just standing way ahead, or way far away from the base, and he found the right position. He used the flicker, he popped the flicker to reposition his full barrage. He got a lot of damage down, but what a setup from Super Ryan with the flicker and with the final slash.
The final slash with the flicker definitely caught Bleed off guard, along with the Minoan Fury coming from Nick Stain as well.
But Ryan though does have the final slash. Oh sorry, he's already used it. It could almost go very wrong for Bleed if they decide to fight underneath that turret.
Yeah. Vanguard, they're just pulling everyone out, taking a lot of itemizations. It does look like most of the members of Vanguard with that 4k gold lead are at full build.
Almost full build. Let's take a look at Slowly right now. Starting Scythe with the Demon Shoes as well as the Holy Crystal, Blood Wings, Divine Glaive, and a concentrated energy on the side of Slowly here. And
he's probably going to keep that boots all the way until that Lord. After the Lord, he might very well switch into an Immortality, get a second life, go into the base, try to get Deck out. If he fails, he got a second chance.
Wow, but Nick Stain securing onto the Blade Armor right now. I mean, kind of denying the attack speed build coming out from Deck as well to deflect any of the basic attack that is going to be coming out from the full barrage that is going to be on Deck.
Lord will be the point of contention for both these two teams right now. Bleed has an open base that they have to constantly go back and fix. Right now, I think Bleed, the lack of Deck joining the team fights is starting to cause Bleed all these team fights, right? Because right now, yes, I mean, FMM is a Faramis can up in some form of damage. Sagignu can do that as well. But I think you need that constant DPS.
You need the DPS no matter what. And take a look at where Deck has positioned himself. Zero information to Vanguard, right? They're not giving any information right now and slowly just trying to scout out, just trying to force out any positions that is going to be coming up from Vanguard right now. And Vanguard, they are at a 3.6 thousand gold lead right here. Very good turn, and the Lord Dance is going to be started. KLVJ
slowly identifying Ixa's not around there. This time around, KVJ will take a lot of damage, and the hard caught Alta in a sense. Another round coming up, back up, the heal coming up. That's one big ultimate already gone for the side of Bleed. Hard guard already ended, and now slowly will try to keep on charge. The Lord is still around being aggro right there, so no resets coming up for now. Bleed, on the other hand, is just setting it up slowly but surely, hoping Vanguard make this one undisciplined mistake.
Yeah, look at how Vanguard would took that fight, right? Vanguard could easily take that fight, but they do not have any information where Deck is. Deck
Vanguard
was
is
all
actually
the way on the
winning
other
the macro
side.
game.
Yeah, Deck is all the way on the other side of the map, and they have no information. They do not want to get flanked by Deck because of that long-range full barrage ultimate.
It's very smart forcing Angela to go onto the off lane, because with the hard guard, she can very well come back into the fray. Vanguard just playing the macro game, forcing Bleed out of position. QVJ, Rolling Thunder hits.
Oh, Rolling Thunder hits as well, and it's also going to be KLVJ absorbing most of the damage. JPL still does have the Holy Baptism, just saving up for slowly. Sagigno just jumping in front, making sure that nobody goes all the way to the back line. For now, Vanguard right here, the dance continues.
Bleed cannot afford to go onto this team fight. They have a wave on the bottom side that's constantly pushed by the Angela, by Chud, and Chud is doing such a great job providing that vision, providing that Met presence in the entirety of this game.
And right now,
that's a nice setup coming out of Super Ryan, and this may be the case for the side of Bleed to basically go all the way back to the base. Bleed right here, just trying to 1v1, but no! It's almost a wipe out. No, for Bleed, KLVJ, the only person left to basically defend against the onslaught of Vanguard Esports.
What a big final slash there coming out from Super Ryan to clear it out.
That's
and
it.
Vanguard here.
That's it.
They're going to go for the throne. They're going to go
That's
for the
it.
crystal. And that is going to be game number 1.
Luxenstein, the Savage, the Vanguard Esports has made bleed game number 1.
Of course, we have to go with the bleed again.
Sorry.
But what an amazing game coming out from Vanguard. They had the early game lead. They took that early game fight and they went with it. They had the snowball. They had a timer. They need to hit that snowball or not, it's not going to work. It's exactly like a Hellcat.
There is 2 positives that came out of Vanguard Esports draft. It's the double support. You got double heals on the Irithel. You have the Angela who's always able to go onto the offside, trying to maintain that wave pressure, and you have double crowd control that can layer on top of each other.
Exactly.
Deck is a sitting duck. He can push his full barrage all he wants, but at the end of the day, slowly his main target, his main objective isn't the Lord, isn't these neutral creeps, but it's to take Deck down.
Man, it's just Super Ryan though. That set was so scary, and don't forget there's a period of time. I think the first Savage, it was also Super Ryan that's engaging, and then after that, Nick Stain just follows up with the ultimate, and that's it. Man, Bleed is just outclassed by Vanguard Esports.
Pure outclassed by Vanguard Esports. I mean, what did I say? Vanguard are titans.
But you still
as well.
voted for Bleed.
Exactly.
Explain yourself.
Because Bleed
knows
it. Bleed knows Vanguard inside and out.
But you still voted for Bleed.
It's all about the execution.
No, Jace, it's all about the Vertigo curse. Vertigo always picks the team.
Is that why Team Evil always win?
Maybe.
Because I always vote against them.
Maybe. Oh man.
It could either be either way, but let's take a look at the items right here.
Okay.
Super Ryan still going to the roll boost, after that 8 minutes mark. And then look at that. Thunder Belt, Antiquarius, Radiant Armor, Immortality, and possibly going into a Blade Armor even.
If there was anyone who would go into the Roam Boots, it could have been the Angela, because this was a pretty long drawn out game and Angela was always on the offside trying to push the waves. She could
Go for favor?
Yeah, double favor. So double favor onto Luxenstein, you have like maybe a 60-second timer or even less to get double heals on top of Luxenstein and getting him like a homing missile to that back line. Even with a death ball kind of strategy, the Dairoth falls off very, very hard, and Sagitnu is forced to buy all pure defense. And this is not what you want on a Dairoth.
Yeah, the Sagitnu cannot do output damage. Deck is always, I don't know why, in the back, far away from the team fights. By the time he reached there, the bus is already left, the MRT is already gone, the airplane's already flown away, the spaceship has already left Earth.
Exactly. I mean, the spaceship has already been orbiting the Earth 20 to 30 times already. Vanguard took the lead and ran away with it. The moment the lead comes, that's it. I mean, it is confirmed a GG. But Bleed, we saw how the base defense was. The base defense was solid. But right now, Vanguard, they just took Bleed by surprise. I wouldn't say it's a pick-off composition. It's more of a surprise composition.
It's basically spraying your bullets. You have so many dives, so many crowd controls, so much opportunities to layer in your crowd controls, and so much AoE. It's basically Bleed on the back foot. They're always reacting to Vanguard's approach, and they can only retaliate with the Nether Realm. There's not enough heals, there's not enough life steals, there's not enough sustain for Bleed, and that's why they're always getting caught out.
I mean, there's not enough sustain, but I mean, Vanguard, you have 2 stains there, and
what is
they have double sustain.
Yeah, someone give me head and shoulders. I need to clean up the scene.
You know, something that I noticed as well is that you have double crowd control capabilities from the Arlot, from the Minotaur, but Bleed, they took 4 flickers instead of a Purify. Now, with a Faramis, you really need to purify yourself from crowd controls in order to pop that Nether Realm. But he's always getting caught out, he's always timing it wrong because he's stunned up.
I think the most important difference between the roster between these 2 teams is that you got burst heal, right? For the side of Vanguard, you got that Chu that just immediately heals everybody up. But that's not the Bleed, right? You do have like this Nether Realm to kind of work with, but sometimes it's like your double-edged sword, because once the shield's already popped, you basically stun there for a while, and then after that you got JPL to kind of just heal slowly. But that's not exactly what Bleed needs, because Vanguard is just bursting Bleed down one after another.
Yeah, so Angela heal, Minotaur heal, There's so much heals coming already. And
Look at the total heals right there.
Total
Vanguard.
heals
Case in point.
300k.
One
I've
Raph
never-
cannot
we have
face
never
up
seen
against
that
an
number.
Angela.
You
Yeah,
just
we have never seen
compared.
the number.
Okay, before we go into the MVP, look at the damage dealt. 300k damage dealt, being healed by 300k.
Yeah.
Total
30K,
heal, right
30K.
there. Approximate.
right.
Approximate.
Oh man, that's a lot of
Vanguard.
damage taken. A lot.
What a
Okay,
first
MVP
game.
though, who do you think the MVP is? I think it's gonna be
Slowly.
Luxian.
Shoot.
Slowly.
Slowly.
It
slowly.
has to be. Look at
snowball.
that. 777 GPM with 77 kill participation and 7 kills to his name as well. And of course, 6 items.
Okay, not too sure about the Hunter Strike right there, but Starling Scythe, you know, it's one of
Hey,
the items that
It makes sense.
Okay.
It does make sense. I actually just noticed this. Thanks for pointing that out. The Hunter Strike, you have 5 hits. You have the Rhythm of Joy. You have the Electrifying Beats. You have 5 easy hits. You get 5 easy
But
hits. You get additional movement speed on top of the Angela. It's basically uncatchable.
I think they already have enough movement speed.
Yeah.
You get even
Right.
more with the Hunter Strike.
I mean, that's too much. I mean, it's literally
It's never
too
too
much,
much, man.
But
It's never
but-
too much.
But you're building like you're basically a mage
Yeah.
assassin, right? You
Yeah,
don't need
mage assassin.
penetration.
But it's
You
not
don't
about
need the
penetration.
damage.
It's about the unique passive.
But
The
you already got the
additional
Starling
movement speed.
Scythe as well.
Yeah, you have the Starling Scythe, man.
That's
Yeah,
for
I
the
feel-
heal effect. So the life steal you get from the Starling Scythe, you get additional.
Oh no,
attack
I know
damage
what's the
from
last
every
item.
skill.
The last item is a concentrated energy.
Oh yes, but I think he sold it at the end because he
energy.
wanted to get there fast. He wanted to get to
Yeah.
the base fast.
So
Maybe.
the con energy, maybe.
But why not a Windtalker?
Oh yeah, that's
Windtalker
so good.
would have been better.
Yeah, Windtalker would
You
have
got
been
move,
so good.
the flat move.
But hey, you know he's the pro and not us. That's why.
Yeah, so
That's-
maybe we could, that's
That's
one of
true.
the questions that Cheryl could actually ask slowly if they actually make it all the way into, well, match point, of course. But then again, you know, I think it is a 1-0 for Vanguard going up against Bleed Esports. It's a 1-0 for the Mentee versus Mentor matchup. It's also 1-0 for the Indonesian going up against the PH matchup. And don't forget, the Indonesian imports are from MDL going up against a PH MPL.
Yep, this is the big fight here. Nick Stain, look at that catch coming in
This
with
is
the
savage.
stun again. And right there, taking them down. And a Maniac comes out and take a look at that. They want this. They're hungry for it.
Yeah,
The
man.
blood.
Oh, deck.
If I break this down, it's basically just layering all of your car controls. Super Ryan, he got the final stash, they
Okay,
got
Nick-
the 4 kills, and then they went back. This one again, Deck had
this
a
is the Deck.
very, very perfect
This is the
position
Deck
all the
Maniac.
way at the back. Yeah, this one was Deck having a Maniac, was standing all the way at the back, he was untouchable, he was being healed up by his passive, by JPL, he could run it down, but they backed off. They were a little bit too disciplined, a little bit too passive, they could have just cycled them through, slowly doing Laura's work, going to the back lines.
Yep, and look at that. Kelvin J trying to catch down onto Luxian Stain though, but there's not much CC lockdown. Slowly goes down. Luxian Stain gets a little bit of a damage there, and Deck, ooh,
Alright.
the hard guard comes in clutch.
Okay, on hindsight, interestingly, coming up from especially this roster, right? You know you have a Joy from the side of Slowly already. It's actually locked in like the second pick for the side of Vanguard Esports, right?
Yeah.
But then again, Bleed Esports only picked up the Rafaela before the second phase ban. So which means that it's after that. And immediately they banned the Kaja. So Bleed Esports should have picked up that Kaja in
They
order
should have
to-
picked up the
They
Kaja.
should have banned out the Kaja, right?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
there's too many moving parts. Moving parts meaning you have
Okay.
the Joy to deal with, you have the Earthel to deal with.
Correct.
As long as you have a suppress, or as long as you have like a single target stun that is basically unmissable. So you know the Rafaela, she can miss. So
Yeah, so that's something.
it's not very comfortable.
And don't
for
forget, it's
JPL.
also what JPL likes to play. You know, the Kaja
Yes.
pick-off. That's something that he's also quite well known for during the regular season. But then again, you know, just today I kind of woke up with a very backache.
You woke up with a backache?
Yeah, I woke up with a backache today.
Did you carry your team too hard last night?
No, I think my positioning is wrong.
Your positioning
It's always wrong. It's always wrong. What are you talking about? It's normal
Yeah,
for you.
and you know what? I definitely need is exactly what we're sitting on right now. I just need to turn it on and then chill back and relax. Don't forget, and of course, you know, gaming and of course real life job and a bad sleeping position can get a little bit intense sometimes and a bit painful. So what you need is an awesome chair for your back as well, especially the one that we're sitting on right now, the U-Throne B gaming massage chair is definitely built to energize and kind of fix this backache that I'm having.
Oh,
and
really?
of course, level up your performance with its patented V-hand massage technology. Why don't you guys take over?
Do you think your backache is just because you're eating unhealthy?
No, no, no.
And then you're gaining a lot more
Definitely
weight,
not.
Jace.
Definitely not. All right, I just need the OSIM chair. All right, OSIM, just give me one chair. I'll be happy.
Yeah, I mean, with the OC, you
plug it
can
in.
game in comfort and style. You know, you have the nice yellow color, or if you like, blue, red, and silver, and which is the Optimus Prime.
That's right.
You know, it's so amazing. Nice. Thank you so much to OSIM as well. I mean, I love it. I mean, the massage, you know, you see off cam, right? You can't see when we're casting, we're actually massaging our backs.
Definitely. Especially, but before that, we also have to tell you about something about M5, because the winner of MPL Singapore will be representing, well, M5. You guys don't know what M5 is, just in case if you're living under the rock. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just going to say it out loud. It is the World Championship of MLBB going up against the whole world. So don't forget, you can also vote for your favorite heroes or players, be it Diablo, JPL, or maybe some others, to be awarded as the 10 greatest players in M Series history. Stay tuned on November 4th for more information.
Wow, I mean, Diablo and JPL, we saw how they perform in the M Series, right? I mean, the Bedang and JPL is the GOAT. And of course,
remember
as
the
you can see,
Digi 105% kill participation?
That's right.
The Esthers are a lot steal.
Yeah.
There's a lot of clips.
And then,
Popo and Koopa just walking into.
Oh yeah,
into
walk past everybody.
Walk past everybody.
I remember that one.
5-man and Pupo, but I
It's
mean,
hard to forget.
Yeah,
the
it's
10
hard.
greatest plays of all time.
Yeah, I mean, take me back to the place, and of course, it all happens during the World Championship.
That's right.
And the M5 wildcard will be free entry in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
That's
so
right.
Kickstart the pre-registration on the 4th of November, and the location will be announced really, really soon.
And the best part about, you know, being in Singapore is that you can just literally drive up.
There's a $40 bus ride. You don't need to tire yourself out.
That's what I do as well.
First class coach.
Yep, that's what I do as well.
But how many times have you posted on your Insta story that you get lost? in
Hey,
KL,
come on.
Jace?
No.
I'm calling you out right
no,
here.
No.
You
It's
take the
only
bus
that
and
one
you're like,
time.
I don't know where I am.
It's only that one time, all right?
Tell us about that one time. Tell us
the
about
one
that one time.
I got stuck at the Singapore immigrations because my bus left me.
Yeah, your bus.
At like, what, 1 p.m. 1 p.m. 1 a.m.
1 a.m.
And I'm like this lost child at his immigrations. I'm looking around for my bus. There's no bus around.
Okay,
and I'm
then
like,
what do you do?
what do I do? What do I do?
You gotta hike back into
I gotta
Singapore.
no. Actually,
Did you actually sleep on the streets?
Come on,
Wait
dude,
for the
do
next
this.
bus to come over.
What, you think I sleep at the immigrations?
You did this.
You did this.
No,
you pull out your leg.
No, not that bad. But I gotta have to pay extra just to hitchhike onto another bus instead. So that's how I end up in KL. 2 seasons ago.
Wow, 2 seasons ago.
But,
But you know,
my recent trip is actually quite fun. It's uneventful in terms of the bus ride. Thank God for that. But I had a lot of fun in MPL Malaysia.
hey, speaking of fun, we have the second game that is coming up in 2 minutes right now for Vanguard against Bleed.
Of course.
Is this gonna be a reverse sweep, or is this gonna be a clean sweep?
I would like to quote Nanami right here.
Yeah.
I feel like we're going to overtime.
Wow.
Maybe.
We are going to go into overtime.
The thing is, I think
He doesn't get the
Bleed-
reference.
He doesn't.
I don't really. Yeah. Eterna, if you're watching this, I haven't really met you yet, but I'm a huge fan, and I understand
That's
how
exactly
you
what
feel.
he says about
I understand.
just about
I understand
everybody.
how you feel. But
Everyone is a big
anyways,
fan.
I did my research, and Bleed,
Uh-huh.
they knew what they wanted to pick.
Why don't
I
you research
didn't
about
think-
Nanami?
I didn't think that the
Alright, sorry
Rafaela
about
would
that.
get picked up.
Okay.
I think that the Hilda would have been a better choice because they banned out all of Slowly's tank meta heroes. They know they're going to force Slowly into an assassin pick. Why not pick up the Hilda instead
It's
of the
too
Rafaela?
mobile. It's too mobile, right? I mean, you have the Hilda. Yes, you can chase
Disrupt-
down the Joy.
disrupt and play in the.
But with the Angela, though, you're just sacrificing your life.
Maybe.
Well, why don't you guys just like
Yeah,
throw it? Why don't you guys
It's
just
getting heated up here
whip out
on
your
the
phones
Tasker
right
desk.
now? I want 1v1.
No, it's too
Hilda
much.
versus
Oh, you know where
Joy.
we can do 1v1?
Exactly.
At the McDonald's booth.
Exactly.
In
I
Suntec
like the
City.
fact that you noticed that segue for the first
Yeah.
time around. He actually realized.
Actually,
what
I asked Vertigo. Hey, I'm the better Rome. But actually, I don't really play Rome. But I wanted to challenge him. But he doesn't want to. He's like, he's not a 1v1 kind of guy.
I'm never a 1v1 kind of guy. I actually never like to play Brawl. I actually either play Classic or Rank. That's all I do.
Fair.
Simple
Hey,
man,
then
simple man.
I'm a simple person, right?
You're
I have a
done
simple
casting
plan.
after this, right? We'll play 1v1. We'll see who's a better goal laner.
I give it to you, man. It's okay. I don't need a bragging rights.
It's okay.
I just need a little bit of ego boost in my
I
life.
don't need that. I don't need that. You can have it.
I
It's
just
okay.
need a little bit of ego
You can
boost
take
in
my
life.
ego as well.
Take my ego as well. but-
Anyways, the most important thing right now is that I know we're going to a few more seconds going into the second game of this particular series. Don't forget, a lot is on stake right here. Not only just the fact that the loser will also end the journey right here. Yes, we'll see them next season, but I don't think the pain lies in the fact that you lost your tournament ends here. But I feel like it's the proof that, you know, the mentor-mentee thing, the proof of, you know, Indonesian imports going up against. Why is Gear dropped?
That's Gear. Gear's analyst. Analyst Gear on Bleed.
I asked for Gear to be on the desk.
He's literally on the desk. You
Not
got what
like
you asked
this.
for.
He's
You got what
behind
you
the
asked
desk.
for.
He's behind the desk right there. I mean, he's just, you know, analyzing as well, just giving his thoughts as a player to Potato as well. I mean, Potato has been off the desk head for a while.
Man, I missed that child prodigy right there.
So Vanguard banning out the Kaja, so it looks like Slowly wants to go for an assassin yet again. Bleed, on the other hand, respecting the Angela. They might respect the Joy yet again, so not giving the Joy over to Slowly. Bleed's only game plan is keeping Deck alive. He has shown improvement in terms of his positioning. He needs to improve a little bit more, especially in the late game when they start to get clashes.
I'm not sure right now. I mean, Bleed...
Why are you not sure? Is it because Gear is actually analyzing right there?
No, I can't tell whether they want to let the Joy out.
I am the priestess.
I think you let it go. I think you ban it.
I
think you ban it right there. It's just something that, you know, especially Deck cannot handle it. Might as well just take it away. There you go.
There's Joy. This is Joy again. So Vanguard really
I think
wants
they
to
have
Joy.
the answer for the Joy, right?
You want to go with Franco again?
Oh,
JPL
Kaja's
plays
already
a main
banned.
Franco.
Kaja is already banned right there, so that's one of the key counters already gone, especially
Unless
when
you
you
want
first
to
pick the
force,
Joy.
unless you want to force a Franco over to JPL. So JPL, if he picks up the Franco, then Vanguard can very well go into the double support meta again, or you can very well go into the Matilda.
The Angela is also wide open. That's something that allows Vanguard to just, you know, just run it down, right?
And Angela's banned out.
Oh, Angela's banned out. Okay,
Angela's
sorry.
banned out. So it's Rafa.
Sorry, I'm living.
It's Matilda again.
I'm not living in the moment.
No worries, man, no worries. But this time they're gonna go for the Irritable pick here, as well as the... Ooh, they're still going into the Paramis.
Death Ball again. Bleed wants to go for the full Death Ball strategy. Like run it down, gun it down, front to back. Very, very classic Bleed. For Vanguard though, I think if they want to secure the early game, it's all about protection. They can go for a double support. Yep, that's the Rafa going in. I don't think... Okay, so with a Rafa in the roam position, they shouldn't go for a Minotaur yet again because you don't have sufficient wave here.
No.
From the Rafa, no.
Yeah, definitely don't do that. If not, right? Yeah, I mean, you do have enough magic damage in the Joy, but then again, why go for that? Don't be greedy. Greed is not good. Greed
Yeah,
is
but
never
Rafa
good.
gives a lot of rotation speed. So then again, the Bruno is getting picked up, so the Guardian Angel would be protecting Bruno. So Luxury Stain playing the Bruno. The main objective is to take down objectives. Very, very simple. Very, very clear for Vanguard Esports. For Bleed, on the other hand, they need to find a hero to sort of like take down this Joy. It has been so difficult to handle that, and the answer is in that Martis in the early game. See, they still want to go stick to their guns, go for the early game aggressive invades into the jungle.
I think Vanguard right here, I mean, they can ban out the Yuzong, right? I mean, Bleed do want the Yuzong for themselves, but they did ban out the Yuzong in the previous game as well, you know, in the first phase of the ban. But in the second phase, they already banned the Kaja and the Bruno, but that slipped through, and the Lilia is going to get banned out by Vanguard.
I think Bleed is just really afraid. Bleed is really afraid of the early game rotations. They want Vanguard to play a defensive role within their jungle in the early game. So they're not picking up the Franco right now. They are going to be banning that out. So Joy has free roam, free real estate, especially in the later stages of the game once he gets up to scale. But Bleed, on the other hand, they still have the opportunity to pick up a Cho, which would be viable since Vanguard is going for a teamfight kind of composition.
Wow, massive.
Oh, there's a lot of deny picks.
Yeah, very quickly. It feels like both these two teams, especially Riston and Potato, they're both reading each other very quickly.
I will choose
There's
my
a very
own path.
fast man coming on in second phase, but then again, it's going to be Arlott secured by Sagitnu this time round for the side of Bleed.
You think forcing in a Yu Zhong for Vanguard would be good here? The job is not to win the lane, it's just to clear the way.
Terizla's good here.
Terizla's not banned away. I think Terizla...
Yeah.
Terizla's good because of the Nether Realm.
Yeah,
so they're
Terizla
forced
is
to
really good.
stay together.
We don't know.
Oh,
It's going to be
Yu
Yu
Zhong
Zhong.
and the Minotaur.
Yeah.
Okay,
So they're going to suffer a little bit in the lane clearing speed in the mid lane.
But if Yu Zhong is able to scale, he scales hard. But then again, it's like exactly what you were talking about, Churros. Mid lane, Rafaela coming out for the side of Vanguard Esports.
The double support though, I did like the Angela Minotaur, but this time around, without the Heart Guard, you cannot send Rafaela onto the offside. So that job is going to be the Yu Zhong's job. So Super Ryan will be on the offside, then Rafaela and Minotaur will be sticking next to Luxion Stain, like a stain on your pants.
Like a stain, like a coffee stain on a white shirt.
Like wine stain on a white shirt, yeah.
Yeah, white stain on a white shirt as well. I think a Grok
I'm very sure Head and Shoulders can help you clean that up.
Yeah, I think
It's not a detergent, it's a hair shampoo.
I think Grok is
I use it for everything. Anyways, it's gonna be
Ruby.
JPL Ruby coming up from the side of Bleed. Feels like there's a lot of hard CCs, a lot of forced movements coming up from Bleed in terms of the CC, but Vanguard, they're ready to knock everybody sky high with the Yu Zhong and the Minotaur.
I mean, JPL, what he's thinking is probably like, if slowly comes into the fray, I need to protect deck, I'm just gonna be spinning him out of control.
Yeah, he wants
I'm
to
gonna be
disrupt
stun locked.
slowly. Yeah, he wants to go for the stun lock and disrupt slowly as much as possible, especially with FMM on the Faramis, right? But I have to say the Rafaela is going to be a big liability, especially if you're going to be playing in the mid lane, you're going to be suffering out on damage. Yes, you have the heals, but the moment you get caught out as the Rafaela, there's nothing you can do.
Once again, the roster has been locked. It's match point for Vanguard Esports. Bleed loses this one, they're out of the tournament, but we'll be able to see them next season. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, if you are cheering for Bleed right here, this is the moment. This is your moment to send love, show support. Bleed desperately needs that to be able to come back in a 2-1 fashion.
Now, what I am looking forward to see is QVJ taking on his buffs and then going into starting the aggression into the jungles of Vanguard. If he does that, I think Vanguard, what they could do is just wait for them to engage and then go for a defensive mechanism, try to counter re-engage onto them. If QVJ doesn't scale with a Mortis, again, like I said, he's going to fall off very, very hard.
Yeah, I want to point out as well, right, Churros? I mean, take a look at FMM and Deck right here. Finally picking up the Purify,
They
right?
learned their lesson.
Yeah, they learned their lesson, especially with Nick Stain on this Minotaur, right? They do not want anything to do with this Minoan Fury coming in because they know that's the most pivotal, thing that Vanguard can do.
The mid lane clear is starting to hurt Vanguard just a little bit. That allows Bleed to be a little bit more active around the map.
Especially in the mid lane. It's all about the mid lane trio for Bleed. As long as they open up the map in the mid lane, as long as they know where Rafa and Minnow is at all times, they do have a better shot in trying to protect Deck. Deck is someone who needs a little bit more babysitting.
Wow, JPL right there, stunning slowly, unable to allow him to go into his ultimate. But let's take a look at the emblems.
Yep, taking a look at the emblems right here, you do have the Rupture Season Hunter as well as the Killing Spree coming up for KLVJ. But on the other side, slowly, you have the Impurage Season Hunter and the Rupture. Wow.
Interesting. No Wilderness Blessing anymore. It's the Chewed with the Tenacity. So Chewed wants to stay alive in the battle, try to protect and try to sustain Luxury Stain. I think they're just ramping up for that late game. It's not about the early game anymore. But Bleed, on the other hand, they have faster wave clear with the Ferraris, with the Ruby. They are stacking up for that first turtle of the game. Slowly at level 4 already.
Going to level 5, pops the ultimate already early on. Just to secure, Vanguard has no intention to go for the turtle. Bleed right here already setting up camp.
I think they don't need to. They can look for trades elsewhere. They don't want to risk it. They're playing very, very passively. For Vanguard, though, their job is to hit their power spikes and try to look for late game pickoffs.
Exactly that, and Bleed right now, they do have the nice commanding lead with the first turtle, and I think slowly he wants to prioritize his farm right now, right? He wants to prioritize his lane. He's trying to go for the wave clear. I mean, he's trying to compensate for Bleed's insane wave clear. That's why they do not want to contest the turtle.
Oh, this is actually quite smart from Bleed. Like, JPL FMM, they're not rotating down towards that gold lane. They're just mirroring wherever Nick and Chute is. Okay, I'm offended.
I'm offended coming out. Holy Baptism coming up on Chute. Nick Stain knocking Saginu sky high. Final Slash coming in, making sure Vanguard doesn't really go back. FMM popping the altar at the same time. Sorry, Nether Realm still a little bit too used to that one. And nice! Super Orion petrifying, making sure 3 members from the side of Bleed will get stunned. No follow-up coming up from Vanguard. Not good enough. The trade not there. Slowly the casualty from the side of Vanguard.
It's not enough damage. Not enough damage from Vanguard, but a very, very quick rotation down from Sagitnu, securing them that first blood. 2 first bloods for the side of Bleed. This is very pivotal for them. QBJ has 1 kill. He needs to ramp up the momentum. He needs to get more. He thrives on that snowball.
Deck is having a really good time right now, right? Level 6 is going to be on deck and KelVJ on level 7, but take a look at Slowly. Barely just reaching level 7 right now, but and they're going to be invading here. KelVJ spots it out, but the retribution from Slowly goes down yet again, and Bleed, their goal lead are starting to snowball more and more again. I mean, take a look at Bleed's goal lead right now. It's almost at 1,000 gold right now.
You can tell how much Slowly is cautious just because of the absence of Angela in Vanguard. With Angela, they are a little bit more aggressive. They can afford to go gung-ho into the faces of Bleed, and they don't really care because the sustain and the extra movement speed will keep them up alive. But Vanguard right now, they're very defensive, very reactive to the aggression coming in from Bleed.
And right now, Bleed, they have the turtle dance, and the second turtle is on the way right now. And finally, Vanguard, they have a little bit more confidence here. They're trying to go for the contest, and Nick Stain, everything is ready to go. All systems are ready. Gold Crab already secured here. Saginu jumps in onto Nick Stain, though. Nick Stain just trying to pull the turtle. Reset it!
Not only just that, the Final Slash actually missed. Luxian Stain actually shoved the lane down bot. Deck force all the way back. Vanguard, 5 men on deck around the turtle pit as well.
Nick Stain
looking for an entry.
Turtle reset again. No reset.
No reset.
No
resets. Slowly does have the ultimate. KelVJ! Retribution finger landing it, allowing Bleed to earn the second turtle into their pockets.
Very, very defensive, but look at where Luxian Stain is.
Wow.
He knows his objective. He knows what his goal is. He ditches the turtle, goes for the top lane turret.
I'm offended, dragging Chute all the way back. The movement speed allows him to disengage for now. Deck trading the top side turret for the bottom side as well. Both these two teams are trading blows.
Yep, cross map plays coming out as well. And Nick just trying to cover more land here, trying to cover more map space as well. But let's take a look at the item that is going to be popping up on the screen right here. Stallium Scythe immediately already secured right now. And Luxian Stain already has the Has Claw as well as Deck.
So I think slowly but surely they are going to get their core items. Vanguard a little bit slower. Bleed is halfway through their second core item. And this is going to be a huge power spike. The name of the game for Vanguard is play patiently, try to wait for Bleed to make a mistake. But Bleed is very, very cautious this time around. As much as Vanguard is trying to go for these off-lane objectives, Bleed, they are reading Vanguard like an open book. And because they lack wave clear in the mid lane, Vanguard is always one step behind Bleed.
Especially when Bleed is, PH import dominant, right? So there's a lot of macro play in terms of the map rotations. Vanguard, on the other hand, yes, it's Indonesian MDL imports, right? So it kind of matched the Singaporean playstyle where we just want to fight, right? And this exactly gels very well. But then again, because of that, they lose sight of the main objectives. And Bleed right here, I think this could be a macro game.
Yep, this could be a macro game, but take a look at Slowly here, able to chunk down and take that second tier turret for himself.
Oh, this is Solo.
Dealing a lot of damage.
Solo as well. Sagitnu, nowhere to run. Slowly standing at the edge of the turret. Not enough to kill Sagitnu, but enough to push him away. Takes down the bottom lane turret for now.
Yep, and still rushing again for the tier 2 bottom turret. And Slowly is just slowly making his way up into the hand and faces of Bleed though, but
KelVJ petrified right there. Nether Realm already gone. FMM pops the Nether Realm at the same time. Super Orion looking for KelVJ. Booms him, but Luxian Stain is the one to secure the kill. Sagitnu coming in. Doesn't really have the Final Slash, just holding out and finally using it. Catching through, Deck in tow. Nick Stain slowing down the Sacrificial Lamb. Sagitnu turns around, picking up Nick Stain. The Vengeance land to Luxian, but then Slowly comes in for the re-engage. Sagitnu will fall this time round.
Yep, 2 for 2 trade right here. Vanguard and Bleed is a literal bloodbath coming out.
This is a very different Vanguard. They used the turtle as bait.
Yeah, they did.
They didn't touch the turtle. They went for the kills onto Bleed. And Luxian staying at the back foot, just slowly
Literally slowly.
Literally slowly free hitting. They waited down for that Lord, so they are going to have Lord priority at this time because of the manpower difference from Bleed.
Bleed has... This is very, very tough hill for Bleed to swallow, right? Like, they've got an early game lead just a little bit, and now it's all squandered away. Vanguard flipped the goal lead into their favor, and now we're looking at the fight right here. Next a little bit low, immediately get busted down. The decimation will be there. The final slash catch into Chu. The Chu burns the flicker just to get out of the dodge for now. Bleed picks up Nick's team for now.
Oh, Luxian continually doing so much damage. Bleed, they have to layer it in, their crowd controls. Now, without that Minotaur, Vanguard, they really need to thread carefully onto this Lord.
They need to quickly burst this down. If not, it will be over because Nick's Stain will be coming in around 20 seconds. Slowly, it's just right there.
You want to cosplay Hades?
Yeah, just waiting it out. They're just trying to go for the retribution battle and just trying to gain information, right? They're trying to bait out Vanguard Esports, and here we have Nick Stain already coming out and slowly as well. And
oh, that's a reset.
That's a reset.
What? Bleed could very well clear this Lord out.
No, they want to reset. I mean, they want to bait Vanguard out as much as possible.
But Minotaur's already out. Bleed has the manpower difference. They could very well
they
go for Vanguard.
They want to bait out Luxian Stain because they have zero information because JPL is not opening up the bottom half of the map.
But JPL can't open up anything. He's a little bit too squishy for Bleed to basically comfortably open up the map.
That's why they have to go for the reset.
But Bleed has the upper hand though.
Ooh,
Bottom
look at the wave.
Yeah.
Pushing down strong. They should go for this one fast. QVJ still up on top. He can very well create that snowball and turn it into an avalanche.
It's swinging into Bleed's favor, but hold on a second. Shoot gets dragged by FMM. The damage coming off deck is there. And then again, it's going to be Super Ryan putting the trigger. Catching onto 3 members of Edgify. Another round just in the nick of time. Coming up from Bleed. Just saved there, but FMM will not be long for the world. It's also going to be a massive damage coming out from Bleed. KLVJ turning it around slowly, trying to look for deck at the same time. KLVJ chasing down. And the decimation, ladies and gentlemen, that's a triple!
Wow, the true damage coming out from the decimation and a team wipe coming out from Bleed Esports and instantly turning the tide around.
And bottom
lane was already crashing in as well.
Is that a tier 3? Tier 3 bottom lane is gone.
Yeah, bottom lane is gone. Only the tier 3 is left standing, and Deck here able to crack down onto the tier 2 middle turret as well, and Bleed just trying to gain as much value as they can from this team wipe as well as this Lord.
It's a macro Jackson versus a micro Jackson, right? Macro Bleed right there, just using the fact that there's a massive way down bot. They force the fight so that Vanguard doesn't get away. Vanguard, somehow, they just handshake their fight. And now they not only lose the Lord, they also lose bottom lane turret.
They lose bottom lane, they lose mid lane, and this time top lane is looking very shaky on the side of Vanguard right now, and leaving Bleed only and just only with their tier 3 turrets. There we go, and Bleed here with 6 turret into the pockets, and Vanguard 2.
Yep.
I think for Vanguard though, for Chute and Nick Stain to play, they have to be able to protect Luxian Stain, slowly, desperately trying to maintain that lane dominance down on that bottom side. Bleed tries to take him down, but because of his CC immunity, it makes him a lot harder.
Yeah, but right now though, there's a Lord pushed up in the mid lane. Top side as well, there's another stack of wave of minions already dealt with. By the side, Vanguard.
Oh, Nick Stain.
Nick Stain gets dragged, but should be safe. Flickers back to safety for now. No Minnow and Furry. Nice defense coming off of Vanguard. Nice defense coming off of Vanguard.
Very good discipline play, right? Vanguard didn't go for the retaliation, and Bleed, they are not one to stay for too long, right? They're very good in their discipline play. They are the textbook of discipline play right here coming out from Bleed Esports.
You know, Slowly has been doing such a good job in trying to maintain that lane discipline, lane management down on that bottom side.
Yeah.
He's the off lane member. If that wave wasn't cleared up by Slowly, Bleed could very well take down at least 2 turrets of Vanguard. So props to him.
At the very least, the
good
mid
job.
lane, right? Imagine that wave that Slowly didn't go down and fix, even though 1v2. That mid lane would have already been cracked open.
Yeah, so it gives Vanguard a lot of time because it split Bleed up. And what you need to do is try to split him up. But hold on a second right here.
Ultimate already committed, petrified as well. Sagitnu absorbing most of the damage coming up from Vanguard. Final slash will be able to catch Super Ryan. Super Ryan goes into the air. Slowly right here, trying to dash. Super Ryan turning it around. Deck and as well, jumping in, not trying to knock it out, but Deck is still in the net around. Chill opening the damage. And that's the damage that Bleed is looking out for. Deck bringing down 2 members, but Bruno will be taking out Sagitnu, the sacrificial lamb. The football is starting to hurt from the side of Liechtenstein.
The football is hurting more and more. Sagitnu goes down, but it's going to be Super Ryan and Nick Stain to be returned as well. And that is going to be 2 for the price of 1 on the side of Bleed.
The next thing was a little bit too slow on the ultimate. The Manure Fury was already ready. It's already up. But he doesn't want to engage. I didn't know. I think there was a miscommunication where Super Ryan re-engaged into the face of Bleed, and it cost him his life. It cost him the life of 2 of his other members as well.
Another wave down bot from the side Vanguard. It's Micro Jackson, Macro Jackson once again. Bleed wrestles the gold lead back into their hands. 5k gold lead in their favor. The Lord is spawn, but in the favor of Bleed because they're already there on site.
And right now, Vanguard, they just need information, right? They need to know where Bleed are. They need to know whether there's any flanks that's going to be coming in, especially coming in from Sagitnu as well as Deck. And they're going to use this lot to bait out Vanguard and try to bait out the Manure Fury coming out from Nick Stain as well. But Vanguard, what can they do here? I mean, so it all boils down to Super Ryan to making that big play
Nick,
with a big Dragon Form.
Or even Nick, Flicker Ultimate, Flicker Manure Fury.
That's right.
Sagitnu, that's a final slash Swift. Nick Stain looking for the target.
Reset.
Super Ryan coming in the Dragon, slowly looking for the backline. KLBJ going in, but slowly secures the Lord for themselves. And that's a knock-up right now for the side of Bleed. They're looking to punish, making sure Vanguard, making it cost them as much as possible for taking down the Lord that it belongs to them.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. The running death ball here. 3 members down on the side of Vanguard, and Bleed just demolishing Vanguard and punishing them for even walking up. But
what is the damage? Absolutely disgusting coming up slowly. Deletes Deck. Now there will be less pushing power from the side of Bleed. In order to deal with this, slowly trying to look for more FMM. It has to go through the walls.
Slowly has so much damage right now. And look at the top side though, with that one Lord take. That's a super minion wave pushing up down on that top side. So opening up the map for Vanguard to make their approach. Bleed had the upper hand on the entirety of that game, but with one Lord fight, with one Lord steal, Vanguard, they are coming back up on top.
Another turret goes down to the countdown bot. Right now, Vanguard, that pickup on the top of Deck. No more pushing power to clear that Lord quickly and efficiently. Vanguard just reaping all the standing goal for themselves.
There's another turret takedown on the mid side. So Tier 3 is all standing up.
Bot side as well. Slowly, that's a Holy Baptism. Will dodge, will miss. Super Ryan creating space. Bottom lane already cracked open for the side of Bleed. Vanguard, they turn the bad situation around.
The longer the game goes, Vanguard has the upper hand. The double support meta is coming strong. The double heals onto the main members, onto Yuzhong, onto Liechtenstein is going to bite Bleed in the foot.
What a play coming out from Vanguard. And they don't push the issue as well. And instantly just turning the tide around. Sheesh indeed.
This is a game where you literally spam that sheesh button.
Yeah, you have to spam the sheesh. I mean, take a look at the turrets right here. Both almost equal here, but Vanguard do have 1 turret advantage in the terms of bottom lane turret, inhibitor turret. And you do have the Mega Minions coming right up.
Bleed is playing very, very cautiously. They don't want Deck to come out of their base because you always need to send someone back. This is pretty much a deja vu from the first game. You always have Deck to go back on the back foot, but then with that knowledge, that information, Vanguard could very well overturn the situation, start their own death ball with the double support, and start their own crowd control onto the rest of the members of Bleed who have the outnumber advantage.
And right now, Vanguard, they do have the minion waves pushing up into the mid lane as well, and both still have their tier 3 middle turret standing.
Yeah, but Vanguard though, there's 1 super minion against 1 weak minion down bot, right? So that's going to be bad for the side of Bleed. The longer that Bleed decides to dance around this, they have to go down there and fix that lane. But who do you send for the side of Bleed to fix that lane? Deck?
Yeah. They did Deck. They used Deck to push the lane.
No, I don't think Deck is a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, they have to learn from that, right?
Bleed wants to go for slow.
Oh, look at all the information here.
That's a slow.
So much information giving over to Vanguard as well. But right now they're trying to move and signal and trying to clear the map. So do they have any information? Yes, they do. Nick Wave is spotted. Nick Stain has been spotted out right now. The lockdown has been started, and Bleed, they're just trying to bait out Vanguard. But take a look at the top lane though. Slowly.
This is not the time where Bleed wants to bait the Lord. It's either you go for the Lord or you go back to play base defense. But then again, you see immediately, because of slowly hard shoving up top, they pull Bleed all the way down top as well to react. Then again, there's another wave coming out, marching against Bleed right here. Bleed needs to make a decision right here, right now. That cannot be just a base defender. He needs to be the main damage dealer, and slowly popping the ultimate. Nick Stain, Super Riot on the chase. Holy Baptism baptizes him. He's no more. FMM now with another round coming in at the same time. They're coming in, joining the team fight just in the nick of time. But would that be enough though? Super Ryan gets burst out. KLVJ turning it around with the decimate.
Well, but take a look at Slowly just trying to go for the flank again. Yet over and over again, he's going to get the dash.
No. You don't want to go there. You don't want to go there. Winter Drunken just
item
in the nick
swap.
of time. Item swap, nice. Slowly.
Whoa!
Tags onto FMM. Flashing the Echo Emblem. Deck outputting the damage onto Tude.
Slowly with the item swap and diving back in to catch out onto FMM yet again. This guy is cracked.
How is this going to be? How is this happening for the side of Bleed and Vanguard right now? Right, you got two members on the side. Vanguard's already gone. Bleed only losing one. Now he's going to be respawned. But there's no objective. There's nothing for Bleed to take. Same could be said over the side of Vanguard.
Exactly. This guy is so cracked, right? I mean, Churros, what was that?
There was just fast hands, in action.
Slowly hands.
Slowly was just baiting that out.
Fast hands.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter if you take down the Faramis because he's just going to spawn right back up, but it buys a lot of time for Luxion Stain to come back online. There was a misplay from Luxion Stain. He really needs to watch his position, but JPL always having the right, always in the right wing. Take a look at his KDA. That's 0-0 and 16. Nick Stain trying to pull the trigger right here. He has the immortality. He has the second life. He has the second confidence.
Then again, there's another wave coming up top on the side of Vanguard. Bleed needs to go back to defend. They cannot afford to dance this around. KLVJ Sagignu. This duo, PH Imports, are the one that have to make it work to allow KLVJ the King to steal away the Lord. That's the only way for Bleed to basically make this coming back from this one. And the knock-up from Nick Stain. Super Ryan goes into the air. Luxion Stain getting bursting down. Sagignu at the same time. FMM not long for this wall, a little bit low. Super Ryan will be able to deal with it. Luxion Stain credited for the kill.
JPL goes down.
One by one for the side of Bleed. They're slowly bleeding out. And Super Ryan just making sure KLVJ nowhere to run. That's it.
That's it!
Savage from the side of Vanguard.
Oh! What a Savage coming out from Luxion Stain there yet again. Double Savage.
Okay, Luxion Stain, you give me 4 numbers right now. I'm buying the lottery.
4 Savage. Wow, double Savage here today from Vanguard, and that's
There's no defense.
There's no defense
There's
left.
nothing left from the side of Bleed. And Vanguard will take down Bleed Esports.
A major upset. Bleed Esports the first time in MPL out in the lower bracket quarterfinals.
Wow, what an amazing, amazing play, and the whole chat just discharged. Everybody on the side of Vanguard is ecstatic, and Super Ryan as well as Chute, and Slowly is just chill. They're very chill, although they are the biggest playmaker there, but Bleed, unfortunate.
Nick Stain right there, definitely enjoying this moment.
A lot of emotions.
Finally triumph against his mentor. Against JPL.
Emotions running high. Take a look at both of them.
Nick Stain, by the way, ladies and gents, I'd like to highlight Nick Stain always has been a sub player since I think season 2 or season 3, and we're at already season 6.
Look at Chud.
1.5 year. 1.5 year is Nick Stain under the shadow of JPL. Finally in season 6, he outshines his mentor.
Outshine, outshone, and outplayed, coming out from Vanguard as well. Amazing gameplays, and of course they have to go and shake each other's hands and give a big hug as well to the mentor, to JPL, and a little bit of cute banter as well. And both of them just nice and happy with the handshakes as well.
JPL, the legend himself. finally met his foe.
A lot of emotions running high.
Of
for
course. Don't forget, Nick Stain was from Bleed as well in last season. They kicked him out, and now he kicked them out.
Exactly. But I mean, they're still in. They're still in MPL SG, right?
Yeah,
For
but
the next season.
in terms of tournament life, man,
Wow. It's a tough game.
Very
Bleed
heavy
put up
game.
a very good fight as well, especially in the first game.
massive upsets happening right here. This is the reason why it's a little bit cloudy right here.
It's a little cloudy.
It's a little bit cloudy,
Yeah.
especially for the Bleed fans right there. But they've done well in terms of Bleed against all odds, against everything that's thrown at them. Unfortunately, ladies and gents, Bleed's tournament live ends here. Vanguard, they continue on in MPL Singapore.
Wow, amazing, amazing game. So this time, it's gonna be Evil up against Vanguard.
Round 2.
Another
Round
community
2.
team versus community team.
Back again. Wow, I'm lost for words, guys.
I know. I don't want to say anything because like the emotions are running high, especially for Bleed Esports.
Wow,
It was an arduous journey. Top and up in the upper brackets, top 4.
Yeah.
In the playoffs, though.
Wow, amazing
Season
game.
6 is where we flipped the script.
Vanguard Esports really showing us that they are this season's dark horse. Anything can happen.
Anything. We kind of counted out Vanguard. I strike them off
All
already
of us
during the regular
voted
season.
for Bleed.
Yeah, guys, it's your fault.
What? It's not me. What?
You do.
What did
brutal.
I do?
You're supposed to vote for Vanguard.
What did I do?
He was
You're
supposed to be
vote
the
for Vanguard.
off one.
The fate has already been decided.
Okay,
I
okay.
said it out. I said Vanguard is going to already to OP.
But you voted for Bleed. The graphics, the curse of that graphics, right there. It's the repeat of last season. Once again.
I mean,
Explain yourself.
explain myself. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Now give
I'm
me
really
a
sorry.
now buy me McDonald's.
Okay, sure. Any day, man. Any day.
Anyways,
Wow, what an amazing game we had here
items
today.
right here, ladies and gents. Enough said. I feel like items don't explain what exactly happened in this particular series.
Oh, I
The
think
kill score
Yeah.
don't explain what happens in this particular matchup. It is two savages that we see from Liechtenstein today.
wow, what a glow up.
He must be feeling lucky today.
It's a statement. It's a statement
statement.
that
It's
he's
a
making.
statement.
Everybody doubted them. A lot of people doubted them.
Who doubted them?
The audience, it was 75%.
The 25%
online.
25%.
But today it was 25%. Today was the 25%.
What is happening?
Vanguard Esports, double savages, item switches all around, plays after plays, clip-worthy, slowly
Wow.
making the Winter Truncheon swapped into Immortality and then back into Winter for the final push.
Wow. Today, I think today the earth is flat. Just
The
for
sun
today.
has set.
The sun.
And Singapore it's winter in Singapore.
It's winter in Singapore. Exactly. But, you know, we're going to go for the post-game emblems right now.
It doesn't
There we
tell the
go.
story. I
No,
agree
man.
with Jays,
There's
man.
nothing
No,
that can
man.
tell
I
the
don't want
story.
to analyze anything. I just want to
There's no
talk about
point.
like the
Just soak it in.
narrative.
Yeah, just soak it in.
Everybody doubted the Indonesian imports.
Yeah, they are
Everybody said that
yes.
the PH imports were the ones to bring them glory, but this time around,
It's MDL Indonesian going up against no names from PH. It's Sagiknu and KLVJ.
Yeah, they are the legendary one who did the Selena with the Selena Bane. Selena Faramis Bane bug.
Literally,
you're bringing in PH strategies into the game as well.
literally, slowly, right there, has slain the king from
Wow.
PH.
And like I said, Vanguards, they are supposed to be Titans also. What did I say? Oh, it's such a good game today.
We're all at a loss for words, especially Jays, because he's been supporting the Evo Slate Bleed stack all the way since Season 1. Even before that, MPL, MPL, MYSG. And now this is the first time Bleed knocked out in the second round, second day. Always top 2. Emotions riding high for Jays.
Jace is
Yeah, no,
Jace is tearing up a little.
I am.
I'm feeling his
do.
emotions.
I
Yeah.
do.
Me too.
It's really sad for Bleed fans, especially, you know, those who stuck with Bleed and Slate, the JPL stack for a long time. I think the most important thing is, yeah, the kill participation right here, but look at all of this. The Ridge guy,
They gave
the
all
carry,
out. Everyone gave everything they got.
They did. Everybody here all 10 names right there on your screen right now. They gave everything out. They
Vanguard-
played their minds out. I'm going to quote nicely right there.
They played their minds out, both
Oh, sorry, they
sides
trained
here.
their minds out.
Yeah, they trained their minds out, both Vanguard and Bleed. And this time, they out-micro Bleed.
Yeah.
They out-micro. The micro
The
for
micro
once, that was-
Jackson won.
Honestly, I disagree with you. It was the macro game that
Alright.
outshined in this particular series. In the two
Yes.
games, it was slowly who was always on the offside,
Split
who
push,
was
yeah.
always shoving. Deck had to respond. Bleed had to respond to slowly. And this one man alone, he created so much impact, so much space, created so much presence for Vanguard to be on the map. Luxenstein was just riding on this man's success. Slowly is my MVP for
Yeah.
this series.
It has to be slowly, right?
It has to be slowly.
It has
Slowly
to
was
be.
shoving everything, and then
Wow.
after that, the production team be like, "Hey, surprise!" We're going to be counting down into the MVP, ladies and gents. Go, so we go into the next page. MVP goes over to definitely slowly once again.
Yep.
The playmaker of the game.
The wave maker of the game, the King
Wave maker.
Slayer himself. He has slain the Filipino Jungle King right there and then in another land. That's a very nice storyline.
Wow. It's just literally lost for words here, right? Like, Vanguard 2-0 lead.
This tells a lot.
This tells a
Evo
lot.
struggled with Vanguard
Yeah,
yesterday.
they did.
And later on, I mean, this game, Vanguard really showed that, hey, we learn our mistakes. Let's not make the same thing. They are ready for Evo. This is a statement for Evo and Powerful and the team.
They definitely have to be worried about this rising dark horse. We thought it was Alchemy SG, but no, it's another one. It's Vanguard Esports. Another one that came in through the MPL qualifiers as well.
It goes against all that we researched,
Everything.
all that we've analyzed.
All the stats. Usually, this is the time where I throw away my notebook, but I need my tablet.
You can throw this, you can throw this, throw this.
That's your tier list.
It's alright, man.
Yeah.
I have my tier list in here.
In the regular season, it really doesn't tell a lot of stories, but this time around, with
Yeah.
the addition of Risten, I mean, this guy is the invisible
Yes,
MVP.
I agree.
He really
Invincible
drafted
MVP.
out of his mind.
All of a sudden, Vanguard Esports have a plan. All right.
They did.
Before Risten, they have no plan.
The
I think-
Suntech plan.
He has taken over the legend, Potato. It was drafted with gear as well.
Against
Gear-
all odds.
Against all odds.
Against all
Risten,
odds.
one man alone.
Mad respect over Vanguard Esports right now. Unfortunately, Bleed Esports, their journey ends here, but we will be able to see them next season. With that said, ladies and gents, let's cue the mic check and see how the emotions are sky high for the side of Vanguard Esports.
Nice. Back off. Nice. Back off. Let's go. Good. Guys.
Mati!
Let's go lah.
Tawa!
Go. Dino flicker.
Take!
Watch slowly.
Let's go lah!
Oi, carry. I start.
Flicker ya X ya.
Oi, go.
Can.
Nice! Wait! Can ya. Hey, KBJ.
FBM!
Hey, go.
Go kanan X out.
Paksia ya guys.
Let me pull the Lord.
Hey guys. Come. Hey.
Nice.
Hey, no family sortie.
I go to Ixia.
Nice.
Oh!
Nice.
Asan itu bang?
Nice. Hey, Ubi.
Hiu ini loh.
Guys.
Kalem.
Nice.
Ruby!
I heal.
Kill demo! Super kill demo!
Nice.
Mati boys!
Nice.
I can heal!
Nice.
Body pitch!
Can. I like.
Cannon.
Tower. Tower.
Emotion sky high, ladies
Sky
and
high.
gents.
Ryan is so
Literally.
cool. He's just-
So we had a face cam. We
Yeah.
had hair cam.
Hair cam.
Now
and
we have the
chair
belly cam.
cam.
No, belly cam.
The belly cam.
You saw the tag. You saw the tag.
Man, as sad as I am for Bleed, I can't help but feel
I'm actually
very
tearing.
happy for.
No, I'm actually tearing.
for Vanguard. I know. This is what I'm seeing. Don't worry. We'll come back next season.
Next season, man. Next season. Go
Yeah,
next.
we
go
can't- we
next.
can't help.
We go next. All
Yeah,
right.
we go next. Why don't you take
They
over the
deserve
ad-lib?
this. They deserve this.
Yeah, they deserve this. Why don't you take over the ad-lib?
So guys, we do have, unfortunately, we have sad news here. The the Abyssal Wing draw event is back again and available now. So you can enjoy Selena Lady Vengeance at 29% off in the exchange shop and log into the game and get 50% off for your first draw every day. One-time draw.
Yeah, did you know that you can also win Selena Lady Vengeance at 29%
It is what it is.
of our exchange, and you can get the rest of the squad as well, the Abyssal Wings, the villains, as against to the heroes.
Like-
So we have the Leomord, Selena, Moskov, as well as the Alpha, which was played yesterday by RSG.
That's right.
Speaking of RSG, it's coming up in the next game.
Yeah, what a sad day today. Yeah, I guess we'll be throwing over to not trying to be a party pooper right there, but of course, congratulations over the side of Vanguard Esports. Definitely, they've earned it. They definitely earned this. With that said, ladies and gents, I'm gonna throw it back to Cheryl Yao. What do you have for us?
Thank you, guys. Now, right here at Suntech City, it has always been screams and roars, but for a moment, the entire atrium of Suntech City fell silent as we say goodbye to not any team, but a titan right here at the MPL SG scene. I have very mixed feelings, but this man right here next to me actually drafted a crazy play right here for his team of Vanguard SG. What do you have to say about that win?
I'm still lost for words. I think we didn't expect anything to happen today. Yeah. We were expecting putting out a close fight, but we didn't expect to win them 2-0.
Right, and honestly, the odds were against you, and not gonna lie, I am also rooting for Bleed. So what do you have to say, to people like me that doubted Vanguard Esports?
As an old fan of Bleed, I think I'll continue to support them as well, and hope to face them next season, and hope they can face us better for next season.
Right, so later on, for match 4 itself, you will be seeing Evil. Is this an expected opponent?
No, we expected Homeboy. We expected to face Homeboys actually.
Okay, so I guess it goes for both ways. If the teams have been doing their research and hopefully, to meet a particular team, it seems like things have swapped. So you expected Homeboys, and I think for Evil, I've talked to them just now, they were expecting Bleed. So two teams who didn't expect to see each other will meet later for match 4. I don't know how much homework have you guys done, but I guess it's a wing it and we'll see kind of match happening at match 4. I don't know, predictions have gone out the window right here at MPL SG. So what can we anticipate that, have you guys done homework on Evil?
Honestly, we did a bit, but not too much. So,
A bit, but not too much.
Probably have to rush it.
Okay, maybe y'all can toss your lucky coins over at Evil now. Perhaps. But yes, final words. Is there anything you want to say to your fans, or hopefully bring more fans over to Vanguard Esports?
Continue to support Vanguard and we'll do better.
All right, and we're very excited for that. So I'll let you go and be with your team to celebrate this win, and we'll see you at match 4.
Thank you.
Thank you, Winston. Alrighty. I'm at a loss for words, and I really don't know what to say. That was an unexpected turn. Can you imagine a fully decked out house right here at Suntech City fell quiet, dead silent for a moment as we saw our Titan right here at MPL SG leave. Now, I'm very sad personally as well, and I'm very sure a lot of our Bleed fans right here present are also shocked by this turn of events. But as they say, the show will go on. And right now, friends, we are down to our top 4 teams right here at MPL SG. Later on, we're gonna be seeing the upper bracket finals. Now, this is also another match that you don't want to miss. It just keeps coming. It's like a tidal wave, shock after shock after shock. Later on for match 3, this isn't any regular match. This is the upper bracket finals, and this is a full best of 5 that we will be witnessing, and we will be seeing the likes of Team Frankenstein Flash and our back-to-back champions, RSG SG. Now, this is a match that you don't want to miss, so stick around and we'll see you in a bit.
My name is Dewi. I'm currently the main roamer for Homebois SG.
Hi, I'm Naufal, also known as Icon from Alchemy SG. I play as the jungler for the team.
Hi, I'm JPL and I play for Bleed Esports.
Hi guys, I'm Diablo from RSG SG. I'm also the captain and EXP laner for the team.
My name is Chesty. I play for Team Stellar, and I'm the mid laner for them.
I'm Powerful from Team Evil and I'm the jungler for the team.
Hi, I'm Adam Yo, and I'm the captain and as well as EXP for Team Flash.
Hello everybody, I'm Nick Stain from Vanguard Esports, and I'm playing the roamer and also the captain of Team Vanguard.
I would say that the team doesn't have a fixed play style, but more of we try to adapt on the fly and try to play as many scenarios as we know.
I would say we will be preparing a lot. We've been screaming a lot, practicing as a team together for the past few months after after the last season until today.
We have been playing ranked games. We have been playing scrims to try to improve on our teamwork and chemistry, because we are a new team.
We have been training very hard and watching all the MPL from other regions, trying to see what they are doing, and we have been picking those small little things up.
So this time round compared to previous season, for the last season, I think I started training too late. So for this season, what we have adjusted is like I have trained more with other MPL teams from other country, and we have started training earlier this season.
Okay, maybe quite a lot have changed. The emblems now we get to choose 3 different emblems. Yeah, and most of the emblems got nerfed. So yeah, maybe it kind of balanced out the game.
Everybody will not be used to the new emblem change, but eventually when you play more, when you train more, when you grind it, you'll get used to it. You'll get used to the new emblem. You get used to the new meta. Personally, I think it's a big change. Yes. I don't have any preference whether I like it or not.
I would say it opens up a lot of possibilities to new playstyles, and also more heroes that have never been seen before will be used, because the emblem system allows for more versatile gameplays, especially during the early to mid games. Yeah.
Actually, for me, I'll say I'm pretty comfortable with the new meta, the new patch, because it brings more complexity towards the meta changes, especially bringing the new emblems. There's a lot of things you can adapt to, a lot of strategies you can bring onto the table.
We don't really have a goal. Yeah, we just want to go into every game and play our best.
This season, I'd say it's probably quite a high expectation, aiming for at least a upper bracket slot after regular season.
I think for every team in MPL, the ultimate goal is always to be the champions and move on to international tournaments, and that's the same for Flash as well, I would say.
Of course, I'm aiming for the top 1 in MPL SG. I mean, I've failed 3 times already, so yeah, hopefully this season I can make it.
We must definitely achieve better results than what we did in SMG SG. definitely the aim and the goal for Homeboys is to achieve champion and eventually this season M5.
Personally wise, it'll be top 3. Uh, because I really feel that in MPL SG it's really doable for top 3. But as a team wise, of course, we would like to win the whole thing itself.
So for the past few seasons, I always have been targeting top 4, top 3. But this time round, I'm coming for top 1.
For me, I have always thought of winning the champions to prove myself in the international stage because I already have won, like as you say, multiple championships. So the hunger for it is actually not as strong as the first time. But my hunger to do well in international tournaments is actually even more than what I wanted at the first place of winning MPL SG because I already tasted it. So I want more. So it's like this is just actually a first step to me. It might be the bigger step to others, but to me it's only the first step of entering M5 and trying to get a better placing than last year.
My name is Cheryl Yao, and I'm the host for MPL Singapore.
My name is Eugene, also known as Abstract. I am the caster for MPL Singapore Season 6.
Hi, my name is Churros, and I am a commentator or caster for MPL Season 6.
Well, my name is Jace. I'll be commentating for MPL Singapore Season 6. Excited for Season 6 upcoming.
My name is Scrubby, and I'm a commentator for MPL SG.
My name is Vertigo. I'm a caster / commentator for MPL SG for about 6 seasons already.
Hi, my name is Kindofu. I'm one of the few casters that are doing for MPL in this season 6.
Funny story. So when I first got my Mobile Legends Bang Bang gig, back then Mobile Legends Bang Bang wasn't like much. There were not a lot of people play it. Eventually, after that one gig, more came to me, and it always comes down to that idea whereby the game that I don't expect doing ends up being one of my staples.
How did I become involved? It feels like it's been so long ago actually. So I was doing a couple of tournaments offline, I think community tournaments before that, and I was also learning the ropes, and then I got the opportunity from my mentor, Abstract, who brought me into MPL. So I think since then I've done a couple seasons, and yeah, it's been a fun ride.
It started off as an accident because I was an MC for an event, and then for some reason I realized there was no commentator for Mobile Legends at the time. So I just picked up the mic since I had the mic in my hand, and it was history from then on.
I went through a casting program with Abstract. Abstract's my mentor. And then lo and behold, here I am. It's a fast pass to being a professional caster and professional talent within MPL.
The most memorable one I ever had was Season 4 Slate versus RSG SG. It was a very tough match between both of these two teams. You know, there's only one slot left because of the change. So there's a lot of tension, especially back then, back then I was like a Slate EVOS Bleed supporter, right? And that's also one of the I think they're at a prime. It was really exciting. We went all best of 7. Screaming out our lungs is really fun. And at Tampines Hub as well, we get to hear the crowd cheering and roaring for both these two sides as well. That's one of my favorite moments of casting in MPL Singapore.
I think the exciting moment is when you feel the electricity in the air. I highly, highly recommend any viewers who are watching us online to come on down and join us at the physical venues whenever, we share them on social media. Keep tabs on that. Come and join us at the live venue itself and feel the literal electricity in the air. That is something that I will never forget, and I enjoy every single time when we're doing finals.
I think first and foremost, I'd like to thank them. I know that we have a lot of overseas viewers as well. Thank you for your support for MPL SG as well. Without you guys, I think we wouldn't be at the level we're at now. And I think just keep giving us your feedback, because good or bad doesn't matter. If it helps us improve, we'll take it.
I personally really do appreciate the support coming from the community. Things like streamers playing the game and people supporting those streamers eventually kind of rose up to support for the entire MPL community as well, and scene in Singapore. So I feel like keeping that support and viewership going really, really helps the scene, because that's the most important thing. If you don't have viewers, the scene isn't going to grow. If you don't have bodies at Suntec or at OTH, at our Tampines Hub, it's just not gonna work because no one's gonna watch the game. So keeping that support going, I think, would be really important to me, and I'm super grateful that we have these people in Singapore right now, and it continues to grow.
Honestly, first up, Singapore is very, very small. And if you have the slightest, interest in Mobile Legends Bang Bang, I highly encourage you guys, to follow our social pages, come on down and support us live. It's really, really appreciated, that presence there, whether you're online, physically with us, it's greatly appreciated, especially Singapore is so small. And of course, for our players as well, they would be deeply encouraged by, your roaring screams, especially on the live venue itself. And with Singapore being so small, we need to show other regions that Singapore might be small, but guys, we are mighty, and we need you, all of our Singaporean viewers, to be there to support Singapore all as one.
Being part of an ecosystem, that has been very enjoyable, because honestly, if I were to go to the playoffs and I'm just going in, I cast, I'm done, I go home, honestly, that's kind of boring. So whenever the audience members or the community members comes over and we just chat each other up, I think that's a very refreshing feeling, and the experience is different every season.
MPL Singapore itself wouldn't be possible without you guys. Every one of you are very important to us. And, like what we mentioned, come down every week if you guys can. I know you guys can be quite busy. Or during the playoffs, we are around and about. Just ask away and, have a chat with us. We're more than happy to chat with you guys. So I feel like you guys are really important for us. And I really thank you from the bottom of my heart how much support that you guys have been pouring in towards us since season 1. So I really thank you guys.
Don't do it! The gateway will devour everything!
Sleep tight, my star. Daddy's watching from afar. Close your eyes, mommy's little
When I learned that our reality was on the brink of annihilation, the multiverse, implanted with fragments of my soul, became the last hope. Any universe is within my reach. Yet, my home still seems but a faded dream.
You can't save them. All life will perish before the calamity.
Dad! Is that you? All these years.
I'm sorry, my little star. I will protect you. No matter the cost. Even the cosmos can't stop me! Layla. My baby girl. Goodbye. calamity ends with me. Into oblivion. Finally, you are safe, my little star.
It's Layla! Father, can you hear me? It's Layla! Please, come back home.
My journey is taking me home. For you are the home where I belong.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM. A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier.
Mmm.
Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today!
Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
It's all right, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
The calamity's approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn, no time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect her. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect our daughter.
And welcome back, everyone. Right now, so excited that I didn't even know that I didn't turn on my mic because what a fulfilling day earlier. We have seen a ton of surprise upsets, really went against all predictions. And right now, for the third one, this is the upper bracket finals. Will we see a 3-time surprise of upsets? I don't know because I don't even know where on earth the predictions are going to go because these two teams are loved by so many in the crowd. Perhaps I'll do a screen test to see where the supporters are at, or maybe let me get a glimpse of who the people are supporting right here for this match of the upper bracket finals, shall we? Okay, so first up, I see a sea of blue and orange. So I would first like to hear from our Team Flash team. Team Flash fans, can I hear you guys? That's not too bad already. Okay. Now, for our 3 times back-to-back champions, can I hear from the fans? Oh, that's pretty solid as well. It sounds like a 50-50 for me. But as we see, for this game itself, it seems like a ticket on Singapore Airlines to the M5 for the upper bracket finals. Whether this team will fly first class or get bumped down to economy to head on over to the finals itself is really based on this match. Who will emerge victorious? We see from these two teams. I'm just going to stop talking. This is going to be a long one, a best of 5 as we speak. So ladies and gentlemen, let's meet the team, shall we? First up, presenting to you the team that has taken everyone by surprise, Team Frankenstein Flash! So yes, right here, the unsung heroes that has definitely taken the Singapore crowd by storm, Team Flash. As of now, their journey in the playoff season was just but a warm-up. And now with just one more match to secure a spot in the grand finals, presenting to you, Team Flash. Now, going up against Team Flash, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our 3 times champion, RSG SG! Fans and friends of MPL SG, the stage is set, and the boys are back to show Team Flash why they are the champions, and it is none other than RSG SG. Fist bumps going all around. Well, this is a very, very interesting matchup. We're talking about 5 different players for all 5 roles, all incredibly skilled in each of their lanes. And let's not even mention behind the scenes, the brains behind these two teams are incredible, as well as RSGSG has Youngin on their side, whereas for Team Flash, they have Wonder Child, KZP. What can happen right here in this best of 5 for the grand finals? I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just gonna hand my time over to the casters, so tell us more, friends.
Thank you so much, Cheryl, for this highly anticipated match that we're gonna see. Welcome, everyone, friends, fans, family in MLBB. If you're watching here at Suntec City, welcome. So nice to see you all. And if you're not, nice to see that you're watching online, but come join us live at the atrium of Tower 1 and 2 and see this electric air. Feel it for yourself. Welcome. Here at the desk today, we have myself, Scrubby, we have Kintofu, and we have Abstract, bringing you today's best of 5 between Team RSG and Team Flash. any thoughts to start off?
Well, all I can think about is that boy, oh boy, would it be a long series. I mean, let's be honest here. We're looking at Flash versus RSG, number 1 and number 2, if I remember correctly, of the regular seasons. So honestly, this could go either way. So yeah, it might be long. No, not might. It will be long.
We're gonna see who's in the team first. So let's bring us to the team lineup of these two teams. Team Flash.
Alright, Team Flash, we have Vanix in the gold lane, Jay in the mid, Adamir in the EXP, Hades in the jungle, and Lawsy in the roam. Now, they're looking for a victory here because the last time they played in the playoffs, it was in the grand finals as well. And Team Flash, they suffered a defeat 4-1. So this is something that they need to prove this season, that they can make it to the grand finals and they can beat RSG to claim that championship.
It's a revenge match that we're looking at, right? They're wanting to claim the trophy, snatch it away from these back-to-back champions, RSG SG.
Now, for the side of RSG SG, we can definitely see Oki, Sayla, Diablo, Bray, and Lucin Cutie. Now, Sayla have just joined into the roster, and yet it doesn't seem as though like they have lost Bougie or they have lost Roy or anything. He incorporated himself into the lineup just so effectively, and we know for a matter of fact is because this guy, he's great at what he do.
Definitely, I mean, it's like they're one whole unit regardless of who they've changed, right? And Youngin himself, I think, has been with Sayla for very long, so I think that definitely contributes to the chemistry that they have and the synergy. But today is where it all starts to show, right? It's down to Team Flash and RSG Kid.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, we will take a look at the stats later on, but I think both teams have performed really well in the regular season. So this is really, for me, a very high emotion match because both teams do have the potential to take it. It's really up to who has the better mental state.
Yeah, exactly. And not to mention as well, this is a best of 5. So it's going to be really, really important to have that stamina to continue as well. Let's look at Team Flash and their keys to victory.
Now, for the side of Team Flash, we can definitely understand that Oki is one of the most important players in the opposite side. So they're gonna have to find a lead for Vanix, and all hail Lord Vanix, gank Oki as early as possible. And we also know that he plays a lot of Bruno, and having a Bruno on your side, going up against an Oki who naturally usually plays an Irithel and whatnot, you would want that lead. So keep up with the lead, keep on the snowball, that way they will be able to keep Oki in check. In the meantime, Jay's unpredictable hero in lanes and in games are something that we should be looking out for. And they should keep up to that MO if they want to make something a little bit different or try to catch RSG SG completely by surprise. And of course, we're gonna have to look out for Diablo, the star player from the side of RSG SG, right? Do you want to ban out your Badang, Khalees and whatnot? Or do you just want to keep him in mind whenever you just go around in the macro? That's where you're gonna have to focus on the draft or the game. Which one is more important for you? Is he part of your game plan as to when you want to tackle him?
Yeah, I really like this switcheroo actually. So we actually witnessed the Phobias coming out from Diablo as well, which was a beast in the game itself. So we might have to watch out for that in this game as well.
Yeah, but over to the side of RSG, definitely things for them to watch out for as well.
Yep, so we have already seen the performance of Bray, and I mean, if you're an RSG fan, Bray is this consistent monster of the team. He has never missed a retry more than once in a series, and so they need to help support Bray in securing those objectives. And of course, one of the things that RSG has shown in this regular season is sometimes they do overextend in team fights. So they need to make sure they avoid this overextension, and that way they can really clean up the team fights and take the neutral objectives, get the base, get the crystal whatsoever, right? And of course, the last one, we all know about Lord Vanix. So RSG definitely has Lord Vanix in sight, and he will be the one they need to target in the team fights to make sure that this power spike doesn't happen for Team Flash.
Yeah, you know, right, that Flash depends so much on Vanix to scale, and he really will be a beast in the late game, so someone to definitely watch out for. Now, given these keys to victory now, we have to talk about some thoughts, right, between these two teams, some history, some statistics that we'll go into in a moment as well. But what are your thoughts now looking at these keys to victory that we've pitted against these two teams?
To be honest, when it comes down to the drafting stage, I think that we have a lot to look out for in the grand scheme of things, right? We want to focus a little bit more onto the onto Jay whenever you are when you're drafting against him, or you will want to take a look at Diablo whenever you're drafting against him. So this is, I think, a very nice game between our coaches over here. You can see KZP right there, the small little head right there. I will want to focus on them for the first initial part of the day, or the first initial part of the series. But, you know, a quick little shout out over to the fact that Flash did win in a 2-1 fashion against RSG SG.
One of the things that we should take a look is that RSG has a very, very pressurizing early game, which is why you can see the percentages on the side of RSG for that first tower rate as well as that first objective rate slightly higher on the side of RSG. So, you know, Team Flash, I'm expecting them to try and match up with this tempo and try to kill off that vibe that RSG loves to have in this early game.
It's not an easy task though, right? Because we know that Flash plays for the late game very, very well. And if all else fails, they have that macro, that sense to back them up in the late game as well. And that's what's won them so many games.
Now, when we come in and take a and just kind of like understand more about Team Flash, you guys did mention that they are very good at holding things out all the way until the late stages of the game. And one thing for sure is that the marksman that Vanix normally plays has always been Bruno. So at least they kind of fill in the gaps in the early and the mid stages of the games. But what do they do when it comes down to the later stages of the game? Because Bruno just doesn't skill as well into the later stages. I think that that's something that KCP will be touching on for this upcoming draft, as to if whether they want to play something like Sicilian or maybe something completely unorthodox. We may expect to see Jay with Aldous.
Oh, you never know. That Cho mid, Esmeralda mid, with so many different...
mid?
Yeah, Edith mid, so many different things that KCP has in mind and executed by Jay. Almost flawlessly.
Exactly, right? We don't know, but we'll try. We'll try to predict, and let's see what we think over here at the desk. Actually, two of us are here on Team Flash's side, and I'm the odd one out. I'm gonna be honest here. So this is a really tough matchup, right? So my prediction was really hard to make. And
she's
like
trying to justify why she went for it.
Like, hear me out.
Okay.
When, like any well-informed and educated person, I came to this prediction by flipping a coin.
Wow, okay. I like the honesty.
So
I like the honesty. It's a coin flip.
No, okay, I'm going to try and justify that now, right? Because these two teams are at high tiers, right? And we're not just talking about execution, about the players, the star-studded players, also star-studded coaches, right? And with the addition of Sailor into RSG, there's more mystery around what he can potentially play. It's crazy. You just don't know anymore.
I would agree with that. So I would just be like, you know, Flash or RSG, maybe just take an easy way out and follow, you know, what happened in the regular season. So Flash it is for me.
Yeah, so that's what our predictions are, but we're going to look at what you guys out there think actually heavily in favor of RSG for Facebook, 31% up against 69, and YouTube, a little more positive for Team Flash, 42 to 58.
Well, you have to be open about it. Like I said yesterday, these are all opinions of everyone on the desk, online, on site as well. But both teams have the option to really change it into a fact, into something that can happen. So right now, I really hope both teams are ready, because I've spoken to both sides and the players are really confident. Yes, there is some banter. I spoke to the manager in RSG, and he, you know, Lousy is on loan from RSG. So he told him like, oh, we wish you the best, second place. So, you know, there's some friendly banter as well, but I believe both teams definitely aiming for the #1 spot here.
For sure. I mean, why would you want anything less than that, right?
Oh, yeah.
And not to mention, we talked about how this is a rematch of the Grand Finals. They are both definitely vying for that as well. So we are going to jump into the draft in just a bit, about 30 seconds. I know you are all waiting for this match. Any final thoughts and anything you expect?
Anything to expect. Honestly, this game, I'm going in completely blind. I know that I am going to be surprised. I know that something is going to be completely weirded out. I'm going to be weirded out and such. Because today, there's a theme behind today. And that is the day of upsets, I gotta have to say. We have massive audience coming in from Homebois. Yes, Evil definitely have got a big fan base as well. But let's be honest here, Homebois, they are the crowd. And unfortunately, they have to meet an unfortunate situation here. And so did Lee. The question is, will RSB be the one here?
Well, it's not that bad, right? Because this is the upper bracket final. So even if they lose this, they're gonna drop to the lower bracket and they have a second chance at coming back. So we're gonna go into the draft right away. This is game number 1, Flash and RSG. Top of the bans here going to be the Khalid target ban onto Diablo as well as Angela.
Yeah, we already mentioned this before. You know, they need to give some sort of control over Diablo. They need to make sure that they can stifle his growth in the game itself. We already seen how well Diablo can do even in a tough situation, in a tough laning phase. So definitely it's one of the considerations that Team Flash has in mind. And Khalid, one of the very scary re-engage heroes available in the draft itself, definitely not something that Flash likes to contest against.
Much scarier when you place him into the hands of someone like Diablo as well. And Sayla, yesterday we saw him play the Angela twice to crazy effect. So they're taking that off from the pool also. Now, RSG banning out that Nolan as well as the Joy here.
Now, with all of these heroes being banned out, I think that the main thing that we haven't seen just yet, obviously, is going to be Edith. Of course, we don't see Bruno being banned out because it's not really particularly that ban-worthy, but it's more of the battery that goes around with Bruno. Do we have Reminiscent that wants to look for something a little bit different? Do we want to look at Youngin that, you know, wants to tackle about who is going to be the one that assists this Bruno the most? But now, we have Reminiscent that actually went out with a Badang ban, which is something that I would say is very surprising since RSG have not really shown so much Badang games throughout the entirety of Season 6.
Yep, and you know what? One thing I think Flash needs to take into consideration, very heavy consideration, is the fact that Sayla now is in the mid lane as well, and we've already seen the Angela coming out. So yes, they have banned the Angela, but Sayla is not just a one-trick pony with his repertoire of heroes as well. There are so many options he has, and you know, at this point, RSG, they don't want to have to deal with a long fight. They're gonna ban out that Lilia.
Matilda is currently still available as well as the Edith. So Flash, they're gonna have to think about these either-or situations. But to be honest, I think that Flash is going to focus a lot more on the Matilda and just kind of roll with it, allowing RSG to probably pick an Edith for themselves. And of course, I think that we have seen them play the Alpha before. But the question is, do they want to prioritize that in the first 2 picks? And what would be the reason for them for doing so?
Yeah, that's true. You know, one of the things that I noticed is that Youngin has a very good understanding of his opponents most of the time. And I'm pretty sure they really wanted to allow this Matilda to slip through to be in the hands of Lousy because they got a glimpse of Lousy's Matilda yesterday. So I think they already have come up with a game plan and a draft to really spoil this Matilda gameplay.
So with that all said and done, we have definitely seen Lucian that plays onto Edith a lot. But in the meantime, we have never seen Diablo play the Edith. So even if we're looking at a priority pick over to the side of Edith, we know that this is very likely not a flex. Unless Youngin have decided to give us a little bit of a surprise here. But with Fredrin being picked up, I think that we've got our jungler as well as our roamer that has already been locked in.
Yep. Regardless of the roles that these heroes will be played at, this is a very scary combo from the side of RSG because Bray on this Fredrin is a beefy boy, right? Even after the nerf, yes, he is going to be quite sustainable in team fights. And added with the option of a Primal Wrath by this Edith, that's going to be a lot of damage being laid down by the side of RSG. And this is even without taking into the idea that they have that Onward Earth Shadow, which is a huge crowd control skill that will definitely change the fight in RSG's favor.
Now, with a Fanny and a Terizla being picked out, it understandably puts Terizla in a winning lane. Xbox is currently not available to be picked because, I mean, here's the thing. RSG, they may actually go for the Xbox. However, we are approaching the second half of the banning phase. And Flash, they would know better to actually get the Xbox out of the equation because that is just plainly annoying. Otherwise, you can also think of this in another way. Yes, the Terizla may suffer in the lane after the Ice Queen's Wand has been picked up, but that would also mean that the EXP laner that RSG is going to pick up for themselves wouldn't have that much utility to deal with this Fanny.
Yeah, that's true. But of course, Fanny, one of the risks of having a Fanny on your team is you really need a good early game, and you also need your purple buff as much as you can. We've seen teams in other regions completely decimate a Fanny pick with the exclusion of the purple buff. Never existed in their jungle, and Fannies normally die quite badly if they don't have that extra buff.
So with that all said, we still have two more bans to go through. RSG focused on the Bruno, and understandably would want to focus more onto the entire line of junglers in order to really whittle down the amount of possible heroes for Vanix. Irithel might actually join into the banning pool, and for Flash, if they would want to continue with this realm. And the very fact that Flash, they did not ban out the Xbox number for the very first part, that means that they don't intend to ban the Xbox at all. They want to leak the Xbox over to RSG. They want them to pick it up in order for a less utility hero lineup from the side of RSG, because let's be honest here, with a Fredrin and with a side of what's this called again? Edith, right? They already have quite a bit of crowd control. If you allow RSG to not pick the Xbox and they were to go to something like Yuzhong, for example, that Petrify, that Furious Dive, they are all eventually can be an answer to Hades.
Pain. Yeah, for sure. And one of the things, when you mentioned that Irithel being an option for Team Flash, and I think that probably is the only option, because right now, the way that Team Flash's draft is going, they are a very dive-heavy composition, right? And once they have that dive, the penalty zone with the cutthroat by Fanny with the cables as well, that means your backline is pretty much exposed. So you would need your goal laner to be very mobile, in which Irithel would be quite a logical choice at this point. But it is going to be snapped out by RSG. They don't want to allow them that fluidity in their movement. They don't want to allow the damage and the crit as well.
I think at this point, we might actually see something very crazy from the side of Flash. I'm not too sure what exactly Romanison and KZP is actually plotting for themselves, but always, whenever I'm just going to be looking at Longsy smile like that, I start to get a little bit uneasy, I'm not going to lie. What are they having right now? That is going to be an Ixia. Now, then Ixia is a great pick coming from the side of Team Flash, considering the fact that RSG right now at this point in time, they have no way to access the backlines. And we have seen this from Team Flash time and time again. Whenever they have a Mathilda, the chances of them picking up an Ixia is very high, because even when Ixia is in the using the ultimate, you can still relocate yourself thanks to the Guiding Wind.
Yes, that's a very sick combo, and this is something that Team Flash has already shown us yesterday. Now Lucian Cutie gonna go on to gonna pick the Cho for the team, and it looks like this is the first time we're gonna see in this season a Diablo Cho in the EXP lane. I'm super curious and excited to see how this is gonna work out for the RSG lineup.
Oh, okay. Now, I have never seen this before.
You want backline entry? You have a backline entry now. You have a Cho, and no special Cho. This is a Diablo Cho, first of the season, special delivery by RSG.
Abstract, you have hesitations. Why?
Throughout the seasons of 1 through 6, Diablo is not a player who I would believe would play a Cho, even though I would say I don't doubt his mechanics, but we have never seen a Cho of Diablo. If we want to think about backlines, we can think about Paquito. When we think about backline, it could be Yuzhong.
Well, we're gonna see in this game, right? He's picked it, and we're actually going to do it. So drafts locked and loaded, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for your two teams, RSG and Team Flash, going into game number 1 of this upper bracket finals.
Yep, they will be going into their respective buffs now, and it looks like we might see a focus on the EXP lane by RSG. Once again, we know why this works, right? When you have an EXP laner who's trailing behind, he is forced to clear the waves, meaning he will not be able to join in the neutral objectives as well. And RSG, famous for this very early game aggression, you can definitely expect that first rotation coming in very soon.
With the fast 2 that they are working on, the Valentina clears out. Actually, it's not even a fast 2 to a certain extent. It's still some form of a variation, I gotta have to say. But with Lucian Cutie that worked alongside with Diablo in the northern area, they didn't manage to clear the way fast enough, but now Diablo was gonna have to play possum and just hide within the brushes, as he would definitely not want to go head-to-head against Adamir, who is piloting a Terizla after all.
double rupture on the side of Team Flash. You can see that they are very interested to fight as well, and they have the double movement. So agility as well as their Wilderness Blessing on the Faramis and Matilda. So they are expecting a lot of mobility within their ranks to try and break down this huge armor that RSG has around themselves.
Also very interesting that Diablo was using the Master Assassin as well. So looking to actually pick off someone, and I guess it helps him in the EXP lane. Now putting out some damage here onto Bray so far, but we're going to see the action come soon as the turtle is spawning in 5 seconds.
Well, for Diablo, top lane.
Adamir having to flicker out there from the aggression. Coming a little bit on Bray here, they want to clear this EXP top and get themselves some space and control in order to contest this. Lawsy not yet level 4, so he does not have that Circling Eagle to be able to help and contest this. Lucian Cutie, throw back here. Some zoning going on, flicker out, backs away. Bray needs to secure this for himself. A Praiser's Wrath will do the trick, so the first turtle goes the way of RSG.
Now, it's understandable that RSG have manages to catch that pretty darn easily. But you know, one thing that surprises me is that Hades hasn't been overly aggressive. He has been farming around, of course, level 5, and is not particularly looking out for those neutral objectives. Now, if he is able and capable of getting all of these early game kills, I think that would be absolutely amazing, right? Just get yourself down to the southern side, just deal with the Irithel as much as possible. Because with a chill pick in the top side, yes, you may already lose to a Terizla, but at least you might not be that big of a Fanny would not be that big of a threat, because you do have your own form of lockdown, which is something that I would absolutely want to see from the EXP lane of RSG.
Yeah, man, it's even more difficult right now for Team Flash because RSG got that first turtle. So you can see, even before the turtle, there were already EXP leads across the map on all the different lanes for RSG. You know, Terizla, this Adamir was actually behind Diablo already, and this game is only gonna start getting even more tougher for Flash because right now RSG is slowly but surely building upon that goal lead.
Now, with I'm just kind of like trying to break down on RSG's lineup as much as I can, and the main thing that I'm looking out for is that I feel as though the chill pick coming from RSG is not necessarily just used to utilize for the entire team. It's a nice little bonus to have that kind of lockdown, but it's more. Hold on a second.
Oh, the engage here, throw up onto Adamir. He falls as the first blood. We don't want to see that, and now they're contesting the buff here. Hades having to cable away from that. Did Bray actually get that?
Not sure. Both of them have the purple buff at this point still active, so we have to see who's the first one to have the cooldown.
Well, I'm not too sure about that either. Once we have the camera actually shifted over to Hades, maybe we'll be able to get a better idea. But now, for now, the top side, Taylor.
Circling Eagle onto him, but he pops the Nether Realm, stolen Nether Realm for himself to save himself. So bottom side, turtle is up, so they're gonna go for a second contest here. Adamir already at the objective, but it's leashed over to RSG side. Lawsy zoning them out. It's only Oki and Lucian Cutie for the moment. It doesn't look like Bray's in the vicinity, so it's gonna go for free here to Hades.
This is a very classic Team Flash kind of gameplay, right? Where they actually just group up very early into the game. It doesn't really matter if it's the second turtle or whatnot, but for now, Vanix finds himself in a bad spot with a quick little flicker.
Oh, the guiding wing brings him back for Barrage though. He goes down, and now the silence onto Lawsy here has to back away. Lucian Cutie jumps in. Jay Sailor is chasing him down. Lawsy taking the damage, but RSG chooses to back away for now.
That's a tough situation for Team Flash, right? Because the timing of it was actually all in favor of RSG. They didn't start a fight when Sailor had the IMU burnt out, and you know, with that premature NetherRealm, it would have been a good time for Flash to really just overcommit and lay down some damage on RSG. But they waited a little bit too long. The entirety of RSG had their ultimates up, they had whatever they need as well for the resources and the kits, and Flash got punished once again.
Oh, Bray, knock up here onto Lawsy, uses the guiding wind, but Bray lands the killing blow. It's going to be another one clocked up 0-3 now in favor of RSG.
There's quite a lot of lockdowns from the side of RSG. We're gonna have to admit that. Oh!
This is what we want to see, right? Hades getting them kills in on his own and being able to start snowballing in the early game. So with that turtle buff now, able to do just that. Bray looking for him in the brushes. Adamir finds him though. The taunt is
there. Adamir flickers
Oh,
out with the
penalty zone.
penalty zone. Hades taking damage from Oki. Bray is still in the backline, just disrupting them. And it's gonna be RSG creating so much space here. Lalzi with the Circling Eagle as well. They're just, forcing Flash out of this space.
Yep, they do have a lot of good ways to zone Team Flash out. But what is the main reason behind that proxy? It doesn't seem as though RSG have got much of a ulterior purpose, but at least the middle lane is slightly pushed up. The only saving grace is the fact that they do have a Fanny that is capable of clearing waves pretty darn fast.
Yep, actually one of the things that they achieved very well was the fact that they slowed down Vanix's farm, because Vanix had to stay in lane. He couldn't just get out into the lanes to farm, and in the meantime, Oki was having the time of his life getting the gold as well. So all these micro plays are things that help RSG maintain this gold lead and get this very, very strong EXP lead. But what's surprising is actually, even though they have so much pressure, Hades was actually leading Bray in terms of EXP.
We've got a Fanny that actually have Flame Retribution on top of that as well, in case you guys didn't really quite realize that. We've got Bray and Diablo that essentially gonna be on top of their form throughout this entire game from this point onwards, right? Trying to get themselves more of a river domination. They would want to open up the maps as much as possible in order for them to keep up with the pressure. They need to find kills for Hades. They need to make sure that Hades can go in for assassinations in a very clean and clear manner.
Bray finds Lalzi in the brushes, goes right in here. Circling Eagle popped. Lalzi will back away. RSG finding an opening, but not just yet. Flash will be able to... Well, they don't drop on any bodies for now, but you can just see how much control RSG have over the map, and with this, they're going to be able to take the top tier 1 turret along with that.
Yep, this is 30 seconds of Vanix being unable to farm, and in the meantime, take a look at that. Gold buff onto Oki. He has taken a couple of waves as well. They have taken a turret. So once again, they extend this lead. 2,600 gold ahead, and another catch.
Oh, the knockup onto Adamir here, and again he falls. It's gonna be his, I think, second death now, and it's not looking good for him.
Yep.
Oh, hold on.
Diablo with the flicker, the kick. It's gonna come through. The Nether Realm being popped here. Vanix is the casualty, and RSG clocks another one to their name. Is really extending the lead that they have. The throwback, Lucian Cutie finding Lalzi again here. They're gonna be able to defend this for now, but Bray, a huge contest here on this purple buff from Hades.
They need to fight this. Oh, he actually get it back.
Yeah, he gets it back, and now RSG, they have to back out. Bray, creating some space, going into the Princess Wraps, barely misses, and one more, just a sliver of health, gonna heal that back up, so they're A-okay for now. RSG. Oh, now on top, Oki's gonna get the second tier 2 turret as well.
We're gonna have to consider the fact that we have a lot of these turrets that has already been taken down. The top lane and the bottom lane the top lane and the bottom lane outer turrets have already been knocked down, and Team Flash, they really have to bolster the defenses in the middle lane and make sure that they work up to that macro. Diablo as well as Oki, they're trying to find a lot more of these advances in the top and the bottom side, but hold on as we speak about Diablo.
Just finding the cutthroat coming through from Hades, but in the meantime, RSG actually up top on the Lord, and they've already chunked it down. Knockup penalty zone from Adamir comes to Hades! Steals the Lord away from RSG, and now RSG trying to fight back here. It's gonna be the full barrage. Flicker out by Sailor. Bray goes down, and it's gonna be 3 members dead on the side of RSG.
It's not done yet.
Hades again, just where it counts, gets that kill onto Oki. My goodness, that really turned the tides here for Flash.
That's a big dub for Team Flash, because not only did they get the kills, they are all funneled towards Vanix. Vanix has 2-2-1 at this point. He's totally recovered in terms of gold, and they've cut the gold lead not just by a lot, they've taken the gold lead on the side of Team Flash, and they have rewarded themselves with number 1, the Lord, and take a look at mid lane. It's clear, tier 3 open for the taking.
I'm gonna have to say that Hades really have a very good understanding as to how he would want to fight for the Lord. Yes, there was another realm to make sure that he will always be safe. That is going to be the insurance policy. In the meantime, I'm just going to be just standing at 1+1, literally almost seeing as though he's T-posing against the enemies. He's not doing anything, no skill, no anything, just standing right there within of the nether realm, and then pop goes the retribution.
Do we have any modeling agencies here? You know,
I
we
really
can recommend
hope.
Jay.
Really do hope that that will happen, huh?
Well, you never know, right? If they watch this game and they find, hey, you know, might as well pick up Jay for modeling.
Stage presence,
Flash gets
check.
a top tier turret here, so they're slowly, you know, getting back that lead that they have, the gap that they've created between themselves and RSG here. Now, what's RSG looking to do to be able to place himself back safely on this map?
I think everything falls on Sailor at this point. He has not died a single time in this game. He already has a lightning trenching as well. So he already has his scaling in order. Right now, as long as Sailor gets his positioning correct with the Shadow Strike and Arcane Shade combination, he gets it terrified on 2 or 3 people within the team fight itself. It's game over for Team Flash for that fight at least.
Personally, I feel that there would be a lot more that RSG could do for themselves. Now, the main question is if whether they have an answer for the Ixia. Because from the previous fight, we have already seen it, is the fact that Vanix, he's pretty much going to be staying in the backlines all the time. If Diablo is just going to run right into him and just beeline himself right down to Vanix, I think that was probably going to be one of the only answer. But the only there is another question. And that is, do they have enough damage output to actually bring Vanix down? Because Longsy could be a great defense mechanism for him. Jay can also pop the Nether Realm. There's actually a lot of insurance for Vanix in the very event that he gets caught.
Yep, and it's quite difficult because Sailor actually has a very difficult choice, of which we have seen. Now he's going to steal the penalty zone, but they can always mitigate that risk with the Nether Realm coming out from Jay as well.
Depends on what they want to play, right? Do you want to be aggressive or appeal for the backline, or do you need that second chance, that sustain that comes with the Nether Realm as well? Now, so many questions like you mentioned, Abstract, but do they have the answers here? At least in some of the items, you know, Oki has the Wind of Nature, maybe can prevent that full barrage.
So at least when it comes down to the defensive mechanism, Oki has got it, right? And of course, damages-wise, with the Heart's Claws as well as Berserker's Fury, maybe we just need one more item for the side of Irithel to really make full use of the pick-off that Diablo is capable of giving.
The thing is though, yes, even though he can prevent that full barrage, then you have Hades, who can come in as the cleanup crew as well. So he always has to kind of fear for his life a little there.
Bot lane is kind of being pushed in though.
They are setting up for the Lord. I think RSG has that advantage in terms of the minions.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Team Flash will be able to respect that. They do have a very good idea how they would want to macro around the game, but hey, let's not forget, we have Bray. Okay, at least he did manage to bring the Lord down. I was hoping to see kind of like a Grand Theft Auto once again over the Lord's pit.
With Hades, you just never know, right? I mean,
You never
we saw
know.
his steal yesterday as well. Just waltzed in, literally, pulled the retreat, and then walked out again. So right now, a split pushing, but the Lord is in the hands of RSG.
Yep. I mean, Hades, we know him as the boss man, but right now the boss man has a lot of problems with the business because RSG have the Lord marching down on the top lane as well. And you can see the way that RSG are poising themselves, they are ready for that catch. It all falls on Lucian here. If he gets one good Earth Shatter on 2 or 3, it will be the marker for RSG to start going in.
Didn't quite get it just yet, but they've destroyed the turret, so RSG just wants to press on with the structures at this moment. Now, Sailor does have that penalty zone, so they could engage if they wanted to. Hades goes in, gets knocked up here, the Lord comes crashing, takes out half the turret's HP, and it's going to be RSG just posturing themselves for a defense, Flash posturing themselves for a defense here. Lord goes down.
We're gonna have to remember that Oki is playing as an Irithel after all. And he does have the Wind of Nature to actually just make sure that he don't die to Hades that much. But the main thing is I think that Hades would be a very good deterrent to make sure that Vanix himself doesn't get his damage doesn't get nullified from the Wind of Nature itself. So popping that up and forcing Oki to pop that up is going to be very important for them.
Lucian comes in for the flank, knock up onto Adamir, full barrage is unleashed, Adamir goes in with a penalty zone! Lucian cutie gets one, and it's gonna be Bray running for his life, Jay chasing him down, and they get 2 members of RSG here. They are on the run. Oki, he's in the mid-river, but Flash wants to chase him down. Jay and Lalzi go onto Sailor, they have to back out of this. Flash managing to get get 2 members of RSG.
Yeah, but they need more. They need this tier 3. They need to make it worth it because right now, if it resets, it's still RSG's favor.
Hades. Oh! The cut drone almost takes Oki down, but the knock up onto Diablo. He melts down. to Hades. The base turret in the middle gets destroyed in Flash. They want the win. They have it in their sights. NetherRealm is popped. Full barrage to clear out the creeps, but they can't do it just yet. They have to back out, and RSG live to see another day.
Yep, they exhausted everything. So I think it's the best idea for Team Flash to back out. They have, it's a back and forth. They get back the goal lead, but they take one tier 3.
Yeah. So far throughout the entire fight, right, RSG doesn't seem like they would wanted to go full committal on that fight. It just so happens that they got completely surprised by the fact that, hey, Team Flash actually have got a decent amount of damage.
I mean, I feel like they're both doctor teams. They're running a clinic, right? One mistake, oh, you have your tier 3 cleared. That's one lane of mega creeps for us.
It's like surgical,
Yeah,
right? The
exactly.
precision of surgical to be able to spot and capitalize all that and turn the tides. Now, Oki on the top side here, you know, they're trying to clear out the space, and both of them, you know, they want to contest for this Lord this time.
Well, Sailor does have that stolen penalty zone, and I haven't seen Sailor use it yet. So this could be a huge turnaround if Sailor lands a perfect penalty zone on the side of Team Flash.
Last time you said that Lucian Cutie didn't land anything, so don't jinx it yet.
I do really want to know how and whom is he going to be landing that on. I mean, that would probably be his entry onto the Ixia. Maybe they will have two person just running it down onto Ixia, and that would be a way that RG settles the problem about damage. Because Vanix, literally, Team Flash will put all of their... hold a second!
Penalty zone goes in the backline, break gets the retreat of the Lord, and now Adamir goes down. It's gonna be a Flash having to back away from this. Oki chasing down Hades. Will he get away? Yes, but Diablo catches Lalzi here, using the Cyclone Ride to chase him down. Oki wants blood, he smells it, but the guiding wind gets him out for now. Huge win there for RSG. The Lord in their hands, together with two members.
Yep, they might even get more because they actually got the Lord as well. I think Hades has been arriving a little too late, but that's all thanks to the RSG wave management, right? Every single time you can see Diablo split pushing on the bot lane as well, getting those creeps always right at the face of the tier 3 towers right before the Lord take. And Hades has no choice because he's the fastest guy in the team to try and clear the wave and get that steal as well.
I completely forgot, or rather to really identify the items of Diablo. He is playing as a assassin Cho, so he's went full out damage, which would explain how Vanix actually just got melted down almost instantaneously. But for now, the Lord moves up to the top lane, and of course the full barrage is initiated and committed. But RSG, they're not really in so much of trouble just yet.
Yep, knock up onto Sayla. Vanix gets Sayla actually already. So they managed to defend it. Hades! The 1v1 against Diablo, he wins that. So RSG, they do still strip all the base turrets off of Team Flash for now, but it's not enough just yet to close the game.
Yep, it's still a win for RSG because once it resets, it's still RSG in advantage. Now they have gotten close to a 3,000 goal lead on themselves in their pockets as well. We are hitting late game timings itemizations as well. Here comes the chase.
Oh, Lalzi brings Adamir with him, chasing onto Bray. The rest of the members from Team Flash is coming, and the taunt onto Hades. They want blood. Penalty zone by Adamir here. Bray's wrath. Full barrage landed onto RSG. And here's another round to make sure they sustain that fight. Hades slays Bray as well. So two members of RSG in their pocket, but they have to back out. Sailor with the flicker in, tries to catch Vanix. He might not be able to. The Winter Truncheon will save him for now. And now RSG, they're back. They might just try to re-engage here. They managed to back out. Team Flash is safe at the moment.
Very calculated risk coming from Sadasela. He knew that he gonna have to go in, and if he's able to turn things around, it will be absolutely perfect. He also knew that he has got the Winter Truncheon in order to buy even more time for the rest of the members for RSG to just run right in.
Kick onto Diablo, 1v1, pops the immortality. Hades goes down, and Diablo gets one kill. This is great and very untimely for Team Flash because the Lord is coming up in 15 seconds as well.
Yep, that was a beautiful catch, and he burned out his immortality as well. So there's not a lot of survivability on Hades for the next few seconds. And RSG definitely going to take advantage of this because right now the waves are going to be pushing in, and the Lord is up. Hades, he has to try and come back within 30 seconds. I mean, it's not something that's within his control. So Team Flash has to figure something out. How do they reset the Lord without giving away a kill? Because RSG, they already have the numbers advantage. And this is not going to work out for them on the side of Team Flash if they just leave it as such.
And let's not forget that Team Flash doesn't have anyone that can realistically hold the Lord at all. As such, even RSG would know we gotta have to gun this one down. We gotta have to bring down the Lord as fast as possible. There's no point in trying to dance around. Bring the Lord down and have the Lord spawn in 2143.
Yep, RSG also hitting very much their final form here. Sailor with the Holy Crystal and Bray with the Guardian Helmet. They are at the peak of their powers at this point. So RSG, they are feeling confident and I'm sure they're ready to take a fight with Flash.
I mean, with the Lord coming down soon, they're definitely ready, right? This is the push that they want to make all the way to the base. Question is whether Flash can defend against this.
I mean, Flash has to try and figure out something like a pick-off on anyone, actually. A numbers advantage will help them, but it's not going to guarantee they'll win in the team fight.
We've got Hades that is already going to be back up. At least that he might be able to go for a couple of assassination attempts, but that's going to be a bit scary because down in the bottom lane, take a look at that.
And that's what he tried to do. He tried to go for Sailor, but Diablo catches him there and Hades goes down. They are at a numbers disadvantage to defend this. Adamir gets taunted, tries to stop the Lord here, but is it enough? Lucian QD in the backline, the kick from Diablo. They ended RSG, taking game number 1 from Team Flash.
This is the RSG clinic here. They just made it so difficult for Team Flash to hit their power spikes. You could see Vanix was left alone. The chase by Lucian QD with that Edith on the onwards and the Earth Shatter. There was nothing that Team Flash could do to protect the damage dealers of their team.
Oh my goodness, that was game number 1 and it was already as intense as that, right? And you can see the smiles on the team of RSG's faces. It's a huge momentum boost as well to be able to get this first game and hopefully keep it rolling.
It was a shout of relief from Bray actually, because I think this first game kind of dictates the mood of the series, and RSG is definitely feeling very confident from this point on.
And the Cho.
Diablo Cho.
Well, you were a hater, but look what happened.
I'm not a hater, just I'm a pessimist about it. But hey, it did work out very darn well as we take a look at the post-game stats. Nothing too exactly out of the ordinary, I gotta have to say. But one thing's for sure is that RSG's Diablo, even though he may have went for a concussive blast, that doesn't necessarily mean that, hey, I'm gonna go tank all the way. He did manage to pick up a Hunter Strike, Blade of the Heptases, BOD, as well as Malefic Roar. That really helped him to bring Hades down in a flash. In fact, Vanix as well.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the itemization by RSG, it's really all about buying time, right? Buying time so that Oki can run rings around the Rosies, run rings around the entirety of Team Flash, and that's exactly what they did. Because right now, what RSG did was just to disable Vanix. Vanix couldn't land a perfect start into the fight because Star Helix is a one-directional skill. If you land it, it'll be great, but you have to catch 5 different members. They have to stand in a line, and that's not going to happen with the RSG lineup.
To be honest, when it comes down to the neutral objective, Team Flash, they did manage to take 1 Lord and 1 Turtle, but unfortunately not quite enough. The Grand Theft Lord from the side of Hades, we're starting to see this as a very common phenomenon. And as long as Hades have got very high agility mobile heroes, even if they could not hold on to the Lord, even though they may not have the priority over the Lord, there could be a lot of chances that Hades can still snag that away. But it's quite a shy pity, I gotta have to say, that they lost to RSG in this fashion because they definitely had a chance, and it seemed as though that they saw a light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, I'm really surprised at the damage that Diablo does with the concussive blast as well. Assassin Emblem. That's one of the things. You know, when people ask you, hey, how do you do with Fanny? I don't think it should be, oh, you know, go hero specific. It's just get Diablo. Diablo has the history, let's be honest, Diablo has the history
of slaying Fannies.
All the time. Give him any hero that doesn't make sense, but Dang, yeah, by right she is able to cable out that shit. But it's just Diablo. It's a Diablo effect that, you know, Fannies just cannot deal with him.
I absolutely love to see whenever a Fanny has been pulled up against RSG, you kind of can imagine that Diablo have this small little smirk in his face. Normally everyone will be afraid of Fannies, but not him, not this guy.
I think we should pull out the stats, right? Like,
We should,
has there ever been a Fanny that has won Diablo?
I think maybe there is a couple of times I wouldn't be too surprised. But the question is, how much of an effect did it do to the mental of Diablo?
Or the fanny for that matter.
Oh yeah, or the fanny, yeah. I think that's the main important thing. The mental.
It's all the mental game. The mental game.
Yep, and
Okay.
you can see how much it has affected RSG, right? The fact that you have Bray, who is this sandbag, he has taken over 200,000 damage in the entirety of the match. He gives them a peace of mind that, hey, whatever Team Flash can throw at us, don't worry, I'll soak it in, just play your game. And that's exactly what RSG did, right? They identified that, hey, Hades is going to be flanking us, which means Hades is going to be alone. And Diablo was sent out on the journey, kill that Fanny, and we should be able to win a team fight. And of course, Lucian Cutie following up. Look at it, 70% on that kill participation. He was always hunting Vanix. And Jay had a very tough time. Who was he going to save with the Netherrealm? Entirety of Team Flash, they were across the base. There was no one that was clumped up together.
I would really love to know and find out who is going to be the MVP, of course. Well, what are your thoughts about this?
Tough questions, right?
Bray? Diablo?
I don't know, to be very honest.
You know, with these top tier teams, it's always difficult because everyone has to play at their A game, right? To be able to pull that off. But it's gonna be the one you doubted from the beginning, Diablo, on this show.
Look, I don't doubt him.
Oh,
okay,
come
maybe
on,
I did. Maybe
you
I did. Maybe I did. Yeah, I did. So it's more of a question that Diablo plays a Joe. But hey, I guess the good thing is I've got that question answered, and maybe we can expect a little bit more Cho out of Diablo.
Yeah.
Full damage as well. Bit of Pep Disease, Thunder Strike, just the immortality for defense and that second life.
Yep, and that was a very shocking amount of damage that he did on the Fanny to me at the late game stage, right? I mean, yes, Fanny is quite a squishy assassin as well, hence the assassin role. But the damage that Diablo was able to lay down on Hades successfully, I think at least twice across different portions of the map, is quite shocking. So right now, Team Flash, I think they have to reset their mental state and kind of understand where do we go from here? It is a best of 5, so it's not over till it's over. It's just the first game, don't worry, right? But yeah, we need to fix some problems here.
Yeah, for sure. And I think especially for now Diablo can add Cho to the list. So you ban the Kali, you ban the Banang, you ban, what else did they ban? Mincetar? I still have Cho, right? So Flash, something to think about as well, but we're gonna first review the past game highlights that we've seen.
Now, of course, in the early stages of the game, both sides were a little bit equal, right? Even though we're looking at a kind of like a 3,000 goal lead. But even though right now, after the lot has been stolen by the hands of Hades, the fight turned around as Vanix showed up. It is really all about Vanix, and whenever we are looking at Vanix, we need him alive. As such, Diablo will come in and appear, and you see, within a few seconds, he's gonna be immediately dead, and Diablo still have full HP to continue putting more value onto the board. And I'm pretty sure that he will be able to continue with this kind of ride in the next few games, as long as he plays as a hero that has a high mobility, high damage kind of situation. The past 3 EXP later.
Yeah, there are a couple of things that happened in the match that really swung the game in RSG's favor. The first one is always the successful Lord contest, right?
Yep.
But look at Oki, nobody is able to touch him the entire fight. As a goal laner, isn't that the dream? Your team builds so much space for you, and you just go run rampant around the map, nobody can stop you, and it's an Irithel. The damage on this, what is a tiger, a bear?
A panther.
Panther, yeah. So riding on this panther, the Black Panther itself. My goodness. Okay. That's a lot of damage that Team Flash could not deal with. They could not give an answer because nobody could catch Oki.
And I was a little worried, right, for Oki in the beginning because you have the damage from the Ixia, you have the mobility from the Fanny, as well as the Matilda, right? But then they locked in this Cho at the last pick, and this was really a huge threat to Vanix. It kind of turned the tables. Instead of Oki having to fear for his life, it was Vanix, right? Because then not only do you have to find, okay, where do I position myself best to get this full barrage out, now I have to fear that there might be Diablo on Cho looking out for me.
Now, I do love the battles of the coaches, whereby Romanison as well as KZP was really hoping At least what I see. It seems like, yo, we pick up Terizla. What is the best way to deal with a Terizla if you want your mid lane control? Well, you're gonna have to pick your Xbox. And remember how I said that as long as if you pick up an Xbox, that means that there's not much of a utility coming in from your EXP. So other than that, it's just zoning and zoning. But at this point in time, do you really need a zoning against an Ixia? You need to find a way to immediately put that Ixia down. And in this case, it's great that Youngin did not bite the bait because he's so much better than that. He finds an answer for himself and probably put a nice little twist into it.
I like the fact that you take things on the perspective of Reminiscent and KCP. I want to offer something that maybe Youngin told the team. If you notice, every single penalty zone was a success from this Terizla from Adamir, right? But they never caught out Oki within it. And you can see the positioning of RSG. It was always very nicely for a penalty zone from Adamir. But Oki was just always at the 8. So I think Youngin could have possibly told the RSG team, you can get it together, just make sure Oki doesn't get caught in the penalty zone and you can turn it around.
Yep. In the end of the day, the damage dealer is the one that needs to stay alive. Yep. It's that simple.
Yeah,
It's
exactly. He did exactly that, right? And also kudos to his team for being able to peel, right? That's super important because if you are an Irithel having to basically try to survive a penalty zone, and he was without a Purify as well, so that would be extremely difficult for him. It's interesting that you brought up the Youngin and KZP as well as Reminiscent. I think they themselves have said that this is a little bit of a battle between the coaches. And I quote, right? KZP said they want to show everyone that they can play everything. And he also said to Diablo that he wants to meet in this game tomorrow. So they did exactly that. So it's really fun. And these are top tier teams playing together. And if you want to see more top tier teams, look at the M Series 5th anniversary because all these are top players. And in conjunction with the 5th anniversary for M Series, you can vote for your favorite heroes and players, Diablo, JPL, to be awarded as the 10 greatest players in M Series history. Now, so just stay tuned because more information is coming your way on November 4th.
I mean, if you enjoyed watching Diablo play the show, you have a lot of reasons to actually just push that button, which is to vote. But of course, that will come in on November 4th. So make sure you guys follow our social media pages, be it on TikTok, Instagram, or Facebook. If TikTok is MPL Singapore, and of course, Facebook, Instagram is mpl.sg.official. We will post a lot more updates over there so that you will know exactly what you are getting yourself into. And of course, we may be able to post some, giveaways, prizes, those kind of stuff. In fact, today I think we just gave away 30,000 diamonds just for as a lucky giveaway.
Okay, 30,000 is a lot. You can buy a lot of stuff.
3 person, 10,000
Oh,
each.
3 people. Okay,
Yeah,
I thought it
people,
was
10,000
like
each.
one person taking.
But we have
30,000.
70,000 more to go.
So you gotta get your hands on the diamonds, right? How else are you going to get all those skins, flashy stuff, and emotes that you can show off in game?
Yeah, but it's not just about winning, right? It's winning with style. It's making sure that you're able to flex on them and show them like, hey, I'm the better, whatever role you're playing. Like, I play mid, so like I'm the better mid laner, and here's my beautiful skin to complement my skills as well.
Yeah, exactly. So now we're gonna have the draft pick up in about a minute here. It's gonna be game number 2 between two of these titans. Any thoughts on how Flash or Flash especially should be looking at this?
I think right now, because we're not in the grand finals game, I think Flash doesn't want to reveal a couple of the strategies as well, which is why they went back to what worked previously yesterday with the Ixia and Matilda combo, right? But right now, I think they might need to show a little bit of their cards on the table if they really want to make it into the winner bracket, the grand finals, and sit on top of the throne and wait for the challenger to come. Because let's be honest, we know the history of playoffs. The team that goes from an upper bracket, dropping all the way to lower, playing 12 matches potentially in one day, that's a heck of a killer.
It's tiring.
I mean, RSG has went through it a couple of times, I gotta have to say. So they themselves wouldn't want to go through it this time in this season, right? Because their arch nemesis is already out of the tournament. They gotta have to look out for the other arch nemesis right now, and unfortunately, it's them. It is Team Flash. Team Flash is one of the teams that really have a lot of potential and would literally put a lot of beads of sweat onto RSG. So they gotta have to go all in, they gotta go all out. if there's any ace with inside of their sleeves, they gotta have to show it soon.
Yep, this is a sneak peek of what potentially could be the grand finals game. And of course, right off the bat, Team Flash, they will keep the formula the same. They don't want to deal with this Khalid. They don't want to deal with this Angela. They know that re-engage and the hard guard potential for the healing and the additional damage, buying so much time for Oki as well as the gold laner is going to be detrimental to the lineup. We've already seen Sailor take this Angela into his own hands and feed an Oki Irithel, and it was pretty hard to stop if it was even possible in the first place.
Okay, so Khalid, Angela, Joy and Nolan has been banned out. I don't think that there is gonna be much deviations when it comes down to the banning phase, except for the third part, right? I don't think that Flash would go for a Badang ban anymore. They perhaps gonna have to look at one of the couple of the main problems that they may have given RSG. Okay, never mind. They still dislike the Badang. They still do not want that to be in the hands of Diablo.
The question now I have for Flash is, do you go back to that Fanny again? Or, you know, give it a second try? Because yes, it's a best of 5 series. You do have multiple chances to get an execution correct.
I think that it might be a little bit too early for the previous lineup for them to pick up a Fanny that early. RSG this time have decided, let's take out all these backline divers away. I do not want to deal with a Fanny. I do not want to deal with a Joy, perhaps. And of course, let's not forget, even a Nolan. If you're looking for a pattern when it comes down to all these bans, they all have backline access. So I think that if Flash will want to do anything about RSG's ban, they're gonna have to get a jungler that have backline access, such as a Lancelot, for example.
Yep, I agree with you. The first hero that I think of when you say backline access is definitely going to be a Lancelot. The puncture with the Thorn Rose, a lot of iframes as well. He can essentially pull out the miracle play in any team fight as long as he has the health.
Although I gotta have to say, it will still be relatively early if they want to pick anything, if they want to pick the Lancelot. But it would all be depending on how the early stages is gonna be. Team Flash, they did leak out the Mathilda. As such, they have given RSG the Mathilda to pick out, as well as the Irithel.
I think that's okay, but it's a pretty dangerous draft that Team Flash has allowed for RSG.
I think Valentina Edith is going to be a pretty good pick for the side of Team Flash, actually. Valentina is not picked yet. Even though RSG have not really shown 3 of the other heroes, Valentina is always going to be a great pick in most compositions. Whenever you have no idea what to pick and you need to fill up the slot to buy a little bit more time, the Valentina it is. You can't possibly go wrong there.
Yeah, because she's extremely flexible, and if, you know, RSG chooses to have very cool ultimates available, that's always worth a steal. But it looks like Hades and Jay, they will secure the gold lane as well as the EXP laners for their team respectively. So it's a Bruno and Terizla. Very scary combo as well with the Worldy and the penalty zone along with the Revenge Strike. I think Revenge Strike is such an underrated skill that starts fights, and it gives you the advantage in that fight itself because people overestimate the amount of damage that it does and how well they can sustain during the fight.
Now RSG have got a free reign to actually pick up a Valentina for themselves, but they have decided to pick up an Akai for them. So a lot more lockdowns is something that Youngin is looking out for. But what kind of answer is this? Is Akai more of a preemptive blind counter over to Team Flash because of backline access that we are looking out for? Because Team Flash, let's be honest, they have yet to pick up their mage. They have yet to pick out their who's that again? Jungler, no. Rome, yes. So with Fredrin already picked out, along with the Terizla, we will not be looking at assassin-style jungler anymore. It has already been locked in place. Jungle with the Fredrin as well as the EXP lane on the Terizla. RSG, they don't really have to be too afraid of backline access anymore. So there might be something with this Akai, unless they want to play the Phobius.
The Phobius ban straight away. I mean, okay, so there are a couple of things why Akai is brilliant here in this draft. So one of the things is, yes, you have the heavy spin. The heavy spin is going to achieve 2 things, right? Even if he goes into a roam, even if he goes into a jungle, main thing is if you're stunned, you can't use your retreat, right? So the heavy spin is going to be used as a defensive measure to try and stop the jungler on the side of Team Flash in those retreat 50-50s. There's one. The second one is always to use that heavy spin as a potential disengage because you can't really chase into a heavy spin even if you try. And I think RSG has a very good idea of what they want to do here, and the win condition still the same. Let's keep Oki safe. Everyone is to help Oki get to a safe space. You have the guiding wind from Matilda, you have Iritel who can, of course you will want the heavy crossbow to be used offensively, right? But nonetheless, if the situation calls for it, there is still so much mobility that's offered to Iritel that Oki should be safe and sound this entire game.
Oh, okay. Mincetar thrown into the banning pool. It is actually quite unsettling to see Jewel H actually smiling over that ban. RSG may have something in the grasp of their hands, and they might have something a little bit interesting for us. We know that when it comes down to the gold lane, Irithel against a Bruno, it is pretty much a neck-and-neck competition. EXP lane is still kind of like a blind pick going in for Team Flash, but they know, you know what, we pick up a Terizla, it's a very staple pick. You don't really lose out in lanes that much. Even though there were very recent nerfs, Terizla is still a very solid pick. The question is if whether RSG want to work something like that. They have decided to pick up a Lapu instead.
Yeah. Very nice pick. This Lapu will definitely be the one that goes and chase into the backlines. So this is something that Vanix needs to watch out for the Bravest Warrior itself, Bravest Fighter, sorry. And with that being said, EXP lane, it should be pretty even because there's good lifesteal on the side of Lapu as well. So it really comes down to Team Flash. What else can they figure out? Who's going to play their mid lane, right? Who's going to offer them that magical damage? And maybe it could be a setup where there's plenty of CC, because right now, as it stands, Team Flash, they have that energy eruption coming out from the Fredrin. They do have that penalty zone available as well. But these are skills that have a long cooldown, at least in the early game itself.
I'm actually feeling a little bit weirded out that mages are actually being picked in the final stages instead. We used to have the mages to be picked relatively early into the draft, but for Team Flash, they just picked up their mage, which is going to be a Novaria, which is great because we're talking about Rafaela. Rafaela with that slow immunity, we're talking about stuns as well as heals. There is going to be a lot of ways that Team Flash will be able to open up maps with with the EXP having a lane priority. That way Terizla will be able to roam around the map pretty easily. And let's not forget, we have a Fredrin who's able to hold down to neutral objective very effectively. It will be a free real estate for Novaria to actually play around most of the time. But RSG have got less than 1 second left. They have decided to pop up with a Luo Yi.
Oh my goodness, this is a very scary lineup from RSG. Luo Yi, of course, with the displacement and dispersion as well. These are things that are going to spoil the formation of Team Flash. Team Flash thrive in a form where they can group up together and really execute the different skills itself. But yeah, and this is Luo Yi's first official game in MPL SG for this season itself. Now RSG, if they use this Luo Yi ultimate properly, it can accomplish a couple of things. You do have that sudden burst of displacement from heavy spin, which will just spread everyone out on the entirety of Team Flash. And that will really reduce the amount of healing coming from the Holy Light. You're gonna have trouble protecting Vanix. I mean, it feels like I'm saying RSG is gonna win this game, but no, it's still a 50-50 here.
It's pretty scary, right? I mean, the burst damage and the CC that comes from Loi as well. Not to mention, it's the first time we're seeing her in the entire MPL Singapore. So ladies and gentlemen, this is, again, Team Flash and RSG battling it out for game number 2 in the Land of Dawn.
With a fast 2 setup coming in from both sides, they have decided to crowd in the middle lane as much as possible, in the bottom lane as much as possible, except that Jay, he clears out the middle wave instead, while Lucy Cutie clears out the middle wave. So Team Flash, they have a very different way that they will want to move, they will want to do things. They actually will put Longzi down the bottom lane to make sure that Adamir clears it fast. This way, they will be able to watch out for every single one of these river brushes, and this pretty much orientates Team Flash pretty effectively in the early stages. How do Novaria want to play around? How much information they will be able to get for the Novaria?
Yeah, but I can't emphasize how important it is that these teams hit level 4 as quickly as possible. I'm really worried about Luoyi's ultimate this diversion because it really could change the way that Team Flash has to position themselves around team fights. And the cooldown for diversion, let's be honest, is pretty quick for an ultimate.
Perhaps we'll be able to see more of that in today's game since we are talking about a very first Luoyi pick after all. I do absolutely love some mind-blowing diversions every now and then, and I think that it will make some confusion over at our caster's desk.
Yeah, that duality going to make a very huge impact in the team fights because they really are playing towards the strengths of RSG. Team Flash have to group up to make that maximum efficiency in team fights, and that's exactly what Luoyi loves. With the dispersion as well, with rotation, it's instant stuns, instant relocations, instant displacement, and that's the strength of RSG's draft right here.
As we start things out, Hades, he definitely want to go for something with the turtle, especially since they have Team Flash. They do have a very strong lineup. But hold on a second, middle.
The penalty zone onto Bray here, pops the heavy spin, tries to zone them out, but Hades somehow still gets the retribution onto the turtle here. So RSG, they don't manage to secure that objective.
Beautiful game awareness there. Hades knew that he was going to be locked down by the heavy spin in the turtle pit, actually dashed out, so it didn't stop him from getting that retry off. So beautiful play by Hades there. And now the question is, how fast can he farm? Because if you take a look at the damage by Sailor, he's not going to have too much damage in this early game until he gets his first 2 or 3 core items, specifically depending on his build, right? Does he want to go for the scale in terms of the Clock of Destiny into the Lightning Truncheon, or does he want to go for more cooldown base with Enchanted Talisman so he can get the stuns in and displacement more often?
In the meantime, I do want to take some moment in time to really talk about how RSG may have a very scary draft, right? It really just boils down to how Sailor was playing, how Sailor is now playing as a Luoyi. We haven't seen a Luoyi in the longest time, but Team Flash, they play around grouping up, and perhaps we'll be able to see more of that right now as Bray immediately goes up on the Hades.
Yep, the heavy spin pins Hades to the wall here, manages to dash out, so he's okay for now. A bit of a brawl here in the mid lane. Now, talking about the dispersion, right, I think it's also pretty interesting that, you know, RSG decided to lock this in at the last, but it's like a vision battle. On the side of Flash, you do have that Astral Echo onto Jay as well, so I'm curious to see how they're gonna pull out these ultimates to fight against each other.
Well, they're gonna give it a try here. Bray going in.
Brawl on the top side, they're trying to look for an opening. There you go, the stun, the damage from Sailor. Lawsy backs away, so some space earned here for RSG. You know, babysitting Oki a little to make sure he gets up, but the rest of Flash, they're coming in. Oh! First blood lands on to Lawsy here, and here's the Star Shatter. Doesn't close anything, but it's gonna be 1 kill in favor of RSG.
Yep, and this is gonna amplify Sailor's farm, which is a scary condition for Team Flash actually.
There's so much things going on for this game. RSG, they have different different ways that they want to bring some dominance to the map. But in the meantime, the fight for the turtle commences.
Yep, circling Eagle pop penalty zone as well. Lucian Cutie flickers out. They forgo the turtle. Bray uses retreat to secure Hades all the way in the back line. They do disengage for now, having lost this objective.
Yep, they definitely knew what went wrong in the first turtle, so you can see instead of trying to lock him in the turtle pit, Bray actually pushed him away from the turtle pit, so Hades couldn't even go for that retreat itself. And right now, everything looks to be going in RSG's favor once again. But as we all know, right, as an RSG fan, this is what RSG does. They have that early game, and from there they snowball. So it's really up to Team Flash. Can they match this tempo? Can they get the steals back? Can they get the kills back as well?
For Oki, he will have a good time in the back in the later stages of the game, rather, as Adamir is probably one of the only few people that can actually jump over to the back lines and just deal with him. So he gotta have to build as tanky as he can. But RSG, they do have answers to this, right? They do have the Mathilda that will be able to literally yoink Oki into a safer spot, and thus putting Adamir in a very tough situation whereby he gotta fend for himself against everyone else in a sandwich position. While Team Flash, the rest of them is probably just gonna be stuck within a choke point because of Sailor as well. The passive that Sailor is capable of tossing out that creates a vacuum over to the members of Team Flash. that is going to be the main problem, right? Because the anchors in the front lines generally is going to be a Terizla, a Fredrin, as well as a Rafaela. How do they want to move in tandem? Will always be the question.
Yep, and it's all about buying time, right? Hades, you can see he's already struggling to go in a 1v3 here. He does not have the level advantage, so it's not looking good for Team Flash at this point of time. Dispersion.
Yep. Brawling in the mid lane, Hades in some trouble, tries to back out. Adamir comes through, Astral Echo popped as well. Hades goes down. Adamir will have to retreat. RSG still takes the cake on this one, and with that, they have the pressure to go onto the turtle for the third time here. They might secure their second turtle of the game. Vanix, in the meantime, gets top turret. They get Oki though. Vanix lands that shot. Lucian Cutie in trouble, uses the guiding wind to go Circling Eagle to escape from the fight.
Yep, that was a nice holy baptism, securing the kill for Vanix. But of course, Bray, no problem for him. He's going to secure the turtle for the team. And once again, they have this very slight, but it's still a goal lead for RSG.
Tons of value being found by each and every individual members from Flash and RSG. We've got, of course, Bray that understood that he's gonna have to focus on the neutral objective, while Bruno is great at taking down standing objectives. Eventually, they gotta have to turn things around and they're gonna have to go for a swap. How else can they bring down more of these standard objectives is going to be in the minds of Team Flash all the time. While for the side of RSG, they're mostly trying to zone out at the enemies, trying to zone out Vanix to make sure that Oki continues to have a perfect game to farm around all the time. A lot of information needs to be gathered, and that is literally going to be Lucian Cutie's job.
Dispersion.
Bray coming in backline with the heavy spin, pushes Vanix to the turret. He has stunned out, tries to dash forward, gets Oki potentially. They trade out 1 for 2 at the moment. Sayla goes down as well. My goodness, what a flank coming in for RSG, but it didn't pan out in their favor.
The big brain plays. They thought they were coming up to collect the tax, but they got taxed instead, and RSG paid the price with 2 deaths here.
So unfortunately, Sayla and Oki has already gotten some clock onto their heads. With almost all of the outer turrets destroyed, TRSG now have to focus onto the middle lane outer turret. Otherwise, we can pretty much expect that Team Flash will be able to hold out the entire river line for themselves through and through again, making things even tougher for Oki to farm, even when right now it's already rather difficult.
Yeah, I really like how Adamir is playing this game at this point. His revenge strikes have been on point and they've been landing on Bray all the time. And this makes Bray a little scared to come in because he doesn't want to overcommit. Right now, it's about Sayla's ultimate, right? Do they want to use that dispersion? Will they get caught out again? That's the big question.
No, it doesn't seem like Team Flash will want to commit into this. RSG did manage to finally take a single turret off of the hands of Team Flash, but that is not going to equalize any kind of scoreline nor economy factor. It will slowly contribute to a fight later on as to how they would want to put on more of this heavy lane in the southern side. It's kind of like a situation whereby the tower will eventually go down, but they would want to have a little bit more of that edge whereby they can put Vanix in a more uncomfortable spot trying to push it past the river line.
For sure, right? Eventually you're going to take all the structures, but right now the benefit of having the structures down is the ganks like this one onto Vanix as well as Malzy. Oki backs away. Diablo lands that killing blow onto Vanix, so they are 1 core member down on the side of Team Flash. All this time the Lord is being contested as well. Sayla getting that poke from Jay has to back off just a little bit, but bearing in mind Vanix is still down.
Yeah, and Oki is free farming on the bot lane as well. Right now, like I said, RSG buying so much time for themselves, and Lucian Cutie doing so much work just being there.
Diablo in the backline, brawling it out with Adamir. They might just try to pull the plug here. Just dancing around this Lord. Now this is the first Lord of the game as well. Hades, the knockup, the heavy spin comes through onto him. Adamir goes in the backline with the penalty zone. Gets Oki. Praise's Wrath is landed down, but Hades goes down, and now Flash is chasing them. The RSG chasing them down, and Flash backing out. Diablo dives all the way for Lolzy and Vanix. The flicker, but Sayla lands that killing blow onto him, and it's gonna be Flash with 3 casualties in this fight.
I mean, how do you even fight into this? Because you have Bray, who's so tanky. This Kung Fu Panda, so much meat to go through. there's no way you can kill him. In the meantime, Sailor is hitting you with so many instances of the duality. Aki is free hitting you on the sidelines as well. And if they need, Lucian QD offers them that escape path with the guiding wind as well. And this is even without talking about Diablo chasing the heck out of the rest of the members on the side of Team Flash.
I would absolutely love to see a little bit of a steal from the side of Hades, but remember, this time Hades is not playing anyone that is very mobile, so not much of a Grand Theft Lord that we can see in this game. So he's gonna be the one that will hold on to the Lord by himself. He's gonna have to literally get in the face of the Lord and just kind of kiss it as much as possible. But that fight did not go so well for him, as RSG literally went all in onto Hades, and I don't think that Team Flash was ready for that.
Yeah, they need more time on Vanix though. He needs to have more damage before they can really fight into the ranks of RSG. So as of now, I think they will give up this attack and offense on the top lane, but they have waves crashing in. And once again, Oki has so much time across the map to get farm, and I believe at this point, probably about 10k more before they hit the late game full itemization, and Oki will be the first person to complete his items within the RSG ranks.
I think there's still a lot of time to go to watch this game. We're only 12 minutes and 20 seconds into this game, and RSG with a 5,000 gold lead. And knowing RSG, they will definitely play according to their lead, and they are a team that will show that, hey, we are in the lead. We will push out a little bit more if it is absolutely required to, because they do have the discipline. Whenever it's possible, they will take over all of the jungles and they will suffocate Team Flash as much as possible. Why keep themselves at 5,600 gold lead when they can bring it all the way up to 10,000 gold lead, for example?
Yeah, but there's also a sliver of chance, right? So one of the things that you notice about RSG is that as the game goes super late game, sometimes they falter a little bit. And Team Flash has shown in the regular season that they can capitalize off of that.
Stuns come through onto Hades here. The damage as well. Astral Echo is popped. They're fighting a big in the jungle, taking the buffs away, like you said, away from Team Flash so that they don't have the resources to come back and farm as much as they want. Team Flash has to slowly crawl back some space for themselves. But you know that RSG just camping, waiting for them to do that.
I mean, we're laughing about this on backstage, right? There's a lot of thievery in the games itself. We have seen Lord steals, we've seen buff steals. So, you know, you have to realize that, yes, low crime doesn't mean no crime, and I'm still waiting for Hades to come through with a sneaky retry steal if that situation ever presents itself.
But I think it's difficult for him, right? Especially on this Frederick now. And you have Bray with a heavy spin. You have, you know, Diablo diving in your backline as well. And not to mention Sailor with the burst damage, right? So a lot of factors. But that being said, Jay could potentially also pull off a steal here. It might not be from Hades. I think earlier on in the game, he stole a couple of resources like the Little Wanderer from them as well. So he might just do the same thing on the Lord.
Well, looking to shatter their hearts with the Star Shatter here on this Novaria. So we know Jay can do it. The question is, will he be allowed to? Because RSG, you know how dominant they are, especially when they have a nice gold lead, and 5,600 gold is a pretty comfortable gold lead at this point.
Now, for the side of RSG, they want information. And they know, as a matter of fact, that if RSG's members don't appear, don't show themselves that often, they're gonna Team Flash gonna have to be worried. They're gonna have to split themselves up a little bit, as now Team Flash is bringing the lot down to a critical amount of health.
But the dispersion comes through. They might try to come from the backline. Lolzy finds Sailor though, and it's Vanix. It's Hades that goes down in the meantime. They're trying to fight, sandwich them in between here, but Flash spots that out. They only lose Hades in the fight so far.
RSG are just better at this stage. You know, the mind of Youngin and the execution of all of the different RSG players. I don't see how Team Flash can come back yet, but I hope they can figure something out too.
I would say that it will be relatively tough, especially since Team Flash, they don't have an answer at all to how they can end this.
They're going for round 2. They did it again, and this time it worked. Vanix goes down, Lolzy goes down, and now RSG, they're chasing down, trying to look for Adam in the bush penalty zone just to delay his demise here. One more shot at it, and Sailor takes the final killing blow. Bray also secures the Lord together with that. I mean, try it once, doesn't work, do it again. Sailor with that dispersion.
And that's the strength of Loi, right? And you can see how painful the duality is. At this point, if we take a look at Sailor's items later on, you'll see that he is pretty much stacked up. This lady has muscles like a mountain.
That's a very strange image you're painting there.
No, because she's not supposed to look like that, right? She's supposed to be like soft, but then when she slaps you, bro, it feels like she's hitting you with concrete truck.
I think at the point in time, you just feel like you got slapped into another dimension.
Bray, they isolate Hades here, pinned to the wall. There's nothing he can do. And it's going to be one down on the side of Flash here. The Lord comes through on the top side. They're going to crash through the base turret. So 2 left standing on the side of Team Flash. RSG, might they be able to take another? They do have the creeps coming in. The stuns from the duality, getting Adamir, chipping him off a bit of his HP there, and they're slowly also taking that turret. So 1 more almost in their bag here. Following the creeps to the bomb side, they get the base turret on the bottom. Flash has to put up 1 big defense.
I gotta say, RSG, they are very greedy. They really wanted to take down every single one of these inhibitor turrets that Team Flash has. And I gotta say, is warranted, right? Team Flash has been cycled through and through by the hands of RSG, and RSG really knew what they wanted to do. They don't want to go for all-out battles. They do not want to go for all-out team fight, right? They just want to lock one person down, bring this one person down, and discourage the enemies from even getting close, or rather give them any ideas that, hey, we can fight this fair and square.
Yeah, I mean, if you're on Team Flash, you must be scratching your head at this point, right? How do you figure out what to do? Because there's so many angles that RSG can approach you from. And it's not as though there is a weak point on the side of RSG. There's really no point of entry for Team Flash. Who do you go on? Because everyone will come and, just jump on you at the same time.
There is still quite some time left until the next Lord will appear. And RSG, knowing them, they would want to cycle Team Flash once again. Team Flash, though, they are more of a poke kind of composition. They have a lot of pokes, let's be honest, with the star shadows and such, but we'll take a moment in time and just really look at itemizations. Now, Kin, is there anything that we're missing out here?
Necklace of Durance and the glowing wand on this Loyi is going to cause a lot of problems for them. And if you take a look at the tank ability, they have Twilight Armor built onto Bray. Wait, they're going to catch Hades again.
Duality gets Hades knocked up. Damage is enough. He gets put down. RSG flicker in by Diablo onto the backline in the penalty zone from Adamir. Tries to prevent the onslaught, but is it enough? Adamir pays for his life. And RSG, they have the entry into the base now. They're trying to march in, but don't have the creeps just yet. 2 waves coming down top and bottom. A little patience as they wait for the little guys to come in, and it's gonna be the damage onto Lolzy. 1 more knocked up. RSG on the base, taking game number 2 for themselves.
What a day today. It really is a day of upsets, at least for me and Abstract today. And it feels like, for this game, it really feels like the lady power is showing through. 3 ladies, you have the Lore, you have the Iritel, you have the, I forgot who's the last lady. And we also have you. We also have you who have predicted that, this is the scoreline that RSG is going to achieve within this series itself. So far, everything working in your favor.
Yes.
Looks like we have to rethink our thought process of how this series is supposed to go.
Well, I guess we still have some time,
Yes, for sure.
We still have some time. Team Flash, they still have 1 more game to go, or rather a couple more if they win consecutively. We've got time. It is a best of 5 after all. It's not that punishing, but this is also not the time for RSG to actually breathe and or rather get a sigh of relief, because it's not over.
It's not. I mean, in a best of 5, you just don't know what can come your way. Right now, though, we're going to look at some of the statistics from the previous match before we move on.
Yep. So more importantly, I think, is that Hades got caught out quite a couple of times. You can see he wanted to go for the anti-cuirass, right? He's building that Dreadnought armor. This is to be able to deal with Bray as well as Diablo. But in the meantime, Oki was having free farm all the way, and it was simply because of Sayla. Sayla did so many distractions against Team Flash that Team Flash were really just caught with their pants down. How do you formulate against that, right? Oh, I have Bray in front of me doing the heavy spin, locking me under the wall, and suddenly you have Sayla on the backlines, pincering in with Diablo as well. Vanix there was nowhere safe. You couldn't run to the back. There was no back. There was just death.
And there's Matilda, right? Lucian Cutie with the Matilda. You could also have the Circling Eagle. So many points of entry, not to mention with the Sea Halberd as well as the Necklace of Durance. You put down the healing that Lawsy can put out as well. So it decreases that sustainability that Team Flash has in the fights.
Now, there's one thing that is relatively odd in my eyes, and that is Diablo. Looking at the Lapu Lapu, the core items for Lapu Lapu has always been Bloodlust Axe, because you are, as a Lapu, you are so good at sustaining. But this guy defied all odds, decides to go for Blade of Haptases, as well as a, well, Malefic Roar. Now, I don't particularly have a very good answer for why is he doing it, but we can probably only assume that, yes, he's got Festival of Blood, and that's the only thing that he's running by.
Well, that's not the only thing. If you notice how Diablo was playing the entire game, he was waiting for the chaos and confusion that RSG was laying down on Flash before he jumped in. And every single moment, if you notice, you watch the replays, when Diablo jumps in, Vanix dies. It's a death sentence when Diablo arrives, and you know, that's why they call him the handsome devil, right? He is so handsome, he comes in with the clean moves, gets it done, and Flash just could not respond.
I love how RSG is playing right into some of these identities that really worked out for them. And the very fact that we called it right, yay! The fact that Diablo should be a Pause 3 EXP laner. Albeit it's a little bit of a dated and old-fashioned one, but hey, it still definitely works in this meta. Take a look at them, having 2 wins against Team Flash. Now, speaking about Team Flash, I think that maybe we should, I really hope that they go back to the identity that we were looking out for the side of Team Flash, namely, Lawsy needs his catch heroes. I just want Lawsy with his catch heroes.
I have to concur with you. I agree. I think, you know, Team Flash, they are still trying things out with the old formula, right? Things that have worked before. But RSG is showing us very different kind of compositions that can be explored. And I think this is all credit to Youngin as well, right? This coach definitely has made a big difference. He was kind of a sudden addition, right, to RSG. And take a look at RSG now. It's a very different team altogether.
I mean, it goes both ways, right? Some of these members have been Youngin's rivals for the longest time. So I think he's taken the time to study themselves inside out as well. And that gives him the insight to be able to then play into RSG's strengths after being at odds with them for so long. So right now, your guesses on who the MVP is for this game?
Nah, I can't say anyone.
Say less. It has to be Sayla.
Say less. It got to be Sayla.
Yeah, because
okay.
That dispersion, the
Diablo.
the execution. My goodness.
Nah, Diablo.
I see what you did there.
Damn
Say
it.
less. It's gotta be Sayla.
Yeah, I told you.
Damn it.
81% kill participation. This Loi was a bane to the existence of Team Flash. Not just the dispersions. I think the main thing is Sayla knows how to make this passive work. That duality.
Yeah.
Okay, let's be honest. We have had our internal games within our talents and productions, and we got wrecked by a Loi. Do you guys remember? The duality and the dispersions, we got caught out by that multiple times. And now we're seeing it happen on the professional stage as well. So there's no way Sayla is not the MVP in this game.
I mean, I do like the idea of bringing a Loi back into the quote-unquote the meta, right? I mean, it's a very nice and refreshing feeling, and perhaps we'll be able to catch a bit of how that is gonna be, how, you know, Sayla piloted the Loi in the highlights in a bit later. But so far, I'm really enjoying this. Although I gotta say, next game is going to be the match point. I'm kind of not looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Why not?
I mean, it might end.
That's true. We get less games
we want
to
more
watch.
action. Like this, this is one of the rare few times as
we want a 3-2.
extended.
We want a 3-2.
Before we get there, we're gonna review this game and see exactly how Sayla used that duality as well as the dispersion to its advantage.
Yep, there were so many distractions that RSG had to place down. So they were trying, right, on the side of Team Flash. You take a look, they were trying to get damage on Aki, they were trying to get damage on Lucian Cutie, and Sayla had free reign to really just go around and make things happen. And moments in between these skirmishes, you will see that the dispersion is used to pincer the entirety of Team Flash in, which is why Vanix had one of the toughest games in his career here in Season 6, because there was no avenue for him to run away.
It's really tough because Sayla always seemed to be very out of reach for the members of Team Flash. Wherever I keep my eyes on to Sayla, he seems to be always far away. And now, pops it out of it, he goes behind. I believe, I'm not too sure whether he even got the kill or not, but there's quite a lot of zoning potential that he's capable of bringing on over to the team.
It's insane, right? I mean, the way that he uses it, that you would think that a mage, really squishy, maybe you're a bit fearful of going into the backline sometimes, but no, Sailor has that foresight and knowledge of his limits to be able to expend this hero to the maximum.
Yep, and that's why he's a professional, right? And when we saw the announcement that Sailor was coming to RSG, one of the first
Sayla is in mid lane again.
Yeah, I mean, I was very happy, but at the same time, I was like, oh no, RSG is gonna get this very strong buff. And added with the fact that Youngin is the coach, they both came from Bleed, they have this synergy already working, and they like this unorthodox drafts. And this is a very brand new RSG that I like, but they're just too strong for my taste.
That's what we were talking about, right? With Sailor thrown into the mix, there's this element of surprise that you just don't know anymore. Not only do you have, usually Diablo is the one with the last pick.
Exactly.
And you can surprise with your EXP picks, but now Sailor as well. So
Surprise with the mid pick.
I just don't know anymore.
Hey, calling it, Kokura is going to be played in the next game.
Okay,
we'll
now,
see.
He is breaking the back of Flash, but now we have to take a break.
Yeah, you're getting ahead of yourselves here, okay? So we've seen 2 games. It's been pretty intense. We are going to go for a break, and we'll see you back here for game number 3.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL Singapore Season 6 Playoffs Day number 2. Now, we are at the upper bracket finals between Team Flash and RSG. So in case you've missed it, we've already had 2 games, both going in the bag of RSG SG, so potentially we could be looking at game point here.
So honestly, right now, we would want for Flash to win. No,
Yes,
for the next 2 games. And
reverse
then,
sweep.
Yeah, reverse. Maybe not reverse sweep. We just want Flash to win 2 more games, and then from that point on, we maybe toss a coin.
We.
But by the end of this best of 5, we need to learn a little bit more about what is keeping RSG intact, because let's be honest here, during the entirety of the regular seasons, they seem a little bit, shaky.
Yep.
But right now, coming into the playoffs, I'm not too sure whether this is a Sailor buff, but they are looking really damn strong.
I think this is a synergistic buff, right? Because regular season, there were a couple of changes in the roster. They had additions of Bougie, then there were changes in terms of like who was playing which role and stuff like that. So I think they were just fixing the chinks in the armor right here. And now they finally have hit their final form, right? So the Super Saiyan mode, and it's pretty clear at this point RSG is taking the lead with a very comfortable, it's not even just a 2-0, it's a very comfortable 2-0 lead. They have smashed Flash pretty badly in game 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think it's right now really on Team Flash, right? What are they going to do to change this up? We're going to have the drafts come up in just a second here. This is their opportunity to claw back some games and some points in this best of 5.
Yep, I think, this is a quote that I recently got to know. So I think Team Flash, now they are at the top of the mountain, they finally know that the wind blows the strongest at the top of the mountain. So it's really hard. They're struggling to stay at this position. Yes, they've been top of the regular season, but now they need to fight even harder to make sure they can survive in the top of the table for the playoffs.
It's very different, right? Because between regular season and the playoffs, there's a 2-week break, don't forget. So in this 2 weeks, a lot can happen as well to the team. So you see the final form of RSG emerging, but where is the final form of Team Flash? Now, onto the picks and bans here. RSG gonna stick to their guns with the Joy and the Fanny. Same for Team Flash, rolling the Khalid as well as Angela bans once again.
Yep, I think no issue with that, because right now, I don't think any of the current drafts by RSG are worth banning. You don't ban out Loi, just because you had a bad game against her. But this is a lot of problems for Team Flash, because this has shown the diversity and how flexible RSG is with different heroes in the available roster for MLBB. And now Flash, they have seemed a little more one-dimensional, but that's because RSG has been very flamboyant with the way they're playing and how they're playing these heroes in the Land of Dawn so far.
They're also choosing to take out the Lancelot, so it seems like maybe they're pointing to something different here. They're taking more heroes away from Hades and the potential to dive, so maybe forcing him back into something like a Fredrin where he can't contest the objective so much as well.
Yeah, because Team Flash, they have struggled in game 1 and 2 to even touch the backlines. Oki was always untouchable, and I think this is pure frustration. And this is a great play by Youngin, right? Hey, you know what? The best way to touch your backlines is actually Lancelot. But now you don't have it. You can't use this guy to touch us.
I mean, for now, there could still be quite a lot of possibilities that Team Flash could get for themselves. Nolan actually managed to leak out of the banning pool and landed into the palms of RSG.
Not sure if I'm a fan of that, because Nolan is extremely painful with his expansion and his gauge, as well as that ultimate, the fracture. We have seen the amount of burst a Nolan can do. And one of the scary things about Nolan is not just about his damage, it's about how he has...
It's the vacuum.
The access card, right? He has access to everywhere. He can dash behind the front lines, he gets access to your back lines. Instantaneously, he gets the fracture, he gets out. It's not even about, hey, let me enter your house. He goes to their house, steals everything, instantly gets out. And I think Team Flash need to address this problem right away. So I'm really liking the fact that they picked this Matilda with the Airtail as well. We've seen how RSG abuse this power synergy between these two heroes, right? Matilda with the Guiding Wind and Circling Eagle not only help to address that damage, but also to have that escape option for the Irritel or for anyone else in the team for the side of Team Flash.
So for the side of Team Flash, they still have decided to go for a Matilda onto their side by having Lawsy play that. So no more of that catch-based potential from Lawsy, which is rather unfortunate for me.
You never know though. This is Team Flash. They have Jay
they have
in the
Jay.
mid lane, so we can't quite be sure this Matilda won't go into his hands 100%.
Look, you're not wrong at all.
Yeah.
Well, I did say that Matilda back then that Matilda can actually play Mage pretty effectively with the Wisp the damage, but it has been tuned. I wouldn't say nerfed. I would say tuned, but perhaps it could still be a very good pick regardless for the side of Flash for mid lane. But you know, flexibility, that is what we want to see from the side of Flash.
Well, previously it was 60 to 70 damage per Wisp, right? This new patch, they nerfed it down to 40 per Wisp, but it's still quite painful, right? And you can tell RSG, they are still bothered by it, which is why they picked up this Faramis with the Nether Realm as a defensive measure. And more importantly is they have this Kaja, one of the signature picks of Lucian QD. So now he's going back on his comfort roam, and we were questioning about, hey, we need someone with catch in the team. RSG has answered our prayers. They have a catch now with the Divine Judgment.
Okay, so with that all said, what are we lacking coming in from both sides, right? RSG, they have the catch, they have sustain, they have the backline dive as well. So it's probably a bit more on the durability on one of the heroes. Understandably, that means that this is kind of sad, isn't it? Because that means that Diablo can't exactly go full out damage anymore, because it kind of seems as though you would need Diablo to fill in that durability gap in order to really make full use of whatever your team is capable of dishing out. But Team Flash, they're not particularly interested in banning any EXP laners at all. They have banned out all of the marksmen, while RSG themselves have banned out a Terizla and a Hayabusa respectively.
The big respect here, because they know that this Fredrin is still a flex pick. He could go into the EXP lane as well. So they want to just make sure they have some security and some insurance that Hades doesn't go for a sudden assassin, because let's talk about it. The heroes are quite squishy. Nolan is a squishy assassin, right? And he has that opportunity to be bursted down if Flash play their cards right.
Which is the opportunity for Lawsy to go back into some sort of a catch hero, right? Especially if he tries to dive the backline. So they might actually pull off that flex pick on Matilda and then give Lawsy something that can help the peel and catch.
Okay, with an S-Block pick from the side of Flash. I think that it makes sense for RSG to actually go back to picking the Lapu Lapu that they have gotten for Diablo in the previous game. While when it comes down to the marksman, I think Brony could still be a relatively good idea here with a little bit of that durability off of this marksman, because we've got Team Flash, right? They have got a Matilda that can eventually dive over to the back lines, and they wouldn't want to pick up an Ixia since there is backline access. Plus, pitting an Ixia against a Irithel may actually be pretty annoying.
I just have to bone the pick with the Team Flash lineup at this point. I feel personally they don't have enough CC, and it's gonna be hard to counter-initiate or re-engage against RSG. And you can see, that's definitely gonna be punishing, because they have a Paquito now who's gonna be constantly running in their faces on the backlines. So they need to have Lawsy pick up a different roam. It cannot be a Matilda. It's gonna cost them very dearly if they don't have enough control.
Oh, is that really going to be the case? I mean, since we're looking at a Fredrin over to the jungle, Xbox in the EXP. We're looking at matchups, right? Xbox versus a Paquito. I would say that Paquito does have a very strong lane advantage against an Xbox. You can just go in, jab, and punches and get yourself out of there. And the Xbox can't really do anything. You know, the funny thing is, I would love to see an Xbox jungle instead, and then actually put the Fredrin over into the EXP. As such, it does seem as though the Matilda is still going to be in the roam side, and Flash have picked up a Sicilian in order to skill even later into the stages.
Yeah, this is a very, very high difficulty of execution, but it's Jay. So I have trust that Jay will be able to land those perfect Sanguine Claws that could help them turn the fight as well. And, you know, with his ultimate, with the Bat's Beast, it's going to provide him with quite a bit of sustenance as well as regeneration. So they could technically fight back into the ranks of RSG as well.
Well, remains to be seen how exactly they're gonna play this out. It is high risk, high return, maybe on the side of Team Flash, but on RSG, it looks like they have a lot of questions answered. So, with the drafts locked and loaded here, we are going into game number 3. This is, and maybe match point if RSG pulls this off. So, ladies and gentlemen, RSG and Team Flash, game number 3.
Yeah, potential match point, game point here, game set. That's what RSG are looking for, and you can see, look at that aggression. Once again, it's the EXP lane suffering from this aggression, and this is going to trickle down once again into EXP across the map, gold across the map, because Adamir is going to be stuck clearing the waves.
And so, of course, a fast 2 game is not necessarily going to be played out from Flash, as now Adamir is still in the bottom lane. They're trying to get as much as possible to move around.
Oh, Lousy falling so low right at the start. That's not going to be good news for Hades.
It's not going to be that big of a problem, I gotta have to say. But the way that both of these teams will want to play is, at least for Team Flash, right? They have an Irithel onto their side. They are definitely going to be very, very confident with winning the lane, since Brody doesn't really have as good of a trade as Irithel. So just kind of leave him alone unless it's absolutely necessary.
Yep, so far, Orki already has that gold advantage and EXP advantage against Vanix here, and I know I'm still waiting for the arrival of Lord Vanix. We have been waiting for his... I've laid down the red carpet, guys.
So, okay, one thing that we're gonna have to focus on as well is going to be the emblems, right? Because apparently Diablo has also went for lethal ignition. He wants to outright bully this Adamir in this lane. So I think that the RSG may be up to something here because they have 3 men down at the bottom.
They're trying to bully him, like you said. Adamir immediately goes down. 3 members of RSG just crashing down onto him with nowhere to go. So you're right. I mean, actually, no, you said Diablo, you know, he can't go into the damage. And he's like, what do you say? No, I'm going to go Paquito and I'm going to go burst all the way and bully Adamir out of his lane.
Yeah, I was really wanting to see them go for a Labu, right? Since it's pretty much kind of like a hybrid. You can sustain, you can deal damage at the same time. It suits as a position 3. But Diablo and friends in RSG, they're just like, you know what, screw that.
They're still trying to take the turtle here. It looks like Flash might get it. Hades pops the Retribution, does have that in the bag now. Bray coming from the sidelines, gets a bit of damage, but will get out for now.
Well, that's some good news, right? At least take a look at the damage that Sicilion's able to lay down onto Bray. So Jay, with the Sanguine Claws and the bad impact, does chunk him down quite a bit. So they could have something to play for on the side of Team Flash, where if Bray is caught out of position, they could get a kill and recover some of the farm that they're missing out right now.
Funny how Lucian... Oh, wait, hold on a second. Lucian actually managed to
do it. Ring of Order. He is going to set the tempo. He wants order in the map, and he's going to get it.
Oh, that's so sad.
That is actually sad, yeah. Hades, I'm not... Okay, you know what? Give me a second. Let me take a look what exactly happened there. Does he not have the Retribution to actually take that away, or was he just complacent?
Might not have popped it there, but in the meantime, top side, Lousy has to flicker out, took some damage here. Oki stunned out, he's being targeted here. Taunt onto him, but Sailor comes in with the clutch Nether Realm to save him from that Vanix. Still lands the shot on him though, so Sailor, Oki goes down for the moment. It's 1-1 in terms of kills, but RSG, they're still not backing off. Flash, they're chasing down Sailor here. Praises Wrath landed by Hades here for the final blow, and Sailor will be put in a coffin as well. Lucian Cutie, the Sanguine Claws forces the flicker, manages to escape.
Yep, and this is the Flash that we're waiting for. Adamir coming in with last insanity, burns out his last shreds of mental health there and gets the kill for himself.
Doesn't seem like that's going to be the end yet though, but Hades, after losing his own purple buff over to the hands of Lucian Cutie, it seems that he really wanted it back, and such he will this time. Yep. Didn't even use the Retribution actually.
This feels like a very different Flash at this point. They have a point to prove. They are not
petty. Yeah. They're so petty.
They're not going to take these losses sitting down. They're going to stand up and fight for themselves.
2 games, I'm coming back. Took my purple buff, I'm coming right back at you.
Yep, and Jay has been so impressive. He has been landing the perfect bad impacts. He now has the Clock of Destiny on hand. All he needs is probably that Lightning Truncheon. He's going to deal a ton of damage.
I think that will only come after maybe 10 minutes into the game. They need a lot more time. Team Flash's lineup is actually a pretty greedy lineup if you ask me. But for now, the turtle actually goes over to the hands of Team Flash, while RSG didn't really quite contest for it to a certain extent. It was all down to a 50-50.
It's only greed if you can't pull it off, right?
That is
if you pull it off, it's calculated risk. So far, Flash has been able to make the right calculations. Whether or not they can continue to do that is the question you ask for Lord Vanix. He's going to be the one taking down this top turret here. So the first structure actually in favor of Team Flash.
Yep, I'm waiting for Vanix to tell the team of RSG to grovel at his feet once he hits his power spike. But that's a later part of the game, right? And of course, there are many different things that need to happen to allow Team Flash to hit that power spike they were waiting for. Right now, of course, the pressure is on them. So RSG, they still have the lead, but right now, it looks like, it's a pretty even itemization on both ends.
Now, of course, looking at the Xbox, he went for a Dreadnought armor first, understandably, because he's fighting against a Paquito. In fact, a damaged Paquito that has already gotten a Blade of the Heptases, Fury Hammer, and plus the Fury Ignition the Lethal Ignition as the battle spell. So we don't really care so much about the Ice Queen's Wand on the side of Adamir that early. If he's going against a Terisla, that is going to be a completely different case and different scenario. Adamir will want to build up Dreadnought armor and then finish things off with an Immortality. That pretty much will allow Adamir to get himself out of the lane.
Well, as it stands now, RSG have the turret advantage, so a little bit more map control. They have taken just one more turret compared to the side of Team Flash. But you have seen it. There is going to be a lane swap, so Lord Vanix now, hang on.
Circling Eagle popped by Lawsy, knocks him up. Lawsy actually is the one to go down here. Diablo surviving with a slither of health. Hades will be able to close that up for him. Sayla drags him with the Shadow Stampede, doesn't get him under the turret, but Diablo, man, you know that's a comfort pick when you see something like that. The Divine Judgment onto Hades, pulls him in. Damage poured out. Is it enough to close him out? Bray on the chase. Sayla lands that. And it's going to be the turtle now. That's their next objective. Both of them looking for that Bray in some trouble. He lands the retreat before he dies to the hands of Vanix. And now Oki is on the run. Vanix trying to lay out the damage here. Adamir, that last bit of health. Will it be enough? Lawsy with the circling eagle coming back in, decides to retreat. The knockup onto Diablo will be enough to disengage this.
So many different things happening at the same time, but I still think RSG came out to win. It was more of a recovery period for Team Flash. Vanix gets a couple of kills, 2-0-2 at this point. He is on track to get his farm up. But more importantly is Bray has now secured an EXP lead for the team with that turtle.
I think that RSG, they are literally just walking on thin ice. As Team Flash, they do have a lineup that is a lot more calculated for the later stages of the game. Jay was slowly and starting to scale towards the later stages. And RSG, they gotta have to respect that. All the Sanguine Claws and the bad impact, they all are very, very impactful.
Well, Lord Vanix is starting to hit his power spikes very comfortably at this point. You can see the amount of damage he's actually throwing out. It's quite painful. It's something that RSG cannot ignore. And adding with the fact that Oki, not exactly having the best game. It's not a horrible game. It's just 0-1-1. But knowing how Oki has been super consistent in all these games so far, you can see this is not a very comfortable game for him so far.
Perhaps a few more turrets is going to make things a little bit better, I suppose. The thing is, RSG, they do have this Divine Judgment that can really lock one person down as such.
The flicker in will get Hades with the Divine Judgment, but Flash, they're ready for this. Diablo goes in the backline, tries to find Vanix here, will not be able to. So far, just dashes around. Lawsy has to back out after fighting with RSG. Adamir with the burst on the last Insanity, crashes onto Oki, but in the front, it's gonna be Diablo taking all the brunt of that damage from Team Flash, and he is put in a coffin. Bray next to go. Hades secures that one. Sayla in the sights of Team Flash. Will the damage be enough? Lucian Cutie comes in for the rescue and will help Sayla carve a path out.
I mean, we talked about Jay, but he is the true magician in this fight itself. The moment he arrived, he got the second clause. They caught out Bray. So many important members of RSG just dropping like flies. The moment this vampire dropped on the scene, it was like a horror movie for the side of RSG.
Like I was about to mention about the fact that yes, they do have lockdown on the side of Losing Cutie, but do they even have anyone that can really make full use of it? Do they have enough shred? I would love to see a combo of the carry plus the Kaja if that's going to be the case of picking up a Kaja, but they did of course opt for the Brody after all.
50 Bray.
Bray takes a lot of damage, tries to go for it, but still gonna go the way of Hades now. Flash, they're content with this. They wanted the objective, they got it, but Diablo, he gets one onto Lalzi, so trades that out for a kill, but still huge for Flash here.
Yep, definitely a big win for Flash. It's fine to trade out Lalzi at this point. It's 0, 2, and 6. His job is really just to allow that focusing mark to be maximized in efficiency when Team Flash fights. And, you know, adding on with the first lot of the game going into the hands of Flash, they must start to do some serious damage. They need to take a couple of the turrets, take a couple of kills, anything. They need to build this lead for themselves.
I think what is missing is probably the mobility for the side of RSG. They gotta have to go for a little bit of split kind of pushes, since especially Diablo can wave clear really fast. This way they will be able to break apart Team Flash's lineup, because Team Flash, they don't have anyone that can really match the speed of how Diablo can just split push. In fact, I'm looking at that and I'm great, and I'm really happy that they are doing that right now.
It's like the game plan that they always have in the back pocket, right? But Team Flash, they want to fight, and now some damage being put out to zone them away from this tier 2 turret. Team Flash cracking up more structures in their favor. All this time, Diablo trying to split push as much as possible, but has to be stopped at this moment.
Yep, he's going to be successful in his TP home, and more importantly is Bray manages to find a bit of security around the map as well. So one of the things that you'll notice about RSG is they tend to have very aggressive positionings. It's a risky move, but one of the things, the benefits of doing so is they get to have silent knowledge of where the opponent team is at. This is one of the things that they talked about backstage after the regular season as well. So you can see it's working out really well for them. That's how they get this very insane catches, especially from Lucian Cutie with the flicker, sometimes not even necessary at all.
That's what they're trying to gun for here, right? I mean, the Lucian Cutie with the Divine Judgment, and you pull someone, Bray and Diablo can dive in the backline, but so far, Bray has been pretty squishy on this Nolan, right? So compared to how he usually plays, you know, the likes of Fredrin, he isn't able to pull off that same strategy, and so far, it doesn't look like RSG's game plan has been working out as they wanted to.
Yep. RSG so far, they have been... I think that for this game... Oh, wait, hold on a second, middle.
Second class was so much damage. It melted half of Lucian Cutie's HP there, and all Flash had to do was to just close that up for themselves. So they are one member down at this moment. It's up to Team Flash to make the full use of it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to give respect over to Jay right now, and even to Vanix, right? For the side of RSG, this is my concern originally, is that if you do pick up another EXP laner, you don't have a lot of durability or perhaps even sustainability. So RSG's lineup right now is really more about fully utilizing the Nether Realm, and that is going to be the only way that you can ever get any form of insurance. Pour all of the investments into damage by going in kind of like an all-strike meta that we have seen before in the past. Literally every single one of your members in your team, they are dealing a lot of damage. You kill one, there's still 4 other people that can kill you. Kill 2, there's still 3 other people that can kill you, kind of situation.
Yeah, but that's exactly the strength of Jay, right? That bad impact is going to neutralize that Nether Realm instantly. And, you know, with that, look at the damage that they're able to do. Team Flash going to secure the Lord for themselves, and by right, with a late game composition like what Flash has drafted, you expect their power spikes to hit maybe 15, 16 minutes, but they're already this strong at 13 minutes going into 14. And that's a very scary sign for RSG because it renders your Nether Realm completely useless in the late game.
Eventually, the itemizations will be able to give us a little bit of an idea what they're going for. Diablo 100% on the damage, there's not a single sustainability onto his side. While Nolan also went straight off for damage. Literally, none of the members from the side of RSG, they would want to have any form of sustain or durability. They went all out for damage, which is something that we don't see very often. But hold on a second, as now Sailor finds himself in the bad spot.
Oh no, the Nether Realm was already spent and he goes down. It was enough
to take him, and RSG standing on their defenses now. They did take the Lord down, so it's a sigh of relief for now. I think temporary reprieve, but Flash, they want this. They're diving in. The Glass Insanity popped by Adamir here. Bray into the wall. Flash gets that base turret, and they look like they're pretty happy with that.
Yep, they're going to take a very quick escape with the ticket itself. They are very mobile as well. If there's anything that goes wrong, they have the guarding wind for them to run back. But they might consider a re-engage if the situation seems correct for them.
Although I gotta have to say, even though Team Flash has been, oh wow.
Wow. Pain is at half-life on Bray from one Sanguine Claws.
Even though we are only looking, at a middle lane inhibitor turret being completely destroyed by the hands of Team Flash, Team Flash is only 2,200 gold above of RSG. That is the only form of advantage that we are looking out for. So anything could still happen at this point in time. If Team Flash were to make any form of mistakes, make no mistake, RSG will run you down.
Oh, for sure. But at this point right now, I think RSG feels kind of jaded by Jay with all the damage that he's putting out. Adamir on the front lines together with Hades always makes it so difficult for Lucian Cutie to do anything because he feels like, hey, I need to get this Divine Judgment on someone, but I don't want to do it and use it on Hades or Adamir, but they're always in my face.
So what is the problem here and how could they do it? Lucian Cutie is the only one that is in the room that have some form of durability, right? He's the only one that can open up the map. And he's the only one that will meet face to face with the front lines of Team Flash, which is very likely gonna be Hades. So from that point on, you're gonna have to think, do you want to pull a Divine Judgment on Hades immediately in order to create some space to make sure that, you know, Hades do not disrupt either Diablo or Bray as they dive over to the back lines. Because I'm pretty sure that Bray and Diablo, they both have their individual roles of assassinating Vanix and Jay respectively and leave Hades entirely alone.
Well, there's one other consideration, which is the Shadow Stampede with the flicker into multiple people on the backlines of Flash, but that can only happen when they have vision. So, which is why you see Flash playing so very safe. They don't allow RSG to have eyes on them.
Oh, Diablo in the top side, being spotted out by Team Flash here. They're pulling the trigger on the Lord. Lucian Cutie has used his flicker already. Hades pops the retreat. They managed to secure that for themselves. Netherrealm is used by Sayla. They're trying to go through RSG now, one by one by one. Diablo fending them off, but is it going to be enough? The damage coming in from Jay. Lalsey lands that killing blow, and it's going to be RSG on their hind legs running away from that fight.
Finally, Team Flash has found the key. They found the lock. The doors are gonna be open. The mid lane is plenty open and free for Team Flash to have that entry. Right now, Jay also has that regen available. So Aki and Sayla, they're gonna be left with this.
Aki having to flicker out prematurely. Lalsey going in the backline for him, but the Lord is being chunked down on the base, and it's gonna be Team Flash cracking one game back for themselves, and we are going into a game number 4.
Yep, this is what Abstract and I have been waiting for. We have been... We knew this was gonna happen. It's just a matter of time and when it was gonna happen.
Sure you did. Sure you did.
We knew.
Yeah.
At the back of our heads,
Confidence.
we knew. We absolutely knew. Okay, so I guess the only problem here, or rather the question here is, what is the idea behind an all-strike team from the side of Youngin? So, I have no answer.
I think they were overconfident because that's not how Diablo normally builds his itemization.
It feels more of like they wanted to just collapse onto Team Flash. Like we all just jump right in. We all just don't care about anything. Team Flash would not be able to do anything if they don't have any health to work with. So I think that is probably what RSG was trying to go for. But eventually, I think problem starts to show itself, such as, oh, they're lacking vision. Number 2, they don't have a proper direction as to how they can actually reclaim lands that belong to them.
It's a two-pronged attack, right? So if you beat someone, especially on a professional level, with a full dive and attack composition, it breaks their heart because the next time you meet them, you will have this innate fear that, oh shit, he did so much damage to me in the previous series, he's probably going to do it again to me next time, right? So I think that's what Youngin was thinking about when he told them that, you know what, let's just go ham, let's just go full damage and just smack the crap out of the team, so they won't survive the next time we meet, probably in the grand finals as well.
Well, in terms of itemizations, I don't think that there's any other thing that is, well, out of the ordinary, I gotta have to say. Lolzy, blah, blah, blah. No, I think that we've got all the items in check. We've got Zayla, Bray, Diablo, and Oki that really just went all in onto damage. And since they don't have any of a front line that can really do very well in terms of durability, then I guess that getting himself the Necklace of Endurance will also be a great pick-off for themselves. But in the end, Team Flash, they have a lot of that durability to work for them. Hades literally a very tanky front. If, for an event that RSG actually swapped out Oki for carry on the other hand, I think that would probably make things a lot better and a lot easier based on the fact that it is going to be a combo between carry and Kaja and end things off against killing a Fredrin easily.
I have a question for the two of you, which is, was Bray too greedy in this game for not having bought defensive items?
I think it's fine, to be honest. Personally, I would like it if he were to buy Malefic Roar a little bit later. So get himself the BOD, defensive, then Malefic Roar after.
I mean, if you take a look at his emblems, we know that he's going to be very aggressive, right? So he has the Lethal Ignition, he has the Rupture, and for all junglers, it's a guaranteed Season Hunter. So I feel like he could have played a bit more defensively. He would have plenty of damage already.
I think you also gotta have to gauge, right? You gotta have to test how much damage you are actually dealing onto the main damage dealers over at the back lines, right? If you know that your role is to ultimately only to kill an Irithel, and a certain combo allows you to very effectively kill this person with just 2 items, then you don't really need any more damaging items, right? You can build a lot more onto the durability side and get yourself more defenses in order to make sure that you will be able to pull off those combos at which you speak.
Yeah, and one more thing, I mean, to me in this game, just from my POV, Jay is the ultimate MVP of this game Game 3. Yep. So if you take a look at it, Bargain Hunter with the Imperial Rage and the agility as well, that was the whole formula for how they caught out so many members of RSG time and time again.
I mean, it is going to be a very late game hero after all. And Team Flash, they are a team that excels in the late stages, or rather excels pulling the game into the later stages of the game. So this is not something absolutely old, I will say. This is something that they know that they're gonna have to take advantage of. If they can't end the game, or if the opponents can't end the game at all, someone with infinite skilling, or rather very late game skilling, should come into play.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the stats right now, right? So you mentioned how with the Sicilian, they want to go into late game, but the thing is, with the items and the emblems he had, I think Jay scaled a lot faster than they would have expected, right? And RSG didn't seem to have an answer to the amount of damage that he could output. I mean, we saw how with just one Sanguine Claws, right, he was able to take up half of their HP as well, and there's no way for them to enter back, find the flanks, or be able to turn the fights around.
The RSG's lineup lack a lot of utility, I would say. They don't have a lot of utility, they don't have a lot of high ground, and when it comes down to wave clear, yes, that's probably one of the few things that they may be good at because of the Nolan as well as the Paquito. But those are all just small little fractions of what helps them clear waves. Yeah, that's all. Then, but the main question is, can they even fight in the team fight?
The main question is, who is the MVP of this match?
Hades!
Jay!
Hades!
Oh, it's actually going to be Jay on the Sicilian here.
Yep. You know the old song? Jay. Yeah, so he really made RSG jaded. Can you imagine getting chunked half health by a Sanguine Claws? That's like
that's not even a bad impact.
Yeah, that's not even the main damage skill that Sicilian has on in his kit. And you know, Nolan, Bray got chunked down by half by one Sanguine Claws, which almost instantaneously guaranteed a kill as long as Jay was in position.
And with the Ice Queen wand as well, then
there
you know
no
you just can't run away from that
Battery's
Sicilian
there.
as well. He has the mobility on the emblems, and he has the Ice Queen wand to slow you down as well. So you know he's out not just to damage you, but also to catch you there and be able to end your life on the spot.
Yep, and he didn't even go for the super greedy builds. He just had the mana boots along with the Imperial Rage, and making full use of that 2% mana regen every time he lands a skill. My goodness, it felt like he could never run out of mana. He was just like, oh, eat my bets, eat my bets.
There's so much skilling going on for the Sicilian, and I think that the highlights should be able to tell us a little bit more, but of course that will come in a bit later. So, is there anything else, Ken, that you believe that, really contributed to Sicilian scaling up so early into the game?
I need to take a look at the highlights, but I'm not sure how he got so many stacks for his bad impact to be so painful. Right at the 6 or 7 minute mark, he was already dealing so much damage. So yeah, you will see here most of the time, I think it's his positioning that made the whole difference, right? And the fact that Vanix didn't really die much in this game, so they had to focus on Vanix still on the side of RSG. And the fact that Hades and Adamir was so thick and so beefy, there was no option actually for Lucian QD to try and make a difference.
And of course, when it comes down to 7 minutes into the game, this is where Jay has already been joining into the team fight quite a bit. I'm constantly looking at his bad impacts, and even into the later stages of the game, at 16 minutes in, with the Bats Feast up, Jay, he's still always keeping a very respectable distance from himself and the opponents. And notice how no one is really just jumping right in the face of Jay. He's got free reign, literally free real estate, together with Vanix, and that is probably one of the main problems for RSG. They don't have a way to really just stick on to Jay and Vanix.
Yep, it was a feast for sure. It was like rolling a dough, right? Every single hit he land, it's a guaranteed kill. That's gold and EXP to each of the members that took part in that particular skirmish itself. So Jay definitely was that main catalyst, which is why he was MVP for this game.
But the problems are multifold. Right? It's not just Jay, because we also see, Adamir, taking the front lines as well, slowing them down, making sure that they just don't even have an entry to be able to approach, which was what they wanted to do. Go in the back lines and take Vanix out, right? You saw Diablo with that full damage build as well. So this is back to what you said. You wanted to see them, Vanix come alive, right? I mean, in this case, it was Jay. But
yeah.
They had the composition to be able to protect Vanix and help him get online, or help Jay get online if they wanted to.
Yep, and one of the things I think we kind of missed out is Adamir in that one portion of the game where he one-on-one Diablo and used the last sanity to kill him. As an X-Ball, if you get that 1v1 kill with such ease, you can tell the game is going in your favor for sure.
Especially since we're talking about EXP laners, right?
Yeah.
There is always this thing, I'm not saying always, but in MPL MY even, whenever the EXP fighting against EXP, whichever EXP lane wins, that team is gonna win the game.
Oh, okay, interesting. Never saw it that way.
Yeah. So, I mean, it has been that way for a while, to the point that it becomes kind of like an ego contest, whereby they came out ego test one another. It's funny, and it's super. There's a lot of content behind. That's why when you see from RSG MY, Reaper also just kind of like outright taunt everyone, because it is all part of the action. It's all part of the game, and he's good at it. He's good at his taunt so much. At one point in time, I just want to watch Diablo taunt, or perhaps just pull off a stare down at the camera.
Why are you encouraging, BM behavior here?
No, this is friendly sportsmanship.
Yeah, this is
Fostering.
friendly content.
Huh.
Yeah. It's a competition.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I guess you can see it that way. That's what emotes are built for, aren't they?
True. What's the point of not emoting when you have it?
What's the point of recalling if you can't... Okay, it's to go home, right? You thought wrong. There could be a cooldown on it, but there's no cooldown. You can use it anytime you want. Just saying.
I'm curious who came up with that concept, of using recall, spam recall.
I think that it has always stemmed from the past, whereby there is teabagging, right? So you spam the control, but then in this game you can't really spam attack because you'll just end up attacking someone.
I regret going there.
You can't crouch.
I regret going there. Let's run it back. So right now, RSG has 2 games in their bag. Flash has 1 in their pocket. It's a best of 5. What are we thinking?
Momentum-based action. So I feel Team Flash, they have figured out the formula. They are in position to get a secondary win here. So continual win, 2-2. We might see a tiebreaker. We never know. But Of course, with that being said, RSG fans are looking for a different result, right? They're looking for that 3-1 closeout. They want this game to be over. They want to sit back where they feel they deserve to be, which is the top of the table, waiting at the throne, hands closer to the trophy than everyone else.
And of course, let's not forget about the fact that this is the upper bracket semifinals after all. So the moment that any one of these this team wins, they will have a very good night's sleep. They don't even have to care about coming so early tomorrow and slug it out and play all the way until they get back to fighting the same damn opponents again. No. Both of these two teams understands exactly what is at stake, and that is their sleep time.
Yeah, that affects your mental ability.
Well, when you break it down, actually, yeah, that makes sense. Your sleep time. It's the physical as well as the mental effort, right? To be able to get up, play the games, play through the entire lower brackets just to claw your way back up into the finals again. And that's definitely going to take a toll on anyone.
Yep, and imagine if you lose, it's very soul-crushing because you made the entire effort to give it your best over and over again. Think about fighting different opponents, not even about the main opponents in the grand finals. And imagine if you go through all of that turmoil and that stress and it doesn't work out. I mean, I cannot handle that as a person, but you know, these are the reason why these guys are professionals, and yeah, they just have the mental strength. So, but of course, we want, as a professional player, you want to be in the best state possible. So a win is the desired result for both sides. Now it's just, we know what you want. Can you get it? You know?
Yeah, and right now it's still Flash, right? With the onus to be able to get this one back because they have to kind of reverse sweep back this back into their favor. RSG still, if they win one more, it goes in the series is theirs, right?
I mean, it's very funny, right? You know the interviews by RSG, they say that Diablo said that, you know, maybe not as hungry to win this season's championship because he's looking at international stage. But the way they're playing, no, it doesn't sound like that. It looks as if like, no, I want everything. Not just, you know, I just want the trophy, I want everything. I want to beat my opponents really badly and to show that I'm still the strongest, right?
Massive greed is what you're talking about, huh?
Yeah.
You not only just want the MPL SG trophy, MPL SG Season 6 trophy, but you want the MPL SG Season 6 Player of MVP trophy, and you also want the M5 trophy. Is that what you're trying to say?
Wow.
Yes, and you want the MPLI trophy and whatever trophies there are.
Cool down.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not even past the MPL SG trophy yet.
It's good to aim for the future and talk about it.
Yeah, you gotta set your goals. Realistic goals. And who says the M5 championship is not a realistic goal?
Fair enough, you have short-term and you have long-term goals, right? Yeah, that's a long-term goal. Right now they have the short-term goal of winning this series. So we're back into the drafting phase now. It is game number 4 between Team Flash as well as RSG. Curious to see if they have anything different in their minds now after this first defeat by RSG.
Let's see. What are the main problems coming in for RSG?
Nolan.
Nolan main
they banned
problem?
it out.
Okay.
They couldn't use it, so they banned it out.
So yeah, because now they are on second pick. They understand that Team Flash have got first pick. There is quite a lot of heroes that they're gonna have to focus on, such as Joy as well as Fanny. Team Flash, it will definitely be possible for them to play Fanny. But I think that there could be a way to counter around this because RSG will be the one to pick one last hero before Flash. So at least for the 5th slot, the 5th pick for RSG, that can be the counter in the very event that Team Flash actually does pick up Fanny. They have one slot to respond. So RSG, I don't think that they need to ban the Fanny. There's quite a lot of heroes that they're gonna have to look out for. Valentina, for example, would be a good candidate to take out.
I'm just really curious, like, does Team Flash go back into a assassin-based team draft? Or, you know, do they still go back to the Fredrin, the beefy, tanky jungler?
I think as much as possible, Team Flash would want to play assassin junglers. There must be a reason why assassin junglers are now all the rage and just beating down the old meta of utility junglers. There must be so much more behind it.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's always paired up with a healer, right? So you have an Angela, you have the Rafaela. That's what makes an assassin jungler so strong, right? Because you can't really kill them, but they have so much damage against you.
But we do have the Angela that's taken out right now. Rafaela is still available, but that's probably not going to be my first idea or concern at this point in time. All I just want to see is the fact that Valentina is open, as well as Edith is also open. Matilda is also open. So far, Flash has been playing quite a bit of Matilda, and yes, indeed, they will pick that up. RSG, knowing for that very fact, Valentina and Edith is currently open, they may actually just snap that too.
Well, I just want to bring back Scrubby Cheeks' point in Game 3, which is there's always an option for this Matilda to go into the mid lane.
Fair enough.
It's Jade.
Damn it. So we do have flexibility when it comes down to the Matilda. There is a lot of flexibility. Maybe only in the lineup of Team Flash there is flexibility.
I think at a high, between RSG and Team Flash, either of them could have done it, right? But RSG gonna pick up that Fredrin and Edith for themselves. So very comfort for Bray as well. And he's been very, very good at making sure that he tanks up the damage as well as tries to secure the objectives as much as possible. Like you said, Edith probably not gonna be in the hands of Diablo, not from what we have seen, although you never know.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that he would play the Edith at all. But Team Flash this time, they are actually going to go for Fanny, but the only difference is I'm surprised that they will pick Fanny up in the first phase of the ban. I thought that RSG, oh my goodness!
Alright, we are waiting for it. It is the Badang.
Oh my goodness!
With the flurry of punches, the crack fist. That's what we're waiting for here. And once again, it's bringing us back to the question, right? Is it a hero problem or is it a Diablo problem?
Okay, look. Game number 3, Badang wasn't bad. But game number 2 and 1, both of which Badang was bad. And in this very instance, where Team Flash actually didn't go for a Badang ban and they went for an Irithel ban instead, it just so happened that RSG will be like, you know what, or rather, Youngin is like, you know what, Diablo, it's time for you to shine. Pick up your Diablo and show the world how you made Badang into Diablo. Yeah.
How you make Badang into Diablo.
Yeah. And I really like this ban on Lilia because it helps to offset what Team Flash's strengths are. If we take a look at what they have drafted so far, Team Flash, they do have abilities and ways to get out of this crackfish from the Badang as well. And they do have the massive mobilities to deal with the skill sets and the kits available on the side of RSG.
I'm thinking, Diablo has seen success with Badang going up against Fanny in particular as well. So now that Hades has kind of shown his cards in that way, right? Yes, they didn't pick it in the last game, but it could be specifically to try to deal with this Fanny since Diablo has shown that he could do it before.
I think that the fact that they picked up the Badang so early, it is truly a testament that they want to shut this Fanny down. It is just truly a testament, right? In fact, it has been very long since I last seen Kadita, and I'm actually very surprised that we haven't seen Kadita being played for a long time. Kadita, Lilia is going to be thrown into the banning pool, while Team Flash, they had thrown a Brody into the mix. Bruno has already been in the mix since the first phase. Who else are we missing? Does Team Flash even want to whittle down even more marksmans?
Not sure, because at this point, okay, this is either a 0 IQ thought process or a 1000 IQ thought process. The Edith could go in the mid lane, right? And then Lucian QD could go for another rogue character. Maybe a Kufra or something like that, where he could potentially set up the easiest crackfist of Badang's life.
Except that I will never ever believe that Sayla would play a mid lane Edith. It's more of like a J thing. Sayla is a very aggressive and very bold mage. You would want to give him position 3 for the very reason that he deals a lot of damage and he's very smart about his positioning as well. But RSG have got something a little bit more interesting, I gotta have to say, because they have 2 position 3s. Which technically is not possible here, but the main thing is they want damage.
Moskov! First game in MPL SG Season 6, we're going to have the Moskov. You can see KZP actually having a smirk there. Might not have expected this.
Oh man, they are out for Hades, dude. They are out to demolish Hades. They're just saying, you know what? If you're going to pick out a Fanny this early into the draft, you better expect that we have multiple counters after your Fanny. Whenever you start to glide around, whenever you cable around, if you're going to go after Moskov, yes, you're going to be facing the wall. If you are going to go after my EXP lane, you are going to be facing a wall and a lot of fists.
I think it's a very apt description. So the skill name for Moskov is Spear of Misery and Spear of Destruction. So this Fanny either is going to crush Oki's Moskov, or he is going to experience a lot of misery and destruction.
I think that Hades is not going to have a very good time at all. Not at all. But you know what? We, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be looking at a Mathilda in mid, thanks to the flexibility of Jay. Or
well, Jay has played Cho in the mid lane before, so
is he?
can't count on that as well.
So now the question is Jay going to be playing Jay's Cho, or is it Jay's Mathilda?
You see, I just don't know anymore. Like,
wow, it is going to be a Phobius.
My goodness.
They love this Phobius, and it's going to be a Phobius mid. Who else than Sailor to execute this Phobius mid? He did it when he was part of Team Slate. Now with the change of
Phobius
roster,
mid by Sailor!
Yes!
And it's the Cho mid by Jay!
It's a Jay's Cho!
So this is actually going to be favoring... No, wait, it's not. It's a 50-50 here. It's a skill matchup between Sailor and Jay. Now, these are the two prominent mid laners of MPL SG. Now, Season 6 is the stage that has been set. Let's see who is going to make the win easier for the team.
My goodness, this is absolutely crazy. Only here between Team Flash and RSG will you see such insane drafts and picks coming from the two teams. Now, we are going into game number 4. Again, this is Flash with 1 and RSG with 2. So who will win this? Let's hop into the land of Dawn to find out.
We are potentially going to be looking at a match point for this round. But RSG as well as Flash, they are definitely not going to make any of these final match points any boring at all, because look at all of these matchups. Look at all these heroes being picked out here. How can we expect to see a Jay's Cho back in Season 6? When are we going to be looking at Sailor rocking that Furbius after a long time? And let's not even forget, we have a Moskov in the mix for the very first time in Season 6.
Yeah, a very different rotation by Jay in the mid lane actually. He scours the map and actually catches a glimpse of the orange buff. So I think Team Flash has just slightly more information on what RSG is trying to achieve at this point of the game.
What else can we gonna be expecting here from both sides, huh? Now, RSG did, of course, pick out the Furbius for a couple of factors. Number 1, we are looking at Jay that is onto the Cho. You gotta have to really look out for that. Number 2, we are also gonna be looking at the Claude. Claude with the BMI gets himself out of dodge very easily, and you're gonna have to find a way to really scout out where exactly Claude is, which Sailor will be able to give that kind of information.
Yep, talking about Sailor, actually it's interesting, he takes the... Wait, hang on.
Hades in the mid lane, the cutthroat as well, lands him the first blood here onto Sailor. Speaking of Sailor, I mean, Ray trying to get revenge, praises Wrath, not enough damage just yet. Lucent Cutie with the knockup, Lolzy will get away for now.
Yeah, but I was just about to say he took the Fury and he has the emblem on the Festival of Blood. So it's a very different kind of Phobius gameplay that we're looking at. He is going to be using this Phobius more as a bait and a re-engage tool against Team Flash.
There's actually a lot of utility and applications for Sailor here. With the Demonic Force constantly being procced, either number 1 from Oki, he himself can force the Demonic Force. Diablo can force the Demonic Force too. There's so many things within the lineups of RSG that allows them to work on these procs for Sailor.
Lousy falls to the hands of Team Flash here. The kick onto Oki. Hades finishes him off. It's going to be a trade out. Now Flash at 2 and RSG at 1 kill at the moment.
Yeah, but Flash has a very slight lead, which is surprising because RSG actually got the turtle. So they're just going to have the EXP lead, and you will slowly see the transition of gold lead going to the pockets of RSG, right? But Team Flash, you can see what they're trying to do. They're trying to mitigate this and neutralize the lead by getting kills across the map, left and right. That's one of the strengths of Fanny as well. But like we mentioned before, the big question, this Diablo and Hades matchup. Fanny, as we all know, loves to do the split push, and that's the opportunity that Diablo is going to be waiting for in the later part of the game.
Eventually, top lane might be something that we want to see, because Badang may actually be in it for a tad little bit of trouble, but do they even have enough damage to deal with this?
Jay with the kick knocks Diablo back. Hades comes in again with the burst damage. Enough to put Diablo down for now. Bray a bit late to the party, but trying to make something work here. Comes in with a Praiseless Wrath. Hades cables out of that one, and Bray doesn't get anything. Trying to go on to Adamir here. A bit of compensation, putting out damage bit by bit. Taunt is there, but it's not enough to be able to kill him.
Yep, Team Flash, this is exactly the game plan. You just maintain this goal lead. It's not a lot, but it's about making a statement here. Oh, Sailor jumps in.
Well, Jay, Sailor with the Demonic Force going on to Jay here again and again.
Oh!
Jay just waiting to take the damage here. I think he knows that it's not quite enough. The knockup from Lucian Cutie onto Adamir. They're trying to contest for this buff here. Last Insanity used as well in the backline. Hades again being targeted by Diablo actually, and has to back out.
Very aggressive front from the side of RSG, literally trying to take everything away from the side of Team Flash. But unfortunately, Demonic Force is not quite available just yet. There is a lot of individual fights and individual kind of like squabbles between the players. Oh!
Taken down here by Hades. The flicker, Lucian Cutie trying to get it, and he manages to shut down Hades. So finally, bit of consolation here from RSG. In the meantime, Bray actually trying to take the turtle up top.
Bray, it doesn't seem like he will be getting any challenge in the Turtle's Pit at all. But Team Flash may want to find a substitute value as we move on down to the bottom lane. We do have the Cho as well as the Claude. There's literally just going to be down in the bottom lane a little bit of that babysitting service, I'm gonna have to say. Team Flash wants to elevate this Claude as much as possible, but the question is, when would that be the case? Lousy as well as Jay are constantly running around. They are always getting information for the team, and they are always around the river.
I'm actually just worried about Phoenix right here while he gets the farm. You know, the Blazing Duets isn't going to do that much damage against Oki if his positioning is not correct, because Oki can just move out of the way. But Oki might get caught out here if Jay gets his way.
Still safe for the moment. Lousy meeting Gray and Sailor here in the river. Knock up onto Lousy, the taunt as well, the damage, and Oki lands that with the Spear of Destruction. Lousy goes down, Sailor pops the Demonic Force onto Jay here, trying to zone the members out. Adamir, Last Insanity in the backline, going for Oki, but Sailor gets caught by Hades here. He falls to his hands, and it's gonna be Team Flash protecting this turret for now. I think it's just both of these teams, you know, showing really, really crazy plays with the picks that they have.
Yeah, but it's a big win for RSG at this point, because sure, they lost Sailor, but they got the purple buff away from the Fanny. So Hades is not going to have this cooldown reduction, and right now they're trying to make a difference by getting a kill on Diablo, but that's not going to happen.
Oh, initially I was thinking, does Team Flash not have a lot of lockdowns at all, or magical damage or such? It does seem as though RSG, they are not going to be giving much care about magical damage at all, to the point that they wouldn't even get themselves off boots. In the meantime, top lane.
Jay with the kick, Diablo onto the wall here, but Diablo and Sailor chasing him down instead. Flicker spend, Sailor catches up with him and seals the deal for himself.
Yep, that was a beautiful Malefic Terror, and that's going to seal the deal for them. But more importantly, is getting a kill on Adamir. Oki going to try his best to go on this.
I don't think that there's going to be much from Oki. It is still relatively early, and yeah, it's still relatively early for Moskov to even get any form of multi-kills, unless he goes around kill stealing his fellow friends. But hey, let's be honest here, that is the kind of thing that you would want as a Moskov in the early stages of the game. Hopefully someone feeds you all these kills. RSG is already 3,000 gold ahead, and Oki would love to be fed from this point onwards. What kind of items does he have? Does he go off with the Great Dragon Spear, this kind of stuff? I don't think that he will go for something like that, but it's just purely on the critical and attack speed. That is likely going to be the case. But for now, Team Flash finding themselves best spot.
Bray gets a turtle, Lousy circling Eagle, trying to run away, but Sayla's just waiting for him. Pops a Demonic Force right as he lands, and will nail that for himself. Now RSG, this is... I mean, remember that they have Sayla, right? And Oki. They're supposed to be in the late game. They're going to be monsters, but right now they're already getting some of these kills.
Yep, Lucian has been very successful in getting all these onwards in Earth Shadows, actually.
I really just want to know just how Hades is feeling right now. Yes, it does have a total of 5 kills, but as a Fanny, I'm pretty sure that you would want to have a lot more kills and get even more domination across the map.
I mean, it feels as though he's like way behind, even though he's 5-1-0.
Yeah, because here's the sad thing. Even if he wants to kill someone, it cannot be anyone in the side lanes. If you want to go for the Batarang, you die. If you want to go to the Moskov, you may die too.
Hades trying to catch loose and cutie here to knock up. He does secure that kill for himself, Bray, as well as Oki coming, putting out the spears, damaging Jade's. Not going to be enough to seal his life for now. Vanix finds Bray, escapes.
Yep, Spear of Destruction gonna miss this mark here. I think one of the things that RSG has to realize is that as long as Sayla is within the ranks of the fight and the skirmish, they probably win it all. So, which is why you see they didn't exactly have the best pressure when Sayla was just walking around with Diablo in the top lane as well.
It would eventually come to the point where Team Flash, they will find themselves having a lot of problems because they lack the damage. That is one of the problems whenever you just completely substitute your mid laner for full-on utility.
Oh, they're going on the bottom side. They get the turret as well. And Sayla, again, popping that Demonic Force. He's been crazy on this phobia so far. In the purple buff, though, rolling it out, Hades trying to fight for another one of his jungle. They're just cutting the resources off from him so far.
With the Lord that just spawned, RSG SG, they find themselves congregating around the Lord's Pit, and they even find the stun onto Jace. Not quite enough to bring him down just yet though, but Team Flash, they definitely have an idea, and they know of the timing that RSG SG is working on for this Lord.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
Right, Lucian Cutie now gonna be scouting around. He has the anti-Cuirass. I don't think Team Flash will be able to get this steal here.
Nope. It will still go the way of RSG, and now with the Lord in their hands, Flash, will they be able to make something work? Hanging around this mid lane here, Hades resorting to split pushing, and trying to just push up the waves, get some control off the map. But RSG, they're gonna be coming down with the Lord to crash down on even more structures.
Yep, Sayla is just being a bug at this point because he is forcing Team Flash to have all the attention on him, and they don't move away from the lanes, which allows so much space for Diablo, and take a look at Lucian Cutie and Moskov Oki just to split down on the side lanes, and Team Flash gonna have this gold gap made even further.
I mean, so we talked about the Badang, right? Like Diablo on the Badang. So far, we haven't even seen so much of that fist crack yet. Already, Oki is becoming a problem. He's, I think, almost done with his Trinity build as well. Hades, top lane, takes some damage. Sayla again pops that Demonic Force, tries to go on him, forces him to back away.
Yeah, but Diablo expanded that fist crack, so that's some safe news for Flash at least.
I mean, the face crack doesn't really have a very long cooldown after all, but in the meantime, down in the bottom lane, Lucian Cutie comes in to save the day, ensures that Oki does not go down. With the Lord that has already made his way past the bottom lane inhibited turret, RSG now have got just one more outer turret to deal with in the middle lane, which shouldn't be a problem at all.
They're trying to make quick work of this now. Another turret in RSG's name, Adamir, trying to fend that off, but taking a lot of damage here. Has the immortality though, and manages to back out just for now. Lucian Cutie on zone duty here. Lousy pops circling eagle, knocks Oki up, but backs out. I think, Flash, right now, it's so tough for them to be able to defend this, and maybe Hades can pull off something.
Really want to see something like that happening eventually, but let's be honest here. Hades, the fact that he doesn't have the map control together with the rest of his team they don't have anyone that's really tanky enough to really hold down the fort. So Hades is pretty much forced to a situation whereby he's gonna have to play a Fanny without the purple buff. And let's be honest, that's gonna be tough. In the meantime,
Jay finds the kick onto Oki actually, and now Flash, they're crashing onto him. Lucian Cutie takes the damage in the backline though. Adamir pops the last insanity, almost takes Oki down. It's gonna be Lolzy that goes down instead, and Team Flash, they trade out 1-for-1 at this point. Sayla coming into the backline, and in the front, Adamir's in trouble all around. Flash facing trouble, but Hades manages to secure that 1 against 1 up against Diablo.
It's a very slight silver lining for the side of Team Flash. They had their base cracked open on the bot side. So RSG now have this huge lead, goal lead of 6,500 with the Lord coming up in the next 5 seconds as well. RSG very, very safely put in control.
now we are looking at a very evident lack of damage, right? When we saw Adamir really literally going gung-ho right in the faces of Oki, trying to go for the last insanity, have even expanded Jay's Way of the Dragon. They did whatever that they can in order to lock down Oki, but they just can't bring him down just because they don't have the damage. It's full-on utility, and they actually put a lot of these hopes and dreams on the shoulders of Vanix and Hades. But the question always stands, can the both of them stay alive?
Yeah, I mean, your Sailor just running you down on the neck, but the Lord...
Oh, Jay walks into that, maybe trying to find the kick, but immediately he melts down. Vanix blazing duet, has to be MIO, but Sailor secures that kill! Vanix is gone from the map, and now damage dealer down. Flash has nothing against RSG, and they managed to take this Lord completely for free.
Yep, they can't do anything. Sailor is so far ahead. He has that Clock of Destiny, and he has the Lightning Truncheon as well. And paired up, he has the Dominance Ice, which works into the passive of that Clock of Destiny. So right now, the Lightning Truncheon. So right now, RSG, they have the advantage. Let's see if they can close it out in the next 3 to 4 minutes.
This is looking real tough. I mean, RSG, Oki has already picked up the Malefic Raw as well. He is chunking like a beast, and it's gonna be... I don't see a way for Flash.
They are lacking way too much damage, and they don't have a way to really lock down multiple people at once. If they do have a way that, okay, they can finally get themselves and weave themselves onto Oki. They have dealt with Oki, but who's gonna deal with Diablo? Who's gonna deal with Sayla?
Jay finds the kick onto Oki. Might this be the play? But Adamir goes in the back line as well, tries to look for him. Vanix forced to back out. Bray is down. Hades secures that one. The Lord comes down on the bottom side. RSG trying to go into the base. Jay in trouble. Lucian Cutie puts him down. Diablo backs away as well, but RSG goes for the base! And they manage to secure this one for themselves. So 3, 2, 1, taking the entire series, sending Team Flash down to the lower brackets.
Oh man, Team Flash is really unfortunate. The very fact that they gonna have to face off against RSG in the upper brackets, man, they must be trembling. But regardless, they have went through so much and they tried whatever that they can. The best thing that they're gonna have to go for is to slog out the entirety of the lower brackets and meet RSG SG again later tomorrow in the grand finals if they could.
Yep, they have to go through this very arduous journey to try and make it out of the lower brackets, to try and fight for this chance at the throne again. A repeat of last year. They did it last season. They came back to the grand finals, but they got beat down by RSG. Now, they are in the exact same position again. RSG beats them down, sends them to the lower bracket, and are going to be waiting for them to see if they're really going to try and make it work in this season.
I mean, they were the top of the charts, right? Throughout the regular season. Team Flash, this is the Titan that RSG is sending down to the lower brackets. Yes, in the previous season as well, they were put in this spot. But change of players. I think they expected a different outcome now with this new roster, but they are back. History repeats itself. Flash forced to fight their way through this journey of the lower brackets. And we'll see. Only time will tell if they can make it back for a rematch with RSG.
Let's be honest here. When we see the name RSG SG, do we really have any hints of doubt if whether they can
play well or not. They have been 3-time champion for a very good reason.
Yep.
And honestly, Team Flash, this is a brand new lineup as well, right? We have come a long way through the regular seasons, and right now we're just hoping for a tiny little change in the storylines, and unfortunately not quite proven true just yet.
Well, let's take a look at the itemization by the teams itself. I think, you know, Vanix was he didn't have a horrible game, but he just couldn't get enough time to farm. It's a 15-minute game. Technically, there is decent time for him to farm, but it was so hard because Vanix could not really walk down the lane as Oki could, right? Oki was having the time of his life. It was just grocery shopping for him, right? I'm going to take some from here, down this aisle, down this lane, and they never could recover on the side of Team Flash. And I think this amounts to Sailor, because like I said, this Dom Ice working into the passive of the Lightning Truncheon, along with the Clock of Destiny, that's a lot of damage, a lot of survivability, and with the Ice Queen's Wand as well, it's really hard to escape not just the Demonic Force, it's hard to get out of the Malefic Terror that gives him extra shield, and if things don't really work out, he can't really reach you, there's still the Astaros Eye, right, from Sailor, and just one guy is making so much difference for RSG.
I gotta have to say, you know, despite RSG's lineup that is built to create a nightmare for Hades that is on a fatty, I gotta have to say, Hades, he did well enough to only get one death in this kind of pandemonium draft.
And Diablo is 0-2-2.
And Diablo is 0-2-2. So let's be honest here, as much as I love to see Diablo play the Badang, the most recent changes to Badang, which is not the past two changes that we've seen, has already broken Badang to a irreparable level. And I think that is very sad to see that.
Well, let's take a look at the emblems itself. I think they were going more for mobility. You can see 3 different agilities on the side of Team Flash, right? But they just could not deal with the side of RSG. You know, it was cancelled out by the agility of Sailor on that Phobius as well. And adding on with the fact that he had that Festival of Blood and Impure Rage, sustain, damage, mana regen, it's really hard to deal with that. And I think adding on to that, look at the tankability on the side of Bray. Everything all about health. Let's get more health so I can soak in more damage. Yes, we have the standard Season Hunter, but Bray was such a menace. He was someone they could not ignore.
If only he can just go full out tank. You know, literally everything is just tank and blue. That would have been funny. But in the end, I mean, you're gonna have to focus on the fact that you are a jungler, you're gonna get a Season Hunter. But we move on to the next part of the statistics, and we're gonna have to take a look, right? Nothing too out of the ordinary, I gotta have to say, but I do gotta have to give a shout out over to Jay for having a 105,000 damage taken as a Cho. This guy is a mid laner, by the way, not a roam player. This guy's a mid laner, but yet he plays like both in one.
Yeah.
2 in 1, yeah.
I feel, let's be honest, this match was just who did better with the unorthodox mid laner, right? So it was a Jay versus Sailor matchup. And Sailor, of course, showed up. Look at the damage dealt, 65,000 damage in the space of 15.5 minutes.
He has a total of 90% kill participation as well. And you gotta have to agree that this Phobius pick has also enabled RSG in a lot of fashion. Because Team Flash, they are ultimately afraid of a lot of things. Number one, all of their escape mechanisms are now going to be tracked by a single member. Jay can't be going around so much. Vanix can't just BMI out of that anyways. Elonsi's guiding wind and all the kind of stuff. You get the jazz, right? As such, I think the Sailor definitely deserves my MVP prize.
Oh, I concur as well. It's a Sailor for me.
I think so, but can we really give this to him time and again?
Yeah.
This guy has to be stopped somehow, right?
I mean, what's the best or better way to kind of open yourself into the season?
Well, he deserves the acknowledgement, right? Opening this season with 2 MVPs already.
He didn't even play in the
on
regular
this-
season.
Yeah, exactly. On this Phoveus, unorthodox pick. But that being said, we know that it is a pocket pick for him. And it's something that he pulls out as and when the drafts let him.
Yeah, exactly. And we've already seen it happen in the previous seasons as well. So by right, this shouldn't be something new to us, but it's always very satisfying to see things like this, right? And of course, with that being said, I think I'm very curious to kind of witness how RSG does this every season. 3 seasons already in a row. They have perfect comms, they have perfect communication between the team, and the perfect mindset on how I'm supposed to execute this draft, right? So later on, we'll be taking a look at the mic check for RSG for sure.
I mean, right now we're looking at what you said earlier, right? Diablo seeing this as just a stepping stone to the international stage. This is the kind of RSG that shows that they want to use this as, you know, it's just this first mini hurdle that they have to cross to be able to go there.
I guess that RSG SG haven't really changed at all, huh?
Yeah.
We have seen them in the most recent MSC. It just seems as though, yeah, you know, they are exactly the same thing. They didn't change Roy out. It's like so many things.
Well, let's see what happened behind the scenes to what the players said.
Okay, give pressure. Hey, go, Lord. I got Tifika, yo, watch. I can see.
Tajanon, open. Can guys,
Fanny, okay, get Fanny, okay. Fanny, stay, oi. Go. I got you. Fanny, target Fanny. Fanny, no plus. Okay, don't just. Lol, see, target, lol. Here. Who got law?
We got lot.
We no play fight.
Hey guys, we got lot.
Diablo reset. We reset, we took Kasa. Cella can back. Cella fly. Okay, no.
No pick.
Okay.
Pull back. The Phoenix. Lord. Efadin.
One.
Okay, terbang ke bisa nggak?
Go.
ATP ya. ATP ya, Terizla behind. Go ahead. Hey,
What are you doing?
Next event.
Clear order.
Lousy first. Lousy. Nice one. Finish.
Bantai.
Nice one.
Bantai. Nice.
Go.
Kasih ah. Finish coming. Eh, no purify, Phoenix, no purify.
Nice.
Go.
Nice.
Go, jumping again.
Dah win bet.
Go. Okay, bottom ya. Eh, balik.
Atake, Lucio. Atake, okay. Atake.
Eh, don't dive inside.
Yeah.
I cannot come in.
It's okay. Okay, dah.
Enak pada. Let's go.
Can try end, okay?
Yeah.
Careful, Rufus. Dia dating one.
Go. Okay, Tor.
Tahu.
It's so cute, your interactions. Like, I honestly cannot understand half of the things they're saying until like they repeat it 4 or 5 times.
I guess that's why they keep saying it over and over again. But I feel like Diablo was a bit of a calming presence among that chaos, right? It's like, guys, don't dive, huh?
I cannot come in. So it's always been that way. It's gonna be the calm voice, and then in the meantime, everyone's just gonna like minding their own thing, and then we have a random Bray. I don't want to scream right now, but yeah, that's exactly what the dynamic for RSG SG is like. It's always lovely to watch them play.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know that nice, right? It comes from really within.
Comes from
because
within.
It's like that satisfaction that
all
you get.
the way.
Nice.
Yes, exactly. I mean, we've heard them on this mic check. We've heard how they communicate, but what we want to hear also is what they have to say after taking this monumental win. Over to you, Cheryl.
Thank you so much, guys. And right now, I have the brains of RSG right beside me, Youngin again.
Hello.
So yes, Youngin, firstly, what do you think about KZP's drafting?
Yep, so I think with a team like RSG, we definitely have a bigger advantage compared to last season because as you can tell, the Khalid is always banned. So definitely it is more flexible in terms of what we can do, and I think ultimately helped us as well in terms of our planning and our execution.
Okay, so honestly, when it comes to this game, the stakes were a little bit high because Team Flash took a match, a series from you guys in the regular season. So I think as defending champions, there are a lot to prove, especially when RSG SG don't drop games even during the regular season itself. But at that point in time when it happened, you weren't the coach for RSG yet. So with that being said, how did you approach this game coming into, this match for the day?
Yeah, so I think when they first version in the regular season, the meta was a bit different also, without the Angela, Matilda kind of a meta. So once that shifted over, and of course with me and Sela joining, it's a different ball game together. And basically we tell the team is the playoff is a completely new game as compared to what actually happened in the regular season. And that was also like the first game of the season, so that was a long time ago. Yeah, so basically throw it out of their head and take this as like a fresh meeting them for the first time again.
Right, and it's very interesting because even during the drafting itself, it was just like watching a chess game, by the both of you guys back there, and I think it's simply amazing. So when it comes to the teams, it seems like you're kind of like a mirror image of each other when you both have utility majors. Like Jay can play the Jay Cho, he has seen to play the Edith, whereas here we have Sela playing, the Frovius, which is very known for. So, how do you go around preparing for a team like that?
Yeah, so I think basically we kind of just have a plan and we just look to execute the plan. Because in preparation as well, right, you never know what they'll pick. But at the same time, they should also not know what we want to pick. So as much as we try our hardest to plan for it, I will still tell the team we need to be ready for any kind of surprise picks. But as long as we know our plan, we know what to do, and the results will show.
Right, and of course, congratulations to you guys. This is like a mini win because this is the upper bracket finals after all. So you guys are sitting comfortably waiting for your next opponent. So who do you think you will be meeting at the grand finals?
I think at this point anything can happen. Yeah, because today we already see in the lower brackets, Evil came out, Vanguard came out, and even right now I think all the brackets are very shaken up. Yeah, so I think at this point any of the three teams that are remaining can make it to the finals. So I'm looking forward to see who does it. But if I really were to pick one, I'm hoping Evil. I'm hoping actually, I think about it, I'm hoping Vanguard as well because I'll get to meet Nick Stain, right? But I think ultimately facing Evil in their playoffs is something that I think I haven't tried before besides the lower bracket run. So to meet them in the grand finals, I think will be an exciting way to see them as well.
Fantastic, and we really can't wait to see you and the team again tomorrow for the grand finals itself. Once again, congratulations, Youngin.
Thank you.
And that was Youngin, ladies and gentlemen, the man who drafts and watches the land of Dawn Bird. So we're very excited for the next match that's gonna come up real soon, and it's gonna happen at 6:45 p.m. Now this match is going to be match 4, where we see the lower brackets once more of Team Evil going up against Vanguard. So what will happen right here in this match, and which one of these two teams will we say goodbye to unveil our top 3 right here at MPL SG? Oh my! We're just one more step closer to unveiling our champion. Today has been a day full of upsets. Well, anything can happen. But still, join us later for match 4 at 6:45. Be there or be square.
It's all right, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
is approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No! Lillian! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn, no time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect her. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect our daughter. In every fragment of my soul, the calamity's end shall be witnessed.
Dad? Are you out there?
in-game emote from MLBB. See you all in-game.
Y hay un torneo que lo confirma.
Blacklist kadrosu Incendios'ya karşı oynuyor olacak. Bu heyecanı şu anda yaşıyorlar. Blacklist ciddi ekiplerden.
من دور المحترفين للعبة مواجهة الأبطال.
Ulang tahun buat Mobile Legends Bang Bang ke-7 Happy Anniversary.
untuk MLBB Mobile Legends.
Selamat ulang tahun yang ke-7 MLBB.
Sétimo aniversario
Feliz sétimo aniversario Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Feliz sétimo aniversário, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Mobile Legends с днем рождения. Тебе сегодня целых 7 лет.
My name is Dewi. I'm currently the main roamer for Homebois SG.
Hi, I'm Naufal, also known as Icon from Alchemy SG. I play as the jungler for the team.
Hi, I'm JPL and I play for Bleed Esports.
Hi guys, I'm Diablo from RSG SG. I'm also the captain and EXP laner for the team.
My name is Chesty. I play for Team Stellar and I'm the mid laner for them.
I'm Powerful from Team Evil and I'm the jungler for the team.
Hi, I'm Adam Yo, and I'm the captain and as well as EXP for Team Flash.
Hello everybody, I'm Nick Stain from Vanguard Esports and I'm playing the roamer and also the captain of Team Vanguard.
I would say that the team doesn't have a fixed play style, but more of we try to adapt on the fly and try to play as many scenarios as we know.
I would say we will be preparing a lot. We've been screaming a lot, practicing as a team together for the past few months after qualifiers, after the last season until today.
We have been playing ranked games. We have been playing scrims to try to improve on our teamwork and chemistry. Because we are a new team.
We have been training very hard and watching all the MPL from other regions, trying to see what they are doing, and we have been picking those small little things up.
So this time round compared to previous season, for the last season, I think I started training too late. So for this season, what we have adjusted is like I have trained more with other MPL teams from other country, and we have started training earlier this season.
Okay, maybe quite a lot have changed. The emblems now we get to choose 3 different emblems. Yeah, and most of the emblems got nerfed. So yeah, maybe it kind of balanced out the game.
Everybody will not be used to the new emblem change, but eventually when you play more, when you train more, when you grind it, you'll get used to it. You'll get used to the new emblem. You get used to the new meta. Personally, I think it's a big change. Yes. I don't have any preference whether I like it or not.
I would say it opens up a lot of possibilities to new playstyles and also more heroes that have never been seen before will be used because the emblem system allows for more versatile gameplays, especially during the early to mid games. Yeah.
Actually, for me, I would say I'm pretty comfortable with the new meta, the new patch, because it brings more complexity towards the meta changes, especially bringing the new emblems. There's a lot of things you can adapt to. A lot of strategies you can bring onto the table.
We don't really have a goal. Yeah, we just want to go into every game and play our best.
This season, I'd say it's probably quite a high expectation, aiming for at least a upper bracket slot after regular season.
I think for every team in MPL, the ultimate goal is always to be the champions and move on to international tournaments, and that's the same for Flash as well, I would say.
Of course, I'm aiming for the top one in MPL SG. I mean, I've failed 3 times already, so yeah, hopefully this season I can make it.
We must definitely achieve better results than what we did in SMG SG. Definitely the aim and the goal for Homeboys is to achieve champion, and eventually this season M5.
Personally wise, it will be top 3. Because I really feel that in MPL SG it's really doable for top 3. But as a team wise, of course, we would like to win the whole thing itself.
So for the past few seasons, I always have been targeting top 4, top 3. But this time round, I'm coming for top 1.
For me, I have always thought of winning the champions to prove myself in the international stage, because I already have won, like as you say, multiple championships. So the hunger for it is actually not as strong as the first time. But my hunger to do well in international tournaments is actually even more than what I wanted at the first place of winning MPL SG, because I already tasted it, so I want more. So it's like, this is just actually a first step to me. It might be the bigger step to others, but to me it's only the first step of entering M5 and trying to get a better placing than last year.
My name is Cheryl Yao, and I'm the host for MPL Singapore.
My name is Eugene, also known as Abstract. I am the caster for MPL Singapore Season 6.
Hi, my name is Churros, and I am a commentator or caster for MPL Season 6.
Well, my name is Jace. I'll be commentating for MPL Singapore Season 6. Excited for Season 6 upcoming.
My name is Scrubby, and I'm a commentator for MPL SG.
My name is Vertigo. I'm a caster / commentator for MPL SG for about 6 seasons already.
Hi, my name is Kindofu. I'm one of the few casters that are doing for MPL in this season 6.
Funny story. So when I first got my Mobile Legends Bang Bang gig, back then Mobile Legends Bang Bang wasn't like much. There were not a lot of people play it. Eventually, after that one gig, more came to me, and it always comes down to that idea whereby the game that I don't expect doing ends up being one of my staples.
How did I become involved? It feels like it's been so long ago actually. So I was doing a couple of tournaments offline, I think community tournaments before that, and I was also learning the ropes, and then I got the opportunity from my mentor, Abstract, who brought me into MPL. So I think since then I've done a couple seasons, and yeah, it's been a fun ride.
It started off as an accident because I was an MC for an event, and then for some reason I realized there was no commentator for Mobile Legends at the time. So I just picked up the mic since I had the mic in my hand, and it was history from then on.
I went through a casting program with Abstract. Abstract's my mentor. And then lo and behold, here I am. It's a fast pass to being a professional caster and professional talent within MPL.
The most memorable one I ever had was Season 4 Slate versus RSG SG. It was a very tough match between both of these two teams. You know, there's only one slot left because of the change. So there's a lot of tension, especially back then I was like a Slate EVOS Bleed supporter, right? And that's also one of the I think they're at a prime. It was really exciting. We went all best of 7. Screaming out our lungs. It's really fun. And at Tampines Hub as well, we get to hear the crowd cheering and roaring for both these two sides as well. That's one of my favorite moments of casting in MPL Singapore.
I think the exciting moment is when you feel the electricity in the air. I highly, highly recommend any viewers who are watching us online to come on down and join us at the physical venues whenever, we share them on social media. Keep tabs on that. Come and join us at the live venue. Earlier on in the match that we have seen a best of 5, and that was the wonderful team. That was Team Flash going up against RSG SG. Now this was a little bit of a throwback as to what we saw in Grand Finals itself in Season 5, and right now in Season 6, that was the upper bracket playoffs, and boy oh boy was it exciting indeed with these super interesting drafts and absolute chaos happening at the land of Dawn. We are so very proud of RSG SG defending their title so far, and they will be awaiting their next contender comfortably for the grand finals as of now. So the next match that's gonna come up real soon, we see the likes of Evil going up against Vanguard. Now, of these two teams, we will once again be saying goodbye to one, which ends off the day with the top 3 teams of MPL SG, bringing us one step closer to unveiling our champions. So yes, right here at Suntec City, it is absolutely buzzing right here for the final match itself. So I'm taking a look, the crowd is spilling in. So where are all my Evil fans at? Can you wave? Wave? Great energy. Now where are all my Vanguard fans at? Haven't come in. Are you guys at the side? Vanguard, where are your fans at? Wave. Here, Vanguard. Okay, so probably they're outside because we still have a tons of fans who are coming in for final match itself. So yes, without further ado, the match that's closing off the show today, we see the likes of Evil going up against Vanguard Esports. So without further ado, let's meet the wonderful faces of the teams. First up, the Playoff Princes, presenting to you, Evil! So yes, friends, another thriller looms with odds being defied time and time again. And here's Evil to smash everyone to the lower brackets and perhaps in this match, smash them home. And now, going up against the Playoff Princes with the Playoff Buffs, presenting to you, Vanguard Esports! Now, the dream run is on for Vanguard Esports. Will they be able to make it all the way to day 3 for a chance at the grand finals? We will find out right here at match 4 for the day. Players are now giving their friendly fist bumps before heading over to the land of Dawn. Now this is an unexpected matchup for the final day that never in our wildest dreams right here from audience's prediction that we would have seen this. So put on your safety belts. This is a ride that you guys will be on. We don't know which way it's gonna go, so we're gonna hand our time over to the casters to see what they have to think on this very unexpected match. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Shara, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Again, this is playoffs day number 2 of MPL Singapore Season 6. And we are seeing, like you said, an unexpected matchup between Evil and Vanguard. Before we get into that, welcome to the desk. My name is Scrubby. Here with me is Kin Tofu as well as Abstract, and we'll be your casters bringing you this series. Now, upset. Vanguard has upset a lot of people here. Possibly 70 to 80% of the audience predictions have lost their guess coins.
That's a lot of coins going down the drain. But, you know, if you're a fan of Vanguard, this is the dream. This is a potential Cinderella story for them. First season in MPL. Probably could go into the playoffs, grand finals, maybe, who knows. And of course, we have the competition, which is Evil, the Princess. And they have shown throughout regular season and even in the playoffs as well that they are a strong team to contend against. Now, the thing is, will EVO fall to this upset by Vanguard?
Well, first we'll take a look at these two teams and who they are playing against from the side of Team Evil.
Well, for Evil, we have Coconut, JS, Twist, Powerful, and Carrot. All these fine combined have give us what we call the Evil Magic. But of course, the question is if whether that magic will be dissipated or dispelled when they're gonna have to go up against the Vanguards, the shields themselves.
We're gonna take a look at Vanguard's lineup as well, their opponents for this game.
Now you have already seen them in action today. Gold lane, we have Luxian Stain, we have Chute in the mid, Super Ryan in the EXP lane, and slowly the godly jungler and Nick Stain as the roamer for Vanguard Esports. Now I'm very surprised at their performance today. They were very shaky in the regular season, but somehow they seem to have taken a page out of EVO's book. They have this playoff buff.
Yeah, it seems like it, right? I mean, no one was expecting that. And now that they have this buff, right, it's a bit of a momentum boost, right? Because they're coming off this high from a victory that nobody anticipated. So, on the side of Vanguard, we're definitely, you know, up there. But what about Team Evil? What are we looking at for them here? They also won Homebois yesterday.
Now, okay, the thing is, when it comes down to Evil, they are much of a team that relies a lot on team fight. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they should just jump in and only commit to team fights, because I'm pretty sure that they have learned their lessons before in one of the games. I think that they were fighting, I can't remember exactly which game it was, but there was a lot of split pushing going on and they gotta have to deal with that. A lot of macro game. And speaking of macro, we have saw how slowly worked his games in as an assassin, and of course he's been going Grand Theft Lord time and time again, which is something that Evil gotta be really careful about. They're gonna have to punish Nick Stain's aggressive positioning as well, not only in real life but also in game. And let's not forget about banning out Super Ryan's comfort picks, one of which is of course Yuzhong. With the name and of course the guy that have played Yuzhong so many times, and we have saw how much space and zonal advantage Super Ryan has been giving to his team.
Yep, and now I think, you know, Evil is a team that I'm always very impressed by. They always have this shine about them. They always make you feel like they are gonna win it, they are gonna take it to the next level. But right now, the competition is also a very surprising one. It is going to be Vanguard. So let's take a look at what Vanguard has in store for the team to try and achieve this victory and take one step closer towards the finals of the playoffs. And that is to isolate Powerful and Carrot. Now these two are the cornerstones of Evil. If you take either one of them down, you can see that Evil starts to crumble. So this is definitely something that Vanguard Esports definitely wants to take a look at. Now the second thing is, not sure about you guys, but Slowly has been super impressive today. He is really a one-man team, in a one-man army in the form of a jungler. And for him, I think Assassins is really his standard and his jewel of the match itself. So if he can get Assassin picks, it will be very detrimental to the Evil lineup. And of course, lastly, map control is one of the things that Evil tends to struggle with. We've seen that in the regular season, right? Macro game may not be their strongest suit. So I think Vanguard could use the split pushing strategy to make sure that they have an easier time against this very team fight heavy Evil that we all know.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, we know Vanguard has come up from this qualifiers. Evil, however, has the experience because they have played through the competitive league for a few seasons now. So yes, they can split push, but will that be enough, right? Can they fight on that level? I think it remains to be seen. It's going to be an exciting match, and the stakes on the table for this series. If the teams lose, they are basically out of the competition.
Exactly. So it is relatively punishing, but of course they are in the lower brackets after all, and this is best of 3 as well. So how is this? How is either one of these two teams, Evil or Vanguard Esports, will want to get out of this game? But for now, we'll take a look a little bit more about information, and I do need everyone to remember that back in regular seasons, Vanguard Esports is the one that got a 2-1 win. against Evil.
Yeah, which is kind of funny, right? Because if you take a look at the total stats for the head-to-head, Evil as a whole have done better. But it always comes down to all these minor interactions in the game that really can change the pace and the outcome. So this is something that Vanguard have up their sleeves, and Evil needs to be very wary about this. Yes, the tower rate and objective rate may look very, very good for the side of Team Evil, but the Vanguard that we see today, I'm pretty sure this is a very different Vanguard from whatever we have here statistically.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the power to come back, right? And like you said, slowly, the ability for him to go back and change the pace of the game as well has been super game-changing for the match that they played today. So, highly contested pick, also Fredrin. So, a couple of, similarities that we see across the board as well. But I think the key thing for me here is this is a revenge match, right?
Yep.
Evil wants to take this because they lost to Vanguard in the regular season.
I'm pretty sure that a lot of people are looking out for these two teams now. Because if we're talking about, painting a story, right? Vanguard is the one that literally sent Bleed home. And we have a very strong following over at Bleed. So it's relatively fair to say that Vanguard Esports is technically the villain here. But Evil, they literally have the name Evil in their name. So are they the villain or not?
Oh, they might just be. We're gonna see who we think is the villain, or at least who we think will be the victors of this series here on the desk. Looks like it's all painted red across the table.
Yep, it is. I mean, we have a couple of merch here from the Evil stand they have passed on to us. So I think it's safe to say that we have the crowd favorites at least here in the live venue itself. We have quite a lot of cheers on the side of Evil. But, of course, with that being said, Vanguard, you don't count them out. The only question now today that I really want to ask is this confidence from Vanguard or is this arrogance from Vanguard?
That's
I think it's confidence, to be honest, and I think that it makes absolute sense because they deserve it. They deserve that win, and whatever it is, they can do whatever they want. If they win it and they deserve it, let's go with it.
Well, that's just what we think, right? So let's look at what the audience thinks. It's 86% in favor of Evil on Facebook and 78% also in favor of Evil. Of course, Vanguard is not one to prove the audience right, as we have seen in the previous match.
They are a new team, right? So it could also be the reason that, not many people know about Vanguard. So to me, it's quite impressive that they have achieved the results they have in this second day of our playoffs.
Remember, Vanguard Esports is the one that has placed at, I believe, 6th place in the regular seasons. So they are, of course, one of the bottom feeders. But somehow they managed to climb all the way up and now they are contesting for 4th place. Remember, so whichever one of these teams that have lost will be crowned 4th place. And the winner would then move on to the next stage where they're gonna have to compete for 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, this is kind of like a stain towards Evo as well, right? Because they achieved 4th, if I'm not wrong, last season. So they definitely want to one-up this season and, at least get a higher achievement, finishing up with at least 3rd.
Yeah, Powerful himself actually, I think in an interview had said that previously he was aiming for, 3rd or 4th place, but this season he wants to gun for the top. And they have shown really throughout the regular season, right? Good performance, they have been training really, really hard and really early as well. So I think to justify why we all think Evil might win based on the statistics, it does seem like they have the lead ahead of Vanguard. But whether or not Vanguard will prove us wrong is another question. I think the teams here, they all have, if you are here, at Suntec City, they all have their supporters live in person to be able to back them up.
I mean, after looking at Coach Riston onto these drafting, I think that he has a very good idea on what kind of game plan he has for us against Evil and tapping on those problems that Evil has shown. And I think that, split composition is something that Vanguard Esports might want to tilt themselves towards.
Yeah, which is why the first ban of the game is going to be the Fanny, right? One thing is to deny slowly of this Fanny. The second is to deny that absolute monster of a split push that Fanny provides as a jungler.
As for now, Fanny as well as Nolan banned by the hands of Evil. Well, from the side of Vanguard Esports, they have banned an Angela. And to be honest, I wouldn't be too surprised if they were to ban more of the hospital meta kind of heroes, where Mathilda could be thrown in, as well as a Valentina could also be thrown in as well. There are, of course, a lot of other heroes that are still very much available to be banned. And of course, we should also consider what are the kinds of comfort picks there are for the side of Evil. Khalid as well as Tarizla, both of which are very good heroes which Evil themselves could play. And we have seen how Twist pilots either of these two heroes before.
Yep, we could also be content with that mid lane Esmeralda. We have seen, Jace's as well as Twist use a couple of very unorthodox heroes in between seasons 4 and 5. We might expect something out of them as well in this particular season.
Maybe we'll have something a little bit new when it comes down to the first few picks. But for now, remember, Valentina, Mathilda, Edith, Khalid, Tarizla, they are all still currently available and not banned out yet. We don't really have a very strong idea as to how either one of these heroes, or rather how either one of these will want to be picked. But Riston have decided to go for a ban onto Faramis. Now, it makes absolute sense when it comes down to getting a Faramis banned out. It's a very team fight oriented thing, while Evil has mostly been banning out heroes that are very much capable at doing split pushes or perhaps even diving over to the back lines and sniping out Coconut.
Yeah, the big question now is what role does Evil want to prioritize, right? We have, to be honest, if you take a look at Evil, every lane is an extremely strong lane. We have seen the performances across, at least for myself, 3 seasons already, and I have no doubt in my mind that really any role can be prioritized for the side of Evil.
I feel that this is kind of like a... But okay, never mind. Yeah, this is kind of like a Valentina or Edith pick for the side of Evil. Valentina is a pick that you can never go wrong, and there is a lot of things that you can pick up for yourselves, which could, of course, put up as a mental game over to the side of Vanguard Esports. Now, Vanguard Esports, they would want to go for something that is a little bit more of a kind of like a shallow initial pick. Very good in the meta, but still, you don't release too much information. Flexibility is ultimately gonna be the answer. Having an Edith being picked out that could flex either over to the EXP lane or perhaps over the roam would be absolutely great. But of course, Vanguard Esports would also like to top up on top of that with an early Irithel pick, securing themselves the marksman, securing themselves the win condition. The rest of the members from the side of Vanguard Esports will want to draft themselves based on getting themselves the middle lane control to ensure that the Irithel will be doing nicely in lane.
Yeah, and this is a type of comfort that Vanguard have established for themselves, right? Super Ryan, we have been kind of knocking on his head throughout the entirety of the regular season. But for this particular playoff, day 1 and day 2, I have to say Super Ryan is impressing the heck out of me because he is bringing Vanguard to the top. He is setting up plays for not just Nick and Lakshan as well. He's allowing Slowy to really just be focused on what he needs to do as an assassin jungler in the past few games as well.
Now, with Evil picking up the Tarizla, it essentially just means I want to beat down this lane. I want to run it down and completely just sandbag everyone that comes into the lane, right? So, of course, the natural reaction is to pick up an X-Bomb, but this is going to be the same kind of occasion that we have saw before in RSG's game. If you actually force yourself into picking out an X-Bomb, that means you will lose out quite a bit of utility. In this case, it is going to be mobility and split push kind of style. At least for Vanguard Esports, number 1, the Yuzhong is a very comfortable pick for the side of Super Ryan. But number 2, you can also respond very timely with the Black Dragon form to make sure that you are able to push out lanes and still be there in time for any competitive team fight.
Yep, so I think based on what's happening for Vanguard, very confident they will be trying to go for another assassin jungler pick once again. It has worked out for them perfectly in the past few series earlier today and yesterday as well. And Nick Stain, Lakshan Stain, we've already seen the picks, right? So we might expect Nick going back onto his comfort Minotaur. We never know, but that's what he has been showing us thus far.
Minotaur, huh? It would definitely be a possibility at this point in time. Now, we take a look at EVO's current lineups thus far. They have very strong anchor, they have very strong waves to hold on to the Lord. They have front lines very easily. But how exactly are these going to be transitioning over to the later stages of the game? Do they want to beat down the later stages, or do they want to play more in the early? EVIL, I think that they should definitely look more into having a harder scaling heroes over to the later stages. I like that ban onto the Minotaur from the side of Vanguard Esports though, not gonna lie. Making sure that EVIL do not have any more priority over in the roaming sector to just completely deny one entire zone.
Yep, and the fact that they ban out Bruno as well, it's going to be a tough fight for Coconut against Luxionstein in the gold lane. And I think both of them are pretty evenly matched. So it really comes down to the roamer on both teams to see who can impact a better growth for the gold laners so they can hit their timings faster, they can get their items, the correct items at a faster speed, which would then transition into a much better team fight for them.
Oh. With a Hanzo ban, it is definitely a very specific ban from the side of EVIL. It does seem as though Powerful has done some form of research here, not gonna allow Slowly to work anything of those sorts. Now, EVIL, they still have got the Ixia that is currently available for them. But of course, there is backline access coming from the side of Vanguard Esports. So the question is, do they want mobility or do they want to have a hands-down anchor over from the side of the marksman? Because right now, EVIL, they may lack a little bit of a damage, but exactly what kind of high ground do they want to get for themselves?
Wow, Lilia, I really like this pick. Lilia offers so much damage on the front lines, and with the black shoes, essentially you don't get punished for being greedy in between team fights. And it's just free damage, right? With the Gloom itself, it is going to be a very painful experience for the laners on the side of EVIL.
We still have two more final picks on the side of EVIL. They're gonna have to go in a little bit blindly when it comes down to their roam potential. We've got the gold lane and the roam that they're gonna have to consider. At this point in time, Brody is a hero that's available for them for the picking. But otherwise, Kaja is currently available too. If they want to ensure that their gold laner will be able to stay alive, a Kaja lockdown will be absolutely great. But, oh, I completely forgot about Mathilda. It has been leaked all the way to the final pick. And in the end, EVIL actually did want to pick up an Ixia. So this combo, obviously, allows the Ixia to have a great amount of mobility while still gonna be on the full barrage mode. How is EVIL going to make full use of this against Vanguard Esports? That's my question.
Yep, and you know, if they pull off the combination, sure, it's going to be very painful. But right now, the last pick of the game is for Vanguard, and that's going to be on the roam for Nick Stain. Right now, Super Ryan, with this pick on the Edith, it could be a flex pick, right? We could see a roam Edith. We could see this in a different position as well. Wait, hang on. Who's the jungler?
The Edith is definitely going to be a roam. So,
yeah. Okay.
So Vanguard Esports will now pick up a Lancelot over for themselves so that they have even more ways to play in your face over to the side of EVIL. And not to forget, this is a lineup that also enables Vanguard to play very aggressively in all lanes. As long as you're able to divide yourself equally and understand how much resource do you need per neutral objective, then you are pretty much going to be on a good ride. You're going to have a pretty good ride.
Yep, the Lancelot kind of neutralizes the guiding wind actually from Mathilda, so he can continue chasing you even if you are flying away. I really like this draft of Vanguard. Once again, I'm very surprised at the level of play that they have in mind. Props to Ridston for this kind of draft for his team. Now the only question left is, sure, you have a nice draft, but can you execute it?
It all comes down to that, right? And now here we are at game number 1 with the draft locked and loaded. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the big question is, will EVIL continue to reign supreme as they have, or will Vanguard pull their way through with their victory and take this from them? Game number 1 in the Land of Dawn.
Right off the start, we do have both of the junglers are just going to be going on to their purple buff. So We do have the Frederick that's just going to be going on a rotation that will end up in the gold lane, while the Lancelot actually ends up in the EXP lane. Something that I definitely did not expect. I was expecting that the Lancelot would actually be a little bit more, would probably end itself over at the gold lane to emphasize a little bit more over to the kills. Since we are talking about Mathilda here, there is definitely quite a bit of possibility that Vanguard could snag a couple of kills or two, because in the early stages, Evil doesn't have a lot of lockdowns at all. No one will be able to stop this Lancelot this early.
Yep, and adding on, Lilia has a big power spike once she hits level 2. Granted, yes, Valentina has that as well, but the cooldown for that Shadow Strike isn't as quick as what Lilia has on that Shadow Energy and Magic Shockwave. So there's going to be a little bit more damage coming out from the side of Vanguard, at least in this early game.
At least for Vanguard, they're playing things really, really safely. They want to ensure that the Lancelot will be able to get himself at level 4. And of course, just going to be hanging around, perhaps, until the turtle will be currently available. Of course, when it comes down to their mid laner Chud, he's playing as a Lilia after all, so he do have a lot of mobility to go around the map.
Yep, and I think, they're expecting to have a lot of very short skirmishes and huge burst potential from the side of Vanguard, just for the fact that there's a lethal ignition coming out from Chud. They don't want to keep poking, they want to get the kill instantly.
I mean, this could actually be a little bit of an opportunity if Vanguard wants to force the issue over to the side of JS as well as Twist. We do have the Black Shoes that's currently available for JS, so we can expect something that is very bold and ballsy from the side of Evil, such as just forcing it to fight out.
Oh, Nixtain going in with the throw. And the Petrify in the backline slowly gets the turtle with the Thorn Rolls as well. And now Twist looking for Nixtain. He wants compensation. Onward, the throwback! And the counterplay comes in. Vanguard secures 2 along with the turtle.
Yeah, big dub for Vanguard here. They will lead the series with 1,400 gold. So far, I think it's still okay, still manageable for Evil. Right now, Ixia, who is being played by Coconut, does have a bit more farm, more opportunity to farm compared to what they have on Vanguard, because Lakshan actually went to support for that turtle attempt.
I gotta have to say, that fight was actually really rough for Evil. They did not have enough damage, or rather lockdown, that really helped them to do anything against Nixtain. Do understand that Nixtain is a roamer, and whenever you have finished up all your onwards as well as the Earth Shatter, the only other reasonable thing when you have a lot of Wrath is really just go for the Primal Wrath, right? So getting yourself out of Firelax and you have a lot of free damage that you can dish out. Evil couldn't even end this guy, can't even put him out and into the ground. So he pretty much finished the entire Ultimate State, got himself back, and he will be able to cycle the onwards and Earth Shatter again over to Twist.
Yeah, but at this point, Evo needs to be playing very safe, at least until they secure the second turtle of the game. Because as of now, this level advantage given by Vanguard to themselves might help to snowball the advantage really, really quickly if Evo are not careful and get picked off out of the blue.
Continuing on, Vanguard, they do have quite a bit of lane priority going all around the map. So if they do really want to figure out where exactly is powerful, how is it going to be like, they have a lot of that info.
Nixtain taking so much damage here from JS as well as powerful, forcing them into the turret here. And that's a good advantage because now the turtle spawning, it gives them a good opportunity to be able to get this positioning that's favorable to them.
Yeah, and they will push out the lanes, right? So the gold lane is going to be pushed in. Vanguard will have to block that off.
Circling Eagle used by Carrot here. Black Shoes popped by Chu to reset the damage done to him. Vanguard goes in. The onward throwback Carrot is obliterated. And here comes the full barrage by Coconut, putting out the damage that they need. But is it enough? Super Ryan taken out by JS in his Black Dragon form. Nixtain, compensation 1 for 3. Is that worth it?
Looks good for the side of Evil, but one thing they have to consider is that Lakshan has been busy farming in the entire time. So, like I said, powerful, great job on getting this second turtle of the game, but this is an evening turtle, right? So it makes things even for them. So they still need to address the fact that Lakshan is still farming for free. And if we take a look at the growth of the items itself, we already have a Hearth Claws on the side of this Iritel, but on the flip side, we have a Corrosion Scythe being built onto the Ixia as well. So very good core items start at 5.5 minutes. I think that's a pretty decent timing for whatever that has happened in the game so far. 3 kills apiece for both teams.
All the early game lead that Vanguard originally had is going to be completely diminished as Evil, they are Ixia, Coconut. He's doing a relatively great job when it comes down to shoving the entire waves out, and they even managed to get themselves the first tier defense turret in the bottom. While Evil have managed to retain control in the northern area with the top lane of outer turret still alive, unless Twist completely abandons it, which could... Okay, he completely abandons it and completely lost the turret as well. Putting Ixia in actually a little bit of a vulnerable position whenever he wants to push this lane out. So you gotta have to be really careful. But Tilda needs to be at top lane at all times now.
Coconut knock up onto him and he just disappears from the map. Carrot, Circling Eagle tries to disengage here. Powerful JS a bit late here to be able to help out. Powerful still goes in though. The knock up puts out some damage, but the Petrify stops him in his tracks here. Black Dragon form as well pushes him back. Super Ryan, he wants blood. The knock up, Powerful puts down Nick Stain. The return is found by Super Ryan. It's 1 for 2 at this moment, but Evo, they want to press on here onto Luxian. Stain Twist going for it. Not gonna be enough to put him down, so they're gonna disengage.
This is not a fight that Vanguard was looking to win, but in fact all of that was but a bait, or I would suppose a distraction. The main thing that Vanguard will want to go for is all the standing objectives as fast as possible to regain, or rather not regain, to get all of the free real estate that they could out of the hands of Evil. Vanguard understands that Evil are strong, and Evil will always want to hold their ground. With a very strong front line positioning team, they need to ensure that Evil have got nowhere to be safe, and the only way to be safe is stay within of their base. That is going to be Vanguard's game. So get all the standing turrets down as soon as possible.
Oh my goodness, they find JS here. He has to back out full barrage, tries to put the damage and pain onto Vanguard. They do that onto Nick Stain. Twist at the back line, gets the penalty zone onto 2 as well. Powerful nails chewed, so it's looking real good for Evil.
Yeah, it's a good win. But Evo need to do more. They need to get some turrets because they don't have any towers taken on the side of Vanguard. They need to achieve this. Great, you have the kills, but right now you need to get more than that. You need to feed the goal back into your team.
Oh no, Coconut taken down here by Luxian Stain and Super Ryan in the mid lane. They didn't even manage to secure the turret yet for themselves.
Yep, and this can't continue because Vanguard, I have to say, they are very impressive. They have worked the map really hard, and Evo are falling for these baits. Evo trying to win the game with a win in a team fight, right? Let's win a team fight, clear the members, and then we take the turrets itself. But Vanguard knows exactly how that works, and this is why you don't see Vanguard overcommitting. They don't mind giving a few lives, but they're just protecting their turrets all across the map.
Vanguard is slowly assessing the kind of team fights and the kind of skirmishes that they are going into now. I gotta have to say, Vanguard, they are not just mindlessly just taking a fight because, oh, we can take a fight kind of situation. And they have also been very active around the map very early into the game. As you can see, we already have got Yu Zhong that has already got himself right out of the map and not necessarily gonna be caring too much about his lane because, I mean, Slowly is the position 2 after all. He can actually take up all of the lanes in the northern side, at least when there's no Lord. So Vanguard still being as disciplined as possible and also trying to set up a little bit of a split push in order to work their long lanes and play onto the macro to ensure that the Lord will be an easy take.
It's a beautiful work by Slowly, right? Because he is now always at least one level ahead. Just got the Endless Battle as well. So him and his team have spread the map out so cleanly in a sense where Luxian gets the farm for free, he gets the farm for free as well, gets a 2-level advantage. The next retry 50-50 always gonna be in Slowly's favor.
Eventually we'll get to the point where Vanguard will just take everything that Evil absolutely loves. But Evil themselves, I'm pretty sure that they have their own ammo as well. An eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, turret for a turret. And eventually, they would want to get Vanguard away from the Lord's pit as much as possible. Remember this, Evil has got a very good standing game in the Lord's dance. They can hold the Lord down for very long, and if they need to go for a reset, they can absolutely do so.
They're going for it. The conceal immediately Super Ryan dies in the backline, but they already catch Powerful in the front as well. They're breaking the team up into two. Evil, can they respond to this? Carrot and Coconut only just back, but they have already lost two. Vanguard, they have the advantage now in terms of the numbers, and it looks like the Lord might safely be in their hands.
Well, they're still going to try here, Evo, trying to lay just a little bit of pain. I'm not sure what they're going to try and achieve here. But Vanguard, really different beast altogether in this second day of the playoffs. Once again, slowly secures it for Vanguard. And they extend their lead. 3,000 gold right now.
And you definitely gonna have to say, Vanguard, they are a lot more committal, and of course they are no longer hesitant in what they want to do. It seems as though they have their roles all laid out, and each of these players knows what they want to do, right? The shot caller, whoever it is, has got a very clear idea and made things very clear. We want to do certain things. We want to bring Powerful down. If there are anyone else that would be able to help Powerful while we are diving, collapsing down on that person, push that person away. In that very case and in that very event, 5 of the members for Vanguard, 3 of them split it out to deal with Powerful, and the other 2 is just going to be dealing with Twist. And I absolutely adore that, bringing the 2 of them down right before they even needed to bring the turtle down, the Lord down.
This is looking really uncomfortable, right, for Evil. Right now, slowly is forcing them with the split push that we talked about as their key to victory. They're doing exactly that. And because Evil had to respond to it, it was slow to that Lord fight. And Vanguard, immediately, once they recognized that, they pulled the trigger knowing that they could win that fight. And right now, with the Lord coming down the bottom lane, they have this chance to be able to take off some of these base turrets of Team Evil.
It's quite a painful one, and here's the thing, right? Slowly, as well as Lakshan have not stopped farming the entire game. Evil has allowed this kind of transition and movement across the map, and they're being punished heavily for it. So right now, Evil, the only thing they can do is to try and buy some time, drag this game for as long as possible. And now let's take a look at where they are in terms of the items. This Frederick already has his Radiant Armor along with the Guardian Helm, so he's a beefy boy. But right now, I'm just worried about the damage output coming out from the Ixia.
We are gonna be getting to the point where Evil will have nowhere else to stay and be safe. The Lord will be popping out in under a minute, and Vanguard will want to take control of the northern jungles of Evil. Evil is definitely a team fight based team, and of course the competition is team fight, but will they be able to hold this out?
Oh, Nick Stain already using that flicker to get away from Evil. So a bit of a space bought back for themselves as they try to look towards this Lord as well. So clearing up the lanes, they probably don't want to fall for that same thing again, you know, having slowly clear out the lanes and forcing them to respond to that. We talked about the mobility of, you know, Vanguard, and they've been using this to so much precision and to their advantage.
Yeah, very, very nice patience though by Vanguard. And Evil as well recognizes what Vanguard's trying to do. They're trying to create this very undeniable pressure on the bottom lane so that Evil will be forced to try and go back to the base and defend while they're doing the Lord dance as well. So you can see Evil already recognizes that. They're going to send 2 members, JS as well as Twist, to deal with that pent up creep wave, and hopefully they can make it back in time to contest against Vanguard for this Lord.
There is a lot of information that Vanguard already have out of Evil. Evil themselves probably have no idea where 2 or 3 of their members actually are. There's a lot of poking that Vanguard can do for themselves, and there's a lot of sustainability that Vanguard could work for themselves. This dances with the Lord is not going to be a problem at all. The last time that slowly is seen in the bottom lane, I think that Evil may actually try to look for an opportunity here.
Slowly changing that up a little bit, right? Instead of clearing up the lanes and going back, he actually aggressed onto JS, forced him to back as well. And now it looks like they might go all in on this fight. Twist does need to make it back in time, though they know he's at the bottom.
We've got a long and slow ride for the side of Evil. Lots of poking that they gotta have to work on and trying to slowly whittle down the health of the members from the side of Vanguard. Reclaiming the priority of the Lord is definitely gonna be what we want to do. resetting the law whenever you need to. That is also another thing that you got to work on. The short lanes, we've got Lilia just going to be clearing that out as soon as possible. And if Evil were to respond to that and allow Coconut to just clear that wave, that is where Vanguard eventually springs in.
Yeah, they go for it. Twist though jumps in the back line as well, tries to get 3. And right now, Powerful is split apart, chasing down Super Ryan. Twist backs out, looks like Evil. Powerful goes down in that fight. So again, they are at a 4v5. Vanguard successfully takes that.
Yep, they just don't have the damage on Evo, and it's pretty heartbreaking for Evo fans at this point. But Vanguard, they see the advantage. Take a look at that. Against Twist, if Slowly can do so much damage against this Terizla, it's not a good sign at all.
I gotta say that Slowly has, like Kin has been saying, throughout the entire time and the entirety of the game, Slowly has never stopped farming at all. Even when he was trying to get himself away from the opponents, he is also farming the neutral camps. As much as possible, this guy is making full use of every single places that he go and trying to get value out of it.
Vanguard coming down the mid lane now. The Lord already took out the mid base turret as well. Slowly dives into the back line, tries to find Coconut, but he unleashes the full barrage onto them. It doesn't matter. Vanguard, they have the base in mind. They are going right for it. Slowly chunking it down. Can he do it? The knockup by Powerful! Chases him down, and they cannot end it just yet. Evil with that insane defense.
Yeah, but huge mistake by Vanguard. They thought they had it, and now Slowly is the only one left limping back. But there's still a lot of room that Evo needs to cover. They're still behind on farm, close to 6,000 gold behind. Itemization also going to be at least 1 or 2 core items behind. So Evo have a lot of work to do.
There's a lot of that is based on timing, and I think that Vanguard may have mistimed it all, because when the law was pushing in, it was 16 minutes and 9 seconds. The creeps would have spawned in under 3 seconds.
Oh, Slowly!
What? JS coming from the top of the flank, pops the immortality with the
Surprise!
truncheon as
With the
well.
truncheon.
Buys him so much time. Finally, Carrot manages to execute him there, and now Vanguard. Oh my goodness, they bought so much time that the rest of Vanguard has already spawned and come back to deal with them.
Yeah, when the waves are not in their favor on the side of Evo, they still have to clear this. So right now, Vanguard manages to reset the situation. It's going to be 3 lanes of Mega Creeps walking down onto the base of Evo.
There's so much things that Evil are gonna have to work out on now. There's a lot of naturally pushing waves, especially in the top side, in the middle lane as well. With all of these pressure that is mounting onto the side of Evil, they need to slowly find a small little advancements and hopefully a little bit of a pick-offs. But I don't think that this is necessarily something that Evil is capable of doing, because they're not really a pick-off team. They need to play all in over in a single team fight.
But that's very dangerous, right? They're standing on the edge of the precipice now. Yes, they want to fight as a team, but at the same time, they need to look out for their base, because at any point in time, if they lose the wave, Slowly could go in for the backdoor and go straight for the core as well. So all up to this man, you can see in the mid lane already causing some trouble for Evil here.
Yep, Slowly is just going to do a very simple job, right? Just pull people away from the Lord and keep having the rest of Team Vanguard try and go for the reset. If not, get the kills on the members of Evo.
Lord already chunked down here. Nick Stain Flicker throws him back as well. The damage comes through. The Black Dragon form puts down Carrot, pops his immortality. JS suppresses, but in the backline, Super Ryan as well goes for it. And the knockup. JS goes down. Nick Stain, the knockup onto 2 members. It's 2 for 3 so far. And Evil comes out on top, chasing down Chute here. The Flicker force from him will be able to run away and disengage for now, but Evil, huge for them.
Yep, it looked pretty dark for Evo at certain points of the game, but this is Evo we're talking about. They were born in darkness. They have gone through so much pain, learning from scratches. No coach, all 5 local players, no international experience, and they are here at this stage of second days of playoffs. This is the Evo that Vanguard has to be prepared for, and so far, Evo is showing that they are still in the game.
There's so much things going on here now, with the Lord eventually now going to be pushing down from the bottom lane. Evil may have some work cut out for them now, since Vanguard They're gonna have to defend against the Lord as well as Mega Creeps that is just gonna be marching down middle lane and the top lane respectively. It was, after all, a very good fight from the side of Evil. All the sustainability is understandably very strong, and that is the kind of value that you are able to get out of a Mathilda. And to make matters worse, JS picked up the black shoes from the side of Vanguard, allowing him to peel for the team effectively and actually make Vanguard waste a lot more skills than they are supposed to.
Not to mention he had the Winter Truncheon as well, so he, I mean, taking so much of the damage and buying time, but slowly in the mid lane, drawing the attention once again. He's been such a pain, right? Forcing Evil to react to him such that they cannot execute the plans that they want to go for.
But he can't do this too many times because the farm is coming back up slowly. He's very confident, but gets caught!
The main thing is he managed to pull the entirety of Evil way back. This way, even when the Lord and the Mega Creeps and everything else pushes in, Vanguard is able to deal with it. Look at this. The inner turrets in the middle lane and the top lane, they are still alive. And I would be very confidently say that Slowly did quite a lot to make sure that the push from Evil is...
Oh, the three-man knockup! Penalty zone in the backline here! Full barrage unleashed onto Vanguard! Luxian Stain goes down! Nick Stain goes down, and Evil, they are ready to take this. Shoot comes in, terrified by JS here, has to back out Evil. This might actually turn the tables for them as they come crashing down on the top lane, taking down that base turret as well. Super Iron comes in, petrified, knocks up two, not enough, pops the immortality, and he's gonna go down as well. It's only left Slowly and Shoot. Can they defend this? The taunt comes through, Slowly taken out, and now Evil suppressing themselves. They need the creeps, taking down the mid turret as well. They're gonna try to march in. They want to end this. The knockup, the damage onto the base turret. Coconut trying to do as much as he can, but where are the minions? There they are. Evil securing game number 1 for themselves, and the comeback is real.
I'm feeling very jittery at this point because I was not confident at all that Evil were going to be able to do this. They had a very shaky game from the get-go.
Extremely shaky, let's not lie about that. All they require from the side of Evil is one good team fight. And this is what we have always called it, time and time again, the Evil magic. Whenever they find a small little opportunity, that glimpse, it's like as though they had a glimpse into the future. They know that they're gonna have to hold it out until that certain moment, and when that opportunity arrives, pop goes the weasel.
Yeah, very impressive play by Evil because let's be honest, I think Vanguard had the game in the clutches for majority of the time. And I think really strong commendations to Slowly. He did such a wonderful job on this Lancelot. It was almost impossible to catch him, but Evil did.
And that was the crux of it, right?
Yeah.
The moment they caught him out, he's so much impact to the team that they went straight for it, Evil, and just with that one pick off, they were able to take out the team and just end it on that note.
I thought that it would have been good if Slowly was able to hold himself out for a tad little bit longer, as he knows that the Lord that marches in is going to be very detrimental to them, because Vanguard, their lineup doesn't necessarily put them in a very good spot to clear out waves fast enough, or perhaps even bring down at that point in time that Lord fast enough. And also having to deal with 5 other members on the side of Evil. Can you imagine just how much faster the game would have been if Twist was able to land that amazing penalty zone onto 5 members? Evil would just run it down that easily, and the Lord would probably still be alive.
Yeah, he changed the whole game with that very ballsy and very confident penalty zone. I was not expecting it. I mean, I was expecting a penalty zone, but not at that particular moment. And he caught everyone off guard. I bet he caught our own caster's table off guard. He caught the audience off guard. And most importantly, he caught Vanguard off guard.
Props to that, right? Because it was just because of that penalty zone they were able to win that fight. It was huge turn for them. I mean, looking at the items now, I know we want to say that the team fight basically won them that. But is there anything that you find stands out the most?
Itemization-wise, I wouldn't say that there's anything that is a surprise per se, but this is a very late stage of the game, right? So everyone's gonna have to cycle through their items. The immortality would have been swapped for a winter truncheon. Winter truncheon will then become a rose gold media. And time and time again, that kind of stuff we can definitely expect to see. But the emblem-wise, that is something that I would definitely want to see, right? But you know what? I don't really see too much of a difference, to be fair. To be very honest with you,
I think it's just
kind of like it's a very interesting take coming in from the rest of the players, right? When I'm looking at the Lancelot, he went for Swift. He wanted more attack speed and he wanted to clear the initial jungles a lot faster, and that is absolutely understandable since you are going up against a Fredrin.
Yeah, for sure. And one more thing I want to point out is the lethal ignition on this Lilia didn't really work out in their favor because he wasn't able to spam as much. Yes, granted, he did a lot of damage. I think they were very confident that they were going to have the lead in the early game, which is why you feel that you can deal a lot of damage in like at least 7% of their HP is going to be dealt in terms of damage every time you use your skills itself. So very confident. Like I said, I want to ask, was this confidence or was this arrogance? And it felt like, I think Vanguard were very confident about pulling certain strategies off in this game, and they did it well, but they just could not finish their food.
I wouldn't call it either. I wouldn't call it confidence nor arrogance in this case, but it's more of the fact that they wanted this to work out. They wanted to go all in. And you gotta have to agree that it did work because their early game, the entire game was literally in the grasp of Vanguard the whole entire time until they went all in onto the throne at a mistimed situation.
Yep, they had a really good catch.
That base defense, though, I mean, was really imperative as well, right? Because without that, they wouldn't have been able to turn around the game. So I think also it's insane. Honestly, I'm at a loss for words for how the game has turned. Looking at the match that has just passed, we do have to have an MVP as well.
I think Twist has to be my MVP. Yeah, and you know, on the flip side, Slowly is my MVP for Vanguard.
I gotta have to say, Slowly will be my MVP from the side of Vanguard too. But for the side of Evil though, I think that this is gonna be a little bit of a tougher thing to answer, right? I gotta say that Twist made an amazing final penalty zone there, but is it really gonna be the case? Just because of that one penalty zone? Production says no, because Matilda will be the one. Carrot is gonna be the one that will be crowned the MVP for this match, this game one.
100% kill participation. This Matilda definitely doing a lot of work. Carrot, I mean, granted, we didn't really put our eyes on Carrot too much in this game because we were all waiting for that turnaround potential, which came in the form of the penalty zone. But Matilda did a lot of crazy saves as well, pulling up and saving Coconut from certain death at certain points of the game. And he also allowed them to just go ham because of that Flask of Oasis and the Oracle. The heals provided and the damage output actually quite convincingly strong, because take a look at his KDA, 3, 1, and 19. I have had Matildas who were very strong in game, but most of them didn't have a positive KDA because they were, you know, dying trying to save the team.
Jumping in, or rather, trying to seek value in their death.
Yes, I see what you did there.
Right? Seeking value in the death, like how I would, okay, no, I'm not gonna go down the downward spiral about my KDA. But you know what? I do want to take a look a little bit more about the highlights, because there were so many situations in this game where it will say that it showed as though, like, you know what, Vanguard's gonna win. Or you know what, suddenly it became Evil that looks like they're gonna win.
Well, I mean, Vanguard did have the lead for a long time and they almost ended the game as well, right? So I think we really do need to review exactly what happened and the series of events that led up to that. So let's jump into the game highlights.
Well, one of the things you're going to notice is that we all know Evil as the team fight team, and there's a good reason for that. Somehow they just managed to turn things around, and you can see this chase here. Twist was already gone, lost it.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Yep, and somehow they just make that turn. Look at Carrot on the backlines. They survived every single thing that Team Vanguard threw at them. This looked like the end of the game, let's be honest.
In the meantime, you also gonna have to look out for Twist. You know, Twist immediately with the penalty zone. They all called out the members one after another. They made sure that they focus on one person and then bring that person down and then the next. They ensured that their core is safe by destroying the creeps and then the heroes in person.
Yep, he actually, so this particular play is one of my favorite in the entire game. Carrot actually used Guiding Rin to pull powerful back so that they could go on a 4v2 in that particular instance. And that really changed the whole fight because a couple of the Vanguard members died and you can see the countdown time was horrible for them because so many catches and Coconut was having the time of his life with the full barrage. Not even necessary for the Star Helix to be used in that.
Gotta have to say that was such a beautiful penalty zone. He had absolute faith and trust in his team that he knows that if he just went in like that, boom, his teammate is gonna follow up. This makes me want to listen to their mic checks.
Yeah, I'm very curious because Coconut, like standing right at the edge of the turret range, having the perfect timing to pair up with that penalty zone, that was clutch. That was really, really clutch because if that didn't happen, Vanguard would have just tore them apart.
It makes you wonder, right? Was there like pre-communication before that to set that up beautifully?
Exactly.
Or did they just have so much evil magic and synergy between them that they could do that even without saying anything?
It's kind of difficult to imagine that they didn't say anything, right? Because for me, whenever I'm playing with other people, right, or just like, I imagine that, oh, we have played together so much. This is the point in time where I would naturally want to go in. And if I just went in like that, people would have, my teammate would just back off because like, hey, you know what? We have no way to initiate because I'm not the Terizla, so why would I stay here? Kind of thing. So it's either like a lot of bloody trust amongst them, or like I said before, they're brewing some love potions amongst one another.
Well, one thing is for certain, Team Evil, very, very hungry for the win. They really want this. And you can tell by the way that they're playing, they really take all the chances that they can get.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of hungry, right? Who else is hungry? Because we know almost time for dinner, guys. And if you haven't, be sure to grab yourself some McDonald's because the road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of your MPL Season 6 action and complete your experience with a crispier crunch of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy. If you're at home, use McDelivery. And that's all. Grab thousands of in-game diamonds for yourself and your squad. I mean, it's the best combination, right? When you're eating and watching at the same time, and right now it's just about dinner time, so if you haven't gotten yourself some food, McDonald's is right around the corner.
Yeah, I gotta have to smash my hunger now.
Is that how you do it?
No, I just need some chicken McCrispy, that's all.
Yeah,
Where's my chicken McCrispy?
We all tried it today. I mean, we've gotten all the different flavors itself. So definitely gonna be spicy. And you know, if you really need something to spice up your life, you can give it a try as well. I assure you, the flavors are worth the heat.
I've personally tried it, and heat or not, they have different recipes, right? Heat or not, I loved them all. You know what else we have to love? The M Series 5th anniversary. Now, in conjunction with this anniversary, you can vote for your favorite heroes and players, like the ones you see on stage, right? Diablo, JPL, and others. Who do you want to be awarded as the 10 greatest players in M Series history? Now, more information is going to be released on November the 4th, so be sure to stay tuned to how you can vote for your favorite players.
Make sure you guys follow us on social media, MPL Singapore on TikTok as well as mpl.sg.official on Instagram if you want to, of course, be caught up with all of the updates, especially this M Series 5th anniversary.
I mean, sitting here, we know there's so many fans, right? In
lot.
person, yeah, even in MPL
Yay.
Singapore. And I think even though we are a small country, it's so heartwarming to see people actually come down and support the team. So take it one step further, support your teams by also voting for them in-game at this anniversary.
Yeah, but of course, we wouldn't be here without the support of the fans and the teams as well. So it's really heartwarming to see where we have grown to after so many seasons, right now it's Season 6. And I think right now you really have the audience's experience the kind of electrifying beats and feels of the event itself, right? And right now, nothing is more exciting than the fact that we have a series best of 3 that Vanguard was expected to pull off an upset here. But Evil still proved to be stronger. They have the lead in the current series 1-0 right now.
Electrifying beats, huh?
Yes.
Well, we might not see that today. She's been banned out all day.
Maybe this... Okay, I don't think that Evil is gonna let that leak out. Understandably, they are really afraid of heroes that are very capable of split pushing as well as high mobility heroes, especially since when we are looking at Slowly, he is very apt and capable with all of these high mobility heroes. I think that Evil is kind of locked in on banning out heroes like Fanny,
It was 5 assassins.
Yeah,
They
Hanzo.
banned out 5 assassins.
Hanzo as well.
Fanny, Nolan, Joy, Hellcurt, and Hanzo.
Oh, yikes. But I guess the initial 3 bans, they gonna have to put a lot of priority onto Nolan, Joy, as well as Fanny. But the rest from that point onwards, I think they gonna have to think about how they want to play this. Do Vanguard want to prioritize Slowly's pick so that they will be able to get a nice cruising way? Because if they actually do prioritize onto Slowly's picks early on, technically speaking, yes, he will be very comfortable. But there's a chance that he's gonna get countered by the following few picks.
Yeah, that's a very scary notion to think about, right? As especially for Vanguard. Number 1 is their first time in the playoffs as a professional team. Number 2, the counteracting pick or the counter pick against what I would see as the best player in Vanguard, the jungler, not having a good time, right? Being unable to snowball, being picked off. These are all scary notions that Vanguard has to think about. So I think actually it would be in their best interest to draft the jungler at a later stage so they can kind of formulate around what Evo is showing them first.
We still have a couple of seconds before the draft eventually gets us in. I think that based on what Vanguard Esports has been drafting, very likely Slowly is going to be one of the last few members or players that will be drafted in. Just so that there is a lot more of that opportunity of playing around. I mean, the main thing is, if you are going to be one of the last few members to be picked, you're gonna have to have a wide hero pool.
Oh yes, for sure. And I think pretty confident that the Vanguard players do have a wide pool, especially for Slowly. He does have a wealth of experience as well.
Well, we are jumping into the drafting phase, so we're gonna see exactly how this pans out and how wide of a hero pool they might go in with. Is Evil going to again ban out 5 assassins from the pool of Vanguard? I mean, despite that, he still picked up the Lancelot, right? So were those bans worth it? And will they run the same strategy? First one, still gonna be Fanny, but Vanguard this time taking the Fredrin off of Powerful's hands.
They're targeting Powerful for sure, and one of the things that happens when you ban out the Baxter is that this healing roamer composition starts to look a bit more viable, so we might see them try to force out an Angela pick for the side of Vanguard.
It's interesting that, you know, they take out, it's like you take out my junglers, I'm gonna take out yours too, so very targeted bans. And you know, in the regular season, Powerful I think took the most damage of all players. I'm not even talking about junglers, like above the roamers as well. So you know that he's really the main sandbag and he is super comfortable with these tanky heroes like Baksha and Fredrin to be able to frontline for the team. So removing that from his possible pool of heroes, I don't know, it kind of really narrows down the choices for him.
Now, of course, one of the few things that Evil did have added to their new ban list is going to be an Angela, which they didn't pull out in the previous draft. That means that either Joy or Nolan is going to be leaked out. And Vanguard Esports understandably would not ban any one of these. They will have to give it to be leaked out. So Nolan's going to be the one that gets leaked. Nolan's going to be the one that gets banned. Vanguard Esports, this is the problem now. Do they actually want to pick up a Joy so early into the drafting because they want a Joy and they want Slowly to play it so that they will be able to completely just dazzle in the Land of Dawn? We saw that once, right? In the earlier today. And I think that is actually might be pretty good.
And you know, the fact that they leave it open also leaves the opportunity for Evo to ban it or take it up themselves.
Yep.
The only question is, I don't think we've ever seen Powerful play a Joy.
I have never seen that, yeah.
highly unlikely.
But you can, though, put a Joy in the EXP route as well.
Yup, and I am very sure Twist will be able to perform up to whatever standards they need on the side of Evo as well.
I'm very sure. But now, the other thing that you're gonna have to consider is also gonna be the fact that there are suppression heroes that's currently still available, with Kaja and Franco that could still be picked up by anyone here. So, it's very likely that Joy will only be completely... Okay, never mind. Twist is... Oh, sorry. Evil immediately picks up the Kaja. As such, Vanguard Esports, even though they don't have a Joy onto their side, it essentially tells Vanguard, don't bother picking up the Joy.
Yep, very beautiful. And of course, Carrot, we all know he's quite lethal with this Kaja. He's quite clinical with the catch as well on this Divine Judgment. So right now, the ball is in Vanguard's court. What do they want to do? Because yes, they have the IMU with the Valentina that will be able to steal a couple of these ultimates. Now, Decimation is up on the table for the steal as well, but it's pretty hard to get a perfect Decimation run and reset as a Valentina.
Looks like they still went for it after all. They still wanted that Joy in their lineup regardless, even if Evil have gotten the Kaja for themselves. And Evil, they picked up the Novaria almost immediately. They saw Vanguard's pick, and Evil just immediately went Novaria. No questions asked. We are picking up the Novaria.
Yep. Astro Media into the Star Shatter, going to be a very powerful and potent combo. More importantly, for the Son of Evil, they will be able to secure information for themselves with the Astro Echo.
Now, of course, the question is, what exactly is Evil trying to look out for here? They do have a very strong backline from the side of JS who constantly be able to land all of these Star Shatters. They have a lot of poking. They have the high ground as well. So with great amount of suppression, while powerful is the one that we would want to see, getting themselves the dunks after dunks. The early game looks to be pretty darn good, but I think that they are lacking in one hero that allows them to stay, one hero that allows them to have EXP lane priority and still having the power to stay alive. And unfortunately, Vanguard have read it. That person is the Terizla, getting yourself lane priority as well as being able to be tanky enough. That is the missing link from the side of Evil, and that is going to be taken away by the hands of Vanguard Esports. If they understand this well enough, the next bandit should be a Khalid.
Wow, okay, this is very good and very strong respect to Nick Stain's ability to play as a roamer. Both the Kufra and the Minotaur will be banned out. These are signature picks by Nick Stain, and he has performed really well with both of these heroes respectively as well.
Perhaps we'll be able to see a little bit more from this point onwards, with Minotaur as well as Kufra now being eliminated from the picks and the pool. Vanguard Esports, you gotta have to look out for EXP laners. Khalid, there we go. Great. Riston, this guy.
He has the brains. He knows what he's doing as well. These are all comfort picks on the side of Evo, which begs the question, what else does Evo have in the EXP lane?
Let's see. When it comes down to the EXP lane, what the main priority is that they want the lane. They want the lane priority. In the meantime, they also want to make sure that that hero is tanky enough. Oh boy, Edith is already out of the picture as well. This is actually going to be a little bit tough. Lapu is probably going to be the case. Lapu, even though he doesn't have a very strong lane priority, I will still say that he can farm and clear off the waves fast enough and still be on par with a Yu Zhong. As such, a Lapu would probably be a great choice here.
Well, Nick Stain gonna go with the Grok as the roam for the team instead. So we have to watch out for the Guardian's Barrier into a WoW charge. There are a couple of setups that Vanguard will have on their hands. And I think Evo needs to not pay too much attention to Nick, because at the end of the day, it's about the diving of the backlines, the entry into the backlines by slowly and shoot that will cause majority of the problems. Because while they're busy dealing with shoot and Nick Stain, Luxian should have free reign as an Irritel to run rampant with the heavy crossbow as well.
The final pick from the side of Evil. They need to identify, and they also need to really work this out. They do not have that frontliner. That one guy that really holds down the fort. And apparently, Evil have decided to bring themselves, to pick up a Paquito for themselves. And of course, let's not forget about this. Paquito was once Evil's #1 ace.
Yep, so with this draft, this is all set. This is game point for Evo, and it looks like with the last pick as a Paquito, they want to knock them out.
They're definitely looking to do that, right? I mean, we know as well that Twist has played this before, so comfort picks around. You know, you have the Bruno, the Novara, and the Mardis on Powerful also. So with the drafts locked in, we're taking a final look here. Any thoughts on which team seems to have emerged better?
It's a tough call for me, but so far, Risten's Vans have been amazing. And I gotta have to say that even when they pick up a joy onto their side, that is very, very bold. This is a 50-50 for me, but I'll still say Evil.
Last call here.
I have to go with Vanguard on this. I really like Risten's draft.
Well, we're gonna head into the Land of Dawn and see exactly how this pans out. It might be match point here if Evil secures another one. So ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your two teams. Evil going up against Vanguard Esports.
Now, I think the main question that we need to have answered is how are they going to deal with that frontline issue? They don't have someone that can really open up the maps that well to a certain extent, and especially so after clearing out the waves, who is going to be the one that starts up the battle? You don't have anyone that can really lock down and deal AoE effect. So, what Evil has for now is going to be pure lockdown from the side of Carrot. This is a pick-off composition from Evil. No longer of the Evil magic that plays in teamfight. Ultimately, they still can work on that, but it's a very different dynamic altogether.
So far, I think Vanguard have a pretty good chokehold of the early game. You look across the map, Evil not exactly doing too well in terms of EXP and in gold as well. All three lanes are actually losing.
This is understandable. At least if the Lapu Lapu was picked over in the EXP lane, it's a non-committal way to eventually clear out your waves. But having a Paquito, you gotta have to run right into the waves. So it's a very committal skill. But regardless, it deals a lot of damage. And Paquito versus a Yuzhong is, even though it seems as though that Yuzhong 100% gets the win, it's more of a 70-30. There's a lot of micro plays that's absolutely involved. And if Yuzhong were to do something wrong, a Paquito will be able to run it down.
Yep, nothing out of the ordinary in terms of the emblems itself. Both teams now, it's really about getting those really, really small wins. And as you can see here, for the first time, Evil will be winning that EXP lane laning phase, which means they have the advantage in this turtle push.
Super Ryan with the Black Dragon form going right in the back line
Oh, what
here.
a wall.
Powerful. Backing out, and slowly with that, manages to secure the turtle just like that. Evil had no entry, especially with that Guardian Barrier coming in from Nick Stain.
Yeah, that was so clean. I mean, they knew the cooldown of Ashura Aura and Mordekoi were down, so there was no way that Powerful could even contest.
Although I gotta have to say, Evil were really quick and clean when it comes down to completely disengaging. They understood that, you know what, we don't have a choice, or we don't have a chance to deal with this turtle at all. And they immediately backed off without a second thought in their mind.
Oh, the flicker though from Carrot, Divine Judgment, shoot, burns a flicker off himself. Now Powerful chasing that down, but slowly is here, trying to clean up here. The flicker, the stun, the knock up, slowly knocks first blood for himself and nails that.
Yep, slowly. Out of all the people that you expect from Vanguard to get a first blood, it has to be slowly. And with that, once again, Vanguard, I feel they're going to take this and run away with the game once more.
There needs to be some more time to be bought. Evil, they still don't have that one hero that allows them to take full utility of the Divine Judgment. They don't have the damage just yet. They're gonna have to wait until Coconut eventually gets it down. Now the question is, do they prioritize the fact that they need someone to work with the Divine Judgment, or they want Coconut to have an easier time in the lane? As such, is it a Heart's Claws first, or is it a Berserker's Furies first?
Bottom lane though, Coconut and Lakshan Stain taking some damage from both of themselves here. The poke coming through from JS as well, but no casualties just yet. So they are okay at the moment. It's pretty even. Steven's Vanguard having a slight gold lead of about 2,000+ ahead of Evil.
Yep, and if you take a look at the EXP lead, once again, slowly already at level 8, 2 levels ahead of Powerful. And next retry is always once again gonna be in the favor of this Slowly Joy.
We've only 2 seconds left on the clock until the turtle eventually spawns. Evil, we're gonna have to take a look. We have Carrot that doesn't have his flicker, while Vanguard, we have Chewed as well as Nick Stade that doesn't have their flicker. In terms of battle spell, Vanguard definitely have got a more difficult time.
Powerful might get caught out.
Level-wise, remember this, Slowly is currently at level 9, and Powerful is at level 7. This is not something that you would want out of a Martyrs. You want to go Dunking City.
And I mean, not just Martyrs, right? Any jungler for that matter, when you're 2 levels behind, there's no space for you to contest, and Powerful didn't have a chance at that as well. Right now, they have to put their focus on farming up to be able to hold a candle to Vanguard.
Evil literally have got not much ways to initiate. They're gonna have to only rely on the Carrot's flicker plus Divine Judgment. No one else have got a way to initiate, and I think that is going to be really tough to work with.
Oh, Lakshan, he's gonna get chunked down by a little bit, but it's Twist on his own. So I don't think there's much they can do here. Vanguard looking to set their presence across the map, maintain this 2K goal lead. You can see Twist is already facing problems in that bot lane.
They're trying to repeat the aggression up top as well, but JS here to assist him. Twist goes forward, doesn't get too much here.
That is actually a pretty good stalemate situation between Vanguard and Evil. We have got some of the members from the side of Vanguard that have decided to defend the top lane and of course attack in the bottom lane. The balance of the attack of the offense and defense have went more towards the side of Evil, as Evil defended the bottom but also gotten the turret in the top.
A little bit more passive this time, right, from Vanguard. Kind of expecting a bit more aggression with the lead that they had earlier, but they made a small mistake, so now they lost that top tier turret on a T1, as well as have their gold lead cut by about half.
I would say that with the loss of a single standing objective in the northern side, the amount of gold deficit from the side of Evil will slowly get compounded, and Vanguard might actually lose that all.
Bottom side, rolling it out a bit here. Carrot finding them in the brushes. Super Ryan might want to chase this down, but it's not going to be an all-out fight at the moment. Slowly, I think, has also built up the Stardom Scythe as his first item here. So if he were to go into the back line and manage to find somebody, it could potentially be life-threatening for them.
A quick little macro game from the side of Evil. We have got Twist that's constantly just going to be applying side lane pressure over at the top side. Even though Slowly is just going to be running right after him, it's not going to be that big of a problem. Without Joy in the main team fight that may be happening in bottom lane, Evil, they know of this. But I don't think that Carrot will be able to get himself away from that.
Oh no, he just completely disappeared from the map. Tried to check the bush there, but Vanguard saw that from a mile away and there were 3 members there to spot him out. Because of that, Powerful's going to have a hard time again at this next objective. So even though he's caught up a little bit in terms of the EXP, it still doesn't look as optimistic. Bottom lane, Chewed actually is the one to get the turtle here, but bottom lane, Super Ryan pops the Black Dragon, tries to go into Coconut, forces the flicker, but Coconut caught out here, taken down by Super Ryan as well. Suppress coming through onto Lakshan Stain. Manages to come out. Carrot a little bit too late to be able to assist his teammates.
Yeah, Vanguard just will not be denied. Every single moment where you feel like, hey, Evil can come back, Vanguard just closes the door on them. And, you know, very confident on this side from Vanguard, especially for Slowly and Chewed. The fact that they left the other 3 members to try and pressure down this bot lane, it really worked out in their favor, because now finally Vanguard recovers that goalie that they established for themselves and has added a little bit more. And Evil, as it stands now, once again back at the same place as game 1, right back on the wall.
Eventually, Vanguard, they would want to get themselves in such a big amount of lead that Evil will have got no way to get themselves back. Remember, this is a game from the side of Evil whereby they are supposed to be picking off the members for Vanguard, not necessarily playing in so much of a teamfight composition style. Evil, they may have pretty much played in a very teamfight style for a long time. I think they may not be used to this.
in the mid lane here. Nick Stain, gets the Divine Judgment to the face, a knock-up as well. Damage is enough. Coconut will delete him, but the rest of Vanguard down here, Super Ryan, the Black Dragon form as well goes in the backline. Powerful Wall goes down, and it's gonna be 1-for-1 trade across both of these teams.
They return the favor on the side of Vanguard, and EVO once again, they are unable to cut that lead. Vanguard still up ahead by 2,600 gold, and as it stands now, this mid T1 might fall.
Astral Echo is popped. Twist puts the pain onto Chute here, forces him to back out, so the mid still stands for the moment, actually.
Yaman is jumping to 3k again, so Vanguard very, very clean and disciplined approach to the game. They're not making the same mistakes as they did in game 1, but of course with that being said, you can see the type of aggression by Vanguard is just a little less aggressive, because you don't see slowly farming the entire the game, and you don't see Luxionstein having as big of a farm as compared to game 1.
With the Lord now currently available for the picking, Evil, they're not a composition that unfortunately is able to hold the Lord. They're gonna have to play pickoff. They're gonna have to find that small little opportunity, that small little sliver, whatever they can just slip within the cracks. But the question is, who is going to be the one that will be taking advantage of the Divine Judgment that Carrot brings out? Is it only going to be Coconut, or is JS able to land these shots within all of that crazy pandemonium?
I mean, it doesn't have to start with the Divine Judgment, right? You could have JS put out the Star Shadows as well. Try to poke down Vanguard as much as possible before you initiate on them. And if you successfully get a pick off, then you have a numbers disadvantage. Alternatively, maybe you have Twist coming in from the flank also, or a split push for some diversion. So I guess a few options, but so far Evil hasn't, like you said, been able to pick off as much as they would like to. That being said, they were at a deficit, so it could be some time before they manage to do that. Now Powerful in some trouble here. Black Dragon popped by Ryan to chase him down, force him out of the Lord Pit here. Carrot bottom side in trouble. Chute nails that last hit onto him. Evil on the hind legs, chase down Coconut, being annihilated by Slowly here, and it doesn't look good for Evil.
Oh my god. Vanguard is effectively splitting Evil very nicely.
Electrifying beats, well, they're going to give it a try here, but Powerful will not be able to survive. It is going to be a killing spree. They are going to try on the other side. Evil, you can see Twist, he's doing so much work, but is it going to be worth it? Because this Lord is guaranteed for Vanguard.
Is it really?
Definitely not. I mean, it's like, they probably didn't intend for that to happen, right? They wouldn't want to lose the Lord if they were able to prevent that, but Twist making the best of what he has. Vanguard playing the macro, going for the turrets, and very soon they will also have the Lord in their hands.
I gotta have to say though, Super Ryan with that initiation is absolutely impeccable. Immediately just zoning Powerful away, and because of that, it started with the dwindle and the downfall of Evil's positioning. Once that zoning zonal part comes out, Evil have got no idea what they should be doing, because Coconut got stuck in the one corner, Carrot got stuck in another corner. They don't know where is a healthy and safe spot anymore.
It's a difficult decision, because in the previous game you had Matilda, Carrot being able to peel for Coconut all the time, but this round, if Carrot is the initiator pulling that Divine Judgment off, then there's nobody else to help Coconut fend for himself, especially not when Twist is on this Paquito looking for a flank. So decisions have to be made, and unfortunately they haven't been in favor of Evil right now. Mid lane in trouble, Nick with the wild charge, and the flicker gets too Powerful, goes in, but he gets taken out of the fight immediately, and now Evil tried to find an opening. 1-for-1 Chute for Powerful.
Yep, they burned everything on the side of Evil, but they only got just the one kill, and it's on Chute. Twist might be punished.
Oh, manages to get away. That shield though saves him from that electrifying beat.
Yeah, not the best itemization available on the side of Evil. They're still trailing by quite a bit, even though it is not exactly an insurmountable amount. 6,500 gold on the side of Vanguard. Evil, they are lacking quite the damage.
They do have a lot of damage that they are lacking after all. Even though we have been looking at Twist constantly just running around the map and really just shoving out the waves, it is actually truly surprising that Twist has only got 3 items on himself, whereby he does have the Hunter Strike, Dominance Eyes, and I think I saw Athena's Shield if I remember correctly. So Twist is actually lacking quite a bit of items here. If he do manage to keep up in some of that economical sense, I think that Evil would definitely have got more firepower to eventually deal with Vanguard.
Yep, JS finally just got that Enchanted Talisman, so he doesn't really have a lot of damage in his pockets as well. And right now you can see it's very tanky on the side of Vanguard. They are reaching a 7,000 gold lead. They're going to hit their full itemization and evolution as a team very, very soon.
So with the Astro Echo.
Beautiful Echo.
Immediately. I mean, they were all in the brushes there, right?
And they were
Planning
just
for
like,
something.
get out of here!
And that's really the power of the vision here, and why Evil, I think, favors this Novara pick very much as well. Not only does it give them this almost random opportunity, number one, if you land that Star Shatter, it gives you huge poke potential to be able to take someone out of the fight. Secondly, you also have that vision. Important because if Nixday wants to pull off that wild charge as well, knowing where he is could potentially prevent that huge CC in the middle of that backline.
Evil just waiting for one particular thing, and that's just itemization, right? Once they have that, very confident Evil can take this.
And now, Evil have got no way in at all.
The Guardian's
Blocked
Barrier is
out.
so potent. Just, you know, it's like the most straightforward way to prevent someone from approaching the Lord, right?
By
You don't need
blocking
CCs,
them.
you just need a block there, a physical barrier to prevent them from advancing. And Evil totally locked out of that area. Vanguard securing that Lord really, really quickly.
I really like the fact that Nixday just went straight in the face of Powerful, and because of his trigger fingers, I'm gonna have to say he activated his Mortal Coil very early, even though he's not necessarily under threat. And with all the Mortal Coil charges all gone, that was Nixday's chance. That was literally going to be his call, whereby just a single barrier and boom, there's no way that the opponent's jungler can go past this wall.
Well, I think we have about 30 seconds more before the Lord touches the base of Evil. Not sure whether they have the itemization ready, but we have to see, are they ready to defend against this onslaught that Vanguard has prepared for themselves?
I wouldn't say so at all. With the Lord raises his Trident and Super Ryan in Black Dragon form.
Yeah, goes all the way in the back line. The turret is down as well. The marching in the wall charge also gets them. And now they're trying to run through the draft of Evo here, suppressed one by one together with the core as well. Vanguard wins one back in their favor. My goodness.
I gotta have to say, it is an expected result from the side of Vanguard Esports. I really, really do adore that drafting from the side of Riston. They had everything under control. They had one of each and everything that plugs in the hole. The main problem, of course, when it comes down to Evil's lineup is the fact that they don't really have a proper way to eventually initiate. It's all very indirect approaches, whereby it's either I go in for a flicker plus a Divine Judgment, and because of that kill, I will be able to spiral the entire team fight. That is taking the assumption if they do manage to kill the person that they're trying to go for. In the meantime, poking, as well as Astra Echo, probably the only other thing, but it doesn't directly invoke a possibility for your team to just run it down.
Yeah, and Vanguard this game, I have to say, very, very disciplined, very different from the boys we have seen in regular season. This is really an upgraded Vanguard. The shield is much stronger, they have new materials, and you can take a look at the itemization. They was just so far apart on the side of Evo against Vanguard. They could not complete the itemizations, and there was a lot of damage available. Slowly had already hit max items way before the 16-minute mark.
With all the items completely picked up by the side of Vanguard, they were way ahead of Evil. And Evil, unfortunately, they just don't have these the items to stand a chance to have anything against Vanguard at all. They can't hold a candle against them. Coconut. Yeah, so the first item that he picked up was actually the Heart's Claws, followed by the Malefic Roar, Berserker's Fury, as well as the Wind of Nature. So they definitely provided and made sure that Coconut have got the survivability in the end, not necessarily trying to get as much priority into getting damage in order to really use the Divine Judgment.
Yeah, and Kara, if you take a look at his itemization, he couldn't complete his Dom Ice. He felt that fleeting time was more favored. I agree with that mindset. He needed to catch more people out from Vanguard with that Divine Judgment, right? But they were just, yeah, they was just too far, because at this point, for him to catch this Grok, which was played by Nick had so much sustain. Look at the agility, the tenacity, as well as the Brave Smite. He had always ways to regen, and I mean, you and I, we both saw it. The three of us saw it. The Guardian's Barrier. It's the first time I've seen it used so well, and the timing was impeccable. Powerful could not enter or even get close to the Lord pit during the Lord take.
There was no mobility skills that can get him get past that, because unfortunately, yeah, trigger finger, that is it. But regardless of all of that fact, with Evil losing out that game, I gotta have to say Vanguard, they played this extremely well. They had got their own roles and their own ideas. How they will want to execute this draft that Riston has gotten for themselves. I gotta have to say, Riston really leveled up their gameplay a lot.
Yeah, for sure. And once again, I have to highlight the Super Ryan. This time in the playoffs, really is super.
He's got the playoffs buffs.
Yes.
You know? I gotta have to be really objective about this, right? Because regular seasons, I've been seeing a lot of very questionable things from Super Ryan. But this time, playoffs, Super Ryan has been very, very valuable to the side of Vanguard.
It's like they're finally showing up, right? I mean, all throughout regular season, it's so difficult for them to take games off a lot of these teams. But right now, like you said, it totally looks like a different Vanguard here. Evil might be the playoffs princess, but Vanguard, I don't know, they have the same kind of playoff buffs. Looking at the stats here, powerful again, huge damage taken. The sandbag, the carry here being JS, but despite that, Vanguard still being able to take this one in their pocket.
Slowly, he's got quite a lot of goal per minute onto his side, and because of that, I think that he pretty much deserves quite a bit of that, the MVP. No. Okay, actually, to be fair, I gotta say that Nick Stain did definitely a pretty good job throughout the entire game. He opened up the map pretty nicely, and he made sure that his team managed to snag the Lord.
Some reluctance there to say that, but we're gonna look at it. It's actually slowly.
It's actually slowly.
On
of course, it has to be slowly. I mean, the way he plays this game is so insane, and the fact that he is actually one of the anchors of the team. It's because of his performance that allows the team to really play at a relaxed pace and have good clarity on what needs to be done. And I mean, it's always easier when you have a rock in your team, right? You know you can depend on him. He doesn't miss his retreat, he gets the lanes done, he gets the kills, 4-0-3, no deaths. Everything he did went to the success of the team.
And I think he was also a huge threat, right? To, you know, like Coconut, for example. Yes,
he's a huge threat to everyone.
Well, yes, to everyone, but especially as Coconut, if you're trying to farm up for the late game and be that game changer to put out the damage, but you have to remember that, you know, slowly might be breathing down your net with magical damage that you can't guard against. And not to mention that you don't have Pew for yourself as well. So really, I think props to Slowly for taking that one again. We're gonna run through the highlights in just a bit and see exactly how Slowly played, as well as the entire Vanguard to be able to take this game and knock it up to a 1-1 with Evil.
So with that all said and done, keep our eyes on the side of Slowly. He's currently still making his way in and eventually will want to jump right in. And who got his hands on the powerful, then continues to rain chaos down over to the side of Evil. At the point in time, the electrifying beats just deals way so much damage. He's in the middle lane now, and eventually gets his way back over to the fight. This is the part where Super Ryan has that amazing opening. And I gotta have to say, because of that, it managed to help them get that specific Lord of the game.
Yeah, this is the one with a huge wild charge, I think, right? With Nick Stain, creating that opening for them, and Evil managed to fend them off, but not just yet.
Yeah, and slowly you can see, you don't really keep your eyes on him, and that's the difficulty for the side of Evil. But slowly was going in, jumping in with the crystal as well, and all he had to do was to take the turrets itself. He was always present, but you could not find him. So Evil, it was like he had an invisibility cloak.
Yeah. Well, for Slowly, right, he always made sure that he's not going to be technically the one to initiate a team fight. If he wants to go for pickoffs, yeah, he's definitely going to be present. But if the team knows there is going to be an objective or a standing objective, neutral objective that they're going to have to work on, they can pretty much make sure that Slowly is somewhere else. And only when the big fight has been initiated, we're starting to get the positionings of the players down already, that is when Slowly comes in and he knows exactly what he needs to do.
Well, whatever we have here is pretty much exciting, but this is just a lead up to that international stage, right?
Yeah, and that's what everyone here is gunning for, right? So the M5 wildcard will be happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and it's free entry. So, you know, it's so near to us. There's no reason not to go there and actually witness the action for yourself. Now, pre-registrations kickstart on the 4th of November, and the exact location in KL will be announced pretty soon. So as usual, stay tuned to all our socials on MPL, and you'll be the first to find out exactly where it happens so that you can book your trip and make sure you're there to see the competition in person.
I'm tempted.
Well, you should be.
Should I? Let me take a
I
look
mean,
at my
there
dates.
are like multiple ways for you to get there. You can drive there, you can take a bus, you can take a plane, right? With that many options, what excuse do you have?
None.
There we go.
Maybe time. But you know
But
what? I
your
can make time
is
for
always
MLB.
better- Exactly, it's always better spent just looking at the games, right?
Yeah, right.
And look, this is a wild card segment that's happening. It might potentially change the tides of M5 itself at the international tournament. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've seen intense matches. We probably need a break to think about it and see who emerges champion of this series. We'll be right back with you after this break. Here we are at Evil versus Vanguard Esports, the last game of this series and of the day. Let me remind everyone that this last game is going to determine who stays in this competition and who is going to leave tonight. So all stakes on the table for two of these teams. Who's going to advance to the finals?
And of course, one of these teams, unfortunately, will then go home and don't have to play again for tomorrow. But of course, the winner of this team will gonna have to slug it through tomorrow the entire day if they would want to make it to the grand finals. A lot of games that they're gonna have to cover, unless they manage to get some one-sided sweeps. But, you know, we're gonna have to leave that for tomorrow.
Lower bracket finals first.
We focus on one thing at a time.
Yep, the stakes are high. You know, if you have it done well, it will be well done. The other one will be ready to go home. So, with that being said, we are tied up 1-1. So this is do or die. Forget the previous series, forget the previous games, forget the mistakes, and forget the so-called godlike plays, right? None of that matters now. What matters now is how many mistakes does your opponent team make and whether you can capitalize on them, right? That is the name of the game.
Yeah, and let's not forget about how many mistakes you make yourself.
Yes. No underlying meaning.
Well, we're gonna hop in.
Wait, is there any underlying meaning then?
20 seconds. Mistakes have been made by everyone, you know. But the important thing is we learn from them. And in this third match here, it's the most important that both of these teams learn from whatever mistakes they have. Reset, right? We always talk about that mental reset, coming back into this fresh and just being ready to take on the teams.
Are they really ready to come in for this final game? Because they're gonna have to pull out all the aces in their sleeves. So I'm excited to see what Risden has got in store for us. And in the meantime, I'm excited to see what Powerful have got for us written. It is, well, the book.
Yep. Well, the book has dictated that Angela is going to be part of the winning formula for this side of Team Evil. So now, Vanguard will not have access to this Angela puppet on strings with the Heart Guards as well. And it looks like Vanguard, they want to try the exact same composition again. The Yi Zhong being played by Super Ryan. This time, Irritel going to be secured for Luxian Stain. Now, I want to be honest. Luxian Stain has had the two easiest games of his life. Free farming the entire time, and when the time comes, alright, I will just throw my arrows at you.
I think that what Evil want to focus on is getting a okay. I was hoping for a Fredrin onto that end, but Evil now that they have lost the Khalid in the previous game, or perhaps even the Terizla in the previous game, they want to prioritize that right now, which I absolutely love a lot. They know just how important it is to have an initiator, to have someone that is able to engage into the battlefields. As such, Evil, they want to fill up that gap first, and then they will be able to fill up the other gaps whereby they're missing out in damage and maybe a couple of wave clear.
Based on stats and history, the fact that Twist is going to get his hands on this Khalid, isn't the game just over?
Well, that's a bold claim right there.
That's a very bold claim, but let's not forget, and let's emphasize on the fact that whenever we look at whenever we look at Twist rocking that Khalid or perhaps even Terizla, he has been a beast with it.
I think he's at like an 80%, 80 to 90% win rate on this Khalid, but not quite 100%, so it could still go both ways. That being said, there is a lot of CCs that it allows for, right? And it's also aligned with his playstyle. He likes to go in, dive for the backline, make sure that they're stunned out and possibly take them out. Together with that, you also have Powerful on the Akai, so back to a very comfortable, tanky jungler that can also secure the objectives if he uses the heavy spin to push slowly out.
Yep, and there's going to be very decent wave clear as well. With the Molten Core, definitely going to be one of the main items that Powerful will secure for himself on this Akai. Now, with that being said, this all falls down, in my opinion, on Nick Stain for Vanguard, right? He is going to be the key to unlocking the positioning of Evil, and if there's ever was a time to come back, it will start from Nick Stain.
So now I'm trying to take a look at Evil's lineup, right? Because Evil, they haven't really quite shown what is going to be their game, what is their winning condition? They have the initiator, they have the lockdown to make sure that they are definitely going to win in lot fights, right? They want to secure that at the very least. As such, the blind pick coming in from the side of Vanguard Esports to rock on the middle lane is going to be a Faramis, a very safe pick that doesn't have to be too dependent on what the opponent goes for. It just generally becomes a very safe insurance policy for your team with the NetherRealm.
Yep, Ghostbusters, also a very good wave clear tool in the early levels itself. Not sure how strong it will be against the healing of the mid lane for JS, but I presume if played with the cards right, Vanguard actually has an advantage in this matchup.
Evil did have quite a lot of flexibility in what they want to do, but they have decided to pick up a Bruno as well as a Lilia, a perfect combination coming from these two ends, just so that they will be able to get a good amount of lane priority on the downside. We're having pitting a Bruno against Irithel is pretty much a 50-50, goes down to the micro gameplay, while putting a Lilia in the middle lane ensures that you'll be able to clear the way fast enough in order to get yourself the mid lane control, so that you will be able to help out your Khalid and putting more of a heavy lane in the EXP side. And Vanguard Esports finishes things off with a Grok onto the Roam side. This way, Nick Stain will be able to play what he have played out before and getting that annoying Guardian's Barrier out and locking Powerful out of the Lord's Pit.
Oh, right now it's once again back in the same situation, right? Because do you choose to burst Nick Stain the moment you see him? And you know, they have done that in the previous game itself, where Evil threw everything on one person, but they got punished very heavily and almost instantaneously once they realized that, hey, Evil has thrown all of their available ultimates.
That would be dangerous, right? Especially because they have the Faramis here to reset and absorb all of that with the NetherRealm here. So very critical in the way that Evil uses their skills here. For example, the heavy spin could be negated by Slowly as well. So we'll see how all of this plays out. Now this is game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. It is match point between two of these teams, and this game is going to determine who walks away with their heads high and who has to walk away from this entire competition.
With that all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be zooming right into a Fast 2 coming in from the side of Vanguard. Of course, Super Ryan and Chud just focuses down to make sure that they clear the way fast enough. But the same thing for Evil, they always prefer to have their roamer to tag along with the EXP lane to clear the waves faster.
Oh, very early aggression here. They want to secure the lethal for themselves, and it is going to be in favor of Vanguard. Once again, Vanguard slowly, I cannot emphasize how good this guy is, and he is definitely going to help Vanguard secure an early lead in the game.
With a fast wave clear in the middle lane coming in from both sides. Vanguard, I mean, having a Faramis as well as a Grok that travels together, you can pretty much expect that the lanes and the waves are just going to be, well, let's just say extinguished.
Camping here, trying to flank Chute going in. Coconut being pulled back here into the range of the turret, but Chute is low. Had to back out. Almost right there.
Coconut moves and escapes by the skin of his teeth. And you know, once again, Lakshan Stain very safe. He's still pretty healthy. He's going to get increased farm, and he's going to out-farm Coconut right off the bat.
And now in the bottom lane, Slowly takes a bit of a damage down to the bottom side, but either ways, they're trying to focus more on the EXP. Vanguard, though, they want to bring down this Bruno. They understand the kind of snowball potential that this Bruno is capable of bringing out. And Evil, they understand the snowball potential that this Martis could bring out as well. Especially in the hands of Slowly, you gotta be really careful with who you're going to be dealing with here.
Hovering around the turtle now, both of these teams. It's going to be the first one. They are all at level 4. Nick Stain hasn't had his wild charge yet. So it could be slight favor there if Powerful manages to pull this off. Hold to his side as well. It's just a turtle dance happening at this moment. The mid being cleared by Chute as well. They're taking it really slow.
Yep, they're waiting for the perfect opportunity, right? Nick does not have 4 yet. Twist waiting for the perfect opportunity for the Raging Sandstorm, and looks like Vanguard, they won't overcommit. They will give it to Evil this time.
I'd really like to understand a little bit more as to why they have decided to give the neutral objective away that willingly. They're not exactly looking at too much kills across the map, especially since they're dealing with an Angela that is in their roam position, that global presence. Whenever you want to get a juke, or rather a gank onto Coconut, you would require a lot more resources than just casually beating all his health down. You gotta understand that there's a lot of healing potential as well as shield potential, especially is the Flask of the Oasis has already been bought by Carrot.
Well, you know, with that being said, Nick Stain needs to be the guy who soaks up all the damage, so he cannot afford to be behind in terms of EXP and in terms of farm as well. So that's why Vanguard willingly gave up that turtle, because it's not worth to go for a 50-50 with the turtle, with the option of actually giving away Nick Stain's life, which definitely would have guaranteed an advantage over the roamers.
Pass clear on the side of Yu Zhong. He's not necessarily going to be leaving his lane just yet. Evil, on the other hand, they want to be as mobile as possible. Information is probably not something that Evil would have. They do see where exactly that Faramis was, but I think that with their movement, they're trying to put a heavy lane over to the top side. I think this is more of a responsive play from the side of Evil.
And that's also Vanguard denying that vision, right? In the previous game, they had the Novaria to be able to give them that information, but that's probably a reason why Vanguard took it out. So now there's a lot more opportunity for Nick Stain to be able to set up from those brushes, pull off a gank on either of those lanes. JS though, in this game, even though he doesn't have that Astral Echo, he has the Black Shoes to be able to reset himself if he does get in any of these sticky situations.
Yep, and finally, in this final game of the series, Evo having this very slight lead because of that first turtle. You know, right now, Powerful wants to make sure they extend this lead, but they have to make sure that on the top in the gold lane, they don't lose the life of the gold laner, which is going to be Coconut and Carrot.
I gotta have to say, it's kind of a non-substantial lead down in the down for the side of Evil, but hey, a lead is still a lead. Either ways, Evil has already gotten the second turtle for themselves, and they have opened the brushes enough to understand that most of the members from the side of Vanguard is actually in the northern side. As such, they have made their movements in the most careful and methodical way to make sure that they will be able to come in and help this Bruno out in the very event that anything goes wild.
Slowly gets a steal though on the purple buff, and that is going to help mitigate some of the damage that Evo has done to Vanguard's economy. And with that, you can see, I think Evo, they want to go and look for a kill already.
I don't think that that's going to be as simple as we think it is. The puppet string is not going to be connected just yet. We may potentially be looking at a 4 versus 3, but Chud was hoping that he will be able to find that pull using the Shadow Stampede down on the Powerful. But Heavy Spin is not going to be committed just yet. I think that the main thing is whoever just commits their ultimate first. Gonna be the main thing.
In the backline here, Nick Stain with Wild Charge as well gets 2 first blood lands onto Carrot, and now Heavy Spin popped by Powerful trying to zone them out, but slowly already clocking a double to his name. Here is the Nether Realm pop for more sustain. Powerful cannot put enough damage out. Twist comes in for the flank with the Raging Sandstorm, tries to prevent them from raging in.
Twist,
it's gonna be 3. Traded out for 2. Twist with a double kill coming out from this fight. Still going with a hard guard onto Luxion Stain. 1 more hit. He will secure the kill, and Coconut going down. That counter engage coming in from Evil. My goodness.
Twist, you can't just go in like that in a 1 versus 4 fashion.
But that's the Evo that we know, that's the Evo that we've been waiting for, and suddenly it is 3,000 gold ahead for Team Evo.
This is absolutely crazy. The moment I see that we've got a Black Dragon form flying over to the back lines, I think, to be fair, this is kind of like it's a very greedy play from the side of Vanguard, but I can understand why. They were in a lead, and they did manage to push off quite a lot of kills over to the side of Eva already. They have managed to secure 2 dunking sessions over to the side of Slowly. It is about time for him to get even more. That way you'll be able to create more of a snowball effect for your team. If not now, then when? But that is going to be the same idea for the side of Evil when Twist joined in the fray not too late. that is actually more of just in time.
Powerful nails the retry on this one, goes forward, tries to get someone, but the heavy spin only pushes them out. Netherrealm popped on the side of Vanguard. Powerful in the midst of everyone here. Here comes Twist. Watch for that. He's gonna go in the backline. Slowly gets chucked down here, and he's going for that Raging Sandstorm again in the backline. Hard guard on Coconut, puts down Luxian Stay. They run through the draft of Vanguard, and it's a wipeout and a maniac for Coconut. This is 8 minutes of the game, and Evo has secured 2 huge team fights for themselves.
And we were talking about, hey, maybe Vanguard has got this playoff buff, but Evo comes up. They show us what is the real playoff buff. They have wiped them out twice.
We are only 8 minutes into the game, and we are observing a 6,000 gold lead from the side of Evil already. This is absolutely insane, and such, if Evil is able to capitalize on all of these lead and were to play the game like as though they did have this lead, it is going to be devastating over to the side of Vanguard because of all of these outer turrets that has already been destroyed. But you know what? How much does this 6,600 gold lead actually means? As we take a look at the items, we do have quite a bit of show and tell over here. When it comes down to Khalid, he already got the Antiquiras as well as the Blade of the Haptases. Do note that that's an Antiquiras, but not just a not just the level 1 version of it.
Yep, and you know, adding on the Dreadnought armor on this Archive means there's not a lot of damage that's being chunked out by Super Ryan, and that's why they can survive so long in the fights. This also mitigates the damage that Slowly does, which is gonna be a disaster for them, especially when we have that Carrot hard guard onto either Coconut, or we have it onto Powerful, or we have it onto Twist. They suddenly become this monster of a machine that just churns out each member of Vanguard to pulp.
The name of the game here is all about discipline. You don't have to take a fight from the side of Evil. All you need to do is just absolutely choke out the members of Vanguard. Keep them in there. No point in trying to throw your bodies over to them. You just need to have that amount of gold on your side and keep Vanguard at bay.
Yeah, Coconut, for the first time in this series of best of 3, he is having such a good game. 5-0-3 on this Bruno. If this is a time to shine, this is the best time to shine. Coconut definitely showing himself up in this game.
I mean, now with Carrot on the Angela, it really enables him to do that, right? Previously, he was fearing for his life, and this time, with the peel and the sustain that he can offer with this Angela, it's been so helpful, not to mention, of course, Twist being in the backline, making sure that nobody's going to come onto him as well. This is the Evil synergy that we have known and come to love.
Oh, Carrot though, is actually pretty far and deep in. I'm not too sure whether this is actually the smartest play, I gotta have to say. If Vanguard would want to take advantage of this, just immediately jumping onto Carrot, I think that could be a lot difficult for Evil to eventually take the upcoming fight.
Well, they have everything in their kit ready. Once again, we're waiting for that perfection from Evil. Where is the trigger pull? The Lord is gonna start marching down.
Coming up the top lane here, it's harder to break into the base right now, right, of Vanguard. They still can clear the Lord. They're going to be able to take it out. Twist with the Raging Sandstorm. Doesn't catch anyone, but Powerful with the heavy spin. Will zone them out. Coconut with that kill onto Nick Stain. Starts it off, and Evil, they're surging forward. Luxian Stain goes down as well. Evil taking them a one by one. They're putting Vanguard down onto the base as well. They're trying to go, and they secure the last hit, sending Vanguard out of MPL Singapore Season 6. And here you are, Evo, the champions of this series. They're gonna proceed further into this match in the lower brackets.
Beautiful work by Team Evo. I mean, this was a result that I think the fans of Evo definitely wanted. The cheers were insane the moment they got that crystal down. So props to Evo, and of course, Vanguard, very impressive run in the playoffs so far. It's unfortunate they have to go home, but hey, it's your first season. I think you should be proud of what you have achieved.
You can just hear those cheers coming from the crowd, right? So
flag!
Proud. A flag just for the team of Evo, waving that high and proud on stage as well. Congratulations. I mean, that game, that was so different from the past 2 games as well. Clean and just just the playoffs, the true playoff princess that we know.
We have been waiting for this moment from the side of Evil to show what they are really capable of. Of course, with the Evil magic as well as the playoffs buffs. But I don't think that the term playoff buff is going to apply only to Evil anymore, as we have Vanguard Esports. They bow out at 4th place, but everyone gonna have to reconsider this as they ended the regular seasons at 6th place. They have managed to climb themselves up to 4th place and even beating out one of the big names, Bleed Esports. They are a team that should not reckon with, and they are such an amazing team regardless.
That I don't know if that was relief or, you know, just throwing that notebook down like we got this game in the bag.
They hit their targets, or at least partially hit the targets, right? Powerful, he himself said they really want to go and hit the top of the table. They are one step closer. Tomorrow is going to be a very, very, very exciting day. I'm going to be very proud to present that to you as well, because it's going to be Flash against Evo. Both teams looking for some redemption, right? Flash feels they deserve to be back in the grand finals. They deserve to fight against RSG. Evo feels exactly the same.
And before Evo became, you know, where they are now, they were known as the Titan Slayer. So going up against, you know, veterans like Flash, you just don't know what to expect.
We really do not know, huh? And let's not forget about the fact that we do have got a little bit of similarities when it comes down to Flash as well as Evil. Not particularly when it comes down to their play style or identity, but it's more of what leads up to that. They focus a lot on river control, and they actually group up very early into the game. These two teams are the teams that will show that. But when it comes down to drafting, they have very different kind of drafting and what they prefer as an identity. But for now, let's just run down really quickly. When it comes down to item builds and everything else from the side of Evil as well as Vanguard, I think that items is definitely important. But I gotta have to say that the amount of items and the amount of gold lead that they have got, gotta have to go to the hands of Twist with that amazing solo play. I wouldn't say solo play, but his one single play that helped enable the entirety of Evil.
Yep, I mean, we already knew this from the regular season, right? But the Blade of Heptasis just amplifies the amount of damage he does for Twist with that Raging Sandstorm entry as well. And all of this farm, one of the most impressive things is Evil always manages to make it a way to funnel all of the gold, majority of it, into Coconut. And when you give Coconut money, he knows how to spend it.
8, 0, and 3. I mean, look at his goal, right? In the 5 digits here, 10,000 gold. So funneling that, I mean, he secured himself a Maniac.
Yeah, a Maniac in the last game, the most important game to make sure that they survive for tomorrow as well, with the Heart's Claws, with the Malefic Roar, with the Berserker's Fury, as well as, those 3 were enough. No, end of the day, the emblems, not much difference. The usual suspects that we have for the picks on the side of Evil as well, but they really maximize the efficiency of it.
With the Wilderness Blessing as well on Twist with the Khalid, right? Ensuring that he could have that extra movement speed in the river so that he could rotate quickly to those team fights and make such a huge difference.
Not only just him. In this line of Evil, a lot of them prioritize in mobility. Namely the Lilia and also the Angela. They all understand that when it comes down to river control and jungle control, how important it is. Every single one of these members and every single one of these players excels disgustingly in the jungle and the river solely because of all of these choke points that are created. And of course, with all of that heavy spins or perhaps even all these blooms, it's a perfect place. It's a pandemonium for Evil, and they can play according to their strength that way.
Well, this game, Nick Stain definitely took a beating here as a sandbag. He had to take 61,000 damage in the face, and he just could not withstand it. And on the other side, Coconut finally, coming to terms that he was supposed to be the carry. He was supposed to be the damage dealer. 910 gold per minute and dealing 48,000 damage in 11.5 minutes.
I think that's the impressive thing also, right? 11 minutes and he managed to actually already get farmed up and deal so much damage. Not to mention, right,
13 kills, and their kill participations are all above 60%, right? You can tell how much synergy and how much team fighting this team just banks on.
Throughout it all, with a 13-4 scoreline, Evil has a lot of MVP candidates right now. Of course, a lot of people will probably say that, hey, Coconut deserves the MVP because of the Maniac. But personally, I'm the kind of person who likes to score and give MVP over to the one that started it all. Mr. Twist.
Really? I'm going to go with Carrot. He was the flavor in the soup that Evil fed to the young boys of Vanguard, and they just could not take the flavor.
Well, no need to argue here
No.
because we're gonna
Twist,
review
twist,
exactly
twist,
who
twist! My man!
Twist saw the Khalid, and this is what happens when you give this man his Khalid. 3-0 and 752 GPM. I mean,
Look, Kin was right. Kin was absolutely right. When this Khalid was drafted immediately,
he wins.
Yeah, he wins, and indeed they won. In fact, probably the fastest game in playoffs.
Yes, 11.5 minutes. That's really one of the fastest games. And I mean, we will have to see, right? Tomorrow, when they face up against Team Flash, are they going to be so nice as to allow this Khalid to be back in the hands of Twist again?
I don't think that anyone would like to give Twist the Khalid anymore. This is the testament where Khalid, the name Khalid, is no longer going to be branded by Diablo no more. This is now Twist's territory.
Yup,
Wow, that's a harsh one. It might be a tough one to swallow, I think, for Diablo, right? Held the title for so long, and here comes Twist from nowhere, taking that away from... Oh, maybe he has to share that title.
Does he?
It's the dawn of a new age. Do you feel the winds of change? We might see a new champion this season.
We might.
That's what they're gunning for, right?
Yeah.
We said many times, Powerful is gunning for the top spot this season. And I think this game, being such a short game, being able to pull that off, shows that they are really in it to win it. With that being said, I think we want to know. We talked about that communication that we wanted to hear from Evil, right? And we want to know how exactly they're talking behind the scenes. So let's go into the mic check to hear the members of Team Evil.
Yeah. Finish one.
Hey, the sorry.
Defend. Defend it,
You tell.
Base.
Wait. Hey, sorry.
Go, end. Wait, we can end right?
End.
Watch me. Watching. Go tree. Hey, there you go. Hey, show. Lock chin. Nice. Hey, guys. Let's go out here. Asaya. Nice, end the game. Q. Slowly out, shoot out here. Nice. I'm tanking.
Tao.
Hey, the mid.
Yeah. They got a lot of time.
Just go out here.
Sorry. Tao.
Tao.
Hey, no minion.
One more, coming. Coming. Just. Nice! He's on here. He's on here.
Easy man. 一招低。
Hey, nice one. Hey, keep going. Nice one, this. Keep going. Go. No DI. Go out there. Nice.
Hey, pin you tell. Hey, 後面。
等住。等住過。
I'm back.
Nice.
I'm there. The
Q
你撞到地。
咁 Q 中。
Nice.
Go. Go. Tower first. 等住一處我掂。Dragon. Hey, kill the dragon. Nice.
Hey, me bus.
Nice.
Endless.
Let's go!
I just want to say something, right? Okay, for those of you that don't know, Powerful did an interview with our host Cheryl at a radio station. And the Powerful there, right, was so mellow, so demure, so soft. And then we have a Powerful here that's like, nice! I think this Powerful is more exciting to watch.
I do like this powerful better. Let's be honest here. So much more content. But at least now we also know from the mic check, you know, if in your ranked games, if you want people to, you know, watch out for you,
Watch
just
me.
watch me.
The call was watch me.
Yeah.
Yep.
And everyone have eyes on you. So if you know that you are a good player, you can say that. If you are like me, you probably don't want to say that because you're just going to throw yourself into a pit of embarrassment.
Watch me and then you just go into your death. That's a
And
bit
outie
embarrassing.
nothing.
Well, I gotta say, I'm very, I don't know, emotionally moved. I feel like we've seen EVO grow through the seasons as well.
Indeed.
Sharpen their communications even back end. It's very concise when they want to engage as well. So I don't know, it feels a bit, you know,
Yeah.
it's strange.
It's
here.
like a narrative whereby they slowly build themselves up. But I gotta have to say that Vanguard, they did their absolute best. Hopefully next year it will be a lot better.
Yeah, we've got to say goodbye to Vanguard. Congratulations to EVO. And let's hear it from Cheryl backstage on how they are feeling. Take it away, Cheryl.
Guys, this is the third time I'm meeting Powerful on stage right here for the playoffs. And right now, guys, they are top 3! We are so stoked. Now, honestly, when it came to this matchup today for match 4, it was unexpected. We didn't expect to see a crowd favorite like Homeboys go from your match as well, and even Bleed Esports for Vanguard. So this is honestly a very unexpected matchup. And Vanguard today, I don't know where they pop off from. We see 2 Savages in their both matches. So coming into this match, what did you have to do? Were you scrambling?
We are just worried about Slowly lah. Cause he's one of the core that I'll say I faced and he's damn strong.
So you must quickly handle Slowly. So somehow, even though the Joy was very dominant in the Bleed match earlier, it got leaked. Was that intentional or how did the Joy come about?
What do you say again? Sorry.
Like the Joy, they showed dominance in the Joy for the Bleed match earlier. So what happened in game 2 that it got leaked?
We were figuring out what can we do against the Joy. That's why you saw us forcing the Kaja pick onto the Valen. We actually expected them to first pick the Joy, but they're smart enough to first pick the Valen, then we can't get the Valen and Kaja to counter the Joy. So the Joy pop off right there.
Okay, so I do have another question for you, but this is going to be a little bit of a tough one. It's because you're going up against 2 Titans next, and they are namely RSG SG and Flash. Now, these 2 teams are known for playing assassins and fighter tank jungles as well. But when it comes to EVO, you guys are pretty much fighter tank jungle. So do you think that this will be a shortfall for EVO when it comes to meeting these 2 teams?
No. We are still gonna give in our best, and also at the regular season, we lost to Vanguard, Flash and RSG. And now we took down Vanguard, and I need my revenge for RSG and Flash as well.
Right. Actually, why am I worried for you guys? I don't know. Always the what seems like easier games, you guys lose it, and you seem to excel in the harder games always, and that's what's left. So I'm pretty sure you guys are gonna do just fine. So, where do you think final placement for the playoff season?
I hope that we can get a champion this season.
All right, EVO fans, do you think they can get champions? All right, they are definitely rooting for you guys. I'm gonna let you go because you need to rest up. Tomorrow, it's a long day, just as much as it is today. It's a best of 5 and a best of 7. All right, good luck, Powerful, and of course the Team EVO as well. Good luck, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Absolutely amazing, friends. That was Powerful. And right now, Team EVO, the only full Singaporean team in the top 3. Singapore represent. Yes. Really excited right there to see that win, and EVO moving on further here in the playoff seasons. Now, ladies and gents, what an exciting lineup we have for you tomorrow in a surprise turn of events. This is tomorrow's schedule. So yes, friends, starting off the show tomorrow at 10 a.m. bright and early, we see Team Frankenstein Flash going up against your community heroes, Evil, at 10 a.m. Then, the winner of match 9 that's happening tomorrow will be moving forward to meet our defending champions for a match that will be happening at 4:45. And there, in the grand finals itself, we will find out, will RSG SG continue to defend their title, or will we see a brand new champion rise right here for Singapore, where they will head on over to the M5 and represent Singapore on the international stage? We don't know how it's gonna go. Today is a surprising turn of events on so many fronts. Yes, tomorrow is definitely a day that you don't want to miss. Stick around, and we'll see you on all of your favorite platforms such as Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. Now, right here on the venue itself, the energy is simply buzzing. We encourage you guys to come on down. Once again, first match will be happening at 10 a.m. and the grand finals, the one that you don't want to miss, will be happening at 4:45 p.m. Make sure you get here early, because I assure you, Suntec City's gonna be packed. Now, once again, MPL SG Season 6 playoffs wouldn't have been possible without all of our wonderful sponsors. MPL SG Season 6 is powered by Moontown and Zenway Productions. Our presenting partner, McDonald's. I'm loving it. Our official partner, Head & Shoulders. Our partners in esports, OSIN, and the wonderful Suntec City Mall. Ladies and gents, thank you so much for joining us right here today throughout this Saturday. And of course, we'll see you live right here at Suntec City tomorrow at 10 a.m.